No one else came on the Soul
Yeah,
stream.
they all just they all just got together. It's like, hey guys, let's all not let's all say we'll go on EDAR 20 and then don't do it. How funny would that be?
Yeah, that would actually, it would be both very funny and ironic, but it would also possibly be very embarrassing.
Yes, it would be. It'd be very embarrassing if not a single person showed up.
Yep.
But anyway, hi everyone. The stream is here
You know,
live on your screens.
it'll be even more embarrassing. Is not only no guests or hot seat people show up, but also no one watches it. That'll be even more embarrassing. No viewers.
That would be even more embarrassing.
You see, I liked on Stu Bagpool's subscriber live stream he did recently, where he says, "I want you to all leave the video so I can talk to this one person in the chat." That was funny. That was very funny. We're gonna be here for a fucking long time.
Oh, this is a long boy. This is
Yeah.
We have plans, and to be honest, it will probably go longer than even we want to, because that's just how we roll in this town.
Callum said hi like Martha's dad's girlfriend that starts with, yeah, hi Martha, hi. Take me shopping, big boy.
Hi Martha, hi. Oh, you know, I didn't actually mention this to you about fucking Bridgerton. Martha's mum's in it, and she's great.
Oh, really? Oh.
Yeah, she's really good.
Okay.
I totally forgot to mention that. Yeah, she's in both seasons, and she's like really charismatic and really like funny, and like, you know, really good. So, you know, that's another reason to watch it. It's got Martha's mum in it.
You know, Martha's mum plays one of the cats in New Earth.
Oh. Is that? Oh yeah, really?
I think she might be the one that got the disease on her face. I can't remember.
Let's see. I want to be sure of this, because if you're lying, I will berate you live.
I'm not lying because I told Jake this.
I don't remember that at all. But was that actually on a video?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I told Jake this. Martha's mum's actress plays one of the cats in New Earth.
Okay, let's see. All right, IMDb, Doctor Who.
This is how the milestone 20th EDAR live stream is beginning. Yes. We're talking about Martha's mum being a cat from New Earth.
Okay. All right. No, I don't want to. I don't want to buy Christmas Invasion. God damn it. Okay.
Oh, yeah, no, I've got the picture.
Oh my gosh, she is in it. Oh my gosh, she is.
Yep, I can send the
picture. That's funny. When I click, that's funny. When I click on her, it shows Bridgerton. Yay.
Yep.
She is great in Bridgerton. But yeah, I never knew that. I've actually never knew she was in New Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Tell you what, though, I'll tell you what, that fucking makeup for the cats is actually really good.
Yeah, well, the practical effects are really good, but it's the CGI when they get infected that looks weird.
Is abysmal.
And I don't know why they use CGI when they could have just used practical effects. They could have done the classic Who thing where they cut away from it and they have like someone looking at the disease disgustingly, and then it comes back and then it's on their face. They could have just done that. But instead they had to make it like, I don't know. Oh, they had to make it bloody clip art facial wart shit. But yeah, anyway.
Yeah. Oh, it's better than the cats. It looks way better.
The cat's movie CGI is an abomination.
Mm-hmm. If there was something I recently watched that. Oh yeah, even like something like Cat in the Hat has better makeup than that. You know, if anybody remembers that,
Oh, I remember it.
I remember it well.
I do remember
Oh
that film.
yeah, that was a film that did come out on a certain day. Yeah, I've just done the
Yeah.
tweet. So anybody who's watching the stream, please go onto our Twitters and just retweet, send the word out. We would like to get as many people here watching as possible because we're going to be here for a long old gay while. So
Yes. Very gay.
yes, because long is very, very gay, and that's very good,
Hmm.
very based.
Well, speaking of gay, I hope Will Maddox turns up. That'd be fun.
Wow, Connor, you homophobe. You
I'm
can't
not. I'm not.
say that.
I'm not scared of it. I'm enthusiastic about
Yeah, and to
it.
be fair, we are starting in terms of British time. All the guests that we've got in the group that we're in right now are all from UK, so they're all on our time, or my time, sorry. So it's still very early morning Sunday.
Well, the irony of it is that Game Troller Prime is in the chat, and they are from a completely different time zone to both of us
Well, what
because they're
time?
from.
What time is it in France?
Well, no, they don't. I don't think they live in France. I think they are
Do
French, but
they?
live in Central America. Yeah,
Oh,
I think they live in.
okay.
Like, I think there's some kind of. I think they explain there's some kind of colony in Central America that's French.
The era of Johnny Depp, Willy Wonka, and Myers, Cat in the Hat should come back.
Game Game
2000s
Game Troller
nostalgia.
Prime. Game Troll Prime. Which part of the Caribbean are you from? Explain. This is important.
Explain.
We must know if you're from the Jack Sparrow part or the Barbosa part.
It's 4 a.m. Jesus Christ. Fucking hell.
What are you doing with your life?
What are you doing? We're gonna be here for like
Now,
hours. You can miss
well,
like the first
the
hour or so.
well, I say, what are you doing with your life? But the irony is, this stream will probably end when it's 4 a.m. where I am.
Yes, most likely.
Yeah.
If
Oh
that.
god. Right. So while we sort of wait for shit to kick off, obviously we got 3 videos we want to cover during the stream. We've got a Who Culture video that's the top. I think it's top 10 worst things the 10th Doctor's ever done. We have a video from
That'll be
Davis, which
spicy
is
one.
Yeah, we got a video from Davis, which is Doctor Who jumping the shark, with all the stuff that's leaked about on-set photos of what RTD2 is doing. And then we've also got one from Counselor Geeks, which is a tepid defense of Chibnall. So all that good stuff. We've also got a bit of a little side thing as on the stream. I've got a bunch of people that have shown interest in our hot seat concept, where people will drop in, give some hot takes, have a bit of banter, and then drop out and get replaced by other ones. It'll happen all throughout the stream, depending on when people are available. But I suppose while we wait to start all that, I need to remind everyone that since the last EDAR, which is EDAR 19, we have had a lot of things announced. We have had Ncuti Gatwa announced as the Doctor. We've had David Tennant and Catherine Tate announced as returning. And we've had Yasmin Finney announced as the companion as well.
Yeah, that's actually we haven't done a stream. So on the day that David Tennant and Cameron Tate were announced, I did a stream with both Jeb and Tin, and we sort of discussed it.
Yeah.
For a couple of hours, just being all excited about the news because we
I
were
wasn't
very
part
excited.
Of that,
well, you were asleep.
That's right. I was asleep.
Exactly. So yeah, that's
fast asleep.
That was pretty much your fault then, as you are all of these announcements.
The Caribbean is full of French colonies. I'm from Saint Martin, if that means anything in Pirates of the Caribbean terms. So yeah, the French colonized the Caribbean, and that's how Game Trailer Prime exists.
Yes. That's the sole reason.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Anyway,
since the last EDAR, we've had like you said, a bunch of stuff has been announced. I guess we should probably talk about Shooty Gat. Well, actually, the Shooty Gat would be the best one to talk about because we both watched a certain show that he's been in. You know, his
yes,
most
yes. So
famous role,
recently,
you could say.
yeah. Well, recently I got very sick, and during that time I binged the entire of Sex Education in 2 days. And so to get
Same. Apart from the sick
get a
part.
taste of to get a taste of Shooty Gatwa mainly, and then I actually after that, watched a bunch of video essays. Then I rewatched clips from the show as well, just to go back and look at things. And I also like binged a whole bunch of interviews as well to get his energy in real life. And yeah, Shooty Gat was very entertaining. He's a very entertaining actor.
He's a very charismatic man.
Yeah, great sense
to
of
say
humor.
the least.
Great sense of
In terms
humor.
of a presence to have just around Doctor Who, I think he is a very good choice. I think he
Also,
clearly is a
yeah.
very
Also,
kind-hearted and nice man.
he's a very interesting demographic as well. Born in Rwanda and has a Scottish accent. That's a very unlikely pairing, but that's one of the things that makes him unique. Really, is that he has this demographic that I would have never even thought of, let alone be cast as the Doctor. That's pretty interesting. But yeah, he's a very charismatic man.
And he is very clearly because both of us have watched all 3 seasons of Sex Education, so we've got a full grasp of a character that he's played.
Yep.
I would definitely say he is a very talented actor under decent writing.
Yes. Whether he has the range to play this role, I don't know. I haven't seen that.
That'll be yet to be seen.
But I know that he can play a teenager, like a teenage character to perfection. So whether he can do the opposite of that, let's see.
Yes, he is very clearly talented. There's no doubt about that. He's very talented man.
Very spontaneous. That's one of my favorite things about him, and that's something that's quite good about a lot of actors, and even some of the actors that have played the Doctor role, especially someone like Tom Baker. That spontaneousness can actually add a lot to a performance. He adds a lot of his own personality into his acting, and that's something that I think the Doctor role actually allows a lot of actors to do. He's also he's also very well dressed, so I'm expecting a great costume, which is sorely needed, I think.
Yes. Yeah, because with what's his character's name? I forget.
It's is it Eric?
Eric, I think it is Eric. Yeah, Eric and Otis are the main characters.
Yeah.
Eric is a really, really, for the most part, he's a really likable character. He's a very charismatic person, even in the writing. And Shooty plays that, I think, really well.
Also, I think one of my favorite things about him is that the way they use this is part of the direction side of things. The way they use the camera is always different in his scenes compared to other scenes.
Yeah. There's a single episode. I think the best episode for him in terms of showing off his acting ability would be episode 6. Because I think that's the first time, I think it's really the only time he really gets to like act with more like intensity.
Is this the one where he yells at the drama teacher?
And then we get the scene of him in the bathroom looking at himself in the mirror. And he plays it really well.
There's also a scene with him and his dad in the car that's really good too.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that one's really good too. Also, I don't know if I might have asked you this, but I can't remember. Did the dad only appear in season 1?
I don't know. I can't remember. No, I'm pretty sure he was in the 3rd season.
He was not in season 3. No, he was not in season 3.
No, I'm pretty sure he wasn't he?
No, I swear he was just in season 1.
Because they went on that holiday, right?
He wasn't on the holiday.
But wasn't he in the house before they went?
No, he wasn't.
Huh.
Let me see. I'll go on just an episode
That
of
is
Sex Education
I
season
don't.
1.
That's really strange. That's really strange if that's the
Let's
case.
find him. Trying to find. Here we go. Da-da-da-da. Yeah, he's only in season 1.
Huh.
I don't know why he wasn't brought back. But he's also in because he was doing you know what he was probably doing? He was doing Jumanji: The Next Level and then 2 episodes of Loki.
Right.
That's probably why he wasn't in season 3. Also, he was in Dumbo.
Okay.
That's what he's been doing since the first season of Sex Education. So
Hmm.
I mean, I heard Next Level is fun. Not so much Loki. He played
Well.
boastful Loki, apparently.
Hmm. See, this is the
Yeah,
problem is
that's him. Yeah,
when actors
I'll
break
get.
out, you can't bring them back to the show that they're actually in.
Well, yeah, like let's be honest, Disney shows, MCU shows are like bigger than stuff like Sex Education.
They shouldn't be
So yeah,
though.
like here. Oh no, yeah, Sex Education is better than pretty much anything Disney's put out in the
Yeah,
last
well,
couple of
because
years.
I mean, it's made in Wales, so it has standards.
It has somewhat standards, the
Yeah,
Welsh are have
yeah.
somewhat standards.
Well, to be fair, New Who Series 7 was made in Wales, but we'll forget about that.
Yeah. But yeah, that's strange that he was only in season 1. I noticed that
Hmm.
like he just didn't show up again for some reason, and they never really actually like say anything about it other than maybe like a line. But
Hmm.
yeah. But yeah, back on to what we were saying originally, like Shooty very clearly has a lot of talent, and very clearly this character he plays in Sex Education is going to be very different to the Doctor. So it's going to be very interesting in like what range he has when we actually see him fully in the role, because we've only seen like set photos of David Tennant and Catherine Tay in that scene. They've shown us no filming, or there's never been any shots of them filming out in public with Shuti Gatwa. Only been Yasmin, David, and Catherine being seen, along with characters from series 4 like Wilfred.
Indeed.
Yeah, so I am very interested to see what range he has, and I'm really interested in seeing what kind of like vibe Russell has planned, because very clearly we know Russell, in terms of a writer, very well. He'll have a plan for what kind of Doctor he wants, and I do believe and I trust Russell to think that Shooty can play that role well.
Yeah, I think the thing I'm most interested in seeing is if Shooty can pull off the age and wisdom of the character. And
Yeah,
I think that's the most important thing that he needs to establish that I haven't seen from him yet.
you know what's really just funny? I've just gone onto the guy who played Adam in Sex Education, and he has another role where he plays an Adam, called I think a film called Versus. That's
Huh.
funny. Which came out a year before the first season.
Oh, we're looking.
That's
He's one of the characters I'm most looking forward to seeing what they do with in season 4, because he's been very consistent
Oh
throughout the whole
yeah,
show.
he's been pretty consistent throughout the. He's one of the
Um,
rare ones that actually is like.
I love his last scene in season 3. The
Yeah, that was a
music.
good one.
I'm not going to say what it is for spoiler reasons, but
Hmm.
yeah.
Yeah, that was a really good scene.
Mm. Yes. And then
Yeah.
they announced. I know you've already talked about this, so I suppose maybe I should spearhead this part of it.
Hmm.
They announced David Tennant and Catherine Tate as well, which I assume is for the 60th anniversary stuff that Russell has planned.
Yes, we do assume that.
And on set, they saw Wilfred, Sylvia, and then accompanied by the new companion, played by Yasmin Finney, whose name apparently is Rose. So, and there's a whole bunch of things like a new costume and the 13th Doctor's TARDIS to exterior and a new sonic screwdriver and all that. It makes me think possibly parallel universe, given
I hope that's what it is.
yeah, something like that, some kind of dark dimension or whatever, because it definitely looks like it's that kind of thing where something is a bit weird. I'm very excited to see how it all ties together. I'm actually interested to see if this 60th anniversary parallel universe weird thing that Russell is doing is how they introduce Yasmin Finney's character, and then eventually, if she becomes the shooting out with Doctor's companion. Like that's a really interesting way to introduce someone, actually, when you think about it. So yeah, I'm fascinated to see how that all plays out. It seems like Russell has thought of something else, like really outside the box. We've seen like set photos of these strange monsters. One of them is Beat the Meat from the comics, and that really makes me think parallel universe, as in like things are jumping in from parts of the lore that are just so outside of the TV show.
Mm-hmm.
That would be hilarious if that's what they're doing. I can imagine the 10th Doctor being like, beat the meep. Seeing that little thing. Also, there's some people speculating that they might try and that it might have something to do with the Trickster from Sarah Jane Adventures.
That would be cool if he was brought in.
Yeah. So, I'm thinking that well, I mean, I suppose it depends on when they are planning to do the episodes and stuff, but I'm thinking at some point down the line we should do all the Sarah Jane Adventures stuff leading up to RTD2. If it's going to be tying together like that, I might as well know the context.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Sarah Jane Adventures is really good. It's a really good show. Both me and Jeb have high praise of Sarah Jane Adventures.
I think I watched one episode when I was 10 years old, and I can't remember what happened.
Well, at least you don't remember, so you'd be surprised again.
Yeah. I don't. Apparently, the whole thing I put forward about Yasmin Finney's character, Control Prime says it would be impossible girl vibes.
Meets in a parallel universe and then jumps to make it a companion in normal time. Honestly, I don't think Yasmin's character is going to be a full-time companion.
Well, even if she was, I wasn't saying it like that either. I meant literally the parallel universe character would become the Doctor's companion. I don't mean he meets her again. I mean as in that's the character, and they come to our universe.
I thought he meets her in a parallel universe and then jumps to make her his companion in the normal timeline. I don't know if he means like bringing Rose along to that universe, or I'm not sure.
I don't see how that's impossible girl vibes at all.
Yeah, I don't really feel like that. Well, the problem with Impossible Girl it was more to do with the fact that it didn't make any sense, or it was like really along with the fact that it was putting Clara on a pedestal and just really poorly characterizing her.
I mean, even in concept though, I still don't think it's that, because Impossible Girl is.
Oh yeah, I agree there.
It's scattered throughout the timeline. There's multiple versions of her scattered that he meets. That's nothing like what I was saying.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot wrong with the Impossible Girl, as we discussed in EDAR 2. God, that was so long ago. That was over that has to be like 2 years ago now.
That's funny actually, because that was Harbour Holmes' video, right? I believe.
Yes, it was. It was actually we streamed that on the 19th of November 2019.
Unless I'm
That was the day before
mistaken,
my
I'm
birthday.
unless I'm mistaken, I believe it was Harbo's video.
It was.
And Harbo messaged me the other day saying, "I remember when you did that stream covering my video." So he has seen it.
He's seen it.
He's seen it, and he might
Ah,
jump on this stream later to talk about that,
maybe,
which is
maybe
which
that'll be
really
interesting.
it really brings things full circle because that was the first like public EDAR that we did.
Well, yeah, that was the first stream of EDAR we did.
Yeah, obviously because
Oh
first
god,
actual EDAR was Patreon.
yeah, I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it. I've just loaded it up. I'm looking at it now, and uh, oh god, our profiles are different. Is my one is the face that you made for the
Yeah,
mission to the unknown, and
yeah.
yours is the old
Nice.
GOA logo.
Oh yeah, the old one with the John Pertwee title sequence logo.
Yes. And just looking at this layout that I made, you can like see in the top right with the small EDA logo a bit of red because it's from the actual picture of the old EFAP layout, which is
See,
that just
see,
annoys me.
I'm just happy now that the logo that I have for the channel is one that I actually made myself.
Hmm.
I mean,
Oh yeah,
I did sample fonts and all that, but it was an idea compiled of different things I'd seen, and I put them together.
yeah. That stream was 5 hours as well, by the way.
Making people rage quit in FIFA while listening to EDAR.
That sounds like Sky as well, raging at FIFA.
Yeah. Fucking
Yeah,
Brazilians.
what a long way we've come since then.
Oh
Since
yeah.
we covered
I
that,
can't
we also
believe.
covered Series 11 in that stream as well.
Yeah, that was when Series 11 was recent. That's weird.
Well, it was 2 months before Series 12.
Yeah.
That was before the worser seasons of Chibnall.
The funny thing is, back then, that was when I was still tossing up. I'm like, oh, do I prefer Chibnall or Moffat at that point in time?
At that point, I was still very much. I can't remember how I was at that point. I was still very much in like. I think Chibnall was definitely worse.
Well,
However, I
well, I think
didn't think how much worse it
well,
was.
I can put it this way: is that we both agreed on the lows of Moffat. It's just I think you tended to prefer the highs of Moffat more than me, even now and definitely then.
Yes. But now I think now that we're like 20 episodes in,
Although for me,
plus
the
minis and all.
the real highs of Moffat for me are when he wasn't showrunner for the most part. That's the true.
Oh, absolutely.
That's the true prime Steven. Apart from like Heaven Sent and all that, there's a few exceptions. But we're talking Steven in the element that I love it. We're talking about with the 9th and 10th Doctors. That for me is that. Oh, that's what I'm talking about.
Mm.
I remember the first time
Yeah.
we ever met. You were like, you weren't too keen on the girl in the fireplace, and I was like, no, I'm gonna change your mind.
Oh no, I thought it was good. I just didn't rate it as highly. I
Yeah.
always thought it was good.
But it took time.
You don't fake news me. Yeah.
I changed your
I
mind though.
did always think
Eventually,
it was good.
no, I did.
Well,
change...
it was more the fact that I hadn't watched it in a very long time, and I always it was and most times I watched it was when I was a bit younger. But now I think after watching it, I think it was probably like 2 years ago now. When I rewatched it, then I fully after watching like series one, I think after that or before that, sorry, and I really had a full appreciation of how well characterized everybody in that story is, and how really well told it is. Yeah, that's a really good one.
Yeah. Just got someone DMing me about the sequel. I got someone DMing me about the sequel trilogy. I'm just like, nope, not gonna give a shit about that at the moment.
No, we don't. No, we don't want to. No, don't fucking care about that shitty thing.
Yeah, I have no interest in thinking about it, let alone talking about it.
We don't want to be more depressed than we already are about Star Wars. So yeah.
Oh yeah. I haven't watched a single piece of Star Wars content on purpose since we did Rise of Skywalker in
You
2019.
are a very lucky man then.
Yeah. The only time I did it was because you showed me that Mando episode because you wanted me to see it.
I showed you the end of the EFAP reaction to the last episode of season 2 of Mando. And
Yeah.
you were very much like, what is you I remember very well how you like bewildered you were of like how everything like was like shot and done and like the actual like
I
story of like that final
definitely
scene.
I definitely said, how do people like this?
How yeah, exactly. How do people like this? Because it's like it is literally it's gotten worse now. But I remember when everyone was just like, "Oh my god, Luke Skywalker! Oh my god, it's Luke Skywalker!" coming down a hallway, killing a bunch of robots in a really crappy way. And it's just, is this really what people want? Apparently, it is. They don't actually care about the narrative. They want flashy light with characters they recognize. It's only gotten worse since then. Yeah, it's just
Star Wars is
that is all you
cringe.
need to see.
No, it's
Well,
cringe.
yeah, that's
Ah.
all you need to see. That's all you need to see of Disney Star Wars now because it's the same. If anything, it's
All
gotten
right.
worse since then with
All
like
right. Hey, stop talking about Star Wars. We don't. We're gonna put it into that. I've got two things I got to say. Firstly, I'm going to get myself a glass of water because I need to live. Secondly, I want you to respond to Cyberbullying Eggbot's comment about Top Gun Maverick, and as you've seen it. Do
yes,
that
I have
while
seen
I'm
it.
gone.
Okay, bye. Yeah, I've seen Top Gun Maverick, and I really really liked it. I think really really well shot, great direction, really good acting across the board, and a really solid story. You know, I think all the characters really a lot of them were really well realized, and I think the standouts were clearly Maverick, Rooster, and Hangman. I think were the characters I really really enjoyed. But yeah, I would say it's a really really good film, and anybody who hasn't seen it, you should absolutely go and check it out. It's a fun ride. It's a fun ride to be sure. All forms of media have scrambled to the Royal Rumble virus. Well, here's the thing with the Royal Rumble. It makes sense that you have old wrestlers coming in because you know they want that last big, last payday, and there's a story potential. They would never win it, but there's always a story potential they could use.
I will debunk this with my big brain because I know more about it than you do.
Okay.
Because I've been looking at that business with my eyes for longer. The world of kayfabe has a different set of standards because the way in which you interact with the media is different. It's not presented on a screen. It is presented to the audience on a stage. So the manner in which something is contrived is something that's part of the experience. It's something that is established, and so you can't compare it to fan wank in a Star Wars TV show because it's not the same thing. Because we're
thinking in kayfabe, right? If we're thinking within the like old wrestlers coming back for that last hurrah, that's absolutely thing.
It's also you got to remember
who cares about the match quality, just the returns. No, I think within the wrestling world, I think there is more people with actual standards than there are within regular media. I generally think that is a thing. I think more people in wrestling have a standard because there's a very clear like connection you can like.
Well, I mean,
very clearly how you can state like how a match works.
It's presented as sport within a fictional world.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
So and also what you have to understand about the returns is that yes, execution wise you can do them well, you can do them badly, but if we're talking about in concept, you have to understand that this is a kayfabe scenario where it's been set up that you don't necessarily deteriorate as a sports player when you get over the age of like 35, like you do in other sports.
Speaking of wrestling, breaking news: Jay White has just won the IWGP Heavyweight Championship.
Well, there we go. That's New Zealand for you.
There you go,
Anyway,
New Zealand news.
Anyway, so I'm wiping Star Wars off, and I'm wiping that off. We're just gonna delete these elements.
To be honest, Connor, it's probably going to get brought up at one point during this stream. So,
but it already has, seemingly.
Yeah, but except I can't talk. Expect more.
You know. I feel like given that he has followed us for so many years since the Jake days. I think we should allow Game Troller Prime to get in the hot seat at least once. I think it's his right. I think it's his right to at least try.
It is his right.
Yeah. Even if he wants to give us his hot take in French, that would be fine by me.
No, it would be fine. And here's the thing. Here's an example of a surprise within wrestling that actually doesn't work consistently. If everyone all remembers, like I'm just giving you an example of how you don't do it well. I think they did it recently, but a big example that everyone knows is during the 2018 or 17 Rumble. Number 30 was Roman Reigns.
No, that was 2017.
Yeah, when he was also challenging for the Universal Championship that night. That is the kind of thing that in wrestling it fundamentally doesn't make sense.
Yeah, because it means that the spot would have been
unless
vacant.
They purely they show us like an instance of like something happening.
I mean,
in most cases,
there is one way you could have fixed that, is you could have had it not be a surprise. But the problem is that wouldn't
put on a story. Yeah,
the only way you justify it is him saying he wants to go for both belts. That's the way you do it. But they did it as a surprise, and it's stupid and dumb.
The fact that he thinks he'll probably get screwed over in the match, so he wants another chance to get another shot straight away, or something like that. But it's like those kind of things where a surprise within wrestling doesn't make any sense. But there are plenty of surprises that do, especially like old timers coming in for a one-off run.
Yes. Now, I would make clear that I think there's plenty of examples of old timers returning in matches that has been shit. But that's not bad in concept. You can do it well.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, look, I know it's technically not a Rumble, but when Steamboat had that run in 2009 against Jericho, that was amazing. He was better than like half the roster, and he was in his 50s. Or 60s or something. He was really old. Anyway, that's enough of that bollocks. Yeah, so I suppose you liked Top Gun Maverick then?
Oh yes, I enjoyed it. I had a really good time. It's honestly, Connor, you would actually quite like it because in terms
how
of
do you know?
No, Connor, it's really impressive.
Okay, but I don't like Tom Cruise.
Oh, well then you'll cringe.
I've told you this before.
Yeah, but the actual here's the thing though. It's actually like with Maverick, it's like not it's not modern Tom Cruise. Well, even then, I'd like Tom Cruise at the moment with some films he's doing. But it's like he actually is playing like an actual like.
I don't like any Tom Cruise. I don't like old Tom Cruise. I don't like new Tom Cruise. I don't like him at all.
Well, you're very cringe then.
I didn't like him when he was a guest host.
When Sky gets here, because I think Sky's seen it as well, she will laugh at your cringeness.
Well, there's plenty of actors I don't like that she thinks I'm cringe for not liking. But I think
there you go.
I have to tolerate.
Hot take. I think Tom Cruise is underrated.
I have to tolerate Jesse Eisenberg to watch his films.
Oh, Jesse Eisenberg is pretty cringe in most roles. Well, mostly when he's badly written. You know,
even in good films he's in, I find him very difficult to sit through.
Well, and I haven't seen Social Network, but isn't the point that he's not meant to be likable?
Yeah, I know, and that's a good thing for the film, but it's just it's a kind of he has go away heat, if you know what I mean. Like it's a grind to watch any Jesse Eisenberg films, even when they're good.
Go away heat mainly comes from Like in wrestling, it more comes to the fact of like poorly executed things,
Not necessarily. Sometimes
and
someone
that
can. No, 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 no.
most times it is.
Not necessarily. Sometimes Go Away Heat doesn't. It doesn't have to be a poorly executed story. It's just someone is
Well,
just
then it could
very,
also be the
very.
person, sure.
Someone just has so much anti charisma that they're just grating at all times.
Well, but those are rare instances where I think the most times you'll find that would be in WWE when they're forcing someone who probably isn't as charismatic as they think they are.
It's not. No, it's not necessarily bad booking. It's just there are just people.
Well, I think most of it. I think
difficult.
in most cases it is bad booking, but there are obviously instances where
Sure.
the person just isn't
Sure, there's
charismatic. But in most cases, I would say it's due to bad booking, like with Sammy Guevara.
Okay, what about X-Pac? Would you say that's bad booking?
Well, it wasn't the whole thing that he was literally just doing DX long after it ended.
Yeah, I suppose that's
the same
true.
thing every week.
Washed
There
out.
you go. Your literal example. Yeah, exactly. It was
washed out.
bad booking.
He was washed out. Yeah. I don't think X-Pac's...
There you go.
I think, actually, no, to be fair, I actually think X-Pac's the opposite of what I'm talking about. Because I actually don't think X-Pac's dislikable. I actually really like...
But he had Go Away Heat during the... Was it 2000s?
Yeah, he had Go Away Heat because he was washed out. But it's...
When it comes to, like...
There are just certain actors that, no matter what they're in, I find it difficult to sit through. Just because it's because of their...
I have that with actors that I don't think are very good actors or great people.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but I have that with actors that aren't bad actors. I just have it with certain people that have certain mannerisms that trigger me. I don't know what it is.
Yeah,
There's just something. There's something about.
I don't really have that. I don't have that really.
There's certain people that they just act a certain way, and I have to be patient with them. Like, I'm not saying that I won't watch a film with, say, Jesse Eisenberg in it, but when I do, I have to prepare for myself because I find him difficult. And I told that to Sky, and Sky was not happy.
Well, yeah, I agree with Sky.
Like, it was the same thing when I watched in 2019 when we did all the MCU films. It was the same thing when I watched Guardians Volume 2. I didn't think...
I was literally about to say, when have I ever recommended something that you didn't like apart from Guardians 2?
So I had no issues with Ego's character in terms of the writing, but I found what's his face? Bloody
Kurt Russell.
Kurt Russell, that's it. I found him difficult, and I remember telling Adam that, and he got very triggered because he loves Kurt Russell.
I would have also been triggered if I was a part of that video at the time.
Yeah. And it was the same. It's the same thing with Jeff Goldblum as well. I find him difficult.
Oh, that's even worse. That's even worse. I think Jeff Goldblum.
He's just an annoying human. He's just an annoying human.
He's just an annoying human.
He's just an annoying human. Every interview I've seen, he's just so awkward.
Yes, Tin. Connor does not like Guardians 2.
I mean, I haven't watched it.
Come here and berate him.
To be fair, I haven't watched it in like 3 years, so there is that. But the 1.5 times I did watch it, I wasn't enjoying it. I'll say that I wasn't.
Tin, if you want to come and have a go at Connor, you're more than welcome.
Tin, do you want to be the first person to take the hot seat? You're more than welcome to.
If you're busy, that's fine, but up to you, Tin.
Yeah,
you're more than welcome here.
You're more than welcome to take the hot seat. We love you.
Our first one is about fucking Guardians 2 and Jeff Goldblum.
Well, yeah, I'm just again.
Well, I haven't, to be fair, I haven't. The only things of Jeff Goldblum I've properly seen would be like stuff like Jurassic Park, Cats versus Dogs, weirdly enough, and Ragnarok.
I mean, look,
I don't remember what else I've seen him in.
All I needed to see was Ragnarok and interviews. That's it. That's all I needed to see.
I think Jeff Goldblum is a really charismatic man.
I was thinking maybe it's just the film, but then because I saw him in real life, I'm like, well, it must be the man then. Because if he's like that in real life, then yeah. Oh, who's this?
I have added Tin.
Oh, very nice.
Well, they did say, sure, I've got nothing going on. So.
Great. So Tin will be the first person to jump into our hot seat for some kind of take. Let's see. Let's see what they've got. If they
Well, they're
arrive, of
here to
course.
make. Well, they make. Well, they're here. Well, she's here to make fun of you for not liking Guardians 2.
Okay, it's fine. I don't care. Oh well.
So they will when they get here, when Tin gets it.
Sure. I mean, I don't have enough care in the world for Marvel to really react in a way that
Well,
would
right
be.
now I don't blame you there.
Well, but the thing
the
is,
current
you have to understand, like, outside of a handful of films, I didn't care about it that much at the time either.
Mm-hmm.
I was passionate about certain things about the MCU, but I found a lot of it very, very mid, even then. Because I'm just, yeah. Mainstream sense of humor is trash. That's my take.
For the most part, yes. I would say more so just in Disney stuff.
Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, Jeff Goldblum is an awkward human. Jesse Eisenberg comes across like an incel, like a. I'm not gonna.
I have a feeling that we have to anytime whoever joins our stream today, we will put these things for. I think we should ask every single one of what their thoughts on this take of yours is.
Yes.
I want to see
what are your thoughts on Jesse Eisenberg, Jeff Goldblum, and Kurt Russell?
And Guardians 2.
Well, I mean, I don't really give a shit because if people say they like it or dislike it, I don't care about that. But if we're talking about
No, yeah, but I want to. The actors, yeah, that's true. Yeah, with
like,
actors, it's a bit
like it's because I couldn't care less about like if you like the film, but what I do care about is what you think about me being triggered by people. That's what I care about. Yeah. See, like, because I'd say the opposite is true with someone like John Bishop. Like John Bishop's a really nice guy, but I don't like his acting. But he doesn't trigger me. He's not a human that triggers me. Like when I see him in interviews, I'm like, oh, he's a nice bloke.
Oh well, yeah. John Bishop is he's a funny man outside of acting.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. It's like what stuff I want to see. What actual stuff he's been? He's been in plenty of like.
Well, he's not really he's not really much of an actor, as he's more of a comedian.
No, he's not. Like if you look at here, he played in terms of characters. Apparently, he's played like 1, 2, 3.
Just gonna say, Games Real Prime, you're probably not gonna get anywhere trying to slander Impossible Planet on this channel. Just saying.
He's played like in his entire career in all the TV shows. He's probably like played like 5 different characters. In other stuff, he is a guest.
You are on an island of your own with that take, sir. Impossible Planet is based.
He's not
based.
Yeah. Also, Guardians of the Galaxy mid. You're just wrong. You're just wrong. Yeah, but yeah, he's a fine man, but is not a very good actor.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure. Look,
I'm
annoyed.
Sure, I'm
sure.
I'm annoyed at the fact that he was hired to do this job.
Hey! Listen, I'm sure that Jeff Goldblum and Kurt Russell and Jesse Eisenberg and Tom Cruise are all fine people. I'm sure they're fine people. I'm sure they're very lovely. I'm sure they work hard. I'm sure they donate to lovely charities with all the money they make. I'm sure they have many adoring fans that remind them of how successful they are and how great they are and how great actors they are. And I'm sure that they get lots of praise from all the people in the industry about how much great work they've done as actors. But for whatever reason, I just don't like them. I just find them irritating.
Tin, make fun of him. Okay, yeah, never mind.
All right.
Yeah, I just don't.
Wait patiently with this one.
I just don't. I remember actually seeing a recent clip recently. About I think it was a really old interview
Callum,
where.
No. Yeah. I got a question for you. It's more important to whatever you're talking about. What do you think about Tom Cruise being cast as Jack Reacher?
I don't care about Jack Reacher.
Right, but just this it ties into one of my fundamental why the confusions with Tom Cruise.
I don't know who Jack Reacher is as a person.
So Jack Reacher as a
so
character is meant to be this like really intimidating, masculine, 6'4" fucking beast of a character. Metaphorically speaking, Tom Cruise is not that at all. And I always find it weird how Tom Cruise plays these really alpha like action heroes when he's not. Like, he's not that, and that's why I don't find him very believable.
I disagree, because I think it's so well known that Tom Cruise goes the extra mile to be fully committed in terms of his filmmaking, that I actually find him probably one of the most Chad actors working at the moment. Like, he properly goes all in terms of making everything as like real as possible. He actually learns how to fly planes. He learns how to.
I don't give a shit
do all
about
these
that.
things. But that's the point I'm making. That I do think he is an alpha person.
Him learning how to fly planes doesn't change the fact that he has small man syndrome.
So you're making fun because he's small. He's 5 foot, whatever.
Well, there's nothing wrong with being small. It's when you're small and
no,
pretend like you're not.
Yeah, no, I didn't say that.
He's being very pretentious to think that he's not.
I think if you present yourself as intimidating very well, I don't think it matters what you really like properly look like.
Listen, I think anatomy matters. That's what I think.
Here's the thing, though. You know, there's actually a scene in Top Gun Maverick where they actually have Miles Teller, who's very much taller than Tom Cruise. They actually play that up in a scene, and it's really good. So there you go.
So they've started to be more self-aware about it.
Yeah, I actually do. I do agree with the fact. Well, here's the thing: if they're trying to make have the character be like relatively tall. If they change like perspective to make it, I don't have an issue with that.
I don't,
because that's meta knowledge at that point.
I'm not inherently
really matter.
I'm not inherently verbatim with Game Thriller Prime's mum on whatever that take was. But what I can say about Tom Cruise is that he is charismatic, but I don't find him compelling. I find him very. I don't know what the word is, to be honest. Anyway, Tin, do you want to say something to me?
Right, yeah. Yeah, how dare you not like Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2? How
Yeah,
fucking dare you?
yeah, Connor. Yeah. You cringe. You are the embodiment of cringe.
I think the one thing I would clarify is that when I watched it, it was just after I'd lost an entire recording of the Doctor Strange review.
I remember that very well.
That was a circumstance, and I was pissed. I was pissed. I was
Here's
so
the thing,
mad.
though. It's been 3 years, and you haven't decided. You know what? Maybe I'll give it another chance and give it.
Because the MCU's trash. Why would I rewatch
that
it?
was when. But that was made during like when the MCU was like relatively fine. Not now, when it's way worse.
This was made in the golden period of the MCU. This was like golden years.
Well, in Phase 2?
Let's see what...
And with films like Iron Man 3 and Ant-Man and Age of Ultron and
The
Dark World.
They are so much better than Phase 4. Like, it's diabolical how bad Phase 4
sorry, you're right. It was Phase 3, not 2. And in fact, I don't really give a shit about Phase 3 for the most part either. So there you go.
True, but however,
Guardians 3 is good.
However, that was during a time where the MCU was a lot more well respected and a lot more care was. I would honestly say that a lot more care was put into the MCU.
When you say respected, do you mean by the property owners, or are you talking about the fans?
Well, both really.
Because in either case, I could say, with property owners, I could say death to the author, and with the fans, I could say that's populist fallacy.
Well, if the thing is, like, we say this about Disney now a lot more, is because of the product that's being produced. But during, like, at least with the MCU, then it was very clear there was an actual story trying to be told.
I'll sit in the seat for a second. I don't think the MCU has a golden age because I don't think it's ever been that good.
I disagree. I think there are plenty of films.
I disagree.
I would say, like, I think there are, at the very least, there are a lot of films that are like average to solid, not being like great.
So that's not gold. That's like bloody.
That's better than
bronze.
what we have now, though, which is like really. Like,
I don't give a shit what we have
generally
now.
destructive.
There's a difference between.
But I'm saying in terms of comparison, there's very clearly everything.
Okay.
Looking at
Okay.
stuff like franchises,
So you're gonna award gold medals because they're doing it shitter now than they did then.
Well, I'm saying that it's like at the release, there's stuff that you can actually like point out as like, you know what, that was actually well told, and this
you
goes
do
here
realize
and here, and that's actually pretty well told.
And you do realize that argument to me is completely irrelevant because I haven't watched much of Phase 4, so I can't even compare it.
Yeah, well, most Marvel fans agree Phase 4 is the worst one. I've seen Marvel fans turn on and say like Multiverse Madness had bad writing. Like everyone agrees.
I know. I've watched No Way Home and it's garbage. But why are you trying to compare it to that? That doesn't refute my argument that MCU never had a golden period.
Comparing it to it. I never even brought up No Way Home.
I'm talking about Callum. I'm talking to Callum, not you.
You were responding to Tin, but okay.
Sorry, Tin.
I'm generally like when we like.
Actually, no. I was responding to that dog who's barking in the background. That's who I was responding to.
It's my new dog. He barks at rabbit all day long.
Yeah. He's barking. He's barking because you made him watch Guardians 2 on loop, and now he's sad.
Fuck you.
No, he would be very happy.
If he watched it, he would actually love it.
Generally, Connor, I think every person who's going to join this stream today, when we bring this up, are going to be like, "You're talking crazy."
Why? Why would I care?
Because it's fine if you don't care. However, what we're saying is that there is very clearly, especially in the first 3 phases, even there were plenty of films that were of poor quality, there were a lot of them that actually had very clear indications of a story trying to be told.
Doesn't mean it's a golden age. Doesn't mean it's a golden age.
I don't think inherently it does, but what I'm saying is that the literal media we're talking about
No. When someone says golden age to me, I think of Arcane Season 1, RTD era Doctor Who, bloody.
Well, I think the golden age of the MCU was Phase 1.
But the Phase 1 still has a lot of mid films in it as well.
I agree, but that was in terms of the whole MCU.
The Incredible Hulk's shite.
I think what you're saying when we say golden age, I don't mean inherently it is of high quality constantly, like consistent. I'm saying that is the best of the MCU.
The best of the MCU is mid. So there you go.
No, I don't think it's mid. I think it was good.
No.
I think Iron Man 1 is really good. I think First Avengers is pretty solid. I think Thor 1, while I don't love it, I think it's relatively.
We'll see. The funny thing is, Callum, is that Thor 1 is actually the one from Phase 1 I do like, and that's the one you're trashing.
I think Iron Man 2, quite honestly, is better than most of Phase 4.
Yeah, well, Phase 4's like dirt worse. Of course, it's better than that.
But you've literally just said that you haven't seen it. You've tried to refute.
Okay. So. Even having not seen a lot of the content, I've seen No Way Home. I know what happens in Loki with the timelines. I know what happens in the WandaVision finale because of your video. Mm-hmm. I know what happens in Falcon of Winter Soldier because of your tweet that went viral.
Oh yes.
Yeah. I know what happens in what's some of the more recent films that have been out? It's blanking now.
The Shang-Chi, which Sky made a
video on. Which Sky made and made videos on.
I don't know anything about Shang-Chi. I think didn't you say that Eternals was really good? I haven't seen that.
Yeah, it's easily like.
It's in terms of Eternals, in terms of like the online thought of it. There are a lot of people that are like Tin, Sky, Zod, all that circle. They love it. A lot of people don't know, but we're not even talking about the quality. But that's just a perception of Eternals.
Okay. Anyway.
But yeah, I don't think when we say golden age, it didn't inherently mean greatest thing.
When I say golden age, I mean it's the sort of era when like it was the most well loved. It was like
that was loved and most well received,
and once again, like I said before, if you're talking about from the people who made it, that's death of the author, and if you're talking about the people that watched it, that's populist fallacy.
I'm also saying I think that it was of better quality.
I don't care if it's popular. That doesn't mean anything to me.
But again, we've also said though that I think, and Tin thinks that the era of the MCU was well written in comparison to now.
It's better written than what's in comparison to now.
Yes.
Yeah.
By quite a lot. I would argue by quite a lot.
I never disagreed on that, but I just don't think that the
That's
MCU.
What I'm saying. That's why we would.
I don't think the MCU has had a period of time where I would consider it to be gold. I don't think it's ever had that.
I disagree.
It was figurative gold, is what I meant. It wasn't literally all gold.
I also just disagree.
Well, what is your definition of gold then? Is if mid better than worst is better than is gold?
No, but then if the best of that era, the best, it is the best era of the MCU.
I'm talking when I say golden period, I mean literally like it has to be of high quality. That's what gold is for.
No, gold means the best. It doesn't. We're talking about like. I think you're confusing. Like we're using gold.
Okay, but what would be the purpose if you were to say something was the golden era of something and it isn't actually worthy of that kind of standard?
Well, you can be first place in like
I could say, really okay, Callum, I could say that Series 11 is the golden era of Chibnall Who, and that would be pointless.
In a
Why
race,
would I say that?
A race of three people.
I don't care. Why would I say that? Why would I say that Series 11 is the golden era of Chibnall Who when that's a pointless statement? Because Series 11, it's trash.
Yes, but we're all just saying we think it's the golden era because it is the best written. Ergo, also like it is of decent quality.
Best written out of the options, sure.
I also do think that the golden age of the MCU is really well written for the most part.
Favorable towards the MCU, to be honest. Just seeing it.
I think Iron Man 1 is well written. I think First Avenger is pretty well written. I think Avengers 2012 is very well written. I think Thor is fine, but it has a lot of issues. I think Iron Man 2, in comparison to pretty much most of, if not all of Phase 4, is better written than those. If I was to give the golden age of the MCU, I would say Phase 1.
Here's a hot take. In terms of how much I enjoy the films, Thor 1 is in my top 5 of the MCU.
That's fine. It's not, though, but that's fine.
Well, I mean, look, there's a lot of the MCU I don't like, so there you go.
But yeah, that's all the Phase 1 films.
And that includes Guardians 2, and it includes Ragnarok.
Apart from Hulk, Incredible Hulk, that was bad.
Incredible Hulk's crap.
Yes, it is. However, I think 4 films out of the 6 from Phase 4 are at the very least well written.
You're talking about Phase 1, not Phase 4. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, Phase 1, sorry. And I would say that is the golden age. But I'm saying that just as a term.
I suppose with Captain America: The First Avenger, I watched it before I'd seen anything after that, and also you have to remember that like stuff like Guardians 2 and Ragnarok and stuff, I just wasn't in a good mood when I watched it for whatever reason.
Yes, well, we were very much in the drag of like really cycle along for the MCU at that point.
But I think I had a real field day when it came to everything with Red Skull in that film. I was very not happy with that at all.
I mean, Red Skull is. I don't have much opinion on Red Skull from my last watch.
I just didn't care. And obviously my personal beef with all the patriotic stuff as well. Hate that. Hate patriotism as a concept. Yeah. I think it's silly.
The film is. Well, I think the film in itself is making fun.
I was actually a little surprised at how much I invested in Captain America, if anything at all, given that I hate patriotism.
I think Captain America is
probably
more about
probably came more down to the Chris Evans as an actor I really like, and Steve
I think
Rogers
the writing
as
for Captain America is pretty good.
And also because of just Steve Rogers as a
except Endgame, where they assassinated him in the end.
Well, there you go. Anyway,
no, yeah. Golden Age is Phase 1 very easily, and Phase 4 is poop garbage. Don't watch it. That's the takeaway from this whole discussion.
Well, here's the thing.
And Connor's
Well, most of the MCU had Agents of Shield run inside it, so that makes it the best.
Well, see, I haven't seen any
Well,
of
yeah,
Agents
I
of
haven't.
Shield. Hey, maybe that's the
Well-
golden period. Maybe Agents of Shield is the golden period.
Well, to be fair,
Yeah,
Jeb, Sky,
it's the best thing in the
I
MCU.
think it is. So that's they have said that's the best.
And just to rub salt in the wound, maybe it's the golden period because it's actually gold and not what you're saying gold is.
It is. It's the best thing the MCU has put out because it's a genuinely amazing show.
But if the thing is, if it was, and you said that, then that would actually be justified.
Well, here's the thing, though. People have gotten like gold medals, but have like not had like. Let's say for a race example. I'm just saying as an example. Let me give this analogy. We judge world records as the best of the best. However, there are plenty of people with gold medals, but they're not better than the world records. If you get what I'm saying,
I think that's a bit
like
of a
you can have the
argument.
gold medal. Well, no, I'm saying like in terms of like when you get gold, that doesn't necessarily mean out of all time you are the best racer.
I think that's a little extreme because I think like 90.
I agree, it's extreme. But I'm trying to give an example.
I would say when you talk about people that have won gold medals at the Olympics, 99% of the time, the reason why they've won that is because they're one of the elite level of that sport.
At that time,
I don't consider Phase 1 of the MCU, even though it's the best one, as elite level filmmaking.
Well, I don't think it's elite. I think it's
so to say that something that is mid is elite level.
It's not mid.
Even if it was just a little bit above mid, it's not gold. It's not a worthy
I don't agree.
statement.
I don't think it is. I don't think Phase 1 in its entirety is gold. I think it's of high quality.
People who are mid athletes don't win gold medals at the Olympics. They just don't.
Yeah, and it's not going to. But when we say something is well written, that doesn't necessarily mean it's perfect.
I don't care. It doesn't mean it's gold.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Sure.
If something's
really focused when.
If something's like
when we say golden age in terms of a phase of like films as a term,
if you've got a handful of films
necessarily it is inherently like 10 out of 10s or 9 out of 10s. I don't think that means that inherently. I think it means of a bare minimum it is well written.
Sure, but if you got a pile of films that are like 6s and 7s out of 10 and everything else in the rest of the franchise is below that doesn't make it a gold period. It just means it's the best of the bunch.
Yeah, that's actually true. Mid athletes win gold medals against bad athletes. That is absolutely a thing.
It can happen, but in almost the majority of Olympic sports, the people that win gold medals are elite athletes.
Yes, but there's not elite and then mid. There are many in betweens.
Okay, but still, if you're someone that's going to win a gold medal, you're one of the best in the world at that sport most of the time.
Well, you were the best in that race. You were the best in that race.
Yeah, but to qualify for that race at the Olympics, though, you have to be
literally in a race. All the other competitors could have their this is very extreme. I very much agree this is extreme, but all their legs could suddenly just snap, and the person who comes first wins in like 5 minutes.
That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
I literally prefaced it with the fact that it was extreme.
Yeah, but why would you even say that? Why would you even say that?
You're the best.
Why would you even say that?
I agree.
Why would you
extreme,
even?
But
why would anyone say that person was deserving of a gold medal, like metaphorically speaking, because everyone else's legs broke?
Officially, they got gold.
It would be so controversial, though.
Oh yeah, it would. I'm saying, but if we're literally just end of the race, they got gold.
No,
they got gold.
It would be gold by default. It would be gold by default. Exactly. It wouldn't.
But they still got gold.
That's such a stupid argument.
I know it is. I know it's stupid.
It's such a stupid argument.
I did say it was very extreme.
Oh my god. Okay, so MCU Phase 1 Participation Award Gold Medal. Let's go.
But here's the thing. That's an example of that actually being well written, though, Phase 1. Because at least 3 films, at the very least, are like good.
It's not gold is a hyperbolic very, very high praise word. You can't use it. It's
I guess it goes by what you're
incorrect vocabulary. Incorrect vocabulary.
We are going by like terms, to be fair.
Yeah, we are going by terms, and I'm right.
But it is the golden age. But however, I would also preface that with the fact that I do think 3 films in that phase are like well written.
Imagine how much of an egg I would be if I went and I was said in a newspaper. I said, Phase 1 of the MCU was its golden age, but it was also not great. Imagine how stupid that headline would look.
But it is good though. But Phase 1 was good.
But it's not great.
Yeah.
But
it's still good. You can be good and have gold. You can be just good and have gold. You can. You absolutely can.
By default, because there's no other competition. It's silly.
You can just be good and the other be. Again, I'm going back to the race. An athlete can just be good, and that can get them gold. They can. They absolutely can.
You're a bunch of.
And the others will just be mid in that race.
You're a fanboy. That's what you are.
Oh my god! I think Phase 1 in its entirety is of a very good quality of well-written movies. At least, 3
Especially
of them.
Thor. Especially Thor, right? Especially Thor, right?
No.
The best one.
No.
No, I'm being,
it's like
I'm being facetious. I'm being facetious.
It's the 4th best, to be fair. It's better than Iron Man 2.
To be fair, I do prefer the Avengers over Thor. I am being a bit facetious.
Yeah, because Avengers is well written.
That's not the only reason I enjoy it. I like other things too.
I also think Avengers is like very underrated in terms of its direction. It gets a really bad rap.
Anyway, hello, Tin.
But yeah. Anyway.
Yes, there we are. I like this statement. It's gold compared to the rest of the MCU, but not gold compared to gold non-MCU films. There we go. I like that.
Yeah, that's fine. I agree with that. However, that doesn't make that not well written, though. I
think you
agree on that.
I think it would be very provocative to use that headline because people would think that you think it's the golden age of cinema, which is not true. That would be.
I don't think it is. I've never said I think that. Yeah,
that would be. Yeah, but I wouldn't want to use terms like golden age when it's something that isn't deserving, because
deserving I feel like it's more of a, I guess, personal thing. I guess
I'm not even talking about. I'm literally just meaning it in the sense of, using those kind of terms should be used in situations where it's hello, Lord Slat. You're good with the English dictionary because you know about like history and literature and stuff. Can you please agree with me and banish these fools?
On what issue?
So
apparently I'm not allowed to say that Phase 1 of the MCU is a golden age of the MCU. Or just a golden age.
The argument boils down to the fact that we both agree that it's the best written of the 4, but I don't think you should use the word golden age for anything that's not great, even if it's the best one.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, you're just completely diminishing the word to meaninglessness by calling something as mediocre.
But
if
it's my argument is, but if it's the best one, then surely it would just be. In terms of like,
well, he used a really stupid. Callum used a really stupid analogy.
Oh, I made a very extreme.
Callum, answer me this, Callum. Is the Haunting of Villa Darty the golden age of the Chibnall era?
Yes.
Right, you just have no like standard threshold for golden age. You use it as a relative word.
Well, in terms of
relative to what it's involved with, whereas we use it as a kind of more like kind of applicable to everything. Like there's like you're seeing it as a relative word.
How you want to use something? Yeah, if you want to say golden, I guess at that point we're just using different definitions.
Golden age and golden era are terms that are used throughout history, and they represent very, very specific high points.
I think the difference here we're using different definitions in that case. Then
we're using different definitions. Well, now you say it.
I think that
after you went through your entire tangent, after you went through your entire silly tangent, where you said someone. Let me tell my story. Let me tell my story.
Means best.
No. Listen, when you told that really silly story about if someone was in an Olympic race and all the other people that were running all just fell over and the person won by default, that would be gold medal worthy. No, it'd be so controversial.
I think probably they would cancel the race. They would cancel the race if that happens.
If we're going, in a very extreme universe.
He gets the gold medal by default because they all fall over.
I did preface this with the fact that it was extreme. I did say this is an extreme.
Yes, you're right.
Extreme example.
You're right that the
phase.
I
was simply saying.
You're right that the phase that has Iron Man, Captain America, Thor, and bloody Avengers is better than the one with fucking Loki, WandaVision, and No Way Home because they all fell over in the middle of the race. Yes, you're right.
MCU,
it's gold for that reason.
Of the MCU.
Sure. They didn't.
Yeah.
Oh my god! I wish they would cancel the race with that shit too. Thanks for the analogy,
I'm simply describing the MCU because I believe in the MCU. Phase 1 is the best.
Do you understand? Do you understand how provocative it is to say that though? To say that it's golden age when you're not.
I honestly don't. I do not think. If I said, here's the thing. If I said let's say on Twitter, I tweeted out phase 1 of the MCU was the golden age of the MCU, I will not get backlash for that. I will not get as much backlash for that as you're suggesting.
Okay, so you're basing this on a populist reason. The fact that the people...
What I'm saying is...
You're saying that you're not going to get backlash because the MCU is popular, though. Yeah. That's why you're not going to get backlash, and that's a stupid reason to not say that.
Well, no, if I said, Phase 4...
Basing it on how much backlash you're going to get doesn't mean anything because people don't know the truth.
What I'm saying is, with Phase 1, I very much think it is the best written of the MCU.
I very much think... I agree, but that doesn't make it gold. It doesn't make it gold.
In the entirety of the MCU, it does. If we're taking the MCU and just talking about the MCU, it is the golden era of the MCU.
The purpose of calling it a golden age is because basically, unlike lots of other stuff that we make,
I would go by
gold has inherent worth by its scarcity. Gold has inherent worth by its scarcity. This term makes no sense if it's like.
How about I just say it was the best of it there? Instead of seeing the golden era, spend 10 minutes.
Very much. I think we're very hung up. Yes, I think we're very hung up on just using the word gold.
Comes first place.
And golden is in it's like a figure of speech. Is in where everyone says it will.
Exactly. When people say golden, in terms of films or TV or anything, when people say golden age of this particular thing, it's not that. It's more so like it is the best thing ever written. They're saying that is the best part of this show or
it's pretentious to say that.
Pretentious. Okay, if I said the original trilogy of Star Wars was the golden era of Star Wars, would you have a big disagreement of that if I said that?
I mean, it depends on your reasoning. If you're saying it depends on what you.
Okay, there you go. Then it depends on the reasoning. It depends on the reasoning I'm giving.
But the thing is, you're framing that under the assumption that it's considered of a certain level of quality, though, and the difference. But stop. The difference is that we both agree that in the MCU Phase 1, despite being the best, isn't great, and for me, that makes it not gold. If the original trilogy of Star Wars was Phase 1 of the MCU, then it was also not
the MCU. Then
no, don't ask me that question. I need to answer your question. If we had the same, for example, just hypothetically, had the same take on the OT of Star Wars as we did the Phase 1 of the MCU, it still wouldn't apply as a gold tier era because that's not what gold means.
But I would
now see the thing is when you ask
gold is like giving something a 10 out of 10.
Now, if you ask me that question, if you ask me that question under the assumption that I think the films are amazing, then yes, I would. But that's different because I don't think Phase 1 of the MCU is amazing.
My argument is, if I were to say I deem golden eras by in terms of if we're talking very specific things. If I'm saying Star Wars, I think if I say the OT of Star Wars is the golden era of Star Wars, and I say because it is the best written Star Wars has ever been, is that a big issue that I said it's the golden era?
Well, it depends on what. But it depends on what level you mean.
I feel that it would be acceptable.
I just said if I say because it was well written.
But it depends on what you mean by that.
It would be. I think it'd be acceptable to call the original trilogy the golden era of Star Wars because, sure, I don't think that Star Wars necessarily like a Shakespearean masterpiece or anything, but it's just the kind of sheer levels of cultural impact that it had, and just how much it changed the landscape of sci-fi and film.
I would say
I think worthy of that term.
What I would say is that
it was the golden age because like it was when the hype to Infinity War was at like its highest. It's like
not even close to level of Star Wars.
It was like that. It was
not
like
close.
The cultural sort of impact.
Not even close.
I don't think you understand
well, I think
the difference.
Modern it has a lot of. In modern times, it definitely. Callum, I am saying gold equals best. You're saying gold equals great. I think that's what would.
Well, gold equals both great and best combined. It's a very specific term. It talks about scarcity. It's this perspective to it. This meaning to the word. It's very specific.
I think we're literally just using different definitions of gold, in terms of.
I'm using it in the historical context in which the word was created.
Okay. Someone is about to come into the call, so we can have this discussion right now, and I want to see what they say.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
He's brought the cavalry.
Here's the thing, though. I did not think this is where we would be, like an hour into the stream.
I didn't expect myself to be in the hot seat.
Gold is a precious.
Hello, Jay.
Gold is a precious what?
Jay. Very lovely to meet you finally. I have a very big question for you. Would you say phase... No. I'm just going to give you a quick question. Would you say if I said phase 1 of the MCU is the golden age of the MCU, would you have a massive problem with me saying it's the golden age?
Not a massive one. Like a normal size problem.
Would you? Okay,
I like that normal size problem.
Would you say? Well, how would you define someone saying something is a golden age of something?
Jesus Christ!
I'm just asking a question, Tin.
No, it's just because I said it in a random. I randomly said that PS3 would be the golden age, and suddenly 10 minutes later, Connor's saying, "No, this is what gold means. This is what gold means."
I brought in my historian.
It probably does depend on how casual it is. It probably does depend on how casual it is. Like if someone has constructed an entire video talking about why something is the golden age of something, I would probably expect that they mean something more than like, this is really good.
Yeah. What I said that phase 1 of the MCU is the golden age because I think it's the best written phase.
But you also tried to use the analogy of
you can disagree with me, but what I'm saying is
it's not about disagree. You literally tried to argue with me saying that someone won a gold medal at the Olympics because everyone else fell over by accident. That's dumb.
I did say again that was an extreme example. I do concede that.
It's beyond extreme. It's ridiculous.
I know it is. I know it is, Connor. It is funny. Anyway, that's why I laugh every time Connor.
I was not expecting the moment that Jay joins our podcast for the first time to be about this bullshit discussion.
We're having such a nice talk talking about Ncuti Gatwa as the Doctor, David Tennant and Catherine Tate coming back, and then fucking started talking about the MCU.
Yes.
You know what, Tin? That is true.
Now we're comparing a term that's supposed to be used for like very, very specifically scarce parts of history to describe a period of films that has the Incredible Hulk 2008 in it.
It's like literally the term was originally like a historical term, like kind of informal historical term to specific points of history where living standards were much higher than others, or like an empire was at its greatest extent or whatever. And you wouldn't say like the golden age of some place that was just like it was slightly better in this time, but it was still like nothing was going on there.
I'm just thinking about the golden age of ancient Egypt, where all the pyramids are being built, and I can see Liv Tyler saying, "Bruce, Bruce, Bruce."
I also can't hear you. Keep going out.
The golden age of Siberia, when like the tribes were confederated slightly more than others, but still not much was going on. It's like
when I say the golden age of the MCU, it's more like the golden age of like Newcastle. It's more like rusted metal, but it's still the best.
Newcastle. Anyway,
Newcastle lived very much in its golden age.
Anyway,
I don't think you can call any of the MCU phases the golden age. I'm looking at all of them, and like Phase 2 has, you know, Age of Ultron.
When I say golden age, I'm using golden age as a definition of it is the best part of the MCU.
I would describe like Phase 2 as the golden age if we accept that golden age means like gold is the color of piss. I'm happy with that.
You know what? I don't disagree there. You know what?
The piss age of the MCU.
Yeah,
you know,
before the shit age.
I mean, look, maybe you're desensitized to gold, Callum, because your mum's Australian and gold's in Australia. So there you go.
Yeah,
but...
I am half Australian.
Because on the periodic table, gold is AU, which is Australia, isn't it?
Got a niche reference.
Very niche reference.
Well, I mean, I think the periodic table is more significant than the MCU. Just personally, that's my opinion.
I mean,
what do you think? Cultural impact.
Yeah.
Which have more cultural impact, MCU or the periodic table?
Also, I just wanted to remind everyone this is a Doctor Who podcast.
Yes.
Yeah, well, for when you brought me on stuff on Guardians 2, because
I brought you on because you wanted to yell at me.
Yes.
Well, okay. You know what? Connor doesn't like Guardians 2, and that's very cringe.
I haven't watched it in 3 years, Callum. I haven't watched it in 3 years.
Yes.
You didn't like it
and
because
that's your mistake.
Yes, exactly.
My mistake.
That is your fault, Connor.
My mistake.
Yes, it is. I mean, you can choose to watch it whenever you want, so it is on you.
My mistake that I didn't.
Available.
My mistake that I didn't give Kurt Russell consent. Okay, there you go.
Oh, actually, another thing was he doesn't like Kurt Russell. He finds him cringe.
What? Kurt Russell? Kurt Russell's great.
Yes, Connor finds him. Yes, I agree. Kurt Russell is really cool.
So we had another conversation about how I have a list of actors that, despite the fact that they're very talented, I just find them difficult to look at.
Give your list.
The Thing, Escape from New York. What's the other good Carpenter film?
Let Connor give his
Town Little China. The Big Trouble in Little China.
So Kurt Russell was one of them. Jeff Goldblum was one of them. Jesse Eisenberg was one of them, and Tom Cruise was one of them. I think
Jeff Goldblum.
I get Jesse Eisenberg.
Look, I'm a John Carpenter stan here, and John Carpenter sees the talent in Kurt Russell as the guy who just exudes cool. And the same cool guy in every film.
Hey, I haven't seen that. So
Guardians 2 is great.
Watch The Thing, Big Trouble in Little China, and Escape from New York.
I'm sure they're better than the MCU Phase 1.
The only one of them I actually agree with is Jesse Eisenberg, just because of Batman vs Superman.
Yeah, but here's the difference. No, but here's the difference, right? Where you lynched your argument on this one was that you were saying that you find actors difficult when they're poorly written. I'm literally saying I find actors, as humans, difficult regardless of how they're written.
You see, I do agree with Colin there. That is possible to have, because I mean, think.
Yeah,
there is
literally people that just annoy me, and it doesn't matter what they're doing. They're just annoying to me for whatever reason.
What's wrong with Jeff Goldblum?
I don't know how you get that from Kurt Russell.
Yeah, exactly. I think Jeff Goldblum's the most chaddest of chads.
He's just a really awkward human.
No.
Awkward humans are great.
No, you're wrong, Connor.
Well, I mean,
do you mean attractive?
Well, that's another word that starts with A.
I mean, Connor, have you seen Jurassic Park?
No.
Oh, you bastard!
There you go then. Now it makes total sense now why you don't like Jeff Goldblum, because you haven't seen him in his most chad.
So I have to watch
Jurassic. It's just CGI dinosaurs, man. I don't get the hype. I get it back then when it was amazing.
Jurassic Park is the only good one out of all the films.
Okay, so now you're gonna say it's the golden age, are you? Because it's the only good one.
Yes, it literally is.
You know, I'd really like to drop Callum somewhere in history where he actually has to start talking about these terms as if they're real.
Yeah, let's drop them off in medieval Siberians. This is the golden age of Siberian people.
Anyway, Doctor Who.
The golden age of our streams.
Where the fuck were we? I've lost it. I've lost it.
We're talking about Doctor Who episode in Siberia is Resolution.
Jay, do you want to
Yes.
Do you want to say something? Go ahead. You're charismatic.
I'm okay. I'm fine. I'm just sort of vibing. I'll follow your lead.
All right. Well, I want to say at the start of the stream is we've got 3 videos that we can look at lined up in whatever order we want. We also have a thing on the side called the hot seat, which is what Tin just did there, where people will just randomly chime in and give us hot takes to talk about. So we got a lot.
It was me reacting to your hot take, in which I said "F off."
Yeah.
I like hearing hot takes.
Give us a hot take, Jay, if you got one.
Let's go.
Blink is like fine.
Ooh.
Interesting. Even me as the classic elitist, I think it's like Blink a lot.
Sorry?
I said even I, as a classic elitist, think it Blink's really good TV. I think it's been diminished, though. It's been diminished retroactively because the Angel's been overdone.
Well, yeah. Well, true, but also it's always the episode that people say, "Oh, you need to watch this first if you want to try Doctor Who."
Anyway.
When I would say start at the start.
This is all just distracting. I want to ask Jay what would be your I don't know what the right question to ask is.
When I say fine, what I mean is like 5 out of 10, and when I get to 5 out of 10 because it's incredibly mixed. So the plot doesn't actually make any sense. Like A does not flow to B in this episode. I'll start with just the most concrete example. It's not the biggest thing, but it's also not insignificant as well. So when they go to Wester Drumlins for the climax of the episode, and they find the TARDIS in the basement, the TARDIS just kind of showed up there. There's no reason for it to be there. It was in a parking garage with all of the other Wester Drumlins cars. And the
Angels stole it.
So the Angels like hauled the TARDIS on their backs across the city.
Yeah.
Oh fuck, that's actually yeah.
So, but like,
I mean, true. However, the whole thing with the Angels is the fact that they're, it's not like they're in London or anything.
Just a question: do we know how strong they are?
They're exceedingly very strong, but like logistically, I don't like. It's incredibly like just.
Okay.
Even if the TARDIS was made of styrofoam, I'd see them struggling to haul it across the town.
I'm imagining some kind of Tim Burton stop motion animation with the Angels are just trying to move the TARDIS around and just like clunking across staircases and whatnot, and like trying to comedically not let anyone see them and going like shush to each other.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if one person sees them, they're bugged. Like,
yeah, exactly. As soon as one person sees them, I don't know, in a very public place. They kind of that oh fuck, I've never actually thought about that shit.
You also have stuff like you have them moving incredibly slowly in the episode when it's convenient. Like before it's revealed that they're fast, they're actually just slow the whole time. Like when Sally steals the key, for example, and turns her back.
That's something I do agree with. Yeah.
So is there anything to be? I heard someone say something along the lines of there are some scenes. I don't know if it's the ones you're talking about. There are some scenes where Angels could be faster but choose not to be for some reason. I don't know the context, but I have heard that said at some point somewhere.
The one that I have in my mind before any others is the scene where Sally takes the TARDIS key from them and then turns her back on them right away. And to me, understanding their motivation, they should be getting that back right away. Yeah, they shouldn't be letting her go off with that.
Me and one of my closest friends and I, when I first showed him Blink, we had this little meme when we went through that episode where he kept on asking me, "Is like, why isn't it moving right at this moment?" I said, "Because there's ants on the floor looking at it. That's why."
Yeah, that's almost like one of those things that you just can't think about. So like, if a moth flies in the room, is the angel fucked? Like I assume that like
is Stephen Moffat being I don't know if racist is the right word, but like it's only the human eyes that matter to him.
I would assume that if there is anything to it, it would be like a level of like cognitive comprehension of what the individual is seeing. Because there isn't like really any. So like I guess at some point creatures become smart enough.
Maybe
to,
I mean, maybe he should have established.
So it's probably like a dog level.
Maybe
anything that has the concept of object permanence, you know?
Yeah, true.
That
object
might do it. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean that's kind of what the whole silence
have object
concept
permanence?
is. The silence concept is kind of based on object permanence, which is why some people were saying like, what would happen if a weeping angel and a silence saw each other?
Does a moth have object permanence?
Stephen Moffat would come.
No, I don't think moths do.
Does Stephen Moffat's cum have object permanence?
Well, we sure as hell hope
Yes.
not.
It absolutely does.
I mean, there is a quote from Stephen Moffat about how he talks in his early days at the BBC. He went round shagging in the BBC like a pneumatic drill. That's a genuine quote from Stephen Moffat.
Oh my god. Isn't that how he found his wife?
Oh, Stephen.
Probably,
pretty sure he said he shagged his way to the top, and she's like one of the top people. What a diva.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why he's so horny in his writing, because that's how he got to the top.
Yeah.
I think it's the other way around. I think his writing is horny just because he's an exceptionally horny man.
Yeah,
that is also true.
There's a lot of River Song scenes that are like those porn ads. Like they're very provocative and seductive in the same way, and it's very strange.
To be honest, yeah, for the way she's framed, I'm starting to think somebody kind of wants somebody has a step-on thing.
Oh, it's well known that Stephen Moffat would love to fuck River Song.
It's well known that Stephen Moffat is a bottom.
Yeah, not just River Song. Every female character who's written almost identically as a dominatrix.
Apart from Bill, I don't think Stephen Moffat wants to fuck Bill.
Apart from Bill,
yeah.
No,
I think
I think that the trifecta of characters that Moffat wants to fuck are River, Amy, and Clara.
What about Missy?
Yes.
Oh yeah, he definitely wants to fuck Missy.
So it's a square. So it's a love square.
Also, that banker from Time Heist, because when I first watched Time Heist, I thought her and Missy were the same character because they were written just identically.
Well, you're just sexist, Dylan. You're just sexist.
No, not because he writes them the same.
Moffat originally said that Michelle Gomez was on the cast as someone else, and then he realized that she had to be the master. And I think she was definitely the banker in Time Heist. I don't see any other characters she could have been playing.
Moffat definitely wants to be hog-tied by a banker inside the vault.
That's identical to the story I heard about. Apparently, Vinay Patel cast Joe Martin as that character in Fugitive, and then Chris Chibnall said, "But what if she was the Doctor?"
Wait, really?
Yeah, I read that somewhere. Apparently, there was Patel did a Jadoon thing where Joe Martin had a character in it that was similar to the one she has. And then Chris Chibnall came in and said, well, what if she was the Doctor? Yes, your dog...
It'd be interesting to see the original of that.
Sorry.
Do dogs have object permanence, Tim?
He won't shut the fuck up because we're supposed to take him to the beach and they're supposed to fuck off and he won't stop fucking barking.
Maybe you'll find K9 there.
Oh yes, K9 in the Leisure Hive when they're on the beach goes into the water.
Oh, K9!
Anyway,
that's honestly one of the funniest moments on this channel.
So is your hot take on Blink based mostly around the object permanence stuff?
I mean, there's I don't want to go into the time travel stuff right now with Blink.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
But
is it a bit of a doozy?
Well, Weeping Angels existing as creatures that send people back in time who are not experienced in time travel, a lot of them are surely gonna arrive in the past and then fuck with stuff and cause massive paradoxes and change the course of history in ways that...
If we get too focused on that stuff, though, all of Doctor Who falls apart because the Doctor does that every episode.
No, I don't agree. I don't agree.
Midnight is fine.
Well, what about because if all of time has always existed, then he's changed what happened on that Midnight expedition. Maybe they all died without his intervention.
Okay, so it does get fucky to think about. And there is stuff like that just doesn't really that you can't think about. But I think
isn't
with
that
the angels,
isn't that one of the isn't that
it
one of
represents.
the isn't that one of the reasons why they established the fixed time thing was to solve that
I assume
issue?
so.
Yeah.
But with the angels, it represents, I think, a contradiction inherently, where you would get someone sent back in time, and I think a good proportion of them would be the kind of people who would actively maybe even try to change things, or would cause a big splash by maybe playing the stock market or whatever, something that they're incredibly good at because of their foreknowledge. Anything that they can do with that, like stopping a major catastrophe.
Yeah, actually thinking about it, wouldn't what's his face, buddy, the guy who flirts with Sally Sparrow and then comes back as an old man. Yeah, Billy Shipton. Wouldn't he know the lottery numbers?
Exactly. Which is why, like,
have you memorized the lottery numbers?
Blink itself. Okay, then the stock market.
Yeah, that's probably a better one. Invest in Google early.
Yeah, invest in Google, invest in Facebook, invest in all these.
Invest in Bitcoin.
And know when to sell. But like with that works fine, I think, because the Doctor is there to meet all of those people when, or at least him, he gets met by the Doctor when he arrives back in the past, and I assume the Doctor will be like, "Oh, you can't do that. Don't be looking up. Don't be investing in the stock market and make yourself a millionaire, billionaire because you'll fuck shit up." But in any other scenario where, we see the size of the Wester Drumlins collection with all the cars that have pulled up and then been left with the motor running. There are a lot of people being sent back in time, and it's gonna have caused something. I do agree that Doctor Who is generally kind of fucky with time travel, though. So I wouldn't. This is one of the problems that I would bring up less so with Blink.
Well, there's a lot of parts of the show where time travel is left ambiguous as they establish that the only one of the only characters that we know can time travel in a lot of classic Who is the Doctor, and it's established that the Doctor doesn't know what the fuck he's doing, so we don't actually know how it works for a very long time until certain things are explained. So there's a lot of questions that get asked because of us not really understanding that.
Just the rules of time travel and Doctor Who are so inconsistent. I just tend to think of it as like, well, let's just let this slide. Otherwise, I'm just not really enjoying it. So, I think it's very important to uphold writing standards in a lot of cases, but I feel this is one place where it's just not really possible. It's just like the rules have been so inconsistent for nearly 60 years.
There are things you can do. I think there's patchwork you can do to make things better. I think the fixed time stuff they did
definitely did not improve the time travel in Doctor Who. Stephen Moffat did a lot of damage to it.
Yes.
Absolutely.
I agree with that.
I'm happy to ignore this and Blink for the sake of a good episode, as basically you wouldn't be able to have this good episode without
I suppose that would beg the question of that: could you rework the Angels as a concept to make it work that way?
I much prefer Stephen Moffat's original concept with the Angels, which was to have them be the villains in Silence of the Library, at which point they would just kill the people they took.
Yeah, to be honest, that would be better.
I always thought that the the Time of Angels two-parter. I've always thought that would work better with the Vashta Narada rather than the Angels. Just the way that the story pads, especially with the people speaking to you after they've died. It reminds me a lot of what they do in Silence in the Library.
That's actually true.
That would be cool.
I can see what you mean.
Well, they overload angel lore. I hate this image of an angel becomes an angel. That's just never made any sense to me whatsoever. Because I don't know, there'd just be endless weeping angels everywhere. Just it would spiral out of control.
I agree that it's
one weeping angel getting your phone, then send a million Facebook messages.
Facebook messages. Yes, bloody. Yeah.
I agree. It's a big thing that if you are going to do it, you need to handle it with the most extreme of care.
Do you think maybe? Do you think maybe on a conceptual level, the Angels, as what they are established in Blink, is just too big for its boots? And it's always just, no matter how you rework it, it's always just going to have those issues if you keep the same concept.
Certainly potential for that.
Yeah, because I find it difficult to imagine a world where you have the angels function the same way and it be any different, or at least not beyond the marginal stuff.
Well, I mean, you could supposedly have angels be presented as damage to time, and in any story that they exist, you have to deal with the consequences of them fucking up time. But I mean, that'd be the same way that Reapers appear.
Yeah, maybe it was like the Time Lords did pest control on them, but now they're all dead. They're kind of getting out and about and slowly destroying time.
Yeah, I could see that. I would really enjoy that, actually.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah,
that'd be actually. We've actually found a way to develop the Weeping Angels because they haven't managed it in the episodes they've done since Blink.
Well, they've just gotten worse and worse and worse and
yeah.
worse.
Don't you get me started on the Angels Take Manhattan. Oh my god, my head would spin.
The Angel of Liberty. Angel of Liberty.
I love that's my favorite thing. That might be. Well, just imagine one person looks at this landmark.
Well, what's hilarious? What's hilarious is that the Statue of Liberty is in Daleks in Manhattan in Series 3, and it's apparently supposed to be Weeping Angel. then.
The city that never sleeps, and nobody sees it move out to touch people.
Exactly. So first of all, we hear like the ground shake as it walks across the city, and I guess no one looks. And if any one person looks at any point,
you know, I'm imagining
if anyone looks at any point, there is no way that fucker is ever moving again.
Now let me explain. So I'm going to use an analogy. So basically, what happens is that the whole of New York, like the Tom and Jerry cartoons, right? So the whole of New York is Tom when he's asleep and he's snoring, and the angel is tiptoeing across New York like Jerry, trying to get to the cheese, like without being seen. That's what it does. That's how it gets away with it.
No, I want to see a fight between the angel the Angel Statue of Liberty and like the Ghostbusters 2 Statue of Liberty.
That's what I was thinking. I want
to see a fight between
walking down the street.
I want to see.
Well, if anyone can see it,
I want to see a fight between the Angels of Liberty versus the cyber thing from Next Doctor.
Oh,
that would be a Michael
Statue of
Bay.
Liberty Weeping Angel is fucked in every one of these. If there's a single spectator, like
yeah. What about here's one that'll ruffle feathers. So you have the Statue of Liberty Weeping Angel, and you have Davros from The Witch's Familiar, and the Liberty thinks it's one because Davros is blind, and then he opens his eyes. Randomly, magically, his eyes again.
I assume that Davros would freeze a Weeping Angel with his blue eye.
Well,
he still looks.
That's true. Because that would be perception. He would be perceiving it.
That is true. Yeah, because it's in the mind, right? Not in the optic.
Sense,
yeah.
I mean, it's like because if you were you can when you're watching an angel on a video.
Let's
freeze it.
Let's pretend that Davros was wearing a do-rag over his eye in the middle of his head. Then he opens his eyes.
I'm pretty sure he's dead by the time they actually get to him.
This is not what I thought the stream was going to be, but I'm loving it.
Yeah, Connor, we're nearly 2 hours in and we haven't covered a video yet. We're terrible.
Let's do a video.
This is why Ecom is far more professional, because we actually get to it in 10 minutes.
Yeah, but Ecom's cringe, Tin.
Yeah, but
yes.
We have come in our name. We're better.
Can't disagree with that, unfortunately.
True. However,
Jay, could I ask you? How do you get cum to go across your profile picture on the screen all the time?
Isn't it a GIF?
Oh, it's a GIF. So you upload a GIF to Discord as your profile
I didn't realize you
picture.
could do GIFs on Discord. I didn't realize you could do that.
You can, and I made one where it's my profile picture for a while, and then the word cum moves past.
I know, it gets me every time.
Do you reckon I should do a bit of a democracy vote here, like which video we do first?
No, you're dictator. Come on, take charge.
Well, I want to see what everyone thinks. Let's get an opinion on everybody.
Well,
what video they cover.
Well, funnily enough, Jay's been on 2 of these channels. We've got Davis's video, Doctor Who is jumping the shark, and that's related to the leaked photos. We've got Council of Geeks' tepid defense of Chibnall, and we've got Who Culture worst things 10th Doctor has done.
I think I'll have the most to say on Council of Geeks, so I'll probably vote for that.
I want to go with my most familiar era with, well, actually, that's probably the Chibnall era.
Yes, you're very
I guess
familiar
like
with
either the defense of Chibnall or the 10th Doctor worst things he's done.
One of those two.
See, because I think the Who Culture one's going to be really funny because Who Culture is really, really, really bad.
Yes.
They did it. I think it was. I think it was.
Go for that one.
Callum, was it the EDAR 18 we did? That was the Who Culture like ranking the Doctor Who kissing scenes or something.
Yes, yes, we did do that. We did do that.
Yeah, and I think
Who Culture is quite cringe. I'm aboard with that.
Yeah, I mean,
yes.
I know that 10th Doctor's a bit of a trigger point for you, Dylan, but I think Who Culture passes a level of meta that it becomes enjoyable for you. Because are
you really going to make me
you can recognize some things that are decent with the 10th Doctor.
Yeah, but I have more sympathy for Dylan's feelings than you do, Callum.
Look, it's like in terms of the way it's written, it's entirely competently good. I just think it's intolerable to watch.
Just like how I find bloody Jeff Goldblum and Kurt Russell and Tom Cruise and Jesse Eisenberg intolerable to watch.
I'm surrounded by bad takes. I grew up surrounded by bad takes.
Except for Jay's object permanence, that's the good take, right?
Yes. So far, yeah.
Anyway.
You know you're getting deep into the Doctor Who lore when you're asking, do moths have object permanence?
It's a really important question.
Have object permanence.
Well,
when you're thinking of questions like would a fly fuck all of
Angel's
plans, then you're getting in deep.
Well, I mean, Doctor Who's meant to be really smart, and Stephen Moffat's supposed to have a really big brain, so yes, he should get it right.
Galaxy brain. It's massive.
Yeah.
It's a massive brain.
Matches penis.
Yeah, that's what we just said. He's got a massive brain, but he's also got a massive brain. It's like you sound redundant, much like his scripts.
Does his massive penis have object permanence?
Oh, absolutely.
If it sees the angel, does it stop, or does it stop? And if the angel stops it, and does it smile at his penis?
Well, he said it's like a pneumatic drill, so presumably when he was looking at it, he could like just drill it apart.
Oh yeah, that would ruin a weeping angel.
Yes.
Oh dear.
I'm just trying to get my head around a pneumatic drill as a penis. It's like,
what the fuck is
Stephen Moffat said this about himself.
Hang on. What is a pneumatic drill, Dylan?
Oh, am I saying it wrong?
What? No. I'm not saying you're saying it wrong. I'm saying I don't know what that is.
Oh, it's like the drills where you put it down on the ground and go.
Oh, so like a jackhammer.
Yes, a jackhammer.
Something like that, yeah.
I think maybe jackhammer might be a Yank word.
Yeah, I think we're mixing Yankee language and Angloid language. So
everyone knows what a jackhammer is, even a Brit. It's like. It's what everyone calls it.
Yeah, I think yes. A pneumatic drill may refer to a jackhammer, a tool used to break up rock and the pavement.
Hang on.
Why did you link the video?
Yeah, no. Sorry. I've linked the wrong thing. Just bear with me.
You are bad.
You're still making mistakes like this.
Yeah, it's my 20th one, and I'm still making mistakes. Here we go.
Yeah, but
mistakes for the week.
So keep up.
I'm trying, Tin. I'm trying.
Well, try harder.
Are you my army general, Tin?
Oh, it's trying to steal all my data. This website.
Yes.
Can I share the join link with the audience?
That might be a problem because they might just randomly pause it.
No, but I want to.
Okay, no. I'm sure you want it, but doesn't mean you can have it.
But I don't want it. I'm
understand.
more important.
Can I tweet out the join link, please?
I want it.
No.
You know this picture right here is not actually a regeneration. It's what happened when the Weeping Angel touched Stephen Moffat's massive penis.
Do it.
It built up so much friction it instantly set on fire.
Oh, this is the worst stream we've ever done. Oh god.
So by proxy, the best.
Yes, it's the golden era.
It's the
of
golden
EDAR.
age.
You know, I did put gold in the thumbnail, Callum, so there you go. It's thematically relevant.
Oh my god, you predicted it. Oh,
It was
no.
the golden age of EDAR streams.
Actually, that reminds me of the EDAR quiz we did, where those Matt Smith dollars were made of actual gold and selling on eBay.
Oh god, yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
Oh, we also wasn't that the stream we had
I
a massive argument about acting as well.
Yeah, we did. That was after the quiz,
Yeah,
though.
we did.
That was after hours.
That was.
I've still got my really terrible drawing of James Corden turning into a Cyberman, but stopping it through the power of love.
Yeah,
on like a notepad.
That was so unfair because we did a drawing thing like it was a what's it called Pictionary, and you had to do the James Corden cyber conversion, whereas Callum had the Scribble monster, which is really really unfair.
No, but Connor, I'm just really good at drawing. I'm really good.
Chloe Webber levels of drawing.
I mean, you'd better hope you're good at drawing because you're not very good at spelling, and we all know that.
Yes, I know. Is that because of my dyslexia, Connor?
Well, it's either dyslexia or you're just incompetent.
It could be both, though. Did you ever think about that?
It could be both. You are a complex individual, after all.
Oh yeah, you know what? That is very true.
Tin, what do you think of Callum's dyslexia? I just see a green light.
I agree. I agree.
Sounded like you just opened up a pack of toothpaste or something.
Who?
Tin.
Pack of toothpaste.
Yeah.
I didn't hear anything from Tim.
Okay, a tube. How about that? Is that
Tin?
That is the correct
Tin said
word.
is shit. Tin just said my dyslexia is shit in it.
You know,
okay.
You know, apparently, here's another funny thing. Apparently in Canada, they sell milk in bags.
I've heard that. It's disgusting.
Yeah. They're just
just pour it into my mouth.
In Nigeria, they sell powdered milk that you add water to.
I mean, we have that at the supermarket, but
powdered formula milk, that's normal.
I mean,
babies. I've only ever heard of that from Nigeria.
So babies.
No,
babies have powdered milk after they stop being breastfed.
Oh,
because
I've still only ever heard of adults like using it on their cereal in Nigeria. Maybe this is something else that just also happens, and I just have been living under a rock. But
So you can imagine Philip Morris going to find the enemy of the world, the Web of Fear, and some random guy is just there eating his powdered milk cereal.
Yeah, yes. No, he spilled the powdered milk on episode 3, and that's why I said, some guy stole it. Totally didn't ruin that with my breakfast.
I think is there one person not in the watch together? It might be Tin.
Tin is also not in the call.
Tin's
just left because their Discord is acting up.
Okay, that's all right. Nice having you on the hot seat. I'll have to check we have a queue of people that want to do it, but most of them want to do it later because in the UK it's very early.
Very early. It's like 11:30. They need to get out of bed, the lazy shit.
No, we did start 2 hours ago.
No, Dylan, it's not the golden age yet. You have to wait.
It's not the golden age of the day of the UK.
It's not the
golden age is 4 till 10 p.m.
Yes.
Well, that's when it's socially acceptable to have alcohol, isn't it? Like 4 to 10 p.m.
Yeah,
I'll be socially accepting of it much later into the day, but
I'm going on the populace, Dylan. As you know, the most important thing when determining the golden age.
If you drink alcohol, you must be in bed by 10 p.m. No exceptions.
Anyway,
mind.
Should we watch some Who Culture content?
I'm ready for this.
Yeah, I'm ready to feel very conflicted on some cringe. Let's go.
So yeah. Well, the thing is, Dylan, I think I think this might be interesting. I haven't seen the video, so I have no idea what to expect. Apart from the fact that Who Culture are infamous for funny things that they say, because they're
here's my big prediction: 100% Martha being treated like shit will be.
The thing is, you got to understand, Callum, is that Who Culture is like factory clickbait content. It's not like someone actually having an opinion. So I don't even know if that would be in it, because they don't even.
Well, no, that would be.
No, I talking point. It will absolutely be in.
Yeah, but is that but Dylan, is that a marketable talking point?
Oh, absolutely.
You reckon?
Well, it's very popular.
Yeah, because you can do that whole feminist angle with it, you know.
Oh, I suppose you could. Yeah, you're right. The whole. Yeah. I forgot about the whole human nature discourse from like a month ago on Twitter. Anyway, I mean, I'm chill. I'm having a chill time. I'll just let you all the experts talk instead of me. I'll just shut up. All right.
David Tennant debuted as the 10th Doctor at the end.
Wait, that's coming out of my wrong speaker.
Oh, you need to fix
that. That's coming out of the wrong speaker.
You need to fix that. You need to fix that
right now.
Creator of
right, okay, try it now.
Who the fuck is
creator of the Daleks?
Who the fuck is Cummy Yummy?
That's weirdly not me.
Say that must be Jimmy, surely.
That's not me.
It's an imposter.
Oh, that must be because I tweeted the join link.
Wait, did you actually?
Did you actually? Did you actually?
No,
Imagine if you did.
I still could. It's within my power.
By the way, Jay and Dylan, would you like to tweet out that you're on stream if you haven't already?
Oh yeah, sure, I'll do it.
Yeah, I forgot about the advertising. I'm not really a corporate person. I forget to do those things.
And that's your big problem.
Yeah, that's why this channel gets fuck all views and Who Culture gets loads, because they know how to market themselves, whereas I only know how to talk about how Jeff Goldblum is awkward.
I'd much rather watch your videos than Who Culture. So.
Well, you don't have a choice now. You're gonna be in one of mine and watch one of theirs.
You gotta do both.
Yeah, great.
Oh god.
Well, the best I've had at your channel, and we spent 5 hours watching that Twice Upon a Time video.
Oh, from Joe Brennan.
Yeah, we
there was
did
only 30 minutes.
Yeah,
long.
hey, Joe Brennan watched that and he really liked our takes on him. So what a good lad.
Joe Brennan's a lovely guy. Joe Brennan's a lovely guy.
Yeah,
I've met him in real life.
Yeah, he seems really lovely. But sadly, though, I heard him on a podcast a few months later saying, I don't think I'm up for these video essays. I'm like, oh, did we do that to him?
No, I want to see more. I want more arguments based on my hair and my smile, but just so earnest.
Well, it was very cute, though, wasn't it? It was just like, guys, give it another chance. Peter Capaldi's smile is so lovely.
It is very lovely.
And I was like, it is a lovely smile, but can you talk about the writing, please?
That's a lovely argument, though.
Yeah, I know. It's way better than some of the others you see around. Way better.
Yeah. Oh,
you're just too stupid to understand. You just don't have enough IQ to understand Twice Upon a Time.
That's an argument that I hear, and like, I can't stomach the energy to be mad about that as an opinion, as an argument being made that something's good, is that Peter Capaldi has a lovely smile.
Yeah.
He's just a very, very lovely man.
So I think what would piss me off is if someone said that, but then tried to criticize other stuff for more substantial reasons and chose not to do that with Lovely Smile episode 10 out of 10, if you know what I mean. That might grind my gears a little bit.
William Hart.
They were like, well, here's this thing where Peter Capaldi smiles, and it's very bad.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
Anyway, I've sorted out my setup, by the way, so we can play whenever.
Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot we were watching a video. My bad.
David Tennant debuted as the 10th
I'm
Doctor
terrible.
at the end of New Who's first series,
Yeah.
taking the reins for 3 series and a bunch of specials. The Incarnation is loved by a huge
Copy and paste
majority of the
Wikipedia,
fandom. Often...
Hey, Dylan, did you hear that? The Incarnation is love. That means it's popular. That means it's the golden age. How do you feel about that?
I mean, it is, to be fair.
It is, yes.
Yay!
Yes.
Connor, you
I
have
do
to.
not. I do
Do you
not
think
so.
the 10th Doctor is the golden age of Doctor Who? Do you think that?
Based on what?
On your own definition, I guess.
What is my definition?
Well, tell me.
Oh, Cummy Yummy's back, by the way.
If we're basing it based on how much I like the character, sure. If we're basing it based on how much it's popular, sure. If we're basing it based on quality, I suppose we'd have to have an argument or discussion or dissection or whatever. If we're basing it based on financial success, sure. Like, well, it just depends on what you're doing. I'm sure there's an example you can think of where it would be a no, but I just don't know what that is. If it's based on Lord Slar's personal opinions, which are far more important than how much money the show makes, then there you go.
This man knows.
If you're arguing best and saying 10th Doctor, I can just counter that with 9th.
True.
The 9th Doctor has the most consistently well-written era of any, and I will die on this hill.
You need to talk to Jeb about that.
Yeah. I mean, even 9 or the 3rd Doctor, I think both of them kind of.
If you talk to Jeb about the 9th Doctor, he'll have some things to say. Not that I would have some things to say, but if you talk to him, he'll have some things to say. He's not on this stream though, because what is he doing, Callum? Something else?
He's a download. It's like a concert fest.
Yeah. What a
Oh, shame. I'd actually wanted to talk to him because I've talked loads on Twitter and I've never got to talk to him on a Discord or anything.
Unlike Stephen
for a crossover next time.
Unlike Stephen Moffat, Jeb actually has a massive brain, like huge, gigantic, gargantuan, like to the point where you'll have people giving their takes on, I don't know, hair and themes and music and whatnot, and then Jeb will come in on Twitter and quote tweet them with like, "This is my legal documents that disprove what you said about this piece of television."
Hair follicles are in fact unattractive because they contain grease, which breeds bacteria.
I am being facetious though. Jeb is lovely, but he definitely has a style. Let's just say that. Probably because he studied. Did he study law? I think. Can't remember.
No, I don't. No, I don't think he studied law. I think he studies like cybersecurity and that.
Oh, well, there you go then. He can help.
I'm probably wrong. He's gonna watch this.
He can help me. He can help me download more RAM. There we go.
Yeah, sure. I'm pretty sure that's why he's studying. He studied uni, got a job, and now it's to help you download RAM.
Yes, of course. Anyway, back to Who culture.
Topping popularity polls. However, he has been to darker territory than any Doctor before.
No.
I don't know about that.
That was taking that scene massively out of context.
I don't know if I'd say.
It looked like he was just going to murder him.
I don't think I'd definitively say he's darker than any other Doctor before. I think that's not true. I think there's plenty of Doctors that have gone very dark.
Doctors have very dark moments.
It was pretty dark.
I like the bit in the Reign of Terror where the first Doctor murders a guy with a spade. That's pretty dark.
I don't think the 10th Doctor
Or when Colin Baker flips someone into like an acid bath or something.
No, he doesn't. No, that's a lie. The other bloke was
the other guy drags him in.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I haven't seen it in ages.
No. So Callum, to clarify, he doesn't kill the person. He just doesn't give a shit when he dies. That's the thing.
He just doesn't give a shit.
Well, the guy was like a god in a fascist dystopia. Yeah, I don't give a shit about his death either.
Yeah, no. I think if we're including like the EU, probably the 7th Doctor's the darkest on paper. That'd be my guess.
Even in the show, he has a lot of pretty dark moments.
Yeah. Well, that's where they were building towards, the stuff that's
if we watch Jay's famous 5-hour video, we know the 13th Doctor's pretty dark, especially in Spyfall.
That's true, but I don't think they know this.
She uses the power of racism to defeat enemies multiple times. First of all with the Master, and then calling in the Dalek eugenics squad to deal with the other Daleks in Revolution.
Yeah.
Just enjoying the phrasing she used as the power of racism to defeat her enemies.
She also does a lot of.
She simply took off the perception filter.
She also does a lot of She does a lot of involuntary crime as well, like letting Amazon off the hook, Space Amazon off the hook. Just be like, you go about your business down, yeah.
I just recommend using eugenic policies.
Yeah, that's true. She was too busy thinking about Ed Sheeran.
She was.
She what? Don't we all?
Oh yeah, that joke.
No.
It took me a minute to remember that because it's been like 3 years since I saw that episode.
That's scarred into my mind eternally as the Ed Sheeran jokes.
I
What
always
was
hate
the
myself
Ed
because
Sheeran?
I
I don't
originally
remember.
thought that episode was decent when I first watched it.
Yeah,
don't
you're
know why.
cringe, Callum. You're cringe.
I didn't. Connor, didn't I
did
give
as
it like
well.
on?
You gave it a
Didn't on first view, I
7.5.
gave
It
it
was
like
it was criminal.
No, I think it was a 7. It was a 7, but I was really stupid.
Still criminal.
Yes,
What's
I
he doing?
agree.
Well,
I enjoyed most of Series 11 when I first watched it because it was just a breath
Well,
of
actually,
fresh air.
to be fair, none of us are as cringe as Callum's brother, who thought Game of Thrones season 8 was good. That's the peak.
And said Doctor Strange 2 was good. That's the most recent one.
I haven't watched that because I don't watch Phase 4 because it's not the golden age. Callum.
Good. Yeah, it's not.
Anyway,
Green at least. So with that in mind then, I'm Ellie with Who Culture, and here are the 10
Hi,
worst
Ellie.
things the 10th Doctor has
Hang on
ever
a second.
done.
I wanna see that picture again. Just
And then
Didn't she have
I'm
like a screwdriver?
because she doesn't have a screwdriver, but they wanted they just photoshopped a hand and a screwdriver in there.
oh shit,
Why
you're
not
right.
just buy? Why not just buy a screwdriver and have it? What?
Like,
Yeah, whose hand
I
have
don't
they
think, I
severed?
don't think that's even her hand.
I mean,
Yeah.
if I were to give it some praise,
I'm going to interpret it as a hand.
if I were to give it some level of praise, though, the nail polish and the lipstick are the same color, so it's thematically linked. There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, you did the bare minimum. Well done.
Like, that's
What about the bare
Just
maximum? What would the bare maximum be? I've always thought that.
David
It- it-
Tennant's
it's-
emotionally
Sam
trembling
Maxman would be
hair.
buying a fucking sonic screwdriver.
Actually getting one, yes, and not this one.
Yeah. Also, she's got the wrong screwdriver.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
She's a muffin stand. That's why she's in this video.
Video's fucking shit.
Is that one of Clara's outfits? Is she doing a Clara cosplay there?
She's got the under the
A
lake.
lot of people dress
She's got
like
the
flowers.
under the lake.
She's so Moffat stan. She's so a Moffat stan.
She even has Jenna Coleman's hair.
She just
She looks like Jenna Coleman.
But there is
Jenna Coleman.
Is it Coleman?
Hang on.
It's just Jenna Coleman.
I'll have to zoom in for the audience. But the one cool thing she's wearing is she's wearing that Cyberman necklace. I like that.
Yeah, that's cool.
she is. Oh, neat. It's neat. But which Sidemen is that? Is that Russell ones?
Russell era Cyberman.
I think because
That looks-
it's got the skinny jawline, right? So it must be the Russell ones.
Yeah.
Unless
Well,
it's
yeah,
like
very.
unless
yeah,
it's
very square.
unless it's like I don't know why, but unless it's like I don't know the wheel and space ones or something because they kind of look like that too.
That would be
I
cool.
think that they're rounder.
With a mouth drop. Like the thirsty Cybermen from the Wheel in Space.
Yeah, I think that's.
Those
It's
are the
more- I think
drooling
that's,
Cybermen.
But I'm just gonna hazard a guess and say that a Clara Stan probably hasn't watched the recon of the wheel in space. Just a hunch.
Probably
Just a
not.
hunch.
Elitism.
I mean, I literally haven't watched it, so
Oh,
there
that's
you go.
awesome.
No, neither have I.
I have. It's the
I've liked
first
the second,
two
I don't know
episodes are
what's about
great,
that.
and then it's very bad. Well, it's not very bad, but pretty boring.
Well, I mean,
But
the
it
thing
starts
is,
off good.
the thing is, Dylan, there's lots of classic Who that you say that about, and then I watch it and I really like it. So I don't know.
You like the space pirates, man. It's like
I do like the space pirates.
It's
I'm
like
I'm one of the few.
purgatory.
I'm one of the few. I did it.
Purgatory.
Hey, in
I
that.
guess you're in a strong place liking the Space Pirates, because if you go around saying, hey, actually, hot take, the Space Pirates is really good, and then people will go, oh, no, it's not. All you have to say is, have you seen it? And then you've won.
Exactly. No one's watched it, so they can't prove me wrong.
So how do you like it then, if you've not seen it?
I mean, yeah.
In a past life, he remembers having seen it.
I was my.
I don't think anyone's even seen the reconstruction.
Well, I have.
Oh, yeah.
I have.
Um,
Yeah. Okay, outside this call.
and Antonio Amaral was on that video with me when we watched the Space Pirates, and we both had a really good time. And we really enjoyed it.
Well,
Yeah, you sure you weren't just enjoying each other's company rather than
I mean, I
actually
do-
enjoying the episode?
I mean, I do enjoy Antonio's company. That is true. He has a nice smile like Peter Capaldi.
Okay.
I would probably call Antonio the golden
Smile.
age of my videos. There you go.
Shut up! Shut up!
Callum feels so hurt.
Anyway,
to be honest, I wasn't listening. To be
anyway, so she's wearing the Under the Lake shirt. She's got the Matt Smith screwdriver, and she's talking about tenants. So.
Oh, yeah, it is like Under the Lake, yeah.
All right, and she's got the Wheel and Space Cybermen merchandise. There we go. So in this frame, she's established she's fans of many different forms of Who, which is actually better than I expected from Who culture. There you go.
Ellie with Who culture, and here are the 10 worst things the 10th Doctor has ever done.
All right, time for pain.
Number 10, meddling in Elton's life in Love and Monsters.
Okay.
Love and Monsters isn't many people's favourite Who episode, but it introduces us to Elton Pope. As a child, Elton met the 10th Doctor, who he found downstairs in his house next to the body of his mother. However, the time traveller does not stick around to help the boy whose life had just been turned upside down. After the years of going...
Does he not?
Am I different in the video? Wait, am I
the detailed memory of Love and Monsters?
I was sincerely about to ask. I was sincerely about to ask a question about did he not help him, and then I just heard Dylan say nonce.
Yeah, that's so...
No. I think I might be behind in the video compared to you because you all reacted like with an ooh to the first thing a few seconds before I saw it. I'm at 47 seconds.
Refresh the page.
No, we're
47 seconds.
Oh yeah, we're all at 47.
48.
Oh, okay. I was saying nonce when he found the 10th Doctor downstairs in his house.
Yes.
I just felt like when he didn't help the 10th Doctor in his life and just go nonce.
Are we talking about? I assume that she might be talking about the scene where Elton asks him to help her and help him, and he's like, nah. I feel like
it's
like
assume like with his
help
like
the new boys drastically change life and just nonce.
Maybe we should play the video and find out, not assume.
Yeah, that'd be a good idea.
Including the Auton and Sycorax invasion, Elton decides to find out more about the mysterious man he met as a child. Long story short, this brings him into contact with the Linda gang, and they meet the Absorbaloff. But then the Doctor turn up, as she isn't happy with how Elton treated her mum, Jackie. Eventually, the 10th Doctor finally sits down and explains what happened, saying there was an elemental shade in Elton's home.
But if this is gonna be him turning that lady into a paving slab, then I wholeheartedly agree.
Me too, actually. It's like, what if this guy's abusive?
I don't want to think about it.
Like the 10th Doctor doesn't know.
Even you are a paving slab now.
They do have a bit of a love life, though.
Billy Piper's about to do the Tobey Maguire face. She's on the brink.
I hate to sound like a Twitter person when they see like a drawing of like a curvy character, but where are her organs? Like, genuinely, how does she live?
She's got the face of a Twitter person looking at that picture of Dan and Carna Vista.
Oh my god! I mean, yeah, if it's if they're talking about the paving slab, then sure. Not exactly the way I would help someone, but there you go.
Well, wouldn't you want to ask if they would like to live as a slab?
He's just lost his mother rather than just.
Yeah, because I think Jay in one. This is a meme. This is a meme image right here. What was it?
He just hit his head off a paving slab.
Anyway, I remember Jay, one of your videos, you said something like the paving slab can be compared to what they did to Tim Shaw in Ranscore about like autonomy and like endless life.
Did I say that?
Or something like that?
I'll try that. That's the kind of thing I'd probably say in one of the podcast episodes. To be fair. Well, I don't remember it though.
It wasn't one of your prepared videos. It was one of the ones you do that's like, it's been 7 days. I must upload content. It was one of those ones.
Yes.
Well, it is kind of true though. Like forcing people into eternal, unmoving consciousness is like horrific. So
yeah.
And that's
they don't have any limbs or a body.
Although I think I suppose the meta context behind the two examples are slightly different though, because with Ranscore, it's not self-aware and it's treating it like it's a heroic act. Whereas
Grand Brian's the strongest man the Doctor knows.
In Love and Monsters, I think it's presented as parody, which is also not justified, but it's different.
Oh yeah, it's definitely better.
It got a laugh out of me. So that's, and I can tell you,
it is very funny. It's very.
I still have nightmares about waking up as a pavement slab and having to be somebody's like sloppy hole for eternity.
I mean, Tim Shaw didn't even get there. He didn't even get to be a sloppy
Do you
hole.
think she sleeps in the bed or on the desk?
On the desk.
Yeah.
I believe she
Where
sleeps
she
in a
belongs.
box under the bed. And Elton just gets her out whenever he's bored.
I've always wondered, like, at the back of her throat, is it just concrete?
Yes.
It's big on the inside.
I mean,
No,
what
it's
else
just
would
an
it be?
Bigger on the
It's an
inside.
endless hole.
It's bigger
No,
on the
it's an endless
inside.
hole.
Oh no, it's dimensionally transcendental blowjobs.
As we all know, that is one very, very deep roadies.
This face that David Tennant is doing is what Elton does when he has one of those blowjobs.
The throat is so deep it bends light.
Jesus. Oh.
Russell wrote that.
Yeah.
He wrote that.
The man who wrote that is coming back to write more.
Yes.
I'm so happy
He's
about
attaching
that.
Beat the Meat.
Yep.
Yes.
We need a.
Beat the meat.
Yeah. You know how they're bringing back all these weird things from the EU. They need to bring back the pavement slab too in the 60th anniversary.
Oh yeah.
You know, like when everyone's
Stop
watching,
talking.
like when the entire world is watching the show, they need to bring back the pavement slab. It's essential.
Yes. And we'll go, I know what that is. Clap.
Yeah. I would clap for a key jangle to the pavement slab. I would.
Yes. It's got more substance. The slab has more substance.
Well, all right. Anyway.
Saying she's dead and leaving? How heartless are you, 10? Number 9.
Wait,
But-
So that's
What?
just that he left Elton without helping him when his mother died.
Oh.
Yes. They're not interested to deal with any of the kind of moral consequences at the end of the story that might actually have
What?
something interesting to talk about. No, it's just like,
Doesn't that...
you just didn't say anything about his dead mum. Honestly, if that's
Why
the
was
10th
the
worst thing he's done,
elaboration?
he's going pretty well.
Where was the where was the point that she what?
He just left when his mum was dead. He didn't stick around to help.
Didn't...
He just said, "I'm sorry, Elton. I'm a bit socially awkward."
Like he stopped in the episode. It said that he stopped whatever the thing that killed the mum. But the doctor, I'm really confused on this.
I mean,
like,
I think
I don't get what he's done wrong.
Are they saying that the doctor should have like called the police or something?
Or like stayed to comfort Elton is, I think, what they're suggesting.
Right.
I guess
When,
yeah.
like, I feel like there are probably
help
people he
breathe.
knows who are better suited to that.
Exactly. Yeah. Why would we assume he didn't like call for someone? Why would we assume?
Well,
that
because we
he-
didn't. Apparently, because we didn't see it on screen. Apparently, is what.
Yeah, we got like a 2-second clip, which was clearly from a kind of childlike mirage.
The only thing we saw was him give a brooding look to the child that just has his dead mother. That means he's evil. That's the
evil brooding look with just him
I
saying.
want to know what the next one is now.
Well, as a start, this is not great.
Saying there was an elemental shade.
I think the next one is to do with Jack in
Fair
Utopia
enough,
or
he
something.
needs plenty of
I read.
people, but wouldn't you give the poor boy some kind of comforting when
Yeah,
he's
allowing
just
that
lost
sex
his
offender
mother
back on
rather
set
than
wasn't
just
a good
saying
idea.
she's dead and leaving? How heartless are
he
you?
was
Why?
Number
Oh,
9
gosh.
ran away from Jack in Utopia.
I think this is in character. Just going to preface this.
Very in character.
Very in character. I
I
mean,
mean, it's not dark.
But they're not necessarily saying that it's not in character. They're just saying it was a morally uncommendable act.
well, I guess we'll see what their reasoning is.
This would be 10
Thinking
worst
back
things
to
Doctor
the
has done
series
that
1
wasn't in
finale,
character.
the Ninth Doctor
Also, the Ninth Doctor also ran away from Jack. I'll just preface that too.
to leave
I think
with
everyone's
Rose
run away
after
from
she
Jack.
has used the
No one
TARDIS
fucking likes
energy
him.
to wipe
What
out
Doctor
the
hasn't run
Daleks,
away from
whilst
Jack?
also bringing Captain Jack back to life, giving
What
him
woman hasn't?
immortality. Switch to the first story in the Series 3 3-part finale, and the 10th Doctor and Jack are about to be reunited.
Ooh, Torchwood
Ever
footage.
since, Jack has been leading Torchwood in Cardiff, waiting for him to return to the Rift to reach...
This season's going to be about sex. That's all I think of when I see that. is going to be gas. Oh, in Chris Chibnall's finale, he needs to bring back the sex gas to bring it full circle.
Yes. That's the first thing in the universe he wrote. He needs to bring it full circle.
That's how Phasmin ends.
I just love Chris Chibnall was given the brief.
Oh yeah,
right.
Yeah, so Phasmin
goes with the creature.
But Yasmin Khan turns into the sex gas, and that's how the sex gas happened in the first place.
And they can time travel.
Ooh.
Time travel's back, and it starts all over.
The master, the master, to get at the Doctor, turns Yasmin into the sex gas.
I'd love that.
And then they have a teary goodbye shag.
Yeah. That's the regeneration scene.
Watch just dies.
13th Doctor dies to sex gas.
It's not like she doesn't die from radiation. Dies before she dies from sex.
That's right.
Because the 13th Doctor is so sexless and just not into that at all that when she actually does it, she dies.
She's such a femcell that she dies from having sex.
I think that might be that might offend some people actually if they did that. Anyway,
well, Chibnall's already done.
Do you think it would offend some people if they killed the 13th Doctor by having her have sex and die of sex?
yeah, it might. I don't know. Yeah,
some people might be upset with that.
Some people.
I feel like that I'm inside Stephen Moffat's mind right now.
This is what it
I'm
looks
sorry
like.
about that.
Oh yes, how would I have the Doctor die? Oh yeah, she dies from sex.
By sex.
Comes full circle.
Like how Matt Stephen Moffat, he would be making a pun about it.
I think I once said if Torchwood Series 1 didn't have Welsh people in it, I probably wouldn't care. But because they're Welsh, it sounds funnier when they're talking about all that shit they say.
That's very
they just
true.
They just
they're just so adorable. They're just so adorable. It's just like I don't know. They just have this way of speaking. It's so just lovely. But they're saying such really raunchy, extreme things. Anyway.
Charge. Hearing the TARDIS land, Jack charges for the time machine, but is clocked by 10, who isn't hanging around. Quickly, 10 dematerializes, taking the TARDIS into the time vortex. However, at the last second, Jack jumps and clings to the exterior of the time machine as it tumbles through time to the end of the universe. Upon its arrival, and once the Doctor and Martha step outside, they find Jack unconscious on the ground. Thankfully, as established,
this
Jack
is a lot of
now
exposition.
immortal, so after a time,
it's literally just recounting the episode and saying this was a morally bad thing that happened next.
That's how they fill their content. This video would be like 2 minutes if they just referred to like, hey, this thing and then this thing and then this thing.
At this point, I'm just I'm basically listening to like someone describe the events in like, oh, this happened. I'm like, I could probably just watch the episode instead.
Yeah, this isn't really cringe enough, Connor. They're literally just saying this is a bad thing the 10th Doctor did.
Well, it's just vacant.
And it's like, yeah.
Well, okay, I will just say, Dylan, we have this with many videos of me and Cal. I'm like, you know what? This isn't very good, but I feel like this is just normal. And then we get halfway through and like a massive thing happens.
Well, can we skip this Jack one as this is going nowhere?
No.
We watched the whole thing.
We air them out.
Can we just get through it then?
You abandoned me.
Number 8.
Wait. Okay. But that was the 9th Doctor who did that.
Yeah, the 9th Doctor.
He's referencing there is what the 9th Doctor did.
Well, I mean, David Tennant did assist with that policy
into the 10th Doctor, so it counts.
Does she think that when Jack says you abandoned me, it's talking about what just happened?
Yeah.
You abandoned me 5 minutes ago.
You abandoned me just now.
I suppose the bit
Don't leave me behind 5 minutes ago.
My best faith interpretation of this take would be that he's doubling down on what he's done before, is what they're trying to say.
But it's not
pretty weak source for the 9th worst thing he's ever done.
Well, the irony is it's the 9th worst, and it was the 9th Doctor that did it. So there you go.
I just clocked what number 8 is. Oh no.
Oh no.
Nah, that's not giving that much credit.
Hang on, Node, please, no.
No.
It's no good way to take this.
Yeah, I'm thinking about the scene where this
I'm interested
reference,
why.
I'm like, oh.
I'm interested why you're going, oh no, because I thought this was something that RTD actually did in his episodes. I found it a bit cringe, but as running an RTD fan, what do you have against this?
I think this is like a good thing. Like, I think the point being made in the actual like show is like really well done.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. But this is like a new. This isn't taking a view on whether the script was wrong to do so or not. It's just saying that this is morally bad things that the Doctor has done in the scripts.
I suppose we'll just have to hear what they say, right?
Well, I'm worried that they're going to poorly explain it, like they've done with the last.
Well, yeah, they probably will. You're probably right.
Let's see.
Turning people into weapons. Davros once said, "You take ordinary people and you fashion them into weapons." And
Great
when you
line.
think about it, that's so true. Traveling through time.
I just want to.
What was that?
Oh my God, so true, true.
I just want to point.
I'm just imagining this with any saying this about any real genocidal person, and it's instantly funny.
That's true.
Yes, Hitler gassed the Jews. So true, fam. So true.
Mussolini took ordinary farmers
Hitler
and
once
turned them
said
into
that
soldiers.
Jay, what were you gonna say?
So true, Ben.
Hitler once said this, and you know what? That's so true. Even if it is true, that's still funny. I'm sure that in his life, Hitler said something true.
Also, I just want to point out that she's completely ignoring that when these things are being pointed out to the character, he's really not happy about it. Like he hates that this is being discussed. Like it's not like he's sitting there going, "Yes, Davros, I did turn people into weapons."
Like, why do we think Davros points this out to him?
It's like meant to be an insecurity,
it's to annoy
right?
him and make him angry. Yeah, exactly. To point out his flaws.
I guess they wanted him to have a bit of a shrungle. Oops, I guess.
Shrungle.
Shrungle.
Shrungle in the bongo.
I've had a few shrungles this weekend, believe you me.
This is my final victory, Doctor. I have given you a shrungle.
The shrungle of time. The final episode.
The Shrungle bomb.
Man. And all parallel shrungles.
I love the Shrungle bomb.
Yep. Anyway.
In space, you are going to come across plenty of people, but to leave such impressions that they lay down their lives is significant. It often comes as a result of the Doctor not willing to go all the way to stop someone. For example,
I mean, in some cases, it's not really his fault, right?
And none of the examples shown is it his fault, right?
Yeah, these visuals. Yeah.
So the stewardess just chose to sacrifice herself to save basically everyone on the midnight bus, not just the Doctor.
Because she clocks that Sky.
Yeah.
So because
the Doctor didn't even inspire her to do that. She just did that because she was like a nice person.
Yeah, because it's more like it's because the way that the show presents it and writes it is mainly the Doctor enters himself into dangerous situation and incites incidents that cause people to die, but it's not really his fault that they make the choices they do, right? It's just the situation they end up in.
Rattigan especially, in no way is it his fault. And Luke Rattigan is purely the Sontarans are to blame. He has a personal vendetta with the Sontarans and then goes to look them in the fucking eye as he kills them all. Like, yeah, that's on Luke there.
Well, after we actually recently rewatched the Sontaran 2-part after the whole plot of the Twitter discourse. We watched it and we were really intrigued by Luke's sort of story in that 2-parter, and I was like.
Well, I mean,
really
I guess because the thing is with if we're talking Doctor's influence on characters in that story, the Doctor influences Luke Rattigan to change his point of view on life, but he doesn't tell him to kill himself. Like he doesn't tell him to die.
He tells him to do something better with his life.
That's something they do.
That's it's that Luke Rattigan took that that point of view that the Doctor presented to him and chose to sacrifice his own life as a result of it. But it's not the Doctor's fault that he did that.
Ten did not say to Luke, "Hey, you should kill yourself." That's not what he said.
What they really think he will
kill himself? Did 10 violate TOS?
Please go blow yourself up and kill yourself. Be a good dear.
Yeah.
It's at no point a dark thing that the Doctor actually did. Davros was being manipulative in that scene.
Yes.
Like the Doctor inspires people to be more selfless in the case of like Luke, and I think Jenny as well is probably she's clearly looking up to him and
that was the whole point
taking
of the
his
Doctor's
outlook on board.
That's what they were trying to say throughout the whole thing. Like, issues aside, that's the story they're trying to tell.
It's definitely not his fault she gets shot.
Yeah, exactly.
And the
guy wants to kill the Doctor. Yeah,
but he is not. What he's actually doing here is he is teaching people to be more selfless and more caring, and that's not actually a dark action that he's taking.
And also happens to also involve himself in dangerous scenarios, so people die around him because of the lifestyle.
Because the lifestyle he leads is a very dangerous one, and he knows that very well.
Yeah, but he still does it anyway because he's so.
In the case of any of these, in the case of Luke Rattigan, the stewardess, and Jenny, he didn't involve those people in those situations. They were already in them when he got there.
So because of the one of the core motivations of the character throughout of being curious of places, going adventuring, traveling, seeing everything, and then also one of the more relevant motivations of this specific period of time is trying to change injustices and all that. Yeah.
Luke Rattigan. He wiped out the Sontaran invasion fleet. He did this because he felt he had to make things right for being used by them. But it's also arguable he knew that it wasn't in the Doctor's nature, thus not getting blood on his hands. The most notable example of this in the Tennant era is Davros's Children of Time. But also we have seen the loss of Astrid, Luke Rattigan and Harriet Jones all dying basically trying to do what the Doctor does. Whilst directly not his fault, that's quite a dark legacy. Number 7.
Okay, but
yeah,
they still made the decisions though.
No, it's not even a fucking dark legacy. No, it's not.
Yeah,
no, I'm just putting my foot down here. He inspired someone to. With Martha using the Osahagan key, it's kind of dark. But
well, it's not like he said invited the Daleks to Earth when Harriet Jones was getting exterminated.
She's making the 10th Doctor sound like he gaslighted all his companions to fight for his own conquest or something.
It's not actually with Jack and Sarah trying to blow up the Dalek Crucible. That's in no way a dark thing that's happened there. That's not a dark legacy. If the story is told, some people, they decided to sacrifice their own lives to save the entire universe. That's not a dark thing that's happened.
This video is pretty shit.
You don't say.
Hey, killing the Sycorax leader. I'll give them this one.
Yeah, he's killing someone. Well, I guess we'll have to see what.
And then he has a cool one-liner into camera.
I mean, there's also a context to it too. It's like he gives him a chance and then kills him after.
That's the point, yeah.
Yeah.
But then throws his orange on a button.
I actually think relevant to that episode, one of the other things he does is taking Harriet Jones out of power, even though he knew that she was supposed to have that whole Callum, a golden era.
Oh, don't do
that. Golden age.
Yeah.
That in terms of him knowingly fucking with time for his own will, that's also another thing for the episode he does that could be considered quite dark. And actually, him making that decision leads to a lot of things happening to him as a consequence. Anyway.
Killing the Sycorax leader in the Christmas invasion. The 10th Doctor was making questionable decisions.
I will admit this is dark, though,
that
he killed him.
Regeneration in the Christmas invasion. This incarnation's first action comes in the form of taking on the leader of the Sycorax in a sword fight for the planet. The duel seems to come to an end when the Sycorax removes one of Ten's hands. However,
that's a nice way to phrase that.
Energy it grows back, giving the Doctor a fighting
removes his hand. He doesn't just forcibly cut it.
Oh no! Did you just see that?
No.
They just did
a Jesus Christ!
They just did an Oscars reference.
That was poor taste. Not gonna lie.
Sorry, what did he do there? I missed it.
It was the Chris Rock, Will Smith thing.
Oh,
with a slap.
I'm gonna go back and we'll watch it again.
Go back.
Yeah,
His first action comes in the form of taking on the leader of the Sycorax in a sword fight for the planet. The duel seems to come to an end when the Sycorax removes one of Ten's hands.
When he removes his hand.
Due to some residual regeneration energy, it grows back, giving the Doctor a fighting hand.
It's a fighting hand.
In the end, he wins.
Oh my god.
That's just so bad taste, man.
It's so cringe.
I love it because there's no like. It's just I get the full impression that they don't really realize what they did there.
It's relevant. It's really relevant. So we need to have it in the video.
There's a hand that can hit. Therefore, this is another hand that hits.
If Will Smith had walked off the stage and said it's a fighting hand, someone in the crowd says, "So true,
true, so true, bestie, so true."
True.
Slay Queen.
Oh my god.
Slay King. This King is about a slay.
See, Dylan. Now the
Slay
video is fun.
Sycorax.
I told you it would get fun eventually.
The duel and makes the Sycorax yield, swearing on the blood of his species not to return. But not all goes to plan as the leader jumps up, charges for the Doctor before he throws a Satsuma at a button, dropping the Sycorax off the ship down to the planet's surface below.
This
No
description.
second chances. I'm that sort of
Oh my god, this is like some kind of documentary on a criminal.
Like this is dialogue that would have been in the episode if Chibnall wrote it.
Yeah.
And then it was Satsuma.
She's put the Grand Theft Auto wasted graphic the thing over him.
Pretty good.
Oh my god, I love that.
Honestly, and having been reminded of the full context of the scene, I don't even think it's that dark. Like he's about to swears his blood oath, then tries to charge him, and the Doctor says, "Well, you're just about to kill me, and you might come back, kill the Earth. I'm gonna off you now." It's like fair enough. You know, you had your chance. I think nothing wrong with that.
Do you believe in barbaric executions, Dylan?
Well, I mean, for self-defense, like he was charged with a claymore.
Self-defense with a Satsuma.
Yes, self-defense against the fresh fruits. Anybody get that reference? I love you.
I'm sorry.
You know. I think instead of
you know what? Actually, you know what the 10th Doctor should have done? He should have squeezed the lemons.
Oh, now that's a throwback. Squeeze the lemons. That is a throwback. Oh, I love that. I
love how none of us really noticed it when you said it.
That was like 3.5 years ago now. That's such a long time.
That was the fame. I guess not fame, but it was the 10th Doctor debate we had. Wasn't it?
Yeah. I think that line of Born Again was like such a long time ago.
Mm.
I took your hand and I said, "Squeeze the lemons." Anyway,
oh, we're weird.
But for out of context, Jay, I was supposed to say cut the onions because they make you cry, and I said squeeze the lemons. That's where the joke comes from.
I understand. I understand how these things form.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got bullied about that for apparently years. And still,
well, I mean, you renamed yourself the Layman Squeezer on
That's
Discord,
correct.
so
I did say
that you were enjoying it.
But that was during,
I don't.
That was during the peak of it. That was the peak of it. That was the peak of it. The thing is, I liked that reference because I haven't heard it in a very long time. That's the first time in a very long time I've heard someone mention squeeze the lemons.
It's like literally you can't mention fruit on this channel anymore.
Dylan,
that's nothing citrusy.
Dylan, that's how long it's been since that video. I literally have nostalgia for squeeze the lemons.
Am I jangling the keys of squeezing lemons?
Yeah, definitely. Jangling the lemons.
That's what the 10th Doctor declares as he allows the Sycorax leader to plummet to his death. Debuting a Doctor that kills, it's an interesting
Why are you putting that?
Let's think. That was quite interesting. Because it said debuting a Doctor who kills. Let's think.
Yeah.
Doctors that don't kill on their debut. So Patrick Troughton kills all the Daleks. John Pertwee kills the Nestine consciousness. Tom Baker kills the big robot. Maybe you can say that's kind of an exception because it's a robot. Castor Albert, obviously racist. The 6th Doctor, doesn't he kills the big slug, the mess door? Yep. 7th Doctor, I haven't watched Time of the Rani in about a decade.
He killed the audience. There you go.
Yeah, killed the audience. 5th Doctor kills puts the Master in the Eye of Harmony. 9th Doctor kills the Nestine consciousness again. That's a
10th Doctor kills the Sycorax. 11th
yeah,
Doctor...
it's like...
Does the 11th Doctor kill anyone?
No, he doesn't kill anyone.
No. Peter Capaldi, yes, he kills that guy, pushes
Maybe.
the clockwork guy off.
That's the yeah.
It's ambiguous because it's dark now.
Dark.
And then
for one season, then
The
he's
13th
Doctor.
Doctor...
So yeah, it's like...
by the standards of what Who culture is saying about the 10th Doctor, the 13th Doctor killed Grace in The Woman Who Fell to Earth. Because she was there when it happened. She was there when it happened. So true.
Whereas that time, she literally shrugs it off and goes,
just imagine the scene where Grace is falling off the crane and you just hear Clive and Rose going, "He leaves danger in his wake. He has one companion, death."
All I've got to say is this point was really bad.
This is 13th Doctor stuff. Like, this is 13th Doctor morality. It's like, you killed someone, therefore, dark moment, right? Like, Dark Doctor. I
think that the scene in Thin Ice, I think, sums it up better than what this person's doing. You know, when Bill asks about, have you killed someone? And he says yes.
It's a really good scene.
Yeah.
It's a really
I
good
love that scene.
Because that scene actually understands the whole... the story of the Doctor, why he has killed people, more than whatever this is.
You know what happens
doing.
when he doesn't move on? More people die.
Yeah, well, this is such a bad point because they're saying that like it was a ballsy move to have the Doctor kill someone on their debut. It was like the vast majority of Doctors have done that, and surely if you're writing this video, you should maybe have looked that up and just thought about it for a moment.
Death is like a big part of Doctor Who.
Yeah,
I mean, literally,
like.
Literally, in the first ever Doctor Who story, the first Doctor tries to kill a caveman with a rock who's bleeding to death, and Ian looks at him and he chooses not to do it. He's like, "I was going back to the TARDIS."
Classic Doctor Who, especially, must have one of the highest on-screen kill counts for children's TV.
Oh yeah, the
amount of the Seeds of Death and Resurrection of the Daleks is just like you don't go 2 minutes without somebody getting shot.
I mean, the amount of times that the third and fourth Doctors wield guns is off the chart.
Yeah, the man who never would unless you're an Ogron.
Yes,
he always shoots
the third Doctor like loves the Silurians and like wants to cry when the Brigadier bombs them, but then he shoots Ogrons because he hates Ogrons.
Yeah, in both episodes he shoots Ogrons. Like mercilessly. Well, he shoots
unfortunately,
he shoots one in the back.
Unfortunately, you are an Ogron.
Yeah. Whereas,
I just imagine one of those POV "you are an Ogron" moments where like it's just free.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. He called the Silurians an intelligent alien life form.
Oh no.
Yeah, he measures IQ as to whether they should be shot or not.
So he thinks that Ogrons should be killed because they have Forrest Gump syndrome or whatever.
Yeah, it's like Yaz in Legends of the Sea Devils. She hates
no complications.
Oh yeah, she did the really weird thing which the Sea Devils wanted to like come back on the Earth. She's like, that's not good.
Yeah, fuck those Sea Devils.
Anyway, move on.
He's right.
Yep. Anyway.
Debuting a Doctor that kills, it's an interesting start to say the least. Number
it's
6,
interesting.
Ratnos Massacre in the Runaway Bride.
Okay, here's the thing. This is dark, but the story is aware of it.
No,
very aware of it.
It's very,
I think that's fine.
Arguing against that the story's aware. This video's not arguing that these stories aren't aware of it. It's just saying these are dark moments.
Well, you never know, Dylan. You never know what will come out of this.
Well, wait until they say
it before... They could fuck up this entire point.
They really could.
Exactly.
Because
we've covered so many videos where we
the audience
it could be fine.
The audience
it happened many times.
The audience POV in that scene is Donna telling him to stop, and he sort of looks down and sees what he's doing and grimaces. Whereas I think they won't say that. They'll probably say, "He killed spiders, and that's not good."
Not as many spiders as Jodie Whittaker.
Ask me, it is good because fuck them spiders.
Yeah, honestly, I'm kind of on board with spider genocide.
It would have been more ethical if he locked them in a room until they died.
Yeah,
till they suffocated to death.
Stormzy. That's far more.
Well, they just trapped him in water.
Honestly, grime is a human rights abuse.
Just lock him in a room of Eminem. That'll fix it.
From one Christmas special to another, once again the 10th Doctor goes too far. The
Oh, what
runaway
shot
bride
is.
sees the 10th
Taking
Doctor
this
first
too
united
far.
with Donna Noble in order to halt the plot of spider-like beings, the Rachnos. Throughout the episode, we learn
It's
there is
crazy
a
how that
I
looks
just,
better than
I
it
just
actually
realized with
creature-wise in
RTD
Mirror.
well, that's the thing about RTD Christmas specials. They seem to oscillate between so light-hearted and being so dark.
Well, I think you said something about in this episode how they have a murder scene, but they play the Christmas music over it.
Yeah, literally, Murray Gold plays like the fucking silly music over the scene where there's like the bauble massacre at a wedding. It's like, this is a horrible thing going on, and you're playing the happy
exactly.
music.
I know, it's hilarious.
Well, yeah, I think that's.
I love murder.
Well, I think that's the point. That's the point of what it's doing. It's like it's ludicrous.
It's like
It's literally like a massacre at a wedding. Like that's the kind of thing that gets considered an international war crime. Like that literally happened in Afghanistan a couple of years ago.
Do you think school shooters have the Murray Gold silly music playing through their head when they do it?
Yes. Honestly, if I ever commit any acts, it will be because I've been driven insane by the Murray Gold silly music.
That's definitely justified for your character. It's very in character, very well written terrorism by Lord Slar. There you go.
Just over in Texas, there's a school shooter who has fish custard playing in these rooms for hallways.
Wait, also, I'll just
my
specify that was satire. YouTube, that was satire. That content was satire. Do not demonetize and delete this guy's channel.
What? Wait, do you think a school shooting's political, Dylan?
No. I was talking about like mentioning of certain acts beginning with the word T. Like you don't know how sensitive YouTube is about that stuff, so I just thought I'd clarify.
Okay. I mean, I'm not monetized, so yeah.
No, and then we can see it all we want.
Well, they might still delete your channel.
I mean, they might FBI open up me right now, and I'll just be like, "Sorry, it was just a joke." And then what will they do?
Yeah, we need to specify that, otherwise they.
Yeah, then what will they do?
Like, but is it? There's a channel I know that got like nearly got their channel deleted because like they made a joke. They were.
Actually, no. I reckon I could Uno reverse them. They FBI open up me right now in my room, and they say, and I do reverse psychology, and I say, "So true."
So true.
Like, get down on the ground. So true, bestie.
A huge ship for Queen of the Rachnos' children, trapped at the center of the Earth when it was first formed. When he returns to stop her, the Doctor informs the Queen he is a Time Lord, a once sworn enemy of the Rachnos. He tells her that he warned her, and as if he had no choice, releases explosive baubles which blows a hole in a tunnel, flooding the base beneath the Thames.
I'm really enjoying how lots of this is just said like it's normal. With no context, we're told, then he throws a Satsuma at a button. And then he unleashes the explosive baubles.
And then the plumbing comes. That's what happens.
The coming.
This is like fangirls in the RTD era when they see David Tennant.
No, that's just me.
The fangirls drowned the baby spiders. That's the metaphor. They were so distraught over Rose and the Doctor being separated that they killed all the spiders. That's what happened.
To be fair, that is a base move.
Very base.
You just don't like spiders, Tin.
Yes, because spiders are evil. The most evil, disgusting things, vile things I've ever seen in my life.
I mean, they have to be evil because the Doctor trapped one in a room and let it die. It has to be evil because the Doctor killed one.
Harbo's on my side. Harbo agrees that Space Pirates is underrated. There we go.
My God, I like you, Harbo, but you do have some odd takes. But then he'd probably say the same about me. Women don't like me. I hate you, and you have strange takes.
You do have some strange takes, Dylan. Sometimes. But you're pretty on the level, sometimes. Yeah, you're on the level, except when you're not. There you go.
That was
the water
inconsistent
pours in
writing.
and floods the base, wiping out the children, whilst the Queen escapes to then be blown up in her spaceship by a tank.
She sounds so tired reading the script. She's like, the Queen escaped to be blown up.
Yeah.
She sounds like a sociopath, like, you know, recounting like some kind of horrific genocide. Just like, and then they put them all in the chambers. Like, Jesus Christ, have some emotion in your speech. Or at least don't write it.
It's like, would you like to know
the story to my kids? Like, and then she went into our ship, and then she fucking died, and then
this happened, and then this happened, and then this happened. But
it's a very unengaging way of writing. But honestly, my biggest criticism here is that this is a really bad way of writing your script. It's just like so much cold exposition recounting what happened, and very little actual commentary.
Would you expect anything less from like a factory channel?
So basically, you're saying her writing is on par with the MauLer.
Well,
it's all exposition, poor delivery.
Well, I mean, it's not all exposition. Not all of it.
When is exposition? If you
sometimes cringy jokes, at least that is a mercy. There's no cringy jokes.
Sometimes they stop the exposition to do cultural references that are unnecessary, like Ed Sheeran and "Pimp My Ride."
Yeah,
no
like
ship
they did
Sherlock.
with. Yeah.
Yeah, you missed that episode, Dylan. You haven't seen that one. Legend of the Sea
I can't
Devils.
believe that Chris Chibnall thinks that "Pimp My Ride" is still like a culturally relevant reference.
It hasn't been on TV for so long.
What?
He really pimped his ride. Top tier comedy.
Well, let's just say the best part of that episode was when a sea devil accidentally called the Doctor a twat.
Imagine if
the best part was when Dan killed all the sea devils. That was my favorite part.
Imagine if Douglas Adams had written a line like that.
Back off.
Twat.
Just stands there and watches, only leaving by the prompt of Donna. Were it not for her, he would have stayed and died. Once snapped out of it, Ten does seem shocked at what he has just done, but no amends are made for this, and the moment is never addressed again.
What? Not? But no.
It's part of his whole arc, though, isn't it?
Yes,
and there's also
they fucking referenced it in Fires of Pompeii.
There's also another Turn Left is an entire episode that stems off this inciting incident, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like that was very wrong.
That was wrong.
You've got me defending the Tennant era. You know you got bad.
Yeah, see,
because those things.
I knew what happened.
Because we don't ignore what happened. We know what happened.
Because Dylan, you have more senses than a factory channel. That's why.
Less money though. Sad face.
Yes, less money. Less money.
Like it literally gets brought up in the very next scene. Like the whole point of the last scene of this episode is like, I think you need someone to stop you.
Well,
I wonder what that's fucking referencing.
It's never addressed again, and they never ever talk about it. It is just left unaddressed.
They never ever talked about it. Again.
You sounded like Stu Bagful when you read out that, Dylan. I liked that. And they never referenced it ever again.
That really annoys me. That's like, for me, that's the worst part of this video.
You know,
the fact that she so blatantly said, "Yeah, that didn't never brought up again. Never."
I don't.
It's not just the certainty in which he said that, just the cold, precise certainty.
I think
also, how would he amend it?
I think every Who Culture video would be better.
The charity.
I think
donate spider charity.
Your kids.
Yeah, I guess so. Maybe you shouldn't kill one in a room by leaving it trapped. I don't know.
Anyway, I think every Who Culture video would be better if it was Stu Bagful cartoons instead. That's just my opinion.
Well, I think every YouTube video would be better if it was Stu Bagful cartoons instead.
Yeah. I made children type on a spiky keyboard, and now their hands are covered in blood.
Oh, I still get nightmares about that.
Yeah. So, when can we stop now? No, you must keep typing.
Wait, are you turning this into a musical?
No, it's the one where damn
it
right.
would work as a musical, though, wouldn't it?
I can't.
Sir, can we stop now?
I'm sure.
I know we usually do Pink Floyd videos, but this isn't one of them. We're turned into the wall here.
Maybe I've been doing too much singing for you, Ten, and now I can't stop.
Just casual massacring of Rachnos children.
It's not casual.
It's not casual.
As opposed to ranked competitive massacring of Rachnos children.
Ranked competitive massacres versus casual massacres.
I'm really upset. This point has upset me the most.
He needs to get his pro contract at Spider Massacres.
I remember at the opening of this point. Oh yeah, they're right about this one. They could still fuck it up though.
Yeah, exactly.
This is why I was very wrong. You were right, Connor. This is shit for the birds.
Yeah. Oh dear.
Number 5, punishing the family.
Oh, here we go.
Oh no, it's getting worse.
This is
so much worse.
Dark. It was dark.
I find this moment so funny because it's like the most Seventh Doctor thing, and I just assumed it was in the novel, but it's like the one thing that they made up for the episode.
Yeah, it's like, not in the novel.
It seems so Seventh Doctor and almost out of character for the 10th Doctor.
It's not though.
It's not.
It's not.
This is very on point.
Depending on the kind of what they say about this, I might get the boxing gloves out for this one.
I might cry.
Oh,
honestly, the family blood human nature discourse has got to me.
Well, the thing is, I don't think they're gonna reference any of the things that Twitter was talking about. I think they're just gonna say something really stupid, like, "Oh, it was mean that he made them a scarecrow."
Trap them in eternity.
Well, can I just say that was a bit redundant, saying they're not going to reference something Twitter said, they'll just say something stupid.
Yes, he can.
This scene, the punching of the family scene is like really good. I really love that whole scene. I just love the story in general.
It is good.
No, Kellen, you're racist.
I mean, yeah.
FBI, I think you have a new target.
Connor, did you not see my Falcon and the Winter Soldier tweet? That got 2 million
true. I
views?
did see that. I did see that. Yeah, of course.
That was
you have to be racist.
It changed.
Yeah, I know. That was a year ago now.
You gotta do better.
Well, actually, no.
Everyone thought I was.
Well, actually, no, Tin. Because if you read what Twitter said, racism is actually a character trait, and you can't get rid of it.
Oh boy, here I go.
Well, it comes out a very consistently written character then.
And what did someone say? They said, oh, well, what about the scenario where he does take Joan and he tries to help her change, and they're like, nope, no redemption, not possible.
No, she's racist. It's not like
racist is subhuman because they're genetically, evil.
Anyway.
In the Family of Blood. The Family of Blood two-parter sees the 10th Doctor hide away in human form from the titular family, who we see in the first part of the story are hunting him and Martha. After restoring himself, the Doctor defeats the Family of Blood and decides how to make them pay for what they've done. The punishments the 10th Doctor hands out are wrapping the father in unbreakable chains, mother is thrown into a black hole, sister is placed within mirror reflections, and son is suspended in time as a scarecrow. Son of Mine says the reason the Doctor ran from them after facing such bigger foes was that he was being kind. He was going to allow them to die peacefully, but after they sought immortality and the death they caused, he gave them these ultimate punishments, truly unleashing the wrath of the 10th Doctor. Number 4.
Well, you just said what happened. You just said what happened.
She's right. She's right.
She only stuck with empirical facts there.
Oh, here we go, Kellen. They actually did bring it up. I was wrong.
Yes, exactly. Yeah,
you've earned yourself points.
How much do I have?
Well, I want to get some of those points as well, as I called it too.
Yeah, but we don't have a tax system for that, Dylan.
No.
Wait, we have to pay taxes?
Anyway.
I'll take that as a yes.
The Martha situation in Series 3. Let's keep up the discussion of Series 3, the 10th Doctor and Martha. We've already discussed the Family of Blood, where 10 abandons his
You didn't really.
And
You just said what happened, to be fair.
But that's not the only thing that happens between the two over the course of the series. Their relationship starts when the hospital Martha works in is taken to the moon by the Jadoon. Within a short time of meeting her, 10 has already kissed Martha in order to buy himself time.
They're not just rhinos in suits. That's not
they
correct.
Are rhinos in suits.
He specifically does that for a reason that he explains to her as soon as he
makes
can.
it. As soon as Martha brings it up, he makes it really clear that it was a genetic transfer. He blatantly said that was not romantic.
Genetic transfer is like a really clinical way of describing sex.
That was a genetic transfer.
I want to go and do some genetic transferring.
I want a genetic transfer inside of you.
That's why I like that scene between them at the end of the episode in the TARDIS. They're making it very clear that Ten is like, no, this is that was not me being romantic.
It was me trying to save your life and save everyone else's lives.
Saving everybody.
Yeah. And then the other part that people seem to ignore is when she lies to him. But,
Yeah, Martha lies to the doctor.
Apparently, that's like, according to people, that's my interpretation, and it's not what happens.
She literally lies.
Messages.
I haven't seen Series 3 since it aired, so...
Well, I mean, you did
Apart
try...
From, like, the episodes I like.
I think you said you tried to watch it, but then you just couldn't stick your eyes onto it or something?
What happens...
I watched Smith and Jones, and I just couldn't pay attention, so...
what happens in this scene is, like, Martha says, taking out all this way on a date, and Ten is like, stop, and then she says, I'm not remotely interested. And then they move past it, and then she, like, looks in a way that's like, oh, wait, she is interested in him. That's how.
Yeah, they indicate based on her facial expressions that she lied to him when she said that, but
she is actually interested.
We get rebuttals from people saying that that's not what happened, when I think that is what happened.
Okay, well, I can't comment.
I mean, if she gave exposition, maybe they'd know.
Oh, by the way, Doctor, I lied.
They should say it just some random character.
Yeah.
Keeps himself closed off from Martha, and her travels even begin with having a set time limit. The best way to make someone feel welcome. As the season closes, after the roller coaster,
the way he describes it is like it's a reward for, like, she did help save all the people in the hospital, and this is also with the fact that Ten is like he needs someone to travel with, like he has a need for that.
He's got conflict.
It is a bit kind of.
He's allowed to not bring him. He's allowed to not bring her with him forever. He's allowed to be like, yeah, I'll take you on one trip.
Exactly, yeah.
It's like
man's allowed to have fucking boundaries.
Yeah, they make it. They almost frame it as if like he has an obligation to bring people along, as opposed to him choosing to because he wants it. Because it's
not like he's like a Time Lord. It's
almost like they want him to share the TARDIS as if it's like it's not like it's his property or something, Well,
it's like
why don't you share?
Times I was nice to women, sex earned. Times I saved people, travels in the TARDIS earned.
It's an interesting transactional history.
That's what annoys me most about when people talk about Series 3. It's just a blatant misunderstanding of what actually happens within the season.
I find it a lot easier to talk about it with people if there was actual consensus of the events and disagreement happened because of reasons that weren't because of that. That's something
I'd love to discuss what actually
I do get really annoyed when conversation gets stuck on the what actually happened rather than can we discuss whether or not this did this, did you like it, did you dislike it, blah blah blah. Because when there's an actual disconnect of events, that's annoying to have to hack through. Especially when people are very stubborn about what happened and refuse to rewatch it.
Has been on, Martha decides it's best to stay home with her family who need her more. However, she also tells the Doctor that basically it was unhealthy for her to remain aboard, just hoping he would notice her. Maybe in the same way he noticed Rose. Travelling with Martha after Rose really made the
because they had two different relationships.
Feel like a rebound. In the end, their friendship was a bit of a mess, and we can't blame you for leaving the TARDIS, Martha. No.
Yeah, I don't either. I think it's a great scene.
I mean, I wouldn't call it one of the worst things he's ever done.
Yeah, like literally, genocide of a species is ranked as not as bad as having a bit of a toxic friendship.
So apparently killing spiders is not as bad as not fucking women.
Yeah, killing people is not as bad because like with cigarettes.
Also, I'm just saying 13.
Bad thing somebody the time they're not used to.
Not letting strangers hang out in your house.
That is what it is. He wouldn't let
my house
hang out in his house.
I want to be the person who made this video. What metric did they use to decide the order? This is just completely random.
Bad one.
Like this,
a bad one.
It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it doesn't. It's almost as if this has just been thrown together to make the
Yeah.
video.
It's like literally the first 10 things they thought of that the 10th Doctor did, and then just wrote it down. Hey, what's the next one? Come on, let's go.
Dalek
Number
genocide.
3, Dalek genocide in Journey's End. Whilst this is
No, Dalek genocide is absolutely permissible.
Technically,
All I'm saying.
technically, it was the Meta Crisis Doctor that did this.
Yeah, he didn't even do this one.
But like killing Daleks is absolutely fine.
Yeah,
because
so
they will kill you.
So what,
they will kill you if you don't kill them.
Yeah, it's like the worst thing that you've ever done. One of them is one thing that your twin did.
That's a great meme, Jay.
Thank you. I worked really hard.
Oh,
I
where's
can
the
tell.
meme?
In the Discord chat.
Oh, I love that. Times help save a hospital. Wait, so you should put you could rework this. You could have Martha's face over him, and you could say she's unlocked being able to stay in his house.
Oh, you weren't letting me in his fucking house.
Oh my god.
whilst this is technically the Meta Crisis Doctor, he still
Yeah, so
wears
this was fine, and it's not something the 10th Doctor actually did. It was a different
permissible.
character.
I'm not him. This isn't dark at all. Like literally, is there a Doctor who hasn't killed Daleks?
On screen, 8th Doctor, but in anything, I don't know.
Yeah, no, well, in Big Finish, he absolutely does.
Oh no, wait, 9 didn't kill.
No, he definitely he programmed the android that shot the Dalek. I'd say that counts as killing it.
He didn't.
The 4th Doctor killed Daleks on screen.
Yeah, he put a bomb on the Daleks, didn't he?
Oh yeah, Destiny of the Daleks, yeah.
Destiny.
Yes,
Well,
yes,
also, like
yeah,
he blew up the incubation room in Genesis. Oh, and he blew up another Dalek that was outside the incubation room as well. So it definitely did.
Well, we know that the 13th Doctor definitely killed Daleks.
Yeah, because that led to Eve of the Daleks, which we all
Can't help
have to
himself.
Well, because in the Vanquishers, right, that she does what this Who culture thing is trying to describe, unironically.
But she does it way worse, and does it to 3 more species.
Wait. As somebody who hasn't watched Chibnall Who since the last episode of Flux, have they actually addressed the fact that the universe is literally just planet Earth now?
No. They haven't been to anywhere other than Earth since, so I mean they're sticking with it.
I suppose they'll. I
suppose they'll see in the centenary.
That maybe.
That's wishful thinking.
Yeah, maybe Sasha Dewan in the centenary would be like, the rest of the universe is my spider web now, Doctor. And then does the Daffy Duck laugh.
I'm just expecting like she's gonna take like to like another planet, and she just goes like, oh yeah, they're all gone. Shit, I blew them up.
Anyway.
Oopsie.
It's making the list.
True.
Journey's End is the big epic finale of Tennant's final series before only a few specials bring in his regeneration. And we see the return of Davros, creator of the Daleks. Having been shot by
she
a
actually
Dalek
has some
earlier
emotion in that one. Davros,
Ooh,
creator of the
Daleks.
Damn,
the Daleks.
So
she's only saying that to make us more sympathetic to the Daleks, so we feel bad for them being genocided. She's trying to give us sympathy for the genocided ones.
You know what? It's nice to see a Dalek. It's nice to see a Dalek that can aim.
Yeah.
It's like, I got him. Oh no.
I mean, to be fair, it only got the side of his body, didn't get all the way in the center.
If it's a Dalek, you get shot.
If a
Well, it does have precedent though. Like the Daleks just injure people and stuff, like the original Daleks and Revelation of the Daleks. So it's not like that's something that hasn't been established.
Yeah.
If the Dalek shot someone with spinal stenosis, would this X-ray look different? Probably. We'd be all bent, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you could actually use Dalek gunfire to diagnose people
Yeah,
That's,
You can use the rapid fire one. Use the rapid fire one from
Yes, that's what happened in the alternative version of the Stolen Earth when the 10th Doctor had spinal stenosis. They casually X-rayed him. That's what happened.
Yes.
That will require surgery.
Yes. Also, I like what they said in the comments about who culture is advocating for a communist TARDIS.
Yes.
Seize the means of time travel.
Yes.
The noise the TARDIS makes when it takes off is just the Soviet anthem.
Yeah. What if the Doctor rented out the TARDIS?
The Doctor undergoes a partial regeneration, planting the remaining energy into the earlier mentioned hand he lost on his debut. This results in the creation.
Wait, so actually, I've never thought about that. He must have just went round London looking for this hand for like a few hours. That's a whole episode we didn't get to see.
They never explain in
London.
Well, they never explain in Torchwood how they get the hand. It's just there.
I imagine.
Torchwood find it.
I imagine someone reported
Yeah. So in the first season of Torchwood, it's the hand is in a jar, and it's the jar you see in Utopia. And
but someone just must have been walking along. Someone must have just been walking along, like, oh.
Also, how did the hand survive the fall?
Must have been caught.
Well, what's the terminal velocity of the hand?
It survived. Somehow.
Yeah, there's somebody.
I will just say, best faith, it is a Time Lord hand of one who's just regenerated. There is that. I don't know.
And also, it's
best faith. You mean defend your daddy, Russell?
Well, I mean, to be fair, Chris Chibnall did a lot of Torchwood, so maybe it's not just Russell. It's Chris Chibnall in his garage, apparently, is what the book said about that writer's room.
It was in his garage.
Yeah, it was in his. That's when he came up with the sex gases in his garage with Noel Clarke.
That doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
No,
Noel Clarke, John Barrowman, and Chris Chibnall just making up the sex gas.
Yeah.
So Chris Chibnall came up with the sex gas himself. That wasn't like Russell's idea.
Well, we don't know. I don't know if it was Russell or Chibnall with the sex gas and Cyberwoman and stuff. I'm not sure.
It reeks of Chibnall to me because like he is the most sexless being who's ever.
I would.
And then somebody said, create something that's kind of edgy and sexy for teenagers, and it's like sex gas, scantily clad Cyberman.
Yeah, see, I can't imagine, like Russell T Davies wanting the Cyberman to have high heels. Like that doesn't come across as a Russell thing to do, but I could be wrong.
It's just it's very grown up, and that's what it really matters.
It's very mature.
There's no point in being grown up if you can't be a bit horny sometimes.
You know what?
True.
If the Fourth Doctor met the sex gas, I think it could make for good TV, especially in the Graham Williams era, like a creature from the pit kind of. Yeah, it's like
that would actually be amazing.
This being.
You're not going to enter me, are you?
This being is inexplicably horny.
I want not only the Fourth Doctor. I want the Fourth Doctor to be accompanied by John Colshaw's parody of the Fourth Doctor.
Oh my god!
No, there needs to be a big episode. John Colshaw's when he's doing like the dead riggers.
When K9 sees the sex gas, he wags his tail. Oh, I love this.
Then he does it doggy style.
There's no other show quite like this where you can have this kind of conversation.
I want to see K9 get infected with the sex gas.
What?
Well, he just does a thing where dogs hump their leg, where he just jumps up because.
Well, it would certainly be doing doggy style, wouldn't it?
Just rolls back and forth.
And then he says, "Master."
Jade, what do you think of that joke in the Sex Gas episode where it rapes a gay man at a sperm clinic? Where she's like, "We're having."
I don't remember that.
She's like, "We're having sex now." He's like, "I don't think so, love. I'm gay."
I don't remember that happening. Maybe that was cut out of the version.
There's also a line that Chibnall wrote in that episode where talking about how the sex gas came and went when it left somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah. There was there's that whole scene where they have a massive fight over something really dramatic, and then Yanto just walks in and says, "So who's for Chinese?" And they all just eat Chinese for no reason.
It is a great episode of television.
Yeah. And then after eating Chinese, Gwen stands up and says, "Why are we not helping this girl in the prison?" I'm like, that's what I was thinking. Why are you eating Chinese?
Because when you have Chinese, you have to eat Chinese.
They got the munchies after the sex gas. That's what happened.
I honestly could go
munchie box. You gotta have your munchie box. You can't just save it for some sex gas girl thing.
Yeah.
Just give us some. Just open the cage and just give us some. Nah.
This conversation is more interesting than this video.
Christian.
Yeah, we need to keep on stop distracting ourselves with this actual interesting stuff.
Doctor, who, due to the intervention of Donna, is part human, part Time Lord. After the two of them...
Wait, why did they use the John
Cena
again?
Yeah, that was relevant.
Why did she use Salad Man?
Salad Halloween guy.
Salad Man.
Wait,
John
Salad
Cena.
Halloween.
Eat my salad.
For the 10th Doctor and all his friends, they manage to halt Davros's plans, but not before the Metacrisis Doctor makes one more final move. Dalek genocide.
Yeah, so it wasn't the character. It was
the way she described that.
Dalek genocide.
The way she described that. The Doctor has one final move. Genocide.
It sounds like Yu-Gi-Oh.
It's his final smash.
Yu-Gi-Oh card.
Yeah,
You activated my trap card.
Genocide.
It's like in a fighting game where it's their super move.
Yeah, it is. Yugi boy, you activated my trap card, the reality bomb.
Doctor, let's go genocide.
Suicide.
Throws his genocide.
So the Metacrisis said that the 10th Doctor goes, "Oh no."
Oh yeah.
Is just as much the Doctor as the original and decides he has to stop them. The result, as mentioned, is the wiping out of every single Dalek present. Whilst the Daleks are undoubtedly the baddies, this is a big step for the Doctor.
I hate the way she phrased that.
No, the Daleks aren't baddies. They are not. They are something that need to be gotten rid of because they will kill you if you don't kill them. They hold no other life to have any value. They cannot be changed.
Just that sentence of the Daleks are undoubtedly the baddies.
It's like
that's media literacy right there.
It's like the Nazis were the bad guys in World War II, but same vibes, same energy. Was it a bit far to invade Berlin?
Imagine if this presenter did serious history on What Culture instead of Doctor Who.
Oh, that channel wouldn't fucking last. Could you imagine? I want them to try that though.
I want it. I just want to live in that.
Just the history.
Natural disasters were caused by the.
Actually, I think because I've been to that website. I've been to that website, and I think the stuff like that, like the serious history stuff, is on a page called Offbeat. Anyway, Dylan, go ahead. What was he saying?
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He's given up on it.
Doctor, and the actual Doctor is clearly infuriated. But that's not it from Journey's End. Number 2.
Okay, it wasn't the.
No. Okay, so multiple genocides have been ranked below Donna's wiped mind. What is the metric here? What is the rubric?
There's no
deciding
metric.
Which is worse.
Dylan, there's no metric.
Well, as we discussed, one of the genocides was ranked below him not sharing his house with Martha Jones, or at least not wanting to. He still does it anyway, but him not wanting to do it at first apparently is worse than genocide.
Wiped Donna's mind in Journey's End. After escaping from the Daleks and returning everyone else home, the 10th Doctor is left with Donna. But during the aforementioned creation of the Metacrisis Doctor with Donna, she has gained the partial mind of a Time Lord, something her body cannot take. As a result, the Doctor is forced to wipe her mind, a painful experience, removing all the time she spent in the TARDIS. However, that's not all. If Donna was to remember the events, Tennant warns that Donna's mind would burn up. But in the end, it turns out Donna's
just
remembering
ignore it, yeah.
saves her when the Master
Yeah, that's true. That does happen.
Ignore
Grafts himself
that
into the
part.
mind of everyone else on
Yeah,
Earth.
that was very
Jen and
bad.
Donna
That
are-
bit.
But also,
Yes,
That
it
was not
was.
that
It
F.
was.
but
Ruining
for
consequences.
but for context, it wasn't the character that did that stupid thing. It was the writer that did the thing in End of Time, right?
Yeah.
That retroactively made him seem weird for not telling her loved ones that would happen.
Are one of the strongest, hardest pairs we have ever had, and to see it end like this really hurt. As her grandfather Wilf says, Donna had a better
There was a
life
bit of
with
emotion.
It sounded
Yeah,
like
it
the kind
really
of
hurt.
it sounded like the,
really hurts.
it sounded like the kind of thing that it sounded like the kind of
It's like
thing
the
that
guy who exploded in Garth Marenghi.
Tenants Chan.
it sounded like the kind of thing a kid would say when they fall off the playground. It's like, it really hurt.
Yes.
Dude, I unironically, I fucking ball my eyes out whenever I watch the full season and then get to that scene.
Did it really hurt, Kel?
Really-
Did it really hurt?
It really hurt, Charlie.
Charlie bit me and it really hurt.
Tennant bit me and it hurt.
Tenant squeezed my lemons and it really hurts.
Hello, everyone. Harbour Holmes wants to join us about this specific topic. Shall I bring them in?
Oh yeah, bring them in.
No.
Oh, Jay said no. There you go. We can't. Jay said no.
Do we not? Am I not?
Jay, the Empress of Milk, has decreed the motion is vetoed.
Am I not allowed to bring them into our communist estate here?
Yes.
I don't have to let people hang out in my house if I don't want to.
That is the 7th worst thing you've ever done, Jay.
Oh my god, that's priceless. That's priceless.
That was the 7th worst thing you've done under spider genocide. And just under not taking care
your
of
genocide of another species, that was probably not as bad, Jay, so that's why I've...
It wasn't as bad. What was worse was not taking care of a little kid. That was infinitely worse.
My children.
Disgust me.
Children. Tin, your pissed off expressions are priceless.
I know. I always sound pissed off. It's for northern stuff.
Yeah.
It's the northern in you.
Well, I mean, Dylan doesn't always sound pissed
the
off.
northern in me.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm from Newcastle as well.
Well, I have 2 traits, which is either angry or unintelligible. Because there's like recordings for like the econ stuff, and I have no idea what I'm saying in any of them.
You're just going a deep Geordie.
Harbour, are you from the north or the south? We can't hear you.
Can't hear you.
There's just a big green light.
That's from the vacuum.
Must be from the Midlands.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Sort yourself out,
Can't
please.
hear.
This is what you call dead air.
Yes.
Hey, there's a Doctor Who story called Dead Air. Let's talk about it.
Is it?
Is there actually?
I think so. Hang on. Let me find it.
There's a Star Wars story called The Dead Speak.
It's
yes, it's a book.
Anyway.
Actually written by James Goss.
Really?
I think it's BBC
James
Audio.
Goss, well, that'd be good then. Well, that's good then, because James Goss is a good writer.
James Goss is beautiful. Love that man.
He pretty much gets it right almost every time.
2010.
James Goss wrote Death and the Queen. He wrote the War Master stuff, some of it, like the Skyman and the Persistence of Dreams and all that. Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, he wrote the Last Post.
He wrote Derek Jacobi to do a hyena laugh. That means he's immortal.
Well, Derek Jacobi to do like the kind of power bottom torture scene.
Power bottom torture scene. What the fuck?
Well, basically, he just kind of enjoys the torture when he's getting tortured for information.
Wait. Why does it?
That is a really good scene.
Wait,
I love that.
Why
torture scene? Why is that a thing, and why am I not part of it?
Listen
to Master of Callus. It's like one of my favourite bits of Doctor Who.
Yeah, you need to get into Big Finish, Dan. That's what you need to do. Why does it look like David Tennant's trying to throw like a shuriken of sun at me in that thing?
Because he is.
Really? I just see Wilf.
No, I'm talking about.
On Discord.
The dead air poster. It looks like
dead air poster.
It's like he's trying to throw a
on the Discord chat.
He's like trying to
POV. You are the cookie jar at 3 a.m.
He's got the he's got the sun monster from 42 in his fingers, and he's trying to throw it at me. That's what he's doing.
Honestly, I think it might just be that the sun is behind him.
No, I think he's got a big blunt in his hand, and that's like it on fire.
Yeah, he's got it in between his fingers.
Yeah, in between his fingers, so it's on fire.
Yeah, that's the wrath.
David Tennant passes you the booth.
That's how much power the Time Lord has. They can hold the sun in their fingers like a Beyblade.
Yeah, like Doc Ock, the power of the sun in the palm of my fingers. Fucking get off.
For fuck's sake, Harbour.
I actually really want to listen to
your
these.
microphone? You want to listen to Dead Air?
Yeah, I want to listen to Dead Air.
Isn't it a book, or is it already been turned into audio or something?
Well, it says it's an audio adventure.
I don't know why I would have read by David Tennant if it was a book.
Harbour, have you checked your? Yeah.
I have no idea what's going on. Lamau.
Have you? Okay. Firstly, have you checked your settings? Secondly, can you hear us? Anyway, I think we should just.
You know, this feels like the scenes in Partners in Crime where they're trying to mime towards each other.
It's like,
this is brilliant.
What microphone have you got on your settings?
Hello?
Just check the. Oh, now we can.
Yeah,
hear
go
you.
on your
Now we
settings.
can
Hello.
hear you.
Hey, there we go.
For some reason, Discord
Wow.
had changed my microphone to like
Well,
to, like,
Discord
the
likes
one I don't even
likes
use.
to
Oh,
use you.
now we can hear. Now we can hear that lovely voice that your comment section's complaining about.
Yeah, I had a comment last night saying like it was just a really backhanded compliment saying like, "Oh, I really appreciate all the effort you put into your videos despite your clear like speech disability or something." I was like, "Jesus,
What?
what?" Yeah, I was just like, "What the hell?"
Jesus Christ. I don't know if that's really passive aggressive or they genuinely think they're being nice.
I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be like a backhanded compliment, but yeah, it's just like
If you scroll up, Harbour, there's a link to the Watch Together thing just above some of the stuff we've got. If you want to get in there.
Yeah, found it right. Let me see.
So, you said you had a bone to pick with the stuff we're currently looking at.
Yeah, just the whole Donna thing. Everyone always acting like it's some really bad thing, and it's like not really.
Well, she's
Like,
quite
as
a
in, like,
bad thing.
No, I mean, as in,
obviously, like,
oh,
he
he
needs to do
shouldn't
it,
have done
but
it, kind of thing. Like everyone's saying,
Yeah.
"Oh no, it wasn't his right to do it."
Well, it's a sort of damned if you do, damned if you don't thing. Where
Yeah,
there's
Donna
two
will die if he doesn't do it.
there's two
yeah,
terrible
exactly. It's like,
options.
is that
and
really better?
there's
than-
two terrible options, and they disagree on which one they want.
Yeah, because everyone on like Twitter, you know, as you do, always acts like, "Oh,
Oh,
you know, you
classic.
should have let her die in this place in her life rather than letting her live."
Well, I mean,
Here's the thing,
let's put it to these people in real life. If they had say a parent who was in that situation somehow, they would absolutely ignore their parents' wishes and make them live or whatever. They're just saying this because it's on TV.
It's just one of those weird things. Where it's
I would also ask, I'd ask, does this make sense for 10 to do? And I would say absolutely.
Yeah, because of the kind of character that he is, he wants her to be alive
He would
with her and also with
absolutely do this.
Also, he wouldn't want to bring her dead home to Wilfred and Sylvia,
If I was in this
That's what
situation, I would do what
yeah.
David Tennant would do. I would do what the 10th Doctor does.
Yeah, because it's his friend. Like he doesn't want her to die.
Yeah, and
you could stab me down. You're gonna live.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, I know, obviously her life without knowing all this stuff and the travel and everything is bad, but she still gets to live.
It's tragic, yeah.
He also
maybe she will discover more things in her life.
Exactly.
So she's shown she has the potential.
Well,
to
she
be
gets
more
married.
than ordinary.
She gets married and has a child.
Yeah, it's like the people on Twitter want to have taken that away from
you
her.
also have to the other thing I would add is that there is a layer there where Donna is remembered by a lot of people in the universe for what she did, and I know that the Doctor doesn't like the idea of the figure knowing that and taking advantage of that. Not that Donna would, but he in general doesn't support that as well. That's probably one other layer to it. Maybe that's more metatextual though, from Russell's part rather than the character. Because it's like the whole thing, I mean, it's a different context, but like the Master like builds himself a statue when he's Prime Minister, for example.
Still off, just completely out of the blue that car.
And
it's the statue of the Master.
And like the Doctor wouldn't want everyone to remember that he saved them. Like he doesn't like that. So
yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I mean, some people say that he's taking away her agency, but again, I would argue this is a very specific scenario. Like, she literally wants to die, which is that's
like,
and it's like
at the moment she I guess in a sense she accepts that it's just really sad. But
I mean,
takes it upon himself.
Not to get too grim or anything, but like if someone in real life wanted to commit suicide and you stopped them, would someone argue, "Oh, you're taking away their agency"? It's like, no, you're saving them, really.
Well, I mean, but I don't know. I feel this is almost different to that because I do think there's some times where like assisted suicide is permissible, but I don't think that's one of those times.
Like euthanasia.
Yeah.
Right. I would say this context is different to the majority of what you'd reference, though.
Yeah, she's not going to be living in pain for the rest of her life.
It would be really cringe. It would be really cringe if the episode decided to argue that not being able to remember your time being spent with the Doctor is ethical grounds for euthanasia.
I mean, the thing is,
such a bizarre thing.
The thing is, either way, she's not going to remember. Because either she's dead,
dead.
Yeah.
And in the end forgets all the wonderful things she did. But as the Doctor tells Wilf and Sylvia, either way, there are still countless worlds saved because of Donna's time in the TARDIS. We can't fully blame Ten for this. It was necessary to save Donna.
Why are we even blaming
him?
him?
Still a horrific experience. This moment will never not be an
emotional. And also, they forget, like, it was a really hard decision. It wasn't like he just went like, this is happening.
Do you think 10? Yeah. Do you think like 10 like loves that he did that? He fucking hates it because it's his best friend.
No. That's the face of a person who just doesn't care, Callum. Like clearly, he's just like, I
think he was wiping her mind. Like,
do you guys remember when they filmed the cliffhanger, but it was with the Cybermen? Have you guys seen that clip?
Oh,
yeah. He just goes, what?
It's so fucking. I'm so glad that was not in the actual episode.
Yeah, that would have been a very weird tonal shift.
Like, even that doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
I'm trying to imagine what this scene would be like if it was Chibnall. Like, I just wiped my best friend's memory, and I'm really sad.
Yeah, she'd be like talking.
But I don't want to talk about it because I'm socially awkward.
Upset she is.
Chibnall would have said it like she's talking to the TARDIS, saying all this is what I'd imagine, like legitimately.
Oh yeah, she probably talked to the TARDIS about what just happened that we just saw.
Does she actually ever talk to the TARDIS, like other than like someone like Ghost?
A couple times, she's like, "Pat, I said they're there."
She'd stand there going like, "Oh, I could go back. I could go back."
Like, they deliberately show as little inside the TARDIS as possible in this era because it looks horrible and apparently is a nightmare to film in.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot where I heard that, but apparently it's a nightmare to film in because it's just a catastrophe of a set.
It was after.
Well, because there's stuff everywhere, isn't there?
It's literally like a whole
which is up and down.
Like, have you seen the bit where they took the Time Lord writing that goes around like the base? You know, the round area that the console is sat on. There's like Time Lord writing all around it. They took that out and hung it up in the set for Gallifrey, and then afterwards they forgot to put it back.
That's really
funny.
So
if you watch The Timeless Children, you can see that part of the TARDIS set up there, and then next time she goes into the TARDIS, it's gone.
I will watch it.
That's
funny.
I noticed that.
Did you think the NASA nicked her TARDIS stuff?
I mean, that has to be canon now.
I mean, like he just tiptoed in and just took it and just hung it up in this room just to go like.
Masters was definitely.
Well, I mean, after Flux, they forgot to put the universe back, so there you go. It's consistent.
I still can't believe that. I was so hoping that.
If we're going by whole culture standards, this is more bad.
This is more bad.
I stuck up and then they go and do me like that.
Makes Flux funnier, did you say?
It just that's the only. I'm glad it's like that because it makes Flux funnier.
Every time I watched an episode of Flux, I unironically had a headache. I'm not kidding. I fucking.
Or maybe you just need some
Ugh.
Panadol. You sick boy.
I guess I do.
Harbour, did you have something you wanted to say?
Oh, I was just saying I stuck up for Flux, and then they went and did me like that, where like nothing mattered, and then Eve of the Daleks and Legend of the Sea Devils came out, and I was just like, damn, what was the point?
I remember I actually had a disagreement, quite a strong disagreement with you on Twitter about the Halloween apocalypse. Over like whether it was leading anywhere.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna gloat about being right, but
I mean, it did lead somewhere within Flux, but then Flux itself didn't lead anywhere, so it kind of both were right, I guess.
It's almost as if Flux was just a big waste of time.
Yeah, I can't believe they just completely ignored it all.
You know, I'd like if David Tennant wiped my memory of it. That would be great.
yeah, please.
I just think it did anything to me. My memory, do anything with Flux.
Yeah, what's a Flux?
Emotional gut punch. Number 1, the Time Lord victorious in the waters of Mars.
Oh yeah, this was the most obvious.
Let's see if she fucks it up.
She will.
So let's see if she forgets all the nuances and just says, "Woman dies because Doctor exists."
Yeah, let's see if she explains my favorite episode. I'll totally be not angry about it.
Installment in the show's history, and it draws to a conclusion with one of the Doctor's most powerful moments yet. The laws of time are mine, and they will obey me.
I hate the way she read.
Don't add the shaker.
Stay your day, Johnson. Like this acting career isn't going to work out.
Unironically, that's one of my favorite lines in the whole show. She fucking made it cringe.
It sounds like you're a teenager and you're trying to sound scary.
Will baby.
You don't want to wake up your parents.
Shaky cam.
They will
Someone needs to hack into iPlayer and replace the actual line with that now.
Yeah, can someone make an edit of the episode, right? Where they replace the actual line with that?
Yeah, just everything else is the exact same.
Render the full special out. Render the full special out, and then replace. Go and find a place where it's torrented like illegally, and replace the copy they have with that one.
So
imagine that back in the days of LimeWire.
In his DVD set.
So what you need is that, and then you need it to like cut to the audience like it does in Mrs. Brown's Boys, and have someone say "so true" like she did earlier in the video.
So true. You know what I'm gonna do? No, you know what I'll do? I will edit the episode, include that, and then a year from now, I'll suggest to you, Connor, hey, do you want to watch Waters of Mars? And then we'll watch it, and then that will happen.
We gave it away. You should have kept that. You should have kept that under your belt.
Oh, he'll forget. Connor will forget.
I'll forget because David Tennant will wipe my memory. That's what will happen.
Exactly. There you go.
That'd be the second worst thing he's done, but not as bad as genocide.
I don't know if you saw this. I don't know if you saw this, Harbour, but we found out that David Tennant not letting Martha live in his house is worse than genociding spiders.
Yeah, I was following the stream for about an hour. Yes. Who culture is just something else.
It's a
very good. This is a great video. I'm so informed.
Yeah, this is why I hate factory channels. They just it's just so.
It's got like really 200,000 views.
Really soulless. Soulless don't understand anything.
This has more views than like all my vids combined, probably.
Yeah, I spend like a whole week, like 24/7 working on.
I know.
And you put get, like a quarter of the views.
I've seen your content, Harbour. You put a lot of effort into it, a lot of time and like attention to detail.
Well, Connor,
and then this channel just shits out this trash, and it gets so much more attention.
Because I've genuinely trying to play the algorithm. I've tried to make top 10 videos. You can genuinely make them in one day. You can write it in the morning, record it in like lunchtime, and have it edited by the end of like 8 o'clock or whatever. That's so easy to make.
Yeah.
But Connor, you know, like you said, they're like, do you even know, like, you know how long I spent on my Spyfall video? Like, what, a year and a half nearly?
Yeah.
And it's like less than 500 views, which I'm fine with. I'm really proud of that video.
Not as long as Jay did on their video. Not as long as Jay.
True. True.
I don't understand how you did that, Jay. Like,
no, neither do I.
That's
I
like
would not be able to have the mental capacity to be able to survive
that's
that.
like the video, like the video essay equivalent of like being a bodybuilder, like that kind of dedication.
Well, maybe I'll do it again one day.
Even like the 2 hours I did for my Flux review, that like completely broke me. Basically, I almost had like a breakdown.
Maybe when you
imagine doing that for 5 hours.
Maybe when you do the Flux and Specials part 2 to that video, you should take steroids. It'll happen faster.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Which is rather dark for
I'll write that down.
Wait, well, I just want to go back a bit. She said she said it very casually, rather dark.
Number 1, the Time Lord
It's rather
Victorious
dark.
in the Waters of Mars. The Waters of Mars is a very highly regarded installment in the show's history, and it
Yes,
draws
it
to a
is. It's
conclusion
great.
with one of the Doctor's most powerful moments yet. The laws of time are mine, and they will obey me, which is rather dark for a hero. Deciding he can change time to save the damned
It's
residents
rather
of Base
dark.
1, the 10th Doctor takes matters into his own hands. The Doctor manages to save the remaining survivors, including the base's captain, Adelaide Brooke, a moment which alters a fixed point in time. This decision comes to a head when Adelaide decides to retake her life back into her own hands and shoots herself upon returning home. The Doctor literally led someone to kill themselves.
You're right! You're right, Connor!
Yeah.
This is exactly was the only thing they had to say about it, is that woman die, he bad.
Oh my god.
Not actually looking at it as a totality.
Reading it so casually too. Is she going to reference the spin-off video?
Yeah, apparently.
I'm surprised they even know spin-off media exists.
On a species known as the Keturah, beings who set the limit species had to live. Amongst taking time into his own hands again, the series saw the Doctor
Remember when this was a
commanding an
thing?
army into war whilst battling two
yeah, I
of his
remember.
predecessors. This is arguably the worst thing the Doctor has ever done, and this is an
Is it?
incarnation still bearing regret from the
I
time.
don't think it
War.
is.
Granted, this incarnation had lost so much, but to develop such a god complex is never going to end well.
What?
I mean,
This
Is that literally all she has to
He
say
did
about it?
it!
completely
That was
skipped-
bad.
Completely skipped over.
Wait, I love that
This-
second name. Ellie Littlechild.
Oh.
One second name.
That's a last name.
As a nonsense.
Oh wait, writer Tom Howson, you did a really bad
Yeah.
job, Tom.
Yeah. I mean, Ellie Littlechild, you weren't
I
perfect,
mean-
but Tom, he was the main culprit.
Like, I find it crazy. It takes 3 people to make this video.
And then the editor Danny
And they did all
Megan,
bad jobs.
the editor Danny Megan did the Salad Man John Sim cut. That was weird.
Yes.
That was
It
bizarre.
takes 3 people to make this video because they spend an hour on it each. Like,
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, but that's something that people don't realize about you, Jay, and Harbo and Callum. And it's like you did it all on your own, basically.
Oh yeah.
We all did it by ourselves.
Yeah.
yeah.
Maybe
we
with
wrote
some-
it, we recorded it,
maybe
we
some-
edited it.
And maybe some emotional support from friends, but you did all the work.
And proof watching
God, I
is
didn't
the
do it.
I think you need
main
friends
is the
to have
main
emotional
thing that
support.
people
Yes.
other than me spent their time on that video.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we got through
I
it,
don't know
Dylan.
how on earth you did that far. You ever got through it?
That was,
So-
Just
that was bad.
I think we've turned Dylan into a 10th Doctor stan by default. It's the golden
No.
era.
Yeah, you love the 10th Doctor now, right?
It's the
It
golden
is the
age.
No.
golden era.
Yeah.
I refuse.
Golden Age.
Yeah.
No,
Well,
the Golden Age Doc 2 is when you got, like, you know, the Chase and the Web Planet being the most viewed episodes.
Oh, the
Yeah.
web planet is so
True
shit.
Golden Age.
I think it's
the Web
was it
Planet's bad.
because of Dalek Invasion of Earth got so many attention that they wanted to watch the rest of it? Was that the reason?
Well, yeah, it just got very popular. Like season 2, like pretty much all of the stories had over 10 million views.
Yeah, it was very popular because of the Dalek Mania. Yeah, no, this video was a pile of trash. Safe to say. But I had a lot of
Yeah.
fun unlocking all these memes like TARDIS communism. That's my favourite part.
And the 7th worst thing the 10th Doctor has done, which is as bad as genocide, is not letting someone in his house.
Yeah.
True.
I agree.
So true.
But you have to remember that he did give them a kiss.
Yeah, if you kiss someone, you have to let them in your house. It's just a fact.
Yeah, it is a
It was a
tradition.
genetic transfer.
Like, so think about all of your exes that you've all had. I'm sure you've kissed them at some point. They're just allowed to come in your house now.
Never.
You know, you've kissed them.
I've
They're
never
allowed.
done that.
They're allowed in.
What about
Premarital kissing.
they all come
It's
in your
against the
house
law.
at the same time? That would be interesting.
What a
Well,
day!
you can't do anything about it.
So, are we talking about all of your exes coming into your house at the same time, or everyone you've kissed
Yeah,
coming into your house at the same time?
Both.
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 That
Well,
isn't much.
so not everyone I've kissed are my exes, but everyone, like this is true for. This will probably true for everyone. Not everyone you've kissed is your ex, but every ex you've kissed. So both.
Well,
is
surely
implied
if
it's everyone
they
you've
were
kissed.
your boyfriend or girlfriend, surely you would have kissed them at some point.
I can confirm,
yeah, that's what
Dylan.
I'm saying.
I can confirm, Dylan. I have had exes that I haven't kissed.
There you go. It's the
There you go.
extreme Christian celibacy of Connor has
Oh,
defeated my
was
point.
it? It was not Christian celibacy. I can tell you that. No.
What, like, what? She only just like getting raw dog. She didn't want any affection from you whatsoever. Just wanted pure
Jesus.
domination.
It's that
This
weird,
is a
magical
Christian
phenomenon
stream.
where you tell
Dylan-
someone you like Doctor Who and they just walk away. and you're
Dylan,
very
I think
confused.
that's the.
Like,
I
what?
think, Dylan, I think that's the 7th worst thing you've ever said to me.
It's not bad at the time I advocated genocide.
Not as bad when Connor
Funny,
made
though.
you like wipe your memory.
Yeah. Oh boy,
That was what a video. Fantastic. I had a ball.
Harbour, do you have a hot take for us?
I mean, anything regarding the Smith era seems to be a hot take when it comes to me.
Ooh, I'm
Yeah, the
interested. Is it
amount-
positive or negative hot take?
Well, it's like
That's interesting, yeah.
I think it's
negative
both,
for
isn't
Series
it?
5, kind of positive for Series 6 and 7B, and then negative for Series 7A. So it's kind of all over the place.
I mean,
Go on, give us some. I'm interested.
Well, I mean, I think Series 5 is really weak, like the weakest of the Smith era. If you
Wow.
count Series 7A as its own thing, then that's
That is
weaker, but-
controversial.
that is
I
controversial.
disagree.
It's like, I know plenty of people do it, and obviously I'm never going to tell people like you're wrong for liking Series 5. I can never like get into it.
I mean,
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
not
particularly
what
like
I
it
am.
either,
That's
but
great.
I think it's much better
The
than the
episodes
next.
just on the whole just seem very like just middling and like just kind of.
Oh, I see.
not
I completely
special.
agree with that, but I still think it's the best Smith era because I hate Series 6 and 7.
I think Series 6 has better episodes.
Dylan, would
but,
you say
like,
it's the golden
overall
era of the
series
Smith era?
almost like-
It's
I mean-
the golden age of the Smith era.
I would somewhat agree on that. Like, there's these individual stories in 6 that I want to revisit more than 5, but I think 5's like got a
That's
more
true.
consistent arc, whereas 6's arc is a fucking disaster.
Well, it's kind of like what I've always
5
said.
also has
it's like,
more consistently good stories, I think.
Series
Yes,
5
as
is
in-
the better series. Series 6 has the better episodes. But,
I can agree with
no,
that because The
but-
Girl
but
Who
yeah.
Waited is like by far the best episode
I
of the Smith
think-
era. Like nothing else
I think
comes
Series
close.
5 has stronger episodes, even though I think both do have
Yeah.
their flaws.
I
mean,
I think Girl Who Waited is pretty equivalent to Amy's Choice. I think they both do the same
I think
stuff
that-
I
pretty
think
Amy's Choice is
well.
probably like
Amy's Choice is my favorite.
I'm
Series
with
5 episode.
I'm with
maybe.
I'm with Harbo on the God Complex. I love that.
Oh yeah,
love
God
that
Complex is
episode.
so good.
Yeah.
And actually, I
Yeah, no
love
one's
I love
denying
your
that.
video on that. I loved
Oh,
your
thank
video on the God Complex. I love the way you broke down all the different parts of it. It was very.
Come a far away from me being on EDAR 2. With
That's right.
one of my
Full
earliest video
circle.
essays.
That's right. Three years ago when we started this podcast, you were the first one we did on a public live stream because the first one we did wasn't public.
Which, I don't.
Yeah,
think
wasn't
I
it great
was
when
still,
they
like,
did you on a
tiny back
public
then,
live
I
stream?
swear.
Yes.
Yeah, boy.
Yes, that means you can access my house now, Harbo, because we did you on a live stream.
But did you kiss him?
Yeah, wait, what?
Yes, but no, yeah,
Did you him or did you
David
kiss
Tennant
him?
must have wiped my memory of that one.
you know, Jay, this is almost like our equivalent of what MauLer did to you, because like you were one of the earliest
Yes.
villains, and you became part of his tribe, and now we're doing this with Harbo. It was
I remember I was like so salty when I saw you like tore that video apart because it was back at the time when I was really
Oh.
small as a channel, and like I was still really
I thought you meant you
like,
just
why
like
are
you
they
were just.
targeting me.
I thought you just meant like you were really small as a person. I thought that's what you were gonna say.
Well, I mean, I'm like 5'7",
this poor defenseless child.
Yeah.
It was in my dwarfism era.
Yeah.
The golden dwarfism era.
Oh.
The golden age of my height.
Oh, the golden
I
lemons.
remember back then when we like. I
Golden
don't remember
lemons.
like. Didn't like Connor when we first started? Was it like we made this as like a joke, like oh we'll make a Doctor Who version of EFAB? Oh, it's fun, and then we.
Well, I
now
think
we've done 20 episodes
the
in
main
3
it was
years.
a half joke, but the main motivation was that MauLer's never going to cover this content, so we should just do it ourselves.
That was also true, yeah.
And then
I just made all the
literally a
thumbnails.
month later, he covered the pavement slab scenes. There you go.
Yes, he did.
did.
I remember that. Oh, yeah, I love that stream because actually my
Yeah.
meme video of Doctor Who was covered that day.
That I watched that 17-hour stream like
Yes.
beginning to end because
Yeah,
I had to edit an intro for the channel that was like a animated thing, and I was doing masking in
Yeah.
After Effects, listening to MauLer talking about the Isle of Man flag and the fucking pavement slab
Yes, that
scene.
was that stream.
Yeah. Anyway, that's how this all started.
Yeah.
And here we are 3 years later, and Harbo is here.
Yeah.
Hooray!
And we're
Hooray.
just as cringe.
And I've actually learned how to talk.
That's nice.
Because those early videos, man, they are rough.
I mean, I haven't rewatched the stream where we covered your thing in so long, so I don't even remember what we said. But I know it was about the Impossible Girl arc, I think.
Yeah, because I made a video basically
It
saying
was.
like, oh, a lot of people just kind of misunderstand it, and it's like if you go back now, the video is probably like very poorly argued and everything because I was still like learning how to do YouTube.
Mm.
But I still kind of stand by the general overview that a lot of people just kind of missed the point.
Did we miss the point?
I can't
It's okay
remember
that you
honestly.
think that.
I think I can't actually remember. Like I just remember being like really like I watched I think the whole segment of it, and I think it was more of a case I was just like a lot of it I was like, well, I paused it before I explained that bit. I think that was mainly kind of the issue I had with it. But you know,
Well,
looking back now, it's nothing.
Well, I suppose it's a bit of a double-edged sword because if you'd been there with us, you could have explained it. But on the other hand, you may have gotten heated.
Whereas, yeah, back then I definitely had a huge chip on my shoulder.
And here's
I
the
think
thing,
I
like
actually
when we
stopped.
pause, we know we're always going to continue the video. That's always like we are. It's not like we're going to stop there. We will obviously continue the video.
I was
and
saying,
we'll
that was
get
like
to
my
it may
first
be an
exposure to
hour.
that kind of content.
It may be an hour between pauses and plays.
Because we
Yeah,
got to
eventually.
we got to number 9 in this Who culture video, and Dylan wanted to stop. He said, "Nope, perseverance. You got to get through
Nope,
it."
we watched the whole thing.
And it was worth it.
It was worth it.
It was not worth it. I feel that I've lost brain cells today.
Well, that's the whole reason why it's worth it.
What, you're trying to wipe my memory one bad Doctor Who at a time. That is the second worst thing you've ever done.
Yeah.
Also, 10th Doctor propaganda, always against you, Dylan. I have to do it. It's my duty.
Yes.
But I was going to say Queen and Country, but probably
You
not
will-
the right time
Connor,
to make that
we
joke.
obviously
You will
we
never
obviously stand for
convert
our
me.
King Russell, our King Russell T Davies.
Yes, well, we did talk about how he's coming back to bring back the pavement slab in the 60th. That's the important
Yes, I hope so.
reference.
At this
we want.
rate, he genuinely would, given some of the things that
Given
have
he's
been
been able
leaked
to beat
about
the meat.
The fucking
special so far.
meat.
Exactly.
Meep.
That's what the 10th Doctor should say when he sees Beep the Meep, is Beep the fucking Meep.
Yeah.
The first ever F-bomb in Doctor Who history, and it's beat the fucking meat.
Please,
so-
that's the best time to do this.
I just got a DM from one of our subscribers that says that they could attempt to defend the Master Nazi thing in Spyfall.
Oh my god, okay,
do
definitely
that.
get that. Come on, let's meme on this
How
guy.
long you
Oh.
on trying to defend that bit?
You have literally 2 people on this stream who have covered that in videos, so you're gonna have to do a real good job if you're gonna even slightly defend that.
It's just one of
I
the
remember
weirdest bits of
my
any
favourite
Doctor Who episode ever.
My favourite defense of that scene was when there was like this random blog who said that, well, actually, the Nazis weren't that racist to the Indians because they had an Indian regiment in their army.
Okay,
not a joke.
Okay, if we take Doctor Who Twitter's like moral standing on this subscriber is a person of color, so surely they are allowed to talk about this and be more correct than us. Is that right? Am I
well,
right in saying
Jewish?
that?
I mean. No, well, I mean,
also, there's another fact.
Yeah,
there is also another fact to this is the fact that Spyfall was a really shit story.
Oh, it's so bad. I don't get why everyone loves Spyfall Part 1 so much. It's so boring.
Because McPlane.
Both are really bad.
Literally, everyone only remembers
Hello,
the last scene, which wasn't
or
even
should
good
I
anyway.
say, plane thieves?
It's one of the most contrived episodes.
What about?
It's like they're doing it's like an intentional spy parody, but without the jokes.
Without
Yeah, it's like the
Jay,
most
have you
earnest parody ever? Like,
well, Jay, have you seen my? I don't know if you have, but have you seen my video on it, or have you heard of it?
I mean,
I have not. I'm afraid.
I mean, I don't think Jay would want to. Why would Jay want to subject themselves with more Chibnall content after all they've been through?
I think, well, it's more content that passes
content.
Well, yeah, I made a Unbridled Rage on both parts of Spyfall about 7 months ago. That was about an hour long. It's probably the video.
I think I saw that. I think I saw that in my recommended.
Oh, so it's on
There
the
you go,
algorithm.
you're in the algorithm.
You're in the algorithm.
Yeah.
Can you?
But yeah, Spyfall is really fucking bad. It's one of the most overrated stories, I think.
Well, I mean,
especially at the time, it was really high praise. Especially, I remember when Part 1 came out, and everyone on Twitter was giving it like 9s. And I was like,
I was like, oh, well, that was shit. What do people online think?
But
I originally, on my first watch, gave it a 5.
All of the scenes are cringe.
But Callum,
yes.
Callum, they didn't see what was happening coming. You don't understand. It was a surprise.
Right.
Surprise is the only thing that you need to make a good story.
I remember when that happened, I was just like, what? It's the Master? That doesn't make sense.
It's not even like a good twist. Like, it generally just
when
comes
I
out of
first
the blue.
saw
There's
it,
no setup to it.
Here's the thing, right? When I first... And you can
No, there is
setup
setup to it. There is setup to it. They say the word
there
master.
Is. I actually...
Oh, no. The setup for it is him saying, oh, I'm not a very good runner. And then the doctor says, well, I read all your files.
Yeah,
and you said you were a good runner. I can't believe he then goes,
oh yeah,
what
a great rumble.
Just to correct you on that, it was champion sprinter.
Oh
yeah,
champion sprinter.
You got me.
Yeah.
You know what's really funny? If you go back and watch that scene when they're running to the plane, the Master for some reason disappears during that scene and then reappears. I'm not kidding. Yeah, literally.
He's not a good
for some reason, he's not running with them. But you can like look at my channel because I did reactions to Series 12 at the time, and
you're just advertising your channel at the moment.
No, I'm bringing something up, Connor. You bitch.
All right, references.
When the Master was revealed, I did the whole like, oh my god, it's the Master, but then also I'm like, wait, what? Doesn't really make sense.
So you did both. You did both the clickbait reaction and also the criticism. So
I did. I unironically did.
So you're a complex. You're a complex individual. Then that's what you're saying.
Both the audiences in at once.
Yeah,
exactly. Well-written, but also character. But then it got to episode 5, and everyone hated that I didn't like Fugitive. I got really bad.
Oh yeah, I got a lot of the exact same case. Everybody likes that because
I do, Jay. I remember what your stream you did after Fugitive, and everyone was praising the comments. You're like, no. you were so upset.
I remember that. I felt like such an alien saying that Fugitive was bad, and everyone was, no, this is really good.
Don't you understand? It has a surprise reveal in it, which means it is good.
Exactly.
Like I'm looking at my.
I was absolutely right about everything I said about it as well.
I got really. My ratio on the video that I did is 107 likes to 173 dislikes. People fucking hated my reaction to it.
Wow.
And I remember seeing a compilation. My reaction to that was on like those like reaction compilation stuff that people put out. I remember looking at the comments on one of the videos like that guy just can't fucking enjoy anything. I was like, I don't
imagine saying that, and the thing you're referencing is.
I mean, it's not true. Like literally, if you look at your Twitter history, you wanking over Haunting of Bly Manor is everywhere.
Because it's good.
So you clearly do enjoy things. They just haven't seen that
I
you
like,
enjoyed things.
Well, yeah, because I like things that are well written.
Well, what if Mike Flanagan was in charge of Doctor Who? Wouldn't that be the day?
I'd love that.
I'm pretty
He
sure
wants
someone
to.
asked him about that.
He said that he would
wants
love to
write
do
Doctor
it.
Who. Yeah.
I want him to do it one day. That'd be amazing.
Hey, if we have him after Russell, I wouldn't complain.
Oh my god, that would be the blessed timeline.
It actually would be.
That would be the golden era, Jay, wouldn't it?
Oh yeah, it would.
Yes.
Well, I could imagine that like he would probably. I don't know if the BBC let him. I'd imagine he'd want to change the format and like there's like 2 6-part serials a year.
Oh, Dylan would love that. Dylan would cream. Dylan would cream.
Who he hasn't seen?
I'm a 6-part supremacist.
6-part supremacist.
I love 6-part stories.
Definitely,
that's so good. It is the natural length for Doctor Who.
No, so but the main difference here would be that these would be 45-minute episodes.
So it's like Dalek's master plan.
Even longer.
Parts,
Every episode is Dalek's master plan. Get it?
Imagine that.
Would be because that's what he makes. He's like his comfort zone is making like 6 to 10 episode horror serials.
Do you reckon,
and I don't see why he would have. I don't see why he would have to change that, making Doctor Who. Just take a typical Mike Flanagan.
Serialization.
Do you reckon?
It suits serialization.
Honestly, I don't know how many people here. How many people here have seen? How many people here have seen like Mike Flanagan's horror series? Any of them?
I've seen Haunting of Hill House, Bly Manor, and Midnight Mass.
Right, excellent. Because like what he's suited to
I love
is these like pretty long horror serials with lots of characters, and like all I would want him to do if he was in charge of Doctor Who is the same thing, but add the Doctor landing first, and there's a sci-fi explanation for it all.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I feel like he's an excellent character writer as well. He's a really good character writer.
He's an incredible character writer.
Who I'd want to show is
heavily. Sorry, you go. Sorry.
One of my.
I'd want Rhys Shearsmith and Steve Pemberton to be showrunners.
I think they could be good, but you would run into the danger of them wanting everything to end up in a twist. I'm not saying they're going to just write Inside Number 9 with the Doctor, but they would probably want to lean towards that, like kind of.
Yeah, but the twist is so good, I could forgive it.
Yeah, but it's more of a case of if you get that in every Doctor episode, then it would start to be a bit like, when's the twist going to happen? There we go.
They'd probably make Mark Gatiss the Doctor, wouldn't they?
Probably, yeah.
That'd be pretty cool, actually. I'll be down.
He's already done it.
Wouldn't that be like the third Doctor he's been?
He's been the Master before, isn't he, as well?
Yeah, he's definitely been the Master, and
he's also been that weird thing from Series 6.
Yes, he was also Lazarus. He was also the Brigadier's granddad or something.
He was the Brigadier's granddad. Yeah.
He was also in The Father, which is great.
Oh, he was in The Father.
He was. That was when I first watched that, I was like, "Whoa, he's in this! That's awesome."
You know what? Like, you know how when people talk about
oh god,
when people talk about the biggest Game of Thrones twist, one of them for me was when he just turned up in the show. I was like, it's fucking Mark Gatiss. Where did he come from?
Yeah,
I didn't even know that happened.
He's the Iron Bank guy. Yeah. He's the leader of the Iron Bank. I was like, what the fuck? It's Mark Gatiss. What's he doing here?
Because like Game of Thrones is on like that Doctor Who level where it's like the actors in that have just been in like everything else.
Yeah,
so you just
British actors.
You got the guy from the Angels 2-part in Series 5. Ian
Gorman.
Yes, of course. I mean, the most notable one is Maisie Williams because they made it evidently clear when they had her in Doctor
Who. Yes. Yeah, they did do that.
We've got a Game of Thrones actor in the show. They've wasted a lot of really good actors.
They not only got a Game of Thrones actor, but they did like a Game of Thrones quote unquote parody episode with her in it as well.
Yeah, it was all Vikings and stuff.
Yeah,
just of that vibe. Yeah.
I mean, I suppose it's not. I suppose it's not like. I mean, it's not definitely. It's not like a direct connection, but it is medieval. I suppose I'm maybe being a little harsh on that.
It's in the past and it has a Game of Thrones actor in it.
I mean,
it's the same.
I mean, there's no one in Game of Thrones that drinks testosterone. So there you go.
Are you sure?
Yeah, you sure about that?
No, the definitely drank testosterone to get her like that.
I mean, to be fair, I can see Tom and Giantsbane drinking testosterone enthusiastically. But there you go. Put hairs on your chest, boy.
It's probably like Bane with just constant injections of testosterone.
Speaking of Bane, Callum, when are you going to finish that Batman and Robin video we did?
When I'm fucking not working every day. I promise it will come out one day.
Hearing me rant about how boring George Clooney is.
Nowadays, it'll come out.
Yeah, you did not like George Clooney.
Oh, I like that, Tim. That was funny.
Hey.
Do we want to do another video?
Yeah, let's go for
we
it.
can.
All right, we can either do Samuel Davis's Doctor Who is jumping the shark, or we could do Councillor Geese's tepid defense of Chibnall.
Let's do Chibnall.
Should we do Chibnall? Oh, you want a consensus, Dylan?
Yeah, look. Well, if I try to wipe their minds of their opinions, that'd be the second worst thing I've ever done.
I'm sure, we all love a good Chibnall bashing, so we can probably do, that one.
I bash the Chibnall every day.
Yeah,
same.
Definitely sounds
every night before I go to bed, I bash the Chibnall.
I bash one out of the Chibnall hard.
Yeah, what?
I bash Chibnall out.
I just keep thinking. You just think you're physically bashing Chibnall, like the man. You're just bashing him with a.
You just got locked in your cellar.
That's what happened when he thought he had access to my house because I kissed him. I gave him
like seeing Death in the Family where Joker beats Robin to death with a crowbar, but it's just Chibnall. Where it's like forehand or backhand.
Backhand every time.
You've done videos with Council Geeks, haven't you, Jay? I remember.
I have. I've done 2, I believe, unless I'm forgetting one, or I guess inventing a couple.
Yeah.
I mean, we were both on that panel during lockdown.
Yeah, I like Council of Geeks, so definitely no beef with
I do
them.
too. She seems really lovely.
Yes.
I can't say I'm all that familiar.
What videos have we covered of her, Connor?
We've done
covered a few.
the series ranking one where I had a little moment because she put
Which moment was that?
She put Series 6 over Series 1, and I kind of screamed a little bit inside.
Oh,
yeah,
I would scream at
that.
Yeah,
I would scream about that.
Yeah,
I just because Series 1 is great.
Series 1 is like
and Series 6 is
New Who.
Series not
kind of.
I was on, but I was late. That was an hour late because I was watching Python.
No, I don't think that was the same one. That wasn't the same.
I think we may have done one other one of theirs, but I can't remember. We've done a lot. Look, Callum, we've done 20 of these and have done multiple videos on each, and it's a lot to remember.
Yeah.
Series ranking run, not ranking one. Series ranking.
Series ranking.
The series wanking.
Wanking. Series 1's the other one.
Series wanking.
Yeah, that sounds like a good video series where you just go through and talk about the good bits of each series.
Welcome to the video. Today we're going to be wanking every Doctor.
Coming in at number 1.
This feeling is inexplicable.
It is rather a large one, yeah.
Of all the Doctors, I think Tom Baker would enjoy the wanking the most.
Oh yeah, and Connor, Series 3 was at number 9 in the ranking as well.
I think, yeah, they had it near the bottom.
That's a bad.
I love Series 3; it's so good.
I remember when I broke you
Chef's kiss.
because I didn't like Series 3 on that video.
Well, to be fair, you didn't break me because you didn't like it. You broke me because I wasn't allowed to talk about it on Joey's podcast. That's why. Because I felt like my freedom of speech was taken away from me. That's what I thought.
You were broken by me sending you lots of Mephimes posts.
Well, to be fair, that was pretty funny though. You did was it like the 10th Doctor Planet of the Dead
thing?
No, Planet of the Ood, sorry. Planet of the Ood, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wasn't allowed to talk about anything else. So it wasn't fair.
You can't talk about good
I
stuff.
posted the here lies Connor's hopes. And
I think it was like Joey said, I'm going to put you on a time limit and then I'm going to go to the bathroom while you're talking. He was bullying me. Now that's just bad faith from him, right?
You can talk about well-written stuff like Series 3 here. You're safe.
Anyway.
Well, Joey is bad faith. Do you not see my debate with him about who would win in a fight, Lord Slava DMAT gun or the ancient one in the underwater basement battlefield?
Yes, yeah, I was there for that.
Joey has to be blocked on Twitter.
It was such a bullshit argument, man.
Oh, he blocked Callum because apparently Callum's too cringe. I mean, you are cringe, Callum, but I do.
I mean, just remember when I talked about Sontarans firing? How cringe was that, guys?
Oh yes, of course. Yeah.
The whole Sontaran Stormtrooper anything was like the dumbest thing on Twitter for like 2 weeks. It was the fact everyone got so heated about it.
Do you see George's last video on it? He did a good video on it.
Well, it's like I personally didn't think it was that much of a big deal, but it's the fact everyone was so at each other's throats over it. It was like, it's just such a minor part of the episode.
Well, and here's the thing: the reason why I tweeted that original tweet was because I had just seen the episode with Jeb, Sky, Tin, and Zod. We did a whole reaction to it, and I literally tweeted right after, and then I get a quote tweet saying, "Oh, you just complaining about this in the Chibnall era." No, I tweeted because I watched the episode.
I mean, you complain about a lot of other things too.
Yeah. I mean, the thing that was annoying about this, you posted so many criticisms of that episode. They picked up on that one and ran with it as like, oh, this is a nonsense criticism. And then we just kind of say, yeah, we think this is a problem, but it's not like the worst.
I have a real
it's
pretty equivalent.
This is your top criticism. This is going very good.
I have a real pet peeve when people only see you complain about one thing and say, well, that must be your only criticism. It's like you haven't asked me any questions.
It happens all the time. People do that. Even if it was the only thing you mentioned, right?
Yeah,
it would be fine.
Was I wrong?
Well, here's the thing,
right?
Wrong. Is that I think it might be the individual scene. I think is probably worse, but overall, in terms of the story as a whole, I think War of the Sontarans probably has a pretty equivalent level of cringe plot armor to Remembrance of the Daleks. Remembrance of the Daleks has it real bad. There are some really embarrassing fight scenes.
I remember I
episode.
watched Remembrance. I remember one of the cliffhangers with Ace has pretty bad plot.
Well, I think the thing that was weird was that Matt Toffolo said that, but that's why Remembrance is fun because it's bad, and I'm like, what? Why?
I think the most embarrassing it gets is the scene with the Dalek warfare where you've got before the special weapons Dalek shows up, and you've got the squad of Imperials versus the squad of renegades, and it goes on.
I think that's
stationary.
more due to budget, though.
Well, no, but you could make that scene very quick, but instead they're stationary and they're firing at each other for a solid 10 seconds. I counted the shots once while this Twitter discourse was going on. I think it's 30 shots before it hits, and they're stationary and they're aiming right at each other.
Shooting their own kind, so they're doing it on purpose because they don't want to kill their fellow Daleks.
Yeah, the other thing is that a lot of the conversation, at least from my part and Callum's part, wasn't even attacking the episode. It was defending ourselves from people that were trying to.
Well, because you remember that video
us.
has the scene from the Sontaran 2-parter where they have good aim. I used that literally as an example of like they are established to have good aim at some point. I didn't even put anything to suggest, this episode is so good in comparison to the other thing. It was just an example of
referencing an example.
If anyone should have good aim, it should be the Sontarans.
Yeah, the people who are fucking cloned for war.
I remember when who was it that said that Lynx was just as bad?
Billy Garrett John. Billy Garrett John. Yeah.
Lynx pretty much hit every shot he took in that episode, and was extremely competent, and was well, he was the architect for the Sontarans. He's what they should be.
Yeah, so
and then you get the other side of it of
I remember
saying, that you must hate this thing too.
I do remember.
If it is bad.
Billy Garrett John was saying to me, "Well, the Sontarans have always been bad. Look at these scenes." I'm like, "No, that's not."
No. Look at the fucking Sontaran stratagem. That's one that gets them.
That we literally rewatched it because of the whole discourse, and we're like, "This is way better."
They're very good at shooting there. They're very good at shooting people there.
The Sontarans. the Sontarans miss a few shots in the combat scene with
Yes.
Unit, but it's so transparently a different thing that's going on there.
It also doesn't
In
matter
the
if they
haze
miss
of
or hit
battle,
in
a
that
few
instance.
shots miss compared to like literally like an army
the thing is,
firing
right,
squad
so-
right behind this one guy.
So the thing is, you don't see the Sontarans make a single hit for about I think 15 seconds of battle scene. But I think that the thing is that you don't confirm that they don't get any hits, right? There's just like two armies
We
firing.
don't see the whole battle,
and you see a few missed Sontaran shots. Yeah, we don't see the whole battle, and I think that just not showing any confirmed kills on humans, like in the scene, is basically just tonal, showing that this is unit like
getting the
flip
upper
it.
hand.
Yeah, unit getting the upper hand, and if we showed like loads of unit deaths, like that would be fine, but it might muddy the waters with who's exactly got the upper hand, even though they're probably happening.
Literally, and then seconds later we have we have the other main Sontaran killing 2 unit soldiers as well. So it's still like we're still dealing with a lot of competence here.
Oh, and if we're talking about like some of the just annoying rebuttals, it's like with the Evil of the Daleks one, people are like, well, do you just want the main characters to die and the credits to roll? It's like, no, that's not what I want.
I mean, in this case, yes, but that's not the point.
Yeah.
I can't believe that Eva the Daleks one. I somewhat was like, oh, who cares about the Sontaran one? But when it came to Eva the Daleks,
Here's the thing: Eva the Daleks is bad for other reasons too. It's not just the plot armor.
Like the Dalek literally snuck up behind them with a minigun and still couldn't land any hits, and it was like, what the hell?
And in any of the corridors, it can't hit them.
It's very transparent in the way it's choreographed. It's very transparent that the Daleks simply only ever hit because the writers want them to.
Yeah,
and then
it's very clear.
It's never like it's always never like a couple of narrow misses and then they get gunned down while they're running. Every time in that episode that the main characters get hit, they're not running.
When you're thinking about it,
like talking, they're talking during those scenes.
Or like they've generally accepted their fate when they're about to get hit.
When you think about it, given how arbitrary the shots are, it's as if the Daleks are either drunk or poisoned. Like that's the level of how arbitrary. And even then, if you were a drunk Dalek, you might accidentally kill someone easily.
Yeah, if you were a drunk person firing a fucking like minigun down a hallway, you'd probably end up hitting some of the people running down.
Yeah.
Doesn't help when the Daleks are like expert killers or anything. I don't know.
Yeah, and just to mention, not like an agile dodger of death, like literally John Bishop running down the hallway. That's what we're
John Bishop, agile dodger of death.
Yes. I mean, he has proven that with the Sontarans. He can dodge anything.
And then it went further than that, because it was not only people saying, "Oh, you guys are wrong about these criticisms," but they also said to me, "It says if you focus on these elements, your life is sad." Apparently,
that was really fun.
My life is pretty sad, but that's not the point of this.
Yeah.
Imagine in the last episode in the Centenary, they reveal that like Dan has like some kind of device that was given to him as a child.
They can't actually see him. To shoot him.
Well, they see him in like a place that he isn't. They see him to like just to the left of where he actually is.
Yeah, like they made it out like me finding storytelling mechanics interesting to talk about, as if I belong in some mental hospital. Is what they made it out.
Well, that is well.
They made it out, they were trying to imply that you were bad faith. And that, like, you had some kind of nefarious secret race,
which is ironic because we were constantly bad faith over this.
They didn't outright say that, but that was the implication. Because like it was always like, well, they can't dislike it for this reason, honestly. So what is their real reason?
Of like, you have a bunch of arguments, and then people just pick up one and say, "Why are you complaining about that?" It's like, I'm complaining about a bunch of different stuff. This just happens to be in the list.
People would rather have conspiracy theories about your opinions than actually ask you questions to clarify about why you have them. Which is the most backwards. It's the most backwards thing ever.
It's just why I completely avoid Twitter at all costs now. Like, I just don't interact. I
had this yesterday. I had this yesterday when I was kind of, because the BBC posted like the unstoppable cyber time lord posted. Well, they literally just appeared on screen.
I saw that.
And, like, defeated immediately. And then people in the comments were saying, "Well, what about all the time the Daleks were killed?" It's like,
shots off.
They did something before they were killed.
Yeah.
They were literally in one episode, and that was they
Like,
were in one
the
episode,
equivalent,
and they were
right?
stopped.
Yeah.
The equivalent is Victory of the Daleks. The new Daleks come out of the thing, and then immediately, like 2 seconds later, their ship gets blown
and that
up.
was bad. That was
I'm
bad
saying,
too.
I'm saying like that's the equivalent of that happening. Like at
Well,
least
yeah,
in Victory of the
exactly.
Daleks, they at least hang around for a little bit and pose a threat.
It's like they always assume that you like everything that came before Chibnall. It's like,
yeah,
definitely.
I've been complaining about New Who for like ever.
You know, I'm unstoppable because I don't let companions hang around my house. That's what. That's why.
it's like so.
the seventh
So there
worst thing
is
you've
like
done.
a way where certain times I'll let something go in a certain episode because it's
Sure.
like so say there's like use a plot armor for example. Just say there's an episode in like the RTD or Moffat era that is a really good episode. Yeah, it happens to have plot armor. I'll go, well, the rest of the episode's fine. So it's like I'm not gonna like criticize or anything. It's just you can just ignore it and vibe with it. But then when it comes to like Chibnall era where the episodes themselves are very weak, then it's like, well, of course I'm going to criticize that as well because it's not like the rest of the episode can cover up for it.
But also the other thing is like the difference is like not all plot armor is the same. Some of it's better and some of it's worse.
Yeah, I was literally about to say there are degrees
yeah.
of like how bad plot armor can be.
Yeah.
They can be little things, but it can be massive things, and it all depends on the context itself.
Yeah, and that's
like
something
it
that
all
people,
matters. It's not strictly black and white.
And that's something these people aren't willing to actually hear us talk about.
Yeah, because they just go straight into what is it?
Yeah.
Whataboutism, whatever it's
Yeah.
called. Where they're just like,
What was
about
it?
this?
And
Like, how's
Callum,
that fine?
what was it? What was it? Mr. TARDIS said about immersion of like, well, if I look away from the screen and look at the wall, my immersion's broken.
Oh god,
that's my
it's
least
just
favorite
a wall.
Mr. TARDIS quote.
Yeah.
Yeah, we covered that dream he did, and it was not good.
Yeah, no, George has lost did a really good video on that.
Yeah,
if you've seen that.
Yeah, it was a pretty decent
Really
video.
good.
I was involved.
George has lost a good lad.
You're I caused it all, so you're all welcome for all the content you guys have.
That's
You should
fair.
thank me.
Thank you very much.
True. Yeah, thank you.
Anyway, should we watch the video?
Yeah,
Let's watch the video. Now that we don't
let's
regret
watch
I feel it is
the
necessary
video.
to point out that the news arm of the BBC has yet to retract, apologize, or otherwise address the deeply transphobic reporting it has engaged in the last few months. In a pinned comment down below, you'll find my original video on the topic, several videos from the YouTuber Sean, who has been ongoing in his pursuit of trying to get the BBC to own up to what they have done, and also a video from Laura Kate Dale, showing the protests that have taken place outside of the BBC offices. While I don't feel any of the people behind Doctor Who are in any way responsible for this, I cannot in good conscience talk about a BBC-owned property without mentioning this first, until such time as it is properly redressed. Thank you. No matter what you think about a situation, there's always nuance.
Oh, I like that.
Well, yeah, true. Nobody could disagree with that.
It's kind of like what we just talked
well,
about. There's
you
always
know.
like, layers to everything.
I do. I don't actually.
So with the ever more imminent end of the Chris Chibnall and Jodie Whittaker era
Thank
of
God.
Doctor Who, I feel like it's maybe overdue for me to, well, kind of defend Chibnall a little bit.
I mean, you don't have
Now,
to.
let me be clear.
Yeah, you could just
My
get on with
thoughts on
your day.
Chibnall and his era are
No, I think it's an admirable effort. I really
Yeah, if you can try if you want to. It's a
not only
Oh, trust
pretty well
me, from
documented
personal
at this
experience,
point,
it's
they
very
are
difficult.
continuing.
Oh yeah, so
It's very
that,
difficult.
polish it
so Harbour, me and Callum got like pranked because we thought your video was actually going to defend Chibnall, and then we were told it was April Fool's.
Yeah. To be fair, I did say on stream. I
Oh.
did say I think it is April Fool's. So you
That
just
was
were
so
listening to me.
perfect.
Okay, so
I
it's all my
baited so
fault
many
then.
people with that.
It's all my yeah. You
It's
Yes,
like-
baited,
it's-
it's always
you
your
not
fault.
you not only baited me, but you baited me while I was live.
It was
Yes.
such like low hanging fruit as
And
well
I'm
for me to do,
proud.
but I have no
You can
shame about
never-
April Fools, so
You can never deny you were tricked now, Connor. It's up there in the cyberspace forever.
Yeah, it's up there in what's her face's name from Hoot Culture's cyber necklace. That's what.
Ellie Littlechild.
Yeah, Ellie Littlechild's cyber necklace. There you go.
That sounds
Ellie
like
Big
that sounds
Adult.
like what's the character? Littlefinger's daughter or whatever. Little child.
Well, he doesn't
Or
have a
whatever his
daughter.
name is.
Nah, that'd be
I was
little
making a
film
joke.
or little pinky.
All right,
Oh.
find me a big child.
Me.
They exist.
Out of context, that's like
I think really, like, we're all on a 5-hour stream ranting about Doctor Who. I think we're all big children.
Oh yes, this
I'm
stream.
proud.
I intend for the stream to be longer than Jay's video. That is my goal.
Well, most of them are.
That's
Most of our streams
doable.
are because we're crazy.
Yeah.
And we are like,
actually, just think about it though. How long me and Callum have been sitting here? Jay made a video longer than what we've currently been sitting here doing, and it's edited. That's fucking
insane.
Crazy.
pretty insane.
Your
It took
big
me
sort
6
of
months.
anniversary.
We've covered this.
Yeah.
Wait, your sort of big anniversary stream is only going to be like 5 hours long.
It's probably a bit longer.
Probably gonna be like 6.5.
Yeah, we've got to get that through this video. That's at least another 3 hours. So.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You can
give
be
you
buckle in,
documented
everyone.
as I
So keep up.
Anyway.
do my rewatch of Series 11 and then probably Series 12 soon after that.
Good luck.
So
I feel
I'm not
for ya.
here to tell you that this stuff was secretly great because I don't think that. I do,
Yay.
however, think that, especially among people who dislike this era, there are things that are worth taking into account. There were decisions made and aspects to the approach that Chibnall took that I think were not only defensible, but good ideas, at least on paper.
Now, you see, for Series 11, I do kind of agree with this. I feel that even though Series 11 wasn't a good series, they did do some things in the right direction. Like taking it away from the lore, making it about just space adventures, giving it a bit more room to breathe, things like that. I thought those were positive steps. They immediately went back on them.
Say this about,
they immediately went back on all of them.
Well, you say room.
I will say this about Series
you
11. Out of the three, it's the best one.
Well, you say room to breathe, but what you get is 5 extra minutes every week and dead air exposition.
Half the time they didn't even stick to
Yeah.
it.
Well, yeah, like
they still made like.
That's why I'm happy to agree. They
episodes.
were good ideas on paper.
Like, if you want to call the Saranga conundrum room to breathe, then go ahead.
Room to breathe, I was talking about specifically with the overstuffed lore.
Yeah.
Like overstuffed lore,
Remembering-
not in terms of runtime.
Remember how the Saranga conundrum got like a worse overnight reception than Arachnids? Like, people hated that episode.
Probably because it was
Yeah.
it had less happening. It was less eventful than Arachnids.
Yeah, the thing that I remember people criticizing it for was being filler.
So that comes back to something that a lot of I don't think normie is the right word, but it's a thing of people criticizing something based on its energy rather than its content. And so Saranga Conundrum has like less energy than Arachnids, whereas Arachnids is more like sins committed.
And also, I remember I watched Arachnids with some normies because I was in a university house at the time, and it was like, "Ooh, scary spider!" Ooh, it's like there's something about that which just instantly people will give more credit for, just because they have an emotional reaction to it, visceral spider.
Whereas the Pating is sort of that's it's a decision. It's the Pating. I could see the Pating being a really fun story, to be fair.
I at the time
on our play on our slash
can't
place.
buy
So
Shape Stitch
they always
being
have a
the
special place
scariest
in my heart.
creature in the universe.
At the time, I thought when the concept was first introduced, I was thinking, well, this is like a reverse base under siege where they're eating the base. That's what I thought it was going to be, and then it wasn't.
That would have been quite fun.
Yeah, like literally, if Chibnall had thrown me that draft, I would have been like, well, this is what you need to do with the story. You make it a reverse base under siege.
So what you're saying is if Chibnall was talented.
Instead, we get a scene where they've got to navigate an asteroid belt, and we don't actually see what's going on outside.
I mean, the thing is, Callum, maybe Chibnall is talented, but it takes him a very long time to get it right. Maybe that's what it is.
Yeah, probably.
He only ever writes like one draft, so
after his
we don't know how good he is when he writes two.
What I found out the other day is that he's written 50 episodes of a Star Wars series with George Lucas.
Yeah, that's insane.
What?
It was
It never got made.
The writer of
it was cancelled when Disney acquired the rights to Star Wars, but before then, and they'd written 2 seasons worth of episodes for Star Wars, and George Lucas was just holding off on greenlighting it on getting it made because he didn't feel that effects technology
Do you
was up
think
to
it
it.
would be better or worse than Disney's Star Wars TV shows?
Anything could have happened. I think that Chibnall was pretty all right at working to a brief, or at least with other writers, and that's what he was doing.
Yeah.
But that
It's
other
just when
writer
Chibnall
was
controls
George
everything.
Lucas, who just post prequel George Lucas. So who knows?
George Lucas and Chris Chibnall sounds like a very interesting cocktail. Let's say that.
Well, no,
it honestly sounds like it could forge some of the.
That, so.
It honestly feels like it could forge some of the worst things ever. Like
it sounds like it
could.
George
Lucas is great at outlining like character arcs, but he's terrible.
Imagine the dialogue.
The smallest details. Yeah, exactly.
Imagine the dialogue.
It would be some of the worst dialogue
combine Ascension of the Cybermen. You know, that's what I call an inner conflict with I don't like sand. Attack of the Clones dialogue.
Yeah,
I don't like inner conflict.
That's what I call it. No, that's what I call an inner conflict. Yeah.
Liar! Traitor! You're with him. You brought him here to kill me.
Oh dear.
From my point of view.
Oh, no. Martha should have said to the doctor, "I've been haunted by the kiss you should never have given me."
Who talks like that?
And that is the 7th worst thing he's ever done.
You turned her against me.
It's worse than killing young
he can now go into his house.
To yourself.
I love Revenge of the Sith. It's so.
Me too.
If you beep the meat is evil.
Well, then you are lost.
So true.
This is the end for you, the master.
Oh, I can imagine. Yeah, I can imagine the doctor saying that in the Chibnall era. This is the end for you, the master.
Worry for your.
That sounds like if he wrote the Time Lord Victorious.
I want George Lucas to direct the centenary, but it's already happened.
You worry for your as yet unborn child, Anakin.
Right. Anyway.
Even if the execution didn't pull it through. And I want to give credit where credit's due and also account for some of the difficulties in a way that maybe I haven't up to this point. Now, part of this is inspired by an interview that Chris Chibnall gave with the Radio Times, which was brought to my attention by Mr. TARDIS. I am cribbing a little bit from his video on the piece, so maybe check that out and throw him a few views. I promise I didn't just lift the entire thing. But the simple truth is that there are certain aspects to how Chibnall approached things that I think have either not been known or have been criticized by fans that I don't think is fair. And I'm going to be kind of jumping around on this. But one of the first things I want to tackle is I think there are those among us, especially who
want
to
Oh, Connor!
That game has
Do you
genuinely
remember
ruined those 2 words.
He knows what she was doing.
Right here, I just hit
It's a classic case of neuron activation. Just
remember when
immediate
Cromwell
fucking neuron activation.
She knows what she was doing.
You know that smile that Council Geeks is doing now? She's like, yeah, I know what I just said.
That smile, that damn
on the
smile.
podcast reacting to this, they're screaming.
Yeah. What were you going to say, Callum?
Do you remember when Cromwell thought I vented? That was a...
I do remember that.
Oh yeah, Dylan, you were there for that as well. You remember that, Dylan, when Cromwell thought
I remember
vented?
how angry you got.
I was very angry because he was wrong.
Yeah. Well, this is what happened, Callum. You went, no, that's not true.
That's it literally wasn't possible.
I remember I got everybody to think Jerry did it when I was the imposter, and he called me a slippery slug.
Yeah, well, you are a slippery slug.
Good times.
I can't believe that was like Among Us and Fall Guys were like 2 years ago now.
Oh, I feel old already.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So you guys played Fall Guys?
Stop making me feel old. I'm only.
No, I just mean just.
I did.
Well, I mean, I didn't
we actually played
personally,
Fall Guys on stream.
Hey,
Connor,
I didn't just play Fall Guys. I watched your video on Fall Guys, Jay.
Oh, thank you very much. But I wanted to play Fall Guys.
Listen, Jay.
That's where I'm at now.
Jay, I watch all of your serious video essays, and I watch all your cancerous 7 days stuff too. It's great.
I don't know what to say. Well, you've seen me at my best and my worst.
Yeah, yeah. I love the ones where you do BuzzFeed quizzes. Those are the best videos. It's like
those are only the simplest things you've ever uploaded.
What was I can't even remember what some of those BuzzFeed ones were. They were great. It's like find out which food you are or something like that.
Yeah, I did what sandwich I am and what pizza I am, and I'm the one coming out next week. I'll spoil this now. Is what kind of tree I am.
What kind of tree are you?
Well, I don't remember. I'll be honest, it didn't capture my imagination.
I think you're a sycamore. And I said it because it's the only tree name I know.
I know like oak and stuff and like pine.
That's literally only one.
I do know oak and pine.
I mean, I know quite a few trees.
And then like birch.
I know quite a lot of trees because I used to play RuneScape and there's wood cutting in that game.
I used to play Minecraft.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, you can name. Surely you can name every tree from Minecraft. You know.
Jungle.
Although I am skeptical that jungle is actually a species of tree.
I'm from biologist seething.
Well,
my favorite tree is jungle.
I mean, in RuneScape they have magic trees, and that's a species.
Are you a magic tree?
Does it really exist?
Yeah, and they spray like white cum everywhere. It's great.
If a magic tree falls down in a forest, does anyone hear it?
As opposed to
it makes wind chimes.
As opposed to not being a free to play scrub.
As opposed to non-white cum, I should specify.
Well, you know,
if it's not blood, you need to go to the hospital.
Yeah, I want the tree that sprays petrol cum. There you go.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Anyway, I can see that having
and how did Among Us lead to that?
Because Jay shouted out Among Us.
Guys.
Being very frustrated that there didn't seem to be much adjustment for what things the audience was saying was or wasn't working. So, to address that, Chibnall said flat out he ignored the fandom. Now, there are those who would point to that as a mark of criticism for Chibnall. That, well...
I think it's based. Ignore the fans. The fans don't know what they're fucking talking about.
I do agree. So, like, a lot of the stuff that fans will be saying will just be like, "Hey, it's boring how like there weren't returning villains." Like that'll be It'll all be stuff that doesn't address the issue.
If what the showrunner like listened to was a democracy, the show would be terrible.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Honestly, I think the big problem with the show is that it's made by fans. It needs to be made by people who aren't fans. I'm
not sure that's true. Russell T and Moffat did pretty good job together.
I think you need like a mid ground where it's like not someone who's like a hardcore fan who's gonna like AEW style it, be like, oh, I'm gonna bring in all the niche stuff no one knows about.
Whoa, hang on, Callum.
You just need a fan with self-awareness.
Wait, did you just? Herbert, did you just say AEW?
Did you just do an AEW reference? Oh my god, I didn't. Wow, this is all the niche content coming out.
There's another one of us.
Hey, Tin, you got another person to hate now.
What? AEW sucks.
Oh,
is this a fucking wrestling reference?
Oh.
Yeah, oh no, Herbert, you were doing so well up until you said AEW.
No, AEW is genuinely just like, remember this. So remember
Chris Jericho. No, it's not. No, it's not. No,
remember Jeff Hardy? He's going to break his neck live on TV this Wednesday.
CM Punk.
Okay, that was bad.
To do with Punk
he broke his foot by jumping into the crowd because they had
but that was bad no matter where he went. He was always dumb.
Wait,
I just think AEW is like the most pandering to hardcore things ever. It's like if Doctor Who was constantly just always bringing back really obscure Big Finish characters.
This is one of the worst takes I've ever heard.
Like you could absolutely do that. If all you need is a fan with self-awareness, and they can do it.
Oh
right?
no, Tony Khan has
all you need is a fan who, if they're bringing back like an obscure character from the lore every episode, all you need is an understanding that the mainstream audience don't know who these people are, and that you need to construct a story that makes that clear.
Now I'm just imagining if the Doctor looked at the screen and told the showrunner to fuck themselves. That's the equivalent of what we're talking about.
You fucking Mark.
gridlock is not made worse by inclusion of macro, right? That's just the kind of approach that you need to bring back
the Doctor
obscure
at least
stuff.
tells you what the macro are. If it was AW,
Exactly.
they just expect you to know.
I'm just thinking, if Chibnall had reintroduced the macro, what would he do?
Probably just the macro terror again.
He lists off their Wikipedia page.
Well, yeah, just Legend of the Sea Devils, but with macro is what I'm picturing.
Would it be like a really tone deaf, like a Torchwood episode about crabs?
Maybe.
What you suggesting that loads of jokes in it where characters would scream about how they've got crabs?
No. It's literally like a it's literally like one of the Torchwood characters gets crabs, and they do like a little magic school bus thing where they go into their pubic hair, and it's macro.
That would be quite fun. I would watch. You know what? I would definitely watch that.
The Doctor gets the diagnosis as there's no such thing as macro.
She's an STD denier.
ST denier.
Anyway,
this is why everything failed. He wasn't listening to the fans. Except he also notes that not listening to the fans was a piece of advice given to him by both Russell T. Davies and Stephen Moffat. Neither of them listened to fans either, and they advised him not to. Now, understand, listening to fans doesn't mean necessarily aggressively ignoring them, but just not going on fan forums, not watching the reviews. If you have something you intend to do that thing. And not only is that a piece of creative advice that I think generally makes sense, it makes more sense for Chibnall than for either of the other two. Here's what I mean by that. Chibnall came in wanting to do some pretty large-scale things. He obviously was planning stuff to pay off down the line. Now, we could argue all day over how well...
I don't feel that's true.
Well, I think it appeared that way within Series 11 when he was setting up the stanza and all that kind of thing.
Yeah, and then he completely ignored it.
I think he wanted to do very long-term storytelling.
Yes.
It seemed like every series his plan changed.
It doesn't seem like... But what was his plan for it? It doesn't seem like there was a plan.
Yeah, exactly.
So, I mean,
well, he's definitely
changed.
It seems that way in retrospect.
Plan? I don't see what the plan was.
I definitely think that Chibnall
genuinely don't know if the stanza were ever supposed to come back, though. I don't know.
Because I don't doubt that his Timeless Child Fugitive Doctor stuff was something he wanted to do from the beginning. But it's kind of, he didn't set it up enough in Series 11. So it's like, was he really seeding it properly?
Like, a bunch of rags told
that's all
about a Timeless Child.
Yeah. Let these dirty dish rags somehow worked it out, and we never explained why.
Episode of the series that everyone hates because it's so boring, so no one remembered it even existed.
Kellen, that just reminds me of when Rags did a better version of Tim Shaw than Chibnall. Remember that?
Yeah.
Like Rags the person.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What did he do?
He taught.
What did he say?
There was an EFAP where MauLer and Rags were talking about Tim Shaw, and Rags did.
This happened?
Yeah. And Rags did
this definitely happened. I remember.
Like what he would have done with Tim Shaw, and it sounded so much better than what Chibnall did with Tim Shaw.
Oh, so which one was this? I'm really curious to hear it.
Was it?
I wasn't there, was I? That would be embarrassing.
It was one of the catch-up ones where he was playing Lego Star Wars. You know, one of those ones.
Oh.
Yes, it was.
No one's ever going to find it.
I remember because he was. I can specifically remember. You'll know this, Jay, because you played through the game lots with your video. It was when MauLer was doing Retake Theed Palace. That's when they were talking about it.
Well, I guess maybe one day I'll find that.
One day.
That's your clue.
Hours and hours and hours.
That's your clue.
But yeah, that definitely did happen. I do remember that.
I can't remember what he said about it, but it was really interesting. And I was like, why aren't you the showrunner?
Why don't people put thought into things? That'd be nice.
Or maybe he didn't have the time. I don't know. He was too busy
the
doing.
The only reason that Rags is Doctor Who showrunner is that he doesn't have the time.
Yeah.
Yes, that's the only reason.
Only reason.
Yeah.
Well, that did.
I wonder if he would take that job if he was offered it.
Literally talking about someone that's on like 10-hour podcasts every month. Doesn't have the time to be showrunner.
Yeah, well, that's why he doesn't have the time.
Yeah, so occupied.
He's busy.
He's so occupied.
I'd be really interested
in
if he
showrunner Doctor Who. You know.
Yes.
I mean, actually, to be fair, I mean, we don't know everything about behind the scenes, but it seems like the behind the scenes on Chibnall has been pretty good, like pretty swell.
That's what.
He's apparently a really like nice and chill guy.
Yeah, I imagine he is. Yeah. I've no doubts that he's
like
probably a nice guy.
Because there's in RTD and Moffat's eras, there's all these behind the scenes stories of like bad blood and heat and sex pests and all that. Whereas with
about the
Chibnall,
Moffat era, I haven't really heard anything about.
Well, there was that whole blow up in Series 7 about when he fired that producer, and he's like, "You'll never come back."
Really, I never heard about that.
I always heard that somewhere.
Well, I mean, we all know he's like, you are erased from Doctor Who. Was that quote?
You are fall into the time crack.
Yeah, and then you
fall into a crack in time.
And then there was that whole there was all the things that Peter Capaldi talked about, whether the BBC did to him and all that stuff, and all the.
Oh yeah, wait, where does he talk about that?
Yeah, I never heard him actually talk about it. Obviously, I know a lot of people.
Well, so there was firstly
that he was kind of
so firstly there was the pot shot that BBC did where they're like they replaced divisive Peter Capaldi with Jodie Whittaker, and then he fired back talking about what the BBC wanted out of the character compared to what he wanted. It was very different.
Right.
So, you know, he wanted to play the role like very similar to the way Hartnell played the role, and the BBC wanted another cosmic imp. It's something he said.
Probably one of those cases where it's like Moffat and Capaldi wanted one thing, but the BBC were like, well, viewing trends and like public perception of the show is like going down, so you got to change it or something like that.
Yeah.
Because Moffat definitely wanted.
I mean, it's no secret that the transmission of Dark Water was quite controversial for the BBC because of all the complaints it got from some fans that didn't like the.
It was just because it was edgy, though.
Yeah, but you know what the BBC's like.
Yeah.
But
that's true.
That's
I mean, I do subscribe now. I am ready to subscribe to the conspiracy theory that the BBC gave Capaldi the boot.
Yeah.
Oh no, I always thought that was the case.
I mean,
I think he definitely wanted to stay.
When he went on Graham Norton show, he's like, "Well, Doctor Who's a factory, and I'm getting too old," or something like that.
He said that he's tired. He said that he didn't feel up to producing 12 episodes every year.
I mean, I'm sure that
strikes me as odd.
That's because that's exactly what the BBC said about Eccleston.
Well, the funny thing is that as soon as he left, it was 10 episodes, not 12.
Well, yeah. So it strikes me as odd. The reason he cited for leaving was that he didn't feel up to making 12 episodes a year, because immediately after he left, they started making 10 episodes every couple of years, and also before he left, they weren't making 12 episodes a year. He had like a year-long break.
Yeah. The thing is, though, in hindsight, like as much as I would have liked Capaldi to stay, Chris Chibnall running the 12th Doctor doesn't sound like something I would have wanted.
No, he would have.
No. I've got to go. Lads
and
ladesses. So it's been lovely being on your stream.
It's all right.
And maybe I'll catch you at the end of the stream. I don't know. I'll probably not. But I've got to go for a couple of hours now. So have a good rest of your time. Well done on your milestone. Oh, it's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure. Love the memes. Bye. Bye all.
Bye-bye.
Oh shit.
Bye.
Maddox just messaged. Maybe he'll join and replace Dylan.
Oh my god. Wow. Replacing Dylan. How could you, Connor?
Yeah, the great replacement. That's what I'm doing.
Replacing the divisive
great
Dylan with youthful and exuberant.
Yes, divertly high. Am I right, guys?
Yes, so I'm replacing one controversial figure with another. That's what I'm thinking.
Oh yeah. Oh,
because of Maddox's like the cum tweet that made him leave the website.
The whole controversy was so
oh my
weird.
God, that's one of the funniest stories ever.
It was like one random shit.
The cum tweet.
Yeah,
like, she lost her baby.
What actually happened? Because I've heard all about him, but I haven't actually heard what
so,
happened.
You know when a good man goes to war, when Amy's baby turns to flesh?
Yeah.
It looks like there's cum on the floor.
It looks like cum.
Will Maddox made a joke about that.
That was literally the joke.
That was the joke. He made it. He said it looks like cum.
No, not even. Wasn't it that look at all the cum that Rory pumped into Amy?
Yeah.
But then like loads of like people got on his back saying like, "Oh, this was a really traumatic moment
Well,
for
they not-
Amy. She
they-
lost
they-
her baby."
they
It's
not-
not real, guys.
They not only they
It was a
not
cum baby.
they
It
not
wasn't
only
real.
Also,
they not-
no, her baby was fine. Her baby is like standing over there.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
not. It was a fake baby.
And so not only did they try and cancel him and try and call him like some kind of whatever, they also like caused him to actual like emotional trauma, which was really sad. It's like, dude, you just tweeted that it looked like cum. You don't need to do
He
that.
made
to
a
us.
cum
People
joke.
will always be making jokes about the flesh looking like cum. Like,
Cum jokes are funny.
yeah,
I mean, my entire
glad that
podcast
we
is
have that
based around a
perspective
cum
here.
joke, for fuck's sake.
it's like
Yeah,
he got
you're
run off
called
of Twitter for
e-cum.
like a couple of days or something just because of the amount of shit people were
Yeah,
throwing
that's
at him
really
over it.
stupid.
Yeah.
Just that's the reason he's so controversial. I've heard
Yeah,
like
'cause he made a cum
I've heard
joke.
everyone talking
Yeah.
and say like he's a controversial figure, and it was a cum tweet.
Yeah.
Yeah, the BBC reported that he's a
Things-
controversial figure, divisive figure.
Things you can't talk about on Twitter: plot armor and cum.
Ah,
So,
fuck, I'm
well, I'm fucked.
Yeah,
Yeah.
may as well quit now.
I mean,
Went off
I mean,
time.
I've said way more controversial shit on Twitter than that. Way more controversial than whatever Will Maddox did.
Same.
The first time you get 400 quote tweets, it feels like a big deal, and then the second time you're just like, fine.
I mean, it's like so. Callum criticized Falcon and Winter Soldier for having bad dialogue and got called racist by 1 million people. And then
Yes, I did.
I saw that.
yeah,
Oh, everyone saw it. Everyone saw it. 2 million views on the video alone.
yeah, yeah.
Oh, what a time.
yeah. Anyway,
But the simple truth is the very notion of the timeless child or hidden secrets about the Doctor was planted in the very second episode of his era.
Not really planted, though,
Even though it
was
wouldn't pay off until the finale of the
What a
following
setup.
series. Well,
yeah.
I say pay off. It wouldn't get explained. I'm not
I don't think we've even gotten the payoff, have we?
I don't think we're getting much more on it, to be honest.
I
Miss-
think the
I think
payoff
we're
was
done.
supposed
I
to
think
be
that's it.
at the end of Fox, where
I
she
think-
throws
I
away
think
the
we're
watch
done
and
with
doesn't
it.
find out. I think that was supposed
Yeah, I
to be
think
the
it's- I
actual
don't-
definitive ending.
What if in the Century she opens up the pocket watch and they just answer everything all at once?
Your
Then
name
there
is
won't be time
Ben.
for anything else.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm already expecting that, Jay. I'm already expecting there to be no time
and
for anything.
you know in school when the teacher pulls out the answers to the test you just did and reads them all out in order, like that's what they'll do. They'll just read
The
out the
whole
exam
episode is her
answers.
just standing there
I
reading a
don't
list
imagine
of
that.
all
I
her
just
previous
imagine that she
incarnations.
I just imagine she opens the pocket watch, gets all the memories back, and she's like, "Oh, that explains it." And then just that's it.
Honestly,
be such a
I would
simple
I would
thing.
think that would be a Chad move for us to not see what she remembers, but to her just open the pocket watch, be like, "Oh, cool," and then that's it. We don't. The audience find out what it was.
You know what'd be funny is like she opens it up, she gets all the memories back, she remembers millions of lives, and then it's that thing at the end of Finding Nemo where they're like, now what?
Yeah.
You know what could have been?
Honestly, I could see it being done really effectively as a payoff. But this would have to be done so tactfully and so. This would have to be so well judged. But
you need to have
in a
really good
well-written
talent
series,
for
I could
writing.
see it done really well.
Yeah.
Where a character has lost their memories and they get them back, and you
Yes.
don't find out what they
And
were,
the-
but their emotional state changes, and that's.
But
the
of
payoff.
course, you got to remember the next episode, even though it is 90 minutes, he's got to have the Master, it's got to have a Shard, it's got to have Tegan and Ace, it's got to have the Cybermen, it's got to have the Daleks.
I currently believe that the Daleks are a cameo. Every shot of them we've seen are in the same caves. There's no characters there other than Ace. I think it might even be like Ace mentioning something that she did before, and then it like shows a flashback, and the Daleks.
What,
are-
so,
I think that might be it.
so they're gonna do like a Family Guy cutaway gag with Ace. Is that what you're saying?
Genuinely, it might be.
I was stuck in a cave of Daleks and bat him with a baseball bat.
Whatever happens, I don't see it lasting more than like a couple of minutes with the Daleks being there.
I cannot wait
but-
for that episode. It's
I
going to be
wouldn't
so funny.
I wouldn't be surprised if they have Ace beat a Dalek with a baseball bat, so they like remember.
No, they are. They're
Do you
doing
remember?
that. We've seen it in the
They're
trailer.
literally doing
That's
it.
what they do.
They're literally doing it, Connor.
I forgot the trailer.
Most people.
She's wearing the jacket as well.
Oh my
Yeah.
god!
Connor, do you remember Remembrance of the Daleks? Do you remember, Connor?
Yeah, I do remember.
But something that could work with the whole fob watch memories thing is if like the Doctor was put in a position where she couldn't win or beat a villain because the villain was like the Ravagers or whatever they were called from her past, and so she has to open the watch to realize what she needs to do to fix them. And obviously we don't see how, like, we don't see everything, but it's just like there's the moment it cuts away, like her in the TARDIS, you know, basically half dead, like the day is lost, and then she opens the watch and then steps out at the end and saves the day or something. Just something simple as that, just to acknowledge that she has connected these two pieces.
Can't wait for the episode.
Yeah. Oh, it's gonna be a riot. It's gonna be so much fun.
It's gonna be really. I've said this a few times, but whenever there's a regeneration of New Who, I normally do cry because I care about the actor and I care about the character. With Jodie regenerating, I'm probably gonna laugh.
Yeah,
I cannot wait
because it's one of those things.
It'll be a laugh or a cheer, like
you know.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna be cheering. You know that meme of like the bar celebrating whatever's on the big screen? That's gonna be me.
Well, it's one of those things where even if, like, say Moffat had written the 13th Doctor or something, and like everything was like still the same up to this point. Obviously, it wouldn't have been because it's Moffat. But you get to the regeneration scene. A writer like Moffat or Davis would still get you to feel emotional, even if you didn't care about the Doctor.
If it was either Moffat or Russell, it would be slightly different because I imagine there would be at least some characterization.
Just imagine, like,
I can categorically confirm that I feel strong emotions about everything Moffat does, positive or negative.
Yeah,
always.
With Chibnall, it's just like bland.
Because Moffat has such a spicy personality that it's impossible not to react to his content, I find.
Well, we all know how the centenary is going to end anyway, like the final lines spoken by the person.
You know how if they do the thing with the last scene is written by the next showrunner, I'll be interested to see what Russell T Davies does in the last scene.
It's only going to be 3 words. 3 of the same
words.
What,
just have like the Doctor go, well, that was shit anyway.
No. It's because if leaks are to be believed, it will be a Davis staple from...
What, David Tennant going, what?
I'm not going to say anything because I don't want to spoil anyone of what might not happen.
I mean, that would be a thing he would do, is he would look in the mirror, see it's David Tennant, and go, what? Oh, it's Will Maddox. Hello.
Well,
greetings, humans.
We were talking.
I'm not human.
We were talking about your cum cancellation before.
Yeah, I did, because I was I woke up really late, and then I opened YouTube and I saw that you were still streaming, because I was notified to like you starting this Discord call at like 9:30, and then I saw it and I was like, oh god, so then I just went straight back to sleep. And then I woke up about half an hour ago and I saw you were still streaming. I was like, oh, typical Connor. And then
yeah, I'm here too.
And then oh, hi Connor. Is this the first time? This is the first time we've ever.
Yes.
Oh, hi Connor.
Hi.
And Jace.
Hello.
And
God, this stream's just got like 10 times gayer ever since you've entered.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, that's pretty based.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it is Pride Month.
Yeah.
Daytime.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gay time.
I saw it was still on, and I was like, oh, maybe I'll join. And then just as I was getting up...
I mean, if you wanna talk about Patrick Troughton's penis, go ahead. It's up to you.
What?
Allegedly, he died using his penis.
Oh yeah, like I've, like on.
I hope everyone is enjoying the stream. The 20th episode of EDAR.
Allegedly, Patrick Troughton died while he was having sex.
That sounds about right.
Well, on Wikipedia it said because he died. Because he died in a hotel, and it said like he had died after just ordering breakfast. I always considered like breakfast a euphemism for like a prostitute or something.
Oh my god!
Didn't you talk earlier in the stream about someone dying from sex?
Yes, we did.
Yeah, we did. We
sex.
said that to make it full circle for Chibnall, Yasmin Khan is going to turn into the sex gas from day one.
That was 2 hours ago.
Yeah,
that would be
and then
iconic.
What a fun 2 hours it's
absorb the
been.
sex gas, and then she'll die from sex because she's such a sexless being.
Yeah, I did wake up and I did like tune into your stream, and like just as I was getting up, Dylan left. I was like, no, come on.
Yeah, you missed him passing in the night. I'll never
Yeah,
forget. I'll never forget when me, you, and Dylan made that James Corden series of Doctor Who. That was brilliant.
Yeah, you guys did do that.
Like the woman who coughed.
Never forget.
Yeah, and who got Mary Preggers.
That's still my favorite one.
You know the Virgin Mary had Jesus. So they do a pure historical when Jesus was born, and it's called Who Got Mary Preggers. And the Master is there, and the Master is played by the guy who plays Sheldon Cooper in Big Bang Theory.
Oh, I'd watch that.
Yes,
and then it's revealed.
Go to
it's funny.
Go to the Lord Slaw YouTube channel and search up the video that we did on James Corden as the Doctor. It was so much fun.
I think we
That
called it
sounds
like
like a
the
fun thing to make.
worst. I think we called it like the worst series of Who or something. I don't know.
I think it was like
the worst.
Yeah.
Ever.
It was creating the worst possible series, but I think that's what, because we based it on, because Jay, you and Stu Bagwell did like creating a Doctor Who series, right, with Alan Rickman.
We did.
So me, Dylan, and Will decided to do that, but make it as terrible as possible.
Yeah, like Miranda
That
Hart
sounds like a really fun idea.
Miranda Hart and Logan Paul are the companions.
And there's episodes based around like Black Friday and
yeah,
and 9/11 and
yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Was it going to be like Rosa, where they have the Doctor on the plane and be like, "Oh no, I have to maintain
I think
the
it's like after they rebuild the Twin Towers, Logan Paul does like a selfie or something, like with all the soldiers. That's what we did.
Oh god.
Yeah, it was fucking priceless. I loved doing that at like 3 a.m.
Oh, yeah. And Miranda Hart's like one characteristic is that she has asthma, and every episode.
Her character's name is Miranda Lungs.
And like spoilers, she ends up dying.
And James Corden's TARDIS interior is just his talk show like set.
Does he have his band there? Does this show have a band thing?
I don't know.
Like all those late shows do.
I wouldn't know. I don't watch it.
Yeah,
at
the end.
Just play the Doctor Who theme.
At the end of the series, like Miranda Lungs dies, and then Logan Paul just films it for TikTok views. So.
Oh, it's so good.
It was iconic.
Unironically enjoyed making that more than watching Flux.
Well, yeah.
Oh god, yeah.
Because Flux isn't as funny as
Flux doesn't
those
have
things.
The lungs dying.
I think the setting of the finale was like Route 66 or something.
Yes, yeah, that was it.
Yeah. And there was one episode with like a Halloween party, and the Master has all these different costumes or something. I can't remember. It's like a trick or treating gag.
It was something like it was like the Doctor receives a premonition that like the Master is dressed up as Michael Myers from Halloween.
Oh yeah,
like the Halloween.
That's
films.
right.
But James Corden's Doctor hasn't seen the Halloween movies, so he just thinks it's like Mike Myers characters like Shrek and Cat in the Hat.
Cat in the Hat. Yeah. Oh, it's great. And Sheldon Cooper's Master appears in every episode. It's really funny.
Oh yeah. It was
honestly.
Is it better than?
I
Series
feel like
12?
a Jim Parsons Master might not be the worst idea ever. Like, I feel like that's one of those things where you find out about the casting and then he actually nails it.
He looks good with the goatee. I can say that.
It's just he might be miscast. You know what I mean?
Well, the thing is, right, that like people wouldn't be able to see him as anything other than Sheldon. I think that would be the biggest problem with it, and unironically, he probably wouldn't do that bad of a job. He's not a bad actor.
Yeah.
No, he's deaf. He's a good actor.
Oh, it wasn't like
a genocide of like 15 planets and then saying Bazinga.
I think the biggest mistake would be writing him like a new Who master, making him all like crazy and
that's exactly what we did.
Eccentric.
That's exactly what we did.
If he was cast as and he was performing sort of like one of the more mustache twirly masters, like one of the more refined masters, and
like
sort of
Anthony Ainley or something.
Just sort of like, you know, not laid back. That's the wrong word.
Suave as opposed to manic.
Certainly not manic.
I mean, to be fair, I can't imagine Jim Parsons being suave.
A restrained portrayal.
Yeah.
So like John Sim in the series 10 finale is quite restrained compared to his other performances because he doesn't have the drums.
What if he did it like Eric Roberts?
I would also love that, to be honest.
Where's the Asian child?
Oh yeah. I mean, I think anyone should try and do the Eric Roberts performance.
I've only ever seen Eric Roberts in the show Heroes and then The Dark Knight, and that's it.
You got to watch Stalker.
Wait, who is he in The Dark Knight?
He's the guy who drives Two-Face's taxi,
I think. Because I was watching it like maybe back in March and like
no, he's the guy that he has a conversation with, and then he kills the driver, doesn't he?
Yeah, like it's
Oh yeah. You're right. Yeah.
The only thing I recognize him from is the Mr. Brightside video. So as soon as he popped up, I was like, "Hey, it's the other twat from Mr. Brightside."
Eric Roberts has been in like the most movies and TV shows of any actor ever. I'm pretty sure.
Oh yeah,
it's something crazy.
Man, what a whore!
He's been in so many. It's some crazy stat. Let me look it up. More than 600 credits apparently over 40 years.
Holy shit!
Jesus.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
God, he must
have started out when he was like
he still has time to do Big Finish.
I remember once
I think he started when he was like 20.
I remember once I was given like this really like shitty B-movie film called I think it was Sharktopus or something. And like it was about this shark octopus hybrid, and Eric Roberts was in that. And I was like, oh,
he takes literally anything he's given. Yes,
what if
the king of schlock?
What if the hybrid was a Sharktopus?
Oh hell yeah!
Like the hybrid.
Could I get him to appear in one of my videos? Do you think that's plausible?
Probably, yeah.
You know,
honestly, that.
What if you get to the end of series 9 and it's Eric Roberts as the Sharktopus? That would be.
I mean, he might be on Cameo, so you could probably.
Oh yeah. Well, Cameo is canon after all, as we all know.
I want to see the world where he was brought back as the Master for New Who.
That might be next year.
What if they had like Paul McGann and Eric Roberts in series 1?
No, I'm just imagining Eric Roberts against Christopher Eccleston. Like Christopher Eccleston's super like serious acting, and then Eric Roberts just
why don't you just die?
Doctor.
Legitimate recommendation. Stalked by My Doctor is actually hilarious. It's a film series. Eric Roberts, he plays this surgeon or something, and he just starts like trying to groom his like patients, like his female patients, and it's just he's so over the top and like hammy in it. He overacts, and it's honestly hilarious. It's just one of those like typical American like made for TV movies.
Yeah,
but he definitely is way
so
too
like the Doctor Who TV movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, the name.
Oh my god.
Yes. I was just gonna say, Jay, I finally watched the 5-hour video a couple of weeks back, and I gotta say, good shit.
Oh, thanks. You know, I was sort of half expecting to like, yeah, it was fine. Yeah, it could have used some work.
Well, I remember.
It'd be funnier.
I remember, Will, you messaged me saying you were disappointed at how normal it was, given how much controversy it strung out.
Yeah, it's so weird, like being, because obviously like I was on Twitter and then I left, but like when I was still on there was so much like vitriol surrounding it. It's just like, oh, Jay said this, and like and then when you actually sit down and watch, it's like, wow,
I'm a
this
very
is
controversial figure. But just no,
Yeah,
I'm not.
she says come a lot.
You're controversial average.
You're controversial because you didn't keep a stopwatch or something. Like that's your infamy.
Yeah, like,
apparently.
Like when I finally sat down and watched it, I was like, oh, I've already heard half these. So this is what's getting all the like attention. Like, okay. I mean, I agreed with most of it. It's just like I was like, oh, for the amount of backlash it got, I was expecting something more like
you could literally have done the exact same video and just split it up into chapters, and people wouldn't have complained. They would have been like, "Oh,
people
it's
wouldn't have complained as much." I think someone would probably have still found like part 5 and it's now long and been like, "Wow."
Oh my god, you're still talking about this?
Yeah,
it's the exact same thing.
I think someone
posts another Force Awakens.
Someone did a screenshot of that playlist of MauLer's Force Awakens where they're like, "This guy doesn't even have a life."
He does. It's almost if it's his job. I don't know.
That said, I did like how it felt like a third of it was a hit piece on Ryan and how he's a shit character. I appreciated that.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he has a great character.
I tried to do a hit piece on every character. That was my real
throwing
goal.
a bomb like a basketball.
You want to hear something? You want to hear something, Jay, about Samuel Davis? Samuel Davis thinks that Ryan Sinclair is a better companion than the Brigadier.
Oh, fuck off.
I don't believe you.
They did a tier list. They did a tier list on Twitter, and I asked them about it, and they confirmed it.
That is dumb.
He has to be
I'm not ready for this conversation. I wasn't.
He has to be the only
prepared
person ever who's ever said that. Surely.
I wasn't emotionally prepared for this news.
Like,
I'm still skeptical of that.
Surely he is the only person ever who's ever said that. I do not believe more than one person has ever said. No,
I'm sure there are Chibnall fans who have, like Chibnall stands who have said it, but like you're not familiar with.
A lot of it is probably that circle of fans that doesn't like the Pertwee, like they're like, oh, the stories are too long, it's too military, not
anything
enough magic.
Other than the Jodie era.
Yeah, not enough magic, just very political and shit. Maybe
I've known people to say that they like Kate over the Brigadier, and I'm just
like, no, that hurts. That's painful.
No.
That's not. Well, no, it's still pretty bad.
Well, it's just a weird opinion because a lot of her character is informed by what his character is. So what's
Brigadier is so nuanced and so like.
Remember when they had Brigadier?
Well, I feel like a lot of the people who don't like him don't see his nuance.
And then Kate is just like, I had a dad once. Anyway, here's some wooden axe.
He's dead.
Anyway, here he is as a Cyberman.
The bit that sums up for me is like a bit in David Doctor where she lifts off all the stuff he's done and she just goes, I'm his daughter. It's like she just lifts off all the stuff he's done and she's going, yeah, that was my dad.
The Brigadier gets
like, what if she listed off her own achievements?
That'd be nice.
Connor, didn't you once say?
Don't know anything, man.
Connor, didn't you once say to me in messages that like her biggest character moment was deciding not to press a button or something?
Wait, which character was this?
Kate Stewart.
I may have said that.
Well, I'm assuming you're talking about
Zygon 2
version.
Yeah, her most famous character moment is choosing not to press a button. That
is actually probably
happen.
her biggest moment.
I think it technically does. Yeah, technically that does happen.
She wasn't even the focus of the scene either. It was more about
it was Bonnie or whatever her name is.
Well, I mean, the thing is, Maddox. Ever since Flux, we've now decided that her defining character moment is threatening the Serpent and then choosing not to threaten him afterwards.
Oh God, I forgot about the Serpent. I forgot about most things in Flux.
Well, yeah, because he's not a character. He's just there.
So did the show.
Yeah. Maddox, do you have a hot seat take for us?
A hot seat take.
Yeah.
Troughton era, best era.
That's not a hot take.
That's not really a hot take, though.
Because even though that's not my favorite. I haven't seen all of it. To be fair, I don't think many people would disagree with that.
Something that we can either have a rebuttal with, or we can support you with against people that have a rebuttal with. It's too broad. Just saying Daddy Troughton is too broad. Oh.
Daddy Troughton.
What about Mummy Troughton?
Mummy Troughton. Jesus.
Well, there was a lot of those.
God damn it!
There was a lot of those.
What? I tweet it all the time. I might as well act it.
What are you saying the second Doctor should have been played by Haley Steinfeld, Tim?
Yes, it would have been the best ever.
Yes.
Without hesitation.
We cast Haley Steinfeld in our era.
Yeah.
We made her a brutal dictator.
Controversial takes.
And I would still brutally dictate me.
So what we've had so far is we've had Chen yell at me about Guardians of the Galaxy 2. Then we had Harbo say Series 5 is the weakest of Smith's era, and then we had Jay say Blink is a 5 out of 10.
I didn't say it was the weakest. I said, like, unless you count Series 7A as its own thing.
Oh, right, okay.
The Series 7A is a pile of wank.
I forgot about that part.
Oh,
yeah. I will say, Harbo, I do really like A Town Called Mercy. I have a very soft spot for that one.
That one's really good.
Everything else can die in a hole, though.
Yeah.
Everything else.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's got 2 episodes written by Chris Chibnall in it, so that says, you know.
It was going to be 3. He was going to write 3 episodes in Series 7.
Wait, which one was the other one he was going to write?
So obviously he wrote Dinosaurs on a Spaceship first, then A Town Called Mercy came after because Moffat was impressed. We don't know anything about his third one. It's just originally the plan.
Well, no. He wrote The Power of 3. He wrote The Power of 3, not A Town Called Mercy.
Oh, yeah, sorry. That's one.
You could not even write that if you tried.
But Asylum of the Daleks has that iconic moment where the Doctor sees a bunch of like dead people, like skeletally dead people. Scans
I love this moment.
And then goes, "They're dead."
It's one of my favourite moments in all of Who.
I love your impression of Matt Smith, Will. It's so funny.
Series 7 is a strange one. Connie, remember why you were on Series 7 when we first started talking?
I do remember that. But I love Will's impressions of all the Doctors, actually. That's how I got to know him. It was that whole action figure thing you did with all the different Doctors and companions. That was hilarious.
Oh yeah, I should upload those to YouTube sometime.
Yeah.
Hi, Connor. I fucked so many bitches.
Yeah, well, Patrick.
And then I'll do.
Patrick Troughton was a
womanizer. I'll do your favour. Oh, hello, hello, Connor. Hello, Callum.
I don't think it's that extreme. Fantastic Gardener.
Oh,
fantastic Gardener.
He's coming back.
I know, and I'm really happy.
Fantastic Gardener.
I'm looking forward to hearing Will's impressions of the new content. What was it?
I just snogged Madame de Pompadour.
But will Reborn Tenant do well and and all those other things?
Of course he will.
Wait. Oh,
what if he's just
Will, you
what
did
if he
that?
does all of the 13th Doctor's things? What if he just scrunches his face the whole time?
He does the face scrunch. He just does the face scrunch all the time.
That's my chord in a conflict.
See, it's weird. It's weird because that scrunch thing, like, it happens once in Genesis of the Daleks. Tom Baker does it one time, and now it's become the 13th Doctor's like defining comedic trait.
Well, I think that's probably a coincidence. I doubt that like she watched Genesis of the Daleks and then went that.
No. Well, no.
I mean, I doubt that she watched Genesis of the Daleks, to be honest.
Well, no, because it's kind of a domino effect. Like, Tom Baker did it once, and then other actors after him did it a little bit more times, and it became a thing.
I'd love to hear David Tennant's take on Jodie being like, actually. Oh, actually.
God.
Ugh.
What would he?
I hate that she's like the most northern representation we've got. We don't all sound like that.
Christopher Eccleston.
And to be fair, we don't all sound like him.
Lots of planets of the north.
What did he say about the Queen again?
I'm literally so far north that I can see the Highlands.
What, there's Parasite in Chief in her idiot hat.
That's the one.
Yeah.
Yep. You shouldn't bully the Queen.
Yeah, she'll cry.
Yeah, she'll cry with her.
And then when he was at Hayden Park, he's like, "I hope the world turns around and shits on you."
Like when I picture
the Queen has no idea that the Doctor Who fandom is bullying her. She's gleefully oblivious.
Well, you know, the Queen. The Queen said in interviews that Christopher Eccleston is her favorite Doctor. That's really ironic.
Which is really funny.
And I think Boris Johnson said that too.
Really funny.
Oh, there's no way he likes Boris Johnson.
Oh yeah.
In my mind's
What's
eye,
his favorite episode is World War 3 or something. That'd just be ironic.
In my mind's eye, I just picture like a 13th Doctor adventure where like she helps Margaret Thatcher close down the mines.
Oh my god.
Oh, I love Maggie.
I can unironically hear like Jodie like meeting Margaret Thatcher and go like, Margaret Thatcher. I can hear that.
And listen to all the stuff she's doing.
Yeah. Oh god, I hate how much I can realize that in my brain.
Yaz, we gotta meet Maggie Thatcher. She's such a girl
the Doctor who
Yaz.
met Margaret Thatcher was Six. Six canonically met Margaret Thatcher.
Yeah.
You remember when Russell wrote someone kissing in Margaret Thatcher's tea?
Oh yeah, that's right. It's a sin. And it's a sin. Yeah.
Yeah,
that's
It's
right.
a Sin. I love It's a Sin. It's great.
Iconic.
The most meta thing would be if the Doctor met Mary Whitehouse. That would be very meta.
That would be very funny.
Yeah, I could just hear 13 calling Margaret Thatcher a girl boss. Just Yaz, Margaret Thatcher's such a girl boss. Just
I don't think Margaret Thatcher would like Yaz very much.
Is it bad that I unironically feel it's more likely that she would call her poggers?
Maggie's so poggers, Yaz.
I mean, if you want like a good regeneration, just have her call Margaret Thatcher poggers, and that's how she dies.
She dies of calling Margaret Thatcher poggers.
Yes,
that's pretty pog.
That's the loss of Doctor Who's dignity.
Yes, that's pretty pog, champ.
Oh,
even as someone who unironically uses the word pog, this just makes me want to die.
Yaz, I think she's coping.
No wait. I can just imagine. I can just imagine 13 like blowing the Dalek feet and saying, "I ratio you."
She fucking traps the Master in an eternal prison, and he goes no, and she goes cope and seethe.
Oh my god. I get. Oh gee. What if in the Centenary she legitimately like ratios someone? She's like ratio with Tegan and Ace.
L plus ratio.
Ratio with Tegan and Ace.
Well, she looks into camera and says, "Please help the BBC account ratio this person."
Oh my god.
The Master turns up in the Centenary and talks about like when 13 sent him to the Nazis, and she was like, "Didn't ask. It wasn't that." Tweeted. She's like, "Didn't ask. Wasn't that deep."
You know, if like
she's like, "I was literally saving the world from you, but go off."
Go off.
Oh god. Oh. Anyway, we've got a video here, don't we?
Oh yeah.
Oh, do we have to?
I mean 10 minutes ago,
Did we seriously go for just like half an hour, just completely off topic?
Yes. Welcome to EDAR.
I mean, 10 minutes ago, Con was like, "Do you have any wild takes?" And I just went off on a tangent.
You convinced me that the way that the 13th Doctor is going to die is she's going to call Margaret Thatcher PogChamp.
Yeah.
And ratio the Master.
I'll be actually annoyed if that doesn't happen.
If she doesn't die of sex or die of pog, then it's a bad regeneration.
Well, yeah, so no. It's all cause and effect, right? She's going to fuck Yaz, then she'll turn into the sex gas, and then she'll say Margaret Thatcher is PogChamp, and that's the
that'll be that'll be what she says as she's coming.
Maggie was poggers.
And then she'll gasp because she didn't mean to say it. She'll gasp and put her hand on her mouth, and Yaz will go, "Doctor."
It'd be funny if Margaret Thatcher wasn't in the episode. She just randomly just blurts out Margaret Thatcher.
So it's one of those situations where like she's having sex with Yaz and she says another woman's name, and it just happens to be Margaret Thatcher.
And then they have a whole conversation about it.
She does the whole like Margaret Thatcher.
I can't believe you
lists her attributes. Margaret Thatcher, first female prime minister, amazing kisser.
Lady.
And then she dies.
Oh dear.
She raffles off the
This
first
is what
paragraph
Chibnall's
of
done
the
to
Wikipedia
us.
page.
This is what Chibnall's done to us.
The piss that went in Margaret Thatcher's tea and it's a sin is what created the sex gas. That's what's canon.
Yeah. Yaz is peach tea.
Oh, yeah, should we get on with this video?
Yeah,
I guess before we do that, I'll just quickly drop a controversial take, just to
Okay.
Connor.
All right.
15.
Easy, simple.
I don't know. The Of the Doctor trilogy is utter turd. There we are. How's that for a controversial take?
Yeah.
I'd say you're a third of the way there. Name of the Doctor shit.
I mean, I hate time.
If the Doctor is bad.
I
It's
wouldn't
okay
say
that
the
you
Doctor's
said
bad,
that.
but it's definitely
It's fine.
overrated. I'd never say it's like the best story.
I don't like any of them too much, but I despise time with a passion. I despise
time.
I hate time.
Yeah, time is awful.
And you know what? And you know what? Just to add to the Ryan Everbrigg take, Samuel Davis's favorite ever Doctor Who story is The Time of the Doctor.
Boo!
What's story wrong with
Because
Time
of
the Doctor?
Mathemes!
It's fine.
Why are we bullying Sam with his own opinions?
But guys, it's because it's like
I like that.
It's
I like that question.
It's because it's a university thesis on how much Doctor Who means to children, which is kind of contradictory because what kids are going to care about like this big, like thematic, like.
Well, clearly the children are much more smarter than you, Will.
Oh, clearly.
Clearly not as smart as you think you do.
Moffat.
It's one of my favorite quotes of all time. Is someone saying you're not as smart as you think you do.
But yeah, I despise time. Day.
It's not just for the spanking scene. That's one of the reasons, but there's more to it than just that.
The spanking scene?
Yeah, there's a
this cut from the version I saw.
In The Time of the Doctor, they have a scene where it's the whole Moffat joke of naked in church or whatever. And the Doctor has like pretend clothes on that we can see, but the grandmother of Clara can see that he's naked or something. And there's a scene where they bring her. They both go into the lounge, and the Doctor spanks Clara on the arse. 100% it happens.
Oh god, I forgot about that.
I generally have no recollection of that.
Right in front of her parents and grandmother.
And it's also played for comedy as well, by the way. Just gonna say that.
Yes, it is.
And everyone says that 2 and 11 are the same character, and I'm like, fuck off.
Well, to be fair, Patrick Troughton got a lot behind the scenes.
To be fair, Patrick Troughton would have done that to Jamie.
Oh. But Day I can sort of enjoy, like, in a really turn your brain off. I enjoy.
No. Actually, no. I agree. Day of the Doctor is trash only because it fucks up David Tennant's hair. That's the worst thing about it.
That is a big turn.
Like I can enjoy the 10th and 11th Doctor's chemistry, and I can enjoy John Hurt's acting, but other than that, the story doesn't do anything for me. And the name, Okay, this is probably controversial. Name is probably the one of the three that I like the most, but it's still trash.
What?
So,
I hate Name.
That's the worst.
Never liked it.
That's like the worst one.
I hate Name.
It literally
probably
doesn't even
because
have
I
an
just.
ending.
Oh yeah, like everything in the plot is turd, but I guess I just like the morbid, like doom laden vibe of it, but that's about it.
Oh, the vibes. The
The
vibes.
themes!
The vibes. It reminds you of Gothic. That's why I like it.
And I'm also okay. This is controversial, and Connor knows about this. I'm not the biggest fan of Night of the Doctor either. Basically, that whole of the Doctor quadrilogy.
Oh my god, based.
Night of the Doctor's good.
Paul McGann deserves so much better than, hey, here's a
Well, yeah, I agree with that.
long
I'm just saying,
YouTube
for what
special.
it is, it's good.
Here's a question though. If that 8
Like
minutes,
the fact that it exists is a problem. Like if it didn't exist, Big Finish would one day get to do the 8th Doctor regeneration.
Just a question, Jay. If that 8 minutes came at the end of like a series, would you mind it?
Honestly, it really depends on the build-up. I'm not overly fond of it, but I don't hate the way in which it's written either.
You could have at least had him face off against a Dalek or something, rather than just go down a
The last thing we need
Well,
is more Daleks.
my hot take on this whole thing is that the Day of the Doctor should have been the 10th and the 11th Doctor visiting the 8th Doctor in the final day of the Time War and help him through it as he makes the same decision he made
do
before.
agree with that. I do agree with that.
So Moffat's always run with the line of saying like, oh well, the 8th Doctor didn't seem like the character, but I'm 100% certain he wanted that. And then the BBC said, "No, we don't want the 8th Doctor in the episode."
With
really,
that,
I'm pretty sure that's probably what happened because they would have seen like no one cares about the 8th Doctor. Like he had the failed movies. They're gonna like you got to think from an executive point of view.
Surely though, he also has like no one cares about the War Doctor either.
Well,
he's new.
Well, the irony of it was is that Stephen Moffat said, "I can't imagine the 8th Doctor pushing the button," but in the Day of the Doctor, they don't even push the button anyway.
Well, even beyond that, like,
it's what I'm saying. I'm pretty sure Moffat just said that just as an excuse because he probably wanted the 8th Doctor, but BBC Suits were like, "We're vetoing that." And then obviously Moffat couldn't get Eccleston back, so he was like, "I guess I'll just create my own one, and we'll get someone famous, and the executives are fine with it, or something like that." I don't know.
You see,
here's the thing, though. John Hurt playing the Doctor is probably one of my favorite things. I love John Hurt as an actor. Him playing the Doctor is just. I think he's incredible in that story.
Yeah, you see, Jay. The reason why people care about the War Doctor is because he's played by like acclaimed like actor John Hurt, whereas like
I also just like the War Doctor.
Whereas Paul McGann, he was just with Noel and I, therefore whatever.
Yeah,
I guess that was the BBC's attitude.
Or something.
Yeah,
Paul
so
McGann
I'm pretty
is a brilliant
certain,
actor.
like it wasn't actually Moffat's.
Oh yeah,
choice
Paul's
in the
great.
end, so.
I imagine that was the BBC's attitude. Like
I mean,
the BBC has a big.
Moffat probably had to exchange a lot of favors just to get Night of the Doctor made in the first place, just to be like, can we please just?
It does seem like Moffat and Chibnall don't have as much like whipping power as RTD did. Like RTD would always tell the BBC what he wanted, and he would get it.
Yeah.
Like I'm honestly surprised that Chibnall's been able to get back like Ace and Tegan for the centenary, because I think the BBC are generally really reluctant to acknowledge like any Doctor Who post.
Well, in the day and age of key jangling, I'm not too surprised to be completely honest.
Mm-hmm.
Like, up until this point,
we live in a world now where people clapped.
Well,
at
I think
Skywalker
to be fair though, in this instance, because it's his last episode, they might just give him what he wants.
If the Doctor was the 50th though, like, and it was
maybe they just feel really sorry for Chibnall. They're just like, oh, here you go.
Also,
I was the last one. Here you go.
I was also going to say, as a lead-in, if the 50th had been what you described, Jay, it would tie in pretty well with what they wanted to do with the 12th Doctor in Series 8 about questioning his morality.
Oh yeah, that would be really fun.
As opposed to being the total opposite of what they did.
You could even have it be, if you want, you can even do the same thing where he actually saves some Time Lords or something, but not just not the whole of Gallifrey. He like creates a back door
so
and
a bit
lets
like
them...
a bit like Fires of Pompeii, like one of those sorts of thing.
Yeah, like he creates some kind of secret back door that lets a few Time Lords out, something along those lines.
And it happens to be the Master, the Monk, and the Rani.
The Rani, it's got to be the Rani. Always the Rani. I wonder what the Rani's up to these days.
In copyright limbo.
Copyright law, yeah.
Well, I mean, she probably died in the Time War, to be honest.
Yeah.
You don't know that.
Or by the Master.
You don't know that.
It seems likely.
Or by herself.
I mean, you say
she
that
died in the Time War unless they can get the rights to bring her back.
Well, you see, Callum, you say that, but I feel like the Master like kind of obeys the Rani a bit more than he would kill her. I feel like the Rani's got a bit more power than him. At least
we are
Anthony
talking about a Master written by Chris Chibnall.
That's true.
He thinks she's a girl boss.
Yeah, to be fair, Chibnall
I mean, to be fair, Kate O'Mara is a bit of a girl boss when you think about it.
Yeah,
that's true.
Leave the girl. It's the man I want.
You know what I'm actually like really looking forward to about Chibnall's final episode is getting to laugh at Sasha Dewan's Master one more time. Because I find him one of the most cringiest things.
I tell you what, the only thing I'm happy for that is that we're going to get the Master theme back. And it's going to be the evil freaking Dan theme.
Well, do you think Sasha Dewan will do his Daffy Duck laugh again?
It's so nice to be in a call with people who agree that the Dewan Master is cringe.
I've hated Dewan's Master since Spyfall Part 2.
Harbo, do you like or dislike Dewan's Master?
I think he's like in terms of the Chibnall era, he's good. But if it was any other era, he'd be shit. Like he's just one of the only like.
I don't even agree
somewhat
with
decent
that. I
things
think
in
he's
a weak
just.
era.
I don't even agree.
I'm not saying he's like good. I'm just saying he's palatable.
Yeah.
Like
I like him in
smash your head into a wall
I
when
like
he's
him
on
as
screen. Like, I can watch this.
I like him as Warris Hussein in Adventure in Space and Time quite a bit.
Hell, he's better in fucking Iron Fist. Like Jesus Christ!
It's just one of those cases where
I cannot stand his Master.
He's
one of the most incompetent villains I've ever seen.
Oh, definitely. He's like the least like.
I've really enjoyed Dewan and everything else I've seen or heard Dewan, and I've really liked his performances.
The other thing I've seen Dewan in, because I actually haven't seen Adventure in Space and Time, and I probably should rectify that at some point. But I've seen him Iron Fist season 1, and he's actually decent in that. So it makes me feel like, man, he's really wasted because he's actually a good actor.
In a lot of the in the Blu-ray box sets when they do the behind the sofas, whenever they have like a Master episode, sometimes they bring him in because he's a Master actor and he's quite funny in those.
He's
to keep it Doctor Who relevant, he's done 2 Big Finish stories and he's done Adventure in Space and Time, and he was amazing in all 3 of those.
And he's getting his own spin-off as the Master for Big Finish.
Actually,
that might be really interesting.
And you know what? I actually don't mind him when he's pretending to be O in the part 1. I think he's okay.
Oh yeah, I love him.
I've said that.
I think he's one of the best.
I said that in my
Spyfall.
video. Yeah, I said that in my video that I think in part 1 he actually played the mysterious O who let
I really like
more than he let on.
I actually really like my favorite moment of him actually being the Master is when he's pretending to be O. He sees the interior of the TARDIS and he hates it. That's my favorite moment of him in the show.
That's unironically probably the most competent bit of writing Chibnall's ever done in his era.
So one of the interesting things I don't think anyone's ever really talked about is.
So you know the scene in part 1 where they show the inside of the TARDIS. He's like, "Wow, it's bigger on the inside," and he looks at the interior and he is like, "Ugh."
I don't remember that, but that sounds really good.
Yeah. I hope I didn't superimpose it on the scene because I'm pretty sure that is what happens.
Yeah, that is. I believe that is what happens in Spyfall.
Yeah. Anyway, Harbo.
I do remember.
I was just going to say it's interesting how because it's heavily implied, or I think even shown with the tissue compressor, that he literally took the form of O, like the only Master. It's just like, what does this Master actually look like before that?
Well, I mean, he looks like the Jizz Snake from the TV movie. That's what he looks like.
Wait. He canonically took O's form.
Well, I don't know if it's because I swear when he opens up the tissue compressor, like the little action figure, it looks exactly like him.
We can't really
I took O's place.
We'd have to get a really close up on what the figure is, I guess.
And it's like they'll like, I ambushed him on his first day to work. So it's like I can't imagine like MI6 or
that's
MI5,
a good point.
I can't remember.
Well,
they would have
that's
been
the
like,
thing.
hang on a minute, you look a little bit different.
Well, he has perception filters and stuff.
Yeah, that's fine.
But it's more because it wouldn't
He's
be
with the Nazis. He has a perception
exactly.
filter over
Yeah, we have
specific
that literally established in Spyfall, so that's totally the thing.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Like before he became O, was he like another crispy master? Like,
nah, he was the Jizz Snake from the team.
It will forever.
The Jizz Snake escaped from Missy after the Doctor falls. That's what happened.
It will forever piss me off that in Spyfall the Doctor never mentioned Missy in any way. That will forever piss me off.
It's weird how like the Doctor just forgets.
One of the worst parts about Spyfall.
Because it's like I'm fine with the Dewan Master being back to being all evil and whatever as the Master after Missy, but at least explain it and give us a reason.
Well, I mean, they do it in
back.
third-party content, but they don't show that on TV.
Of course.
Yeah,
we love.
And it's also
content.
I thought the really limp description in The Timeless Children was justification. Like, oh, there's a little bit of you in me, and that's made me angry again.
Well, no, because in Big Finish they do a thing where like
there's a little bit of you in me.
You know how there's in Trial of a Time Lord how there's the Valiard. It's like a.
Is it
it's
the
like
Lumiat for the Master or
yeah. So the Valiard is like
yeah.
a quote unquote like evil spirit doctor, whereas like the Lumiat's the opposite. It's like a good spirit master that comes out of Missy's death, and then that spirit turns into the Sash-Dewan Master when they go to Gallifrey or something.
Like Big Finish basically had to just patch up like a plot crater.
So they decided to the link between the Doctor Falls and Spyfall is the reverse Valiard. That's what they decided to do. Yeah. Anyway,
but yeah,
a tepid defense of Chris Chibnall. It's been paused for a while.
Will, there is a link if you scroll up in the chat to a watch together that you can hop in.
Okay. Watch together.
Yeah, click on that little thing.
I think you'll like the name that Tin chose.
I wonder if you can tell.
Oh, here we are. I see now. It's at 4 minutes 32.
Yes, I don't know if you're aware of this software, but basically, like we're all linked together. So if I press play, it plays for all of you.
I see now.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
All right.
Let's just bear witness. Let's just bear witness to this, I guess.
I'm not sure it has paid off, but okay. I'm trying to not let my criticisms bleed into this too much. But the thing is, if you're planning on telling a continuous story, if you have an idea for something long term, it's even more important that you not get bogged down in the audience feedback and what they think is going to happen or what they think should happen, because that's how you get Game of Thrones season 8.
Ooh.
And nobody wants Game of Thrones season 8.
I mean, true.
Apart from Kellen's brother.
True. Yes, my brother was really cringe.
Why did he say he liked it?
I remember, but my mum and my brother liked it at the time, and they had to go at me for saying, I've heard a lot about it being bad.
Did they say it made sense?
I think I argued like, well, it doesn't really. The writing isn't very good, and they're like, well, people like it, like, unironically.
So I remember,
and then I said the same when my brother said he liked Doctor Strange 2. And I was like, okay, acting a little bit like a normie in how he responded, and then people got pissed off to me that I called him a bit of a normie. Because I love pissing everyone off.
Anyway,
I love to piss.
I was just gonna say when it came to Game of Thrones season 8, I was like, at first I was like, okay, this sucks, but I can at least switch my brain off and like just enjoy the visuals. But then by the end, even I was just like, oh god, what is going on? This is so stupid.
It's too bad. It broke your brain even when it was.
It's like you couldn't even just watch it as mindless like entertainment.
I mean,
so bad.
This sucks. You take a show that was like every second is rich with things you could talk about for hours. You get to the last episode, and Tyrion's just walking and walking. And walking, and walking, and walking, and walking.
And then we get that really cringe shot where, like, where Daenerys is walking through like the ruins, and then the dragon like opens its wings behind her, and it's like
symbolism. Have you heard of symbolism?
It's brilliant. It should be taught in every film studies class.
I saw those tweets. Cringe.
Well, that's what isn't that where the meme comes from, or was it from something else?
That's the origin of the meme.
Of course it is. Of fucking course it is.
Yeah.
Still take that over the weird shaky cam at the start of Kenobi.
Oh, I'm currently
Kenobi's just
working on
bad,
a video on
though.
that.
I know, but like
Kenobi's
that
just
was
bad,
especially bad.
What about the shaky cam that little child woman did over the waters of Mars in the other video? What was her name? Like
same energy.
Hang on, was it Ellie Little Child or Ellie Little Children? I can't remember.
Ellie Little Child.
Ellie Little Children.
Ellie Little Children.
I don't want to be mean, but I feel like someone would get bullied if that was their last name. Little Children.
Oh, surely that's when you come up with like a stage name. Like if you're going to be like an online presenter or something, you come up with a bit of a stage name.
Anyway,
to avoid precisely those jokes.
Should give context for that just a little bit on the off chance that people don't quite know the connection. So, Game of Thrones Season 8 was really bad on a lot of levels, but one of the big ones was that there were a whole bunch of story and character turns that seemed to exist for absolutely no reason other than it wasn't what the audience was expecting. And it was very clear that the two guys who were running that series had been paying a lot of attention to what the fans were saying, thinking, and more damningly speculating. And they seemed to go out of their way to just do things that would be
I'm just gonna state I think it would have been shit with them even if they didn't do that.
Yeah, because
possibly
one, obviously they had no material to like adapt, and two, they just wanted to move on to Star Wars, so they were rushing it through.
But then that got cancelled,
which isn't happening now, so it was worth it.
You've ruined an entire popular TV show for a movie that didn't even get
you know
to
what
make.
I'm glad about though? I'm glad that it's now very acceptable to call Game of Thrones Season 8 shit.
Well, it always was.
Was it ever not?
It just happens to be that
there was definitely pushback.
It just happens to be that half of the family that lives in your house thought it was good.
I think like, a lot of the pushback just came from denial because a lot of people are, I invested like
that's
like
what
10
I'm saying.
into the show.
When something like this first comes out and it's this shit, there will be obviously pushback initially.
Well, I mean, it was easy for me because I thought it got shit way before Season 8, so there you go.
Yeah.
And I can't wait.
I was like, I hadn't even watched Game of Thrones. I was such an outsider at the time.
We'll get back to that with you though.
One day we'll get to Season 4.
Anyway, Halbert, what were you gonna say?
Oh no, I was just saying I can't wait for the Matt Smith to curse to continue with House of the Dragon because it feels like everything.
We got that to watch as well, Connor, when we finish the main show.
Well, it's like he landed he landed the role as Prince Philip in The Crown, but then they aged all the characters up and he lost the role.
Yeah, and then the only other one
he was in Morbius.
Terminator. He got cut from Rise of Skywalker, and he was in Morbius.
Yeah, it was like at the first draft, he was the main villain of Rise of Skywalker, and then
I think
Disney's
he was supposed to be like young Palpatine or something like that.
No, I'm pretty sure I heard somewhere it was like.
I thought he was going to play Thrawn from the Mortis arc of Clone Wars, when he was like
I don't know,
physically invited of the dark side.
I think it was like because it was never.
You've said a bad rap as of late.
So I think what I read somewhere, I don't know if this is 100% true, but I read that it was like J.J. Abrams has asked George Lucas, "What do you think?" and he suggested that Clone Wars thing, and then Matt Smith was cast in that role, and then Disney said, "We want Palpatine," and then they made Matt Smith a side villain. And then they cut him from the film at the end.
I just feel so bad for him because he's such a good actor, but he keeps getting these terrible
He's a really good
roles.
actor, and he's in a lot of shit things lately. But also just we don't get really to see him.
To be fair, he was just in Morbius, and that is the greatest film ever made.
I also think he was in quite a bit of shit Doctor Who, but that's just me.
He was as well, but he got more good stuff to do than he does nowadays.
He also got Morbius.
Yeah, he got to dance to the sex song or whatever it is.
Yeah, have sex.
Have you seen? There's that whole Twitter
literally how the song goes,
account dedicated to just dubbing different music over that scene.
Yeah. Yes, and then I saw the I Am the Doctor one.
Do you reckon? Do you reckon House of the Dragon could make or break his career?
Quite possibly.
Well, possibly in a sense of him getting more roles.
If he could survive Terminator Genesis and Morbius, then I think he can survive House of the Dragon.
True.
I don't think it's really going to do.
He's still like a. He's still a well-known.
I mean,
actor,
let's face it. Let's face it. Bloody Dwayne Johnson has been in a lot of terrible films, and he's still one of the highest paid actors. So.
Well, yeah, because it's Dwayne Johnson. It's literally just the face of him.
I don't think it's really going to do anything for Matt Smith, at least like reputation-wise. I think people are still just going to see him as
I think if it's like amazingly bad, like really bad, then I don't know. But I doubt it would be that bad.
It's never been his acting that's been the issue in those projects.
Oh, it's never been
like
He's
the
a
horrible
great
writing
actor.
and everything else. Because even
He's
with Morbius, people were like, "Well, he was like one of the decent parts of it."
Yeah,
like,
I saw the clip of him acting across Jared fucking Leto, and he's the better part of that scene. And Jared Leto is fucking uncharismatic.
Well, Jared Leto is Jared Leto.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. He's
wanker.
Jared Leto like is one of the reasons why method acting is now really unpopular because he did the worst kind of it.
Well, yeah, because he's a method actor and also a twat. And everyone knows these are the two things that people know about him.
What was it like? Was it like he didn't he say he went into like hibernation in a desert when COVID first was announced or something?
He also has a cult. He has an island where he gets people to wear white robes and worship him or some shit.
But who's going to give you a reach around?
They even say it's like he even admits like, yeah, this is a cult. Like he's not even like trying to hide it.
He's such a weird person.
Anyway, Doctor Who.
Yeah.
The unexpected for their own sake. The problem is, if you're telling a long, continuous story and you've done the job decently, the reason fans are speculating a certain outcome is because that's what you've been building towards. And so subverting that isn't a surprise.
Yeah, it's almost like that's how cause and effect
That's
works,
why.
right?
That's why I always hate the criticism of that. A lot of, especially normally people give like, "Oh, it's so predictable." It's like normally when someone says that,
who gives a shit?
Yeah,
like,
you know,
predictability is not an issue inherently.
You know, Callum. Every time you say the word "normie," the closer it becomes a derogatory slur.
It should be
because you said it.
It should. I said it. That means I can't say it because I'm so bad. I'm such a bad person.
Yeah, we all know that.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. It's just facts.
Oh.
Yeah, it's just whenever people like say using predictability as an actual issue, that always frustrates me because normally when we say that, it's like it's predictably like bad, and like when stuff is real bad, it's like, oh, of course it went this way using bad tropes and stuff.
Well, and my rebuttal to that is like, well, if predictability is the problem, then why do you ever rewatch anything? Because if you know what happens, then why are you rewatching it?
Yeah,
exactly. Why rewatch New Hope if you know what's going to happen?
And to be fair, I genuinely do know one person that said they can't rewatch anything because they depend on that unpredictability. But everyone else, no, it's silly.
Yeah, if a story is good, it's good. Like it shouldn't have to rely on
the amount of times I've rewatched Utopia, knowing that it's the master, and I still get those chills because of how it's done.
I get chills because you know where it's going and you know how we'll build up to that.
And there's so much if you know, because it's anticipation.
Because criticizing something for being predictable isn't a bad thing.
I mean,
it depends on
Utopia.
why.
Utopia is considered a classic, and it was like, hey, so we did the Daleks in season 1, then the Cybermen in season 2, and we're leading up towards the finale of season 3, and there's this mysterious character about who's got like a Time Lord watch. Oh, I wonder who the fuck this guy is. Like, it's one of the most predictable twists they've ever put in Doctor Who.
Only if you already know, because obviously,
if you're
because there'd been such a gap. When I was a kid, I had no idea who the Master was. So
if you're not familiar with the master, though, then that part of the twist doesn't really mean anything to you, and you're
I'd
just
say it
going off of
does.
the Doctor's reaction.
It's just
Which
another
is like-
Time Lord.
Well, you're going
No,
off
no,
of
it's
how
still not
meaningful it is
distracting.
to the Doctor, which is also really well done in Utopia. It's
Well,
really
yeah,
well
at that
built up
point,
how the
it
Doctor
just
feels
being
about
another
it.
Time Lord.
Yeah,
It being
and
another
that's-
Time Lord is significant in and of itself.
Yeah.
That's the thing that's missing from Spyfall, is that we don't see the significance of where they last saw the Master to now. You know?
Yeah.
Well, there's never acknowledged.
Yeah, so it's the fact that they build it up and they straight up have like Captain Jack and Martha being like, "Well, isn't it good that another Time Lord's back?" And the Doctor's like,
Yeah, that's what we
no."
assume.
So then you understand it's a big
Depends
deal and
which
that
one.
he's a bad dude.
What'd he say?
What did he say?
What is
David Tennant's. I honestly can't wait to see David Tennant.
Can he see
back.
it now?
Let me in! Let me in!
It's only the two of us. We're the only ones left.
Use
It's
my
like,
name.
Yeah, he overacts during that scene, but it works.
I don't agree with that. I think he's perfectly like. I think that is what is needed for that moment because it's the
that's what I'm
first
saying.
time
So-
he's seeing a Time Lord.
Yeah, I'm saying it's good overacting. It's like,
Master, I'm so sorry. Off end of the universe.
Well, I think there's just some viewers that for some reason they just get turned off when there's real emotion on screen. They're just embarrassed
when
by
it's
it.
drama.
Yeah, the wooden Chibnall era is much better when characters are just numb and
Yeah, it's clearly so subtle and layered. Well, definitely.
In the hoop.
Especially
In the hoop.
especially Ryan Sinclair. When he's like, "Oh, I do a lot of running."
I did it in the hoop.
Didn't I speculate about that like to you last month, Connor? That a lot of the reason why people are so defensive of the Chibnall era is because like a lot of them might be socially awkward themselves and like they relate to the really
they can relate to it because they are cringe themselves. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, they
I've seen that
themselves
defense
have
a
really
lot.
they have like really wooden, awkward like interactions with people, and they see themselves in that like
Maybe.
small talky kind of interactions.
Maybe.
I've seen that explicitly brought out to defend the "I'm socially awkward" Graham cancer scene a lot. I'm socially awkward, and this is what I would say. So how dare you say that she's doing a bad thing here? I'm sorry that
I'd be like, you're doing. I'd be like, I would think that person would be doing a bad thing. But...
Yeah. Well, like you can still be made uncomfortable by certain situations without just blindsiding someone.
It makes it even worse when Graham just kind of laughs it off.
I'd say on paper, like conceptually, that scene is fine and it could be executed well, but it's just because it's written by, like people who couldn't really write that scene, if that makes sense. Like, I think there is a way to make that scene good and relatable and work.
I howled with laughter. I howled laughter at that scene. It was so funny.
And it doesn't even make. I think the big sticky issue is it doesn't make sense for the Doctor to be like that.
Yeah,
I
know.
Yeah.
Even if we're talking about like Troughton's Doctor or Davison's Doctor, like arguably two of the more like reserved,
but even more
very compassionate people.
But you think about recently than that, you think about Vincent and the Doctor, the way that he comforts Amy about suicide and all that.
Yeah, 2, 5, and 11 are arguably like the more sort of like nervous and withdrawn Doctors, and even they go out of their way to like comfort people.
I mean,
very compassionate.
And that's why you should make it an actual character trait of the 13th Doctor and make it a point of be like, she can't
make it consistent.
Like she acts all sympathetic and stuff to people, but then she can't actually back that up in these situations.
Can't put it into words. Yeah, she can't.
But
Put
then
it
they don't just go, "Ha! Oh yeah, I guess you're terrified for your life."
Well, you can imagine if you did the same scene and she doesn't say those things and she just acts awkward rather than telling him that she is.
Yeah,
I'm still sexually awkward, Graham. Fuck you.
And what was that? I saw someone on Twitter try and say it's justified because Graham was happy at her response. It's like, no.
No.
It's like, I'll always like defend the scene on a conceptual level, but not the execution.
It's like,
I always think like it can work.
Graham got what he wanted. That means it's good. It's like, no. It's like that's not good.
Well, the one stupid thing I always see about that scene is people saying like, "Oh well, she could just take him to the future where there's a cure for everything." And I was like, "No, that the character wouldn't do that." This.
Well, I've said that as like I think I've said that as like a hypothetical. Is we need to understand the reason that the Doctor doesn't do that.
Yeah.
Because in the scene that we're presented, I think the 13th Doctor would do that, and then it's a problem that she doesn't do that. I don't think that she has the emotional complexity to not do that.
Yeah, because it creates the ethical dilemma of like, okay, well, he gets special privileges because he's a companion. Why doesn't everyone else on the planet in modern day get that? Or it's like it opens up a whole can of worms you don't really want to like deal with.
Someone in the comments saying just make 13 a proper sociopath and it works. But the thing is, even sociopaths have like a complex cause and effect to why they do things more than that. Just despite their limited morality and all that, and empathy.
We can't go, oh, they're just crazy.
And they present her as being an empathetic character.
Mm-hmm.
So
they keep saying how the Doctor is the best person they know.
Well, yeah, that's what bugs me.
Literally, Yaz says,
Graham said that verbatim.
You're like the best person I ever met.
That's what
Graham
bugs
says
me.
that as well.
In the lead up to Series 11, and even in like The Woman Who Fell to Earth, they try presenting it as like, oh, 13 is the shoulder to cry on Doctor, and she will be there.
Isn't that also a bit like it's just kind of tropey and stereotypical, isn't it? The first female Doctor is meant to be the one who's meant to be emotionally
shoulder
supportive
to cry on,
and everything.
Like that's like okay, you can make that work, and then they just don't.
It's just also like
it's
kind
not
of weird,
well written.
Kind of weird. Like some of the stands try and frame her as being this girl boss character, but she's not at all. Like she's really not.
Well, it's because the show frames her as being a girl boss character.
Yeah, the show thing. We have characters say that she is. You're the greatest person we know, Doctor. You're the greatest, Doctor.
Like the glass shattering trailer frames her that way. But then
oh my god, that's the most cringe thing associated with this era.
Guys, she broke the ceiling, the glass ceiling.
I will always love how fitting it is that like the first actual like word of the Chibnall era was work.
I still think it's funny that the glass was CGI as well.
Well, they're not going to have us stand in a room with shattering glass.
No, they should have done it. It'd be cool.
I feel glorious, glorious.
glorious.
I think that captures the essence of the Chibnall era. Just sing it with less and less enthusiasm the longer it goes on.
But at the start of every verse, it's like it gets a bit enthusiastic again, and then immediately once it realizes nothing's changed, it goes back to
what if instead of the song they played at the end of Rosa, they played Glorious instead?
Oh my god! Rosa Parks feels glorious.
And instead of Jodie, it's the James Corden Doctor, and he's strutting away because he solved racism.
That cut to next season when the Doctor throws the Master to the Nazis.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, the Twitter stands will tell you that was justified because the Master is a quote unquote
he's
bad person.
He is an evil man.
You're allowed to gas bad people, Callum. That's what they said.
I made it through the darkest part of the night, and now I'm still in the darkest part of the night.
Anyway,
and it's just funny when you got they're like posting these pictures of her and they're like, oh, look how cute and wholesome she is, and they do those emojis with the big eyes, and then you get to like Nikola Tesla's Night in Terror, she's like, your blood is going to be spread all over this place, or something like that.
Oh my god, what a girl boss.
You will die and no one will ever even remember that you existed.
Yeah, that's the one.
That comes so out of nowhere as well. And then
they're just kidnappers and thieves, which in terms of Doctor Who villains, not that bad. Like they steal stuff and they kidnapped one guy.
Maybe what happened
then
was
bring up the fact they lost the planet.
Maybe what happened was Chibnall rewatched The Runaway Bride and he saw that the Doctor killed the spiders and said, "Oh, that means the spiders are bad. Now I know."
Yes, without recognizing any of the nuance about it.
But Connor, Jay, don't you understand? Caps lock she, and then put 2 screenshots of Jodie Whittaker looking cute. And that's it.
Yeah, what was it? I legitimately saw someone like spent time talking about Jodie Whittaker's shins or something because they're hanging out of her pants.
Hanging out.
They're like, look at Jodie Whittaker's shins. She's so powerful and strong.
That's girl boss. Just kind of. Well, the shins. There's not much there.
I mean, is she gonna start kicking people? Is that the new character trait?
She might as well.
They sound like a school uniform sort of criteria. How like you can't show any ankle, but like instead of that, they're just going like, look at her ankles. She's so powerful.
Look at it. Look at it. I want all of you to look at it.
So if David Tennant does come next, does that mean he's going to have to wear that stupid outfit?
Wait, they're going to have David Tennant in her outfit. That'd be funny.
That would be funny.
Oh, that would be funny.
And then he'll scrunch and do jazz hands.
I hope they don't do the thing, because normally with the new Doctor being cast, they like make a version of their outfit that fits that new Doctor at least a bit.
Yeah.
I hope they don't do that for Tennant, and it's just
the exact same one.
far too small for him.
Yeah.
No, they make it smaller.
Wait, what if it? You know, in Twice Upon a Time, how the ring falls off her finger. What if he like does the force and it comes back on his finger?
Oh, I thought you were going to say, what if like something he's wearing suddenly becomes painfully tight?
The shirt is just very, very tight.
She's going to have to take out her earring as well.
That's that
oh yeah, what if David Tennant has the gay earring?
The 12th Doctor should have been careful with that, to be honest. You know, he was wearing a ring, and his fingers got smaller, but he didn't know they weren't about to get much thicker.
I'm just thinking, though, like, with the earring, right? Would the earring fall out, or would it just re-pierce his new ears?
I guess re-pierce his new ears.
I don't know.
He'll be like,
also, actually, you know what? I've just actually just thought
he won't be able to take them out.
Have we not seen the ring since Capaldi regenerated?
Well, because it fell off her finger. The wedding ring.
Like, it's gone.
And then the TARDIS, it probably fell out the TARDIS over Sheffield.
Because it's a parallel to power. It's
See,
a
much like
Daleks.
the Doctor's dismembered hand, it's going to be found by Torchwood, and then it'll. Yeah.
They'll grow a new Doctor from the ring.
Oh, that's the 60th.
It's a new Capaldi.
Yeah.
They'll grow a new Capaldi from the ring.
That's how he comes back to the 60th. Yeah.
Well, I don't think he's on very good terms with the BBC, to be honest.
No, I don't.
Well, yeah, you say that, but what about Beowulf Productions?
But the BBC is still overseeing it, right?
Yeah.
I think Russell has a lot of creative control, though. He has like almost complete creative control over the story, though.
Thank fuck. That's why Beat the fucking Meep is in it.
Now I'm just imagining the 60th where they get 12's ring and put in a fire, and he comes up and he's like, never dying, never dying.
Never dying, never dying.
The cult.
Oh, Lucy.
The cult of Capaldi.
David Tennant's gonna be like, oh, hold on a second, hold on, and he's gonna reach into his shirt and pull the bra out, and then.
I don't. Is it canon that 13 wears a bra? I don't know. Do they sell those in those shops?
I just assume she does.
Maybe she wears a binder.
Anyway,
canonically speaking, if she wasn't wearing her binder, they would just be everywhere.
What they, as in her tits,
as in her boobs, yeah.
Right, they would just be everywhere.
They're like canonically, they're just massive.
Are you saying her bras are bigger on the inside, Jay?
Yes.
I mean,
as in the same energy as canonically, we can't prove that she lost her penis.
I mean, if Ten's pockets are bigger on the inside.
Imagine if they expressly went out their way to confirm that.
I think Stephen Moffat is the kind of person that would do that.
It would be like
oh yeah, if Stephen Moffat had written it, he would absolutely have addressed the genital situation.
It'd be like the end of episode 1 of Sex Education with Adam showing his penis in school.
Yeah, but this is my penis.
See, Time Lord
Well, you
physiology.
say
means
Doctor
I
Who should
might
have a scene like that where she stands on a school table and
Yes.
says, "This is my penis."
Yes. Yes.
This is my penis. And then Yaz is like, "What? I didn't know you had that."
Yaz is like
No, he's
queen.
Yaz is
Yeah,
like,
no, Yaz is
"Doctor, there are
the
children
kid who
around."
was admiring Adam's penis in the episode. You remember that?
Okay. So does that mean that Jodie Whittaker would have to wear a prosthetic penis?
I
Yes.
No.
Or maybe it could be CGI.
I mean, to be fair,
They do like the terrible
to be
CGI.
fair, I think most actors do that anyway. Even if they have a penis, they wear a prosthetic because they don't want the actual dick on TV,
Wasn't there an actor?
I know
whose
that in
dick
the
was too big?
In-betweeners, when they had Simon show one of his balls to the entire school, that was like his actual ball as the actor.
I think some of the Game of Thrones
That's a
penises
piece
are
of
real.
knowledge I have.
I
swear there was one actor where they were doing a nude scene or like a sex scene, and his dick was too big, so they had to do a prosthetic. I can't remember what actor it was though. It was someone really.
I've heard that about Tom Hiddleston. Wait, really?
William Dafoe, yeah, that's it. Yeah.
I feel like that
was
is
apparently too.
I've heard that about Tom Hiddleston as well. Is that his when he was like doing Loki and like the tight leggings, basically, that his bulge was too large and they had to CGI it out.
Oh my god!
Big. Loki has big balls.
Not just big horns,
Honestly,
big balls.
If they kept that in, that would have improved the show.
Of course, it would have improved the show.
Can I just say, in typical like predictability, I approve of all this penis talk.
Yes, we know.
I mean, I do too.
Of course.
I approve of the penis talk.
You want to Callum wants to vicariously be Tom Hiddleston's balls.
I do.
Will Maddox
same.
Will Maddox wants to receive those in the mail.
In the mail.
Would you like it in first class?
Oh god.
Same day delivery.
Guys, it's just wait, what?
Yeah.
Or as the writer of the original books, George R.R. Martin himself put it,
if you've planned your book that the butler did it, and then you read on the internet, someone has figured out that the butler did it, and you suddenly change in midstream and it was the chambermaid who did it, then you screw up the whole book because you get this foreshadowing early on.
You know, all I could think about is like you're pissing in a urinal and you change urinal midstream. That's what I heard.
That's what it's like. That's it. Perfect analogy.
Oh, George R. R. Martin can never change a book midway because he'll never finish it. Anyway,
Yeah. When he was doing A Feast for Crows and A Dance with Dragons, he was changing midstream. That's what he was doing.
Oh, he's holding it in. He's holding his piss in.
Are you describing his writing as urine? That's what you're doing.
Yes. That's exactly what I'm doing.
What's this conversation devolving to? I need to take control.
And you've got these little clues you planted, now they're dead ends, and you have to introduce other clues, and you're retconning. It's a mess.
So yeah, if you're trying to tell a longer term story, even if it's not completely serialized the way Game of Thrones was, it's probably important that you not get bogged down in fan response and reaction. I mean, heck, I'd actually argue it would have made more sense for either
Good use of the word heck.
RTD or Moffat to pay more attention to the fans, since they were doing completely, well, more or less completely self-contained series. So by the time they got a response to, say, Series 3 or Series 6, it's already done and shot, and the next series is going to be its own thing. So
Didn't Moffat listen to the fans quite intensely, though, with the Paradigm Daleks getting retired very early?
Yes.
Yeah.
Clearly, yeah. They were quickly dropped.
And with Hellbent as well, like when he brings back Clara for the cameo in Twice Upon a Time, he specifically referred to as, I need to fix my mistake with Hellbent.
I actually think that makes it worse, not gonna lie. Because it means that he just remembers her, and I don't know what is the reason why he remembers her? I can't remember.
Because of the things with the memories, put it back in his head.
Bill kisses him and Clara.
Not fake Bill. Fake Bill puts the memories of Clara back in.
Yes, this is actually as Bill from the trailer. It's not the real Bill.
Bill Nye the Science Guy.
Because Bill's dead.
Wasn't like in the the pilot trailer, not the episode, but the trailer, like Bill was really bad in that, and then they fixed it.
It was the first thing we got, and some of it wasn't actually included in the final episode.
Yeah, like they reshot the scene, and she was so much better.
Well, I think they cut some stuff.
Maybe
I consider that Bill. I consider that Bill from the Asbill trailer to be a completely separate character. It's like,
well, yeah, she is.
She is Asbill.
But the in Twice Upon a Time, Bill does have some traits that are like more like other Moffat female characters, and that trailer
he couldn't resist.
Yeah, he couldn't resist.
Yeah,
she had to girl boss the First Doctor. She had to.
Yeah, that's sexist.
Questions are kind of my thing. How are you with answers? Just
What about the bit with the first?
My least favorite scene from Twice Upon a Time is the part where they imply the Doctor is responsible for all good in the universe.
Ooh.
Wait, when do they do that?
I don't see how you can. When you've got the First Doctor saying, I mean, logically, it would be easier to be evil and destructive than it would be to be create and to be prosperous. And I don't understand how it is that good wins and evil is defeated. And then Bill is like, can you not see it? Nudge, nudge, wink, wink to him.
Oh, I
think
remember
it
that.
Just means that he's just going on about this like thesis he has, and she's just saying, "Well, you're good." So I don't see it as like.
I much prefer that interpretation.
I think it's more as simply as she's just saying, "Oh, well, you're good." So
I always
doing something right.
I always interpret Twice Upon a Time as just the Murray Gold goodbye story. That's all I have praise of it. Yeah, it's very.
I know that.
That was great as a yawn.
I really don't like how they changed the First Doctor's last lines from what we got in the 10th Planet, like it's far from being all over, like all that stuff, to the long way round. The long way round.
The funniest thing about that is that like 4 years before, Moffat had been like, right, I'm not going to change the 10th Doctor's last line in the show. I'm going to make sure it still is the same in like in terms of screen time.
He did change his hair though. He changed his hair, and that's the worst.
Which is very cringe.
I just find it funny. He went through our effort to write up a setup to still have the 10th Doctor say, I don't want to go. And then like a couple of years later, he's like, I'll change the First Doctor's like regeneration
what would the setup be to have the First Doctor then again say it's far from being all over, which honestly would probably be pretty easy to write as a setup.
Yeah, it would be so much easier to write than I don't want to go one.
Oh, you could even link that into what they were even doing in the episode where like the 12th Doctor was like trying to like toss up whether or not they wanted to continue living or not, and you could have the First Doctor say to him, it's far from being all over.
You would have a conversation with 12.
It's even better. Like, okay, so it's even worse because those are now canonically the last words spoken by the First Doctor.
Yeah.
Whereas for 10, canonically that happened before his regeneration.
Yeah. So it's even worse.
Exactly.
I don't think anyone would have complained anyway if like Moffat had changed the 10th Doctor's last words like in the show.
Because it's his last on-screen words.
Well, because he did it was like, well, he's come back, so I want to make sure he still has the same final words, just I guess to placate the fans, even though no one was asking for that.
Very much seemed that Moffat did not care about the First Doctor, which is a big shame.
Even more than that, like we've had lots of multi-Doctor stories, and like the 5 Doctors doesn't end with like the 3rd Doctor. They're going, Atia, Sarah Jane.
It's just this really random like
thing for some reason.
There's a kind of a obsession of like meaning of attention to detail that they do a lot in the new series that wasn't there in Classica. Like a different kind of sentiment, and I think
it's not like natural.
And Stephen Moffat probably is the person that does it the most, where he cares a lot about these things.
Yeah, but then it's just so weird that like when it actually did matter the most with the First Doctor's first like last line chronologically in the entire incarnation, he then changes that when it's like surely he would want to keep that the same.
It's weird he turned it into a Moffat line the long way round.
Probably because he just thought it would be clever to once again have the long way round line again, which he's done so many times.
Yes.
He did that a lot after Day of the Doctor.
Mm-hmm.
Am I alone in thinking that it's kind of in bad taste to have like the last moments of a character like be retconned?
A lot of
to
about
be...
Twice Upon a Time is in bad taste for the first Doctor.
Like it's like they kind of like I know it's like, oh, the actor isn't the character, so it doesn't matter kind of thing. But like the first Doctor's final moments are now basically belong to David Bradley and not to William Hartnell, and I think that's kind of in bad taste.
Well, to be fair, they do show that they do show the crossfade into William Hartnell.
Oh yeah, they do that, but like
it's more like the final scene before that.
It doesn't sit well when you finish the episode with the first Doctor with all the stuff that you do with them.
It's like, but his last words belong to David Bradley. His last conscious moments belong to David Bradley.
Also, I do find it kind of funny that in Power of the Daleks, Troughton doesn't tell Ben and Polly about all that shit he just did. But probably doesn't remember it, obviously, because of the whole crossing timelines.
Yeah, because of the multi-Doctor thing. So he went.
I think that's meant to be third.
Maybe that's why he's well, the reasons why he's so antisocial in that story is because he just did all that stuff.
I've always found it like
I would much prefer a story where he was in some kind of like simulation, or there was some excuse to have a fake first Doctor there, and it could still be really fun.
Literally a story where they bring characters back. They bring dead characters back with memories. They could have done it.
That's a line from
you could have it so that the Doctor was talking to like some kind of avatar, and like this avatar didn't realize that like his appearance and like mannerisms have changed. It's someone who learnt about the first Doctor and not the 12th.
Or
so
just
it's trying
even,
to, I don't know.
Or just even like have it be some kind of thing where the Doctor plugs himself into some kind of psychic thing, and it creates a version of him from the past.
Yeah. Or you could even have it just be the first Doctor from a different point in the timeline.
Yeah, you could.
Yeah.
You have
I think a parallel universe Doctor. There were so many.
I think it's just that it came down to Stephen Moffat wanting to do the parallel between the Doctor wondering whether or not they want to continue living and the Doctor who's about to regenerate for the first time, or at least in 2017, that's what it was.
Very Moffat idea.
Until the Timeless Children changed that.
A weird thing that they didn't do in Twice Upon a Time was set up the first Doctor being there and Day of the Doctor to help steal Gallifrey. It's like you would have thought the 12th Doctor would somehow make sure he knew from that early point
That's
to then
sort
go
of too
and
late, though, isn't it?
Do we actually?
The first Doctor shows up in.
Yeah, I suppose it's just a weird thing.
Do we actually know when the 12th Doctor goes to Gallifrey and Day of the Doctor in his timeline? Is it the bit? Some people say it's in between Time of the Doctor and before they enter the dinosaur in Deep Breath.
That's what a fucking day he had.
Yeah.
It's like that line from the Sontaran strategy where he's like, "You would not believe the day I'm having."
You know what, Colin? That would have been a great alternate title for Deep Breath, because like Into the Dalek comes immediately afterwards. So like Enter the Dinosaur and then Into the Dalek. That would have been...
it kind of has to be then though, because like the TARDIS is still blue in the.
Oh yeah.
They've not.
Yeah. Changed it yet.
Will, I'm sure you would have loved in Tooth and Claw if they went inside the werewolf.
Oh.
Nah, it would have been better if it was into the Queen Victoria. Into the Queen.
No.
Into the Queen.
In the centenary, they're going to go into Margaret Thatcher.
Into the Thatcher.
Into the Thatch.
Into the Snatcher.
Into the Pog.
Margaret Snatcher.
I don't want to go into Margaret Snatcher.
Now, that was Ted's final line. It wasn't "I don't want to go." It was "I don't want to go into Margaret Thatcher."
I don't want to go.
If he carried on talking instead of regenerating, that is what he would have said.
Yeah, he was just too distraught to say it.
It was behind the tears. It held him back from saying.
You know, in the end of time when Wilf knocks on the glass, what if instead of what he says, he just goes on a rant about Margaret Thatcher?
She could have done so much more.
And then Wilfred says to him, he's just like, "I didn't vote for Margaret Thatcher."
Well, exactly. Look at you.
Not remotely conservative.
But me.
Oh. Oh my god.
I just love when Wolf
do
knocks on. I love when Wolf not like because like the music is swelling because Ten's like I'm still alive, and then Wolf knocks and then like the music just wilts and like fades.
Yeah.
Like,
I love that. I do love that whole.
And the doctor looks on the floor and he sees like the election papers in front of him.
And it isn't crossed as Thatcher.
Oh. Was Timothy Dalton's wrestling a Thatcherite?
Probably.
I would not die. 1 billion years of time on history riding on our backs.
$1 billion
Did that have Time Lord minor strikes?
Oh. $1 billion siphoned to the south. Anyway.
Its own thing. So I would actually argue that it might not be the end of the world for either one of those two to look into the criticisms or the praises and see what was work or what was going to work or what wasn't, because it wasn't going to necessarily directly impact intended story beats. And that's before we even get into the toxicity and the fact that Chibnall was getting death threats over the unforgivable sin of envisioning the Doctor as someone without a penis. At least we
can't prove that. You can't prove that.
Can't prove it.
I don't know that she didn't have one.
She probably has a big dong.
I bet it's the biggest of all the Doctors.
That's why she needs such a big coat all the time. Needs to hide
Dong
it.
of the Doctor.
Yeah, Yaz is in for Yaz is in for a rude awakening.
I mean, yeah, we've always been told about how much Yaz loves the Doctor, but I guess now we'll know why.
Deep down, she knows.
Yaz knows that Jodie Whittaker is packing heat.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that
last
hasn't
forever.
been. I'm surprised they haven't gone out of their way to just subtly prove that, just to own the not my Doctors. Well, I actually have a big donkey dick.
Well, canonically a donkey penis. Like, it's not a euphemism. She canonically has a donkey penis.
Chris 9 did say that he could be anything. I could have two heads.
Yes.
I could have two penises.
He could be an echidna and have
a head or
like
could
4
have
heads
no
on
head.
his dick.
I could have 2 penises or no penis.
Wait, what if
Don't say that's an improvement.
Wait, so if David Tennant has 2 penises, does Jodie Whittaker have 2 vaginas?
Yes.
Or does she have
and a penis?
Or does she have one
She
penis
has
and
all
one
of them.
vagina?
Yes.
And she
But
can
the
fuck
vagina
herself.
isn't a
It can
place
be
you wouldn't
anything you want.
expect.
It's Schrodinger's dong at this point.
Wait,
It's army knife down there.
Wait, can she like curve it around and fuck herself?
The vagina isn't a place you wouldn't expect it to be.
It's
In the back.
it's in the rear end.
It's in her shins.
That's why they're so powerful. They're packing their vaginas.
The power nations.
When she has those pants on and they go to a windy planet, like she feels it. Oh, no, I can't. I don't want to say it. I don't want to say it. It's too explicit. Anyway.
Cross
I
the
think
line.
The Doctor doesn't have a penis. Actually, we don't really know what Time Lords have going
base!
on.
There we
Yeah,
go.
yeah,
That's an assumption of mine.
There we go.
Huh.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, though.
Yeah.
So, and I'm not going to dig into that anymore. I don't want this
Your
video to
mistake.
be about toxic
We
fans.
just spent an hour digging
You
into
add
it.
that on top
Oh,
of it. It's
I thought she meant penises. I thought she meant not going to dig into the Doctor's penis anymore, and then she said toxic fandoms. So I was like, oh yeah, that was another topic.
You know. Honestly, if
As
this video was about Chris Chibnall's a genius for making the Doctor's genitals ambiguous, I'd actually say it's a good video.
It would be.
Ambiguous
Someone here
joke.
make that video.
That's something that's genuinely up for
Next year's
interpretation.
April Fools, you got it.
Ambiguous.
In a way, it's always been up for interpretation.
Well,
It
we know. Okay, we know that John Sims Master has a penis. We know that for a fact. But we don't know whether Missy had one or not.
It's certainly strongly implied.
We know that she doesn't get a boner when she sees him.
Well, we know that
maybe she doesn't like him.
Wait, does the Meta Crisis not have any genitals at all? Because I swear, when he's forming out of the hand, it's like there's just nothing. There's just
that's just a bit of him that formed last.
We're not. That's the last week that grew.
We know that the 12th Doctor definitely has something, because in Deep Breath, when
well, I think the fact that Donna says you're naked.
Actually, no. You know what happened. So you know how the hand got cut off and it went to Torchwood. So
yeah,
there was the DNA in the hand that represents the bit that grows the penis like a starfish. Captain Jack stole that from the hand.
I think the fact that Donna says you're naked implies,
yes.
Well, I mean, he is. He doesn't have genitals.
Yes.
Yeah, the fact that Donna doesn't flat out react. The fact that Donna doesn't flat react with, but where's your cock? It's like,
yeah, exactly. Where's your penis?
I'm just imagining a
Bring it to me.
I mean, I don't think. I don't think.
You have a penis. Oh yeah.
To be fair, I think it would be very in character for Donna not to want to look there.
Yeah, especially looks away just before it forms anyway, so.
Just before it
we know
forms.
That 12. We know that 12 definitely has a penis though, or at least something, because.
Well, we know he definitely. Well, we know he definitely has Pornhub Premium. We know that.
Every Moffat era female character except Bill would look instantly.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, but yeah, when Clara tosses when her and the Doctor are restrained in Deep Breath, and then Clara has to use her feet to toss the sonic screwdriver up to him, and then it lands in his lap, and he sort of flinches, and she's like, "Oh, sorry,
he
did I hit?"
do that.
And she's like, "Oh, sorry, did I hit something?"
Wait, are they trying to?
Because of the
trying to
Doctor flat scene, we can assume that 11 has a dick as well, because it's what the grandmas are looking at.
Wait, Will, you just are
That's
you
a good
saying
point. They would probably point out if he didn't have a penis.
Are you saying that they were
Yeah.
canonizing the Doctor as having a foot fetish or something?
No,
No. That's not what he said.
Oh, okay. Sorry, it's 3 a.m. here. I'm just.
Oh, right.
I'm interpreting what people are saying.
It's the foot hour.
because the Doctor and Clara are like, the Doctor and Clara are restrained. The sonic screwdriver is on the floor. The screwdriver can only be reached by Clara using her feet.
Hang on, which
screwdriver up?
Wait, which episode is this?
Deep breath.
Fuck, I can't
When
remember.
they're trapped in the
that.
chairs after going underground.
Oh, yeah. Now I remember.
There you go.
And then
There
she
you go.
tosses it up onto his lap with her feet, and then he flinches because the screwdriver
His
landed
dick.
on his lap.
Yeah.
And then,
It landed on his balls.
Yeah, he flinches. There's an awkward pause.
Landed on his
and then
kidneys.
And then Clara's like, "Sorry, did I hit something?"
You know, when the 12th Doctor regenerates, like when he first appears, he's like, "My kidneys." What if Jodie Whittaker's like, "My cock"?
I hate you.
I don't like the color.
Oh, I don't know about that, Callum.
Yeah, bad joke.
It's really.
You don't know what color it is.
Maybe it's very swollen and purple. I don't know. What is happening? What is?
I can't believe we're not even 8 minutes through this video. The whole time we're just talking about the Doctor's dick.
Sorry.
More understandable that he was not paying attention.
Look, there's quite a few people in this call that have ADD, and that is very much me, because right now my meds are definitely gone, long gone.
I mean, I can definitely go into much more cursed tangents than this. So.
Yeah, we know.
All right, let's do this. Come on, guys, we can do
to
this.
the fan communities. I think that was honestly not only a good choice creatively, but absolutely a good choice for probably his own mental health. And no matter who you are, whether you're praising or criticizing, you need to respect the fact that it's not good for creators to just be bombarded with feedback. So, yeah, that's a very defensible choice. Also, let's just briefly touch on the notion of the fact that he wanted story things to go over a longer term than just from series to series. That was a new direction, and I think one worth exploring. Again, I don't think he explored it very well, but
so in concept, what they're talking about isn't really what happens, because in this context, it's not series to series because it's just saying look forward to what happens next multiple times.
Look forward to next time, whether that
as opposed to actually doing a multiple series arc.
To be fair, Moffat did that as well.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. So he did it way more like purposeful and kind of deliberate than Chibnall. So it's weird to say that it's a new direction because it had been done before and better.
I'm really sick of Doctor
Who lasted 2 seasons.
I'm really sick of Doctor Who being structured like that. It's like
because I'd actually say, when Russell T Davies did Doctor Who, he would tell a complete story and then he would build on it the next year and then build on that and then build on that.
As much as I don't like the prophecy sort of things that RTD would do, he at least wouldn't dedicate entire stories just to that. There would be substance to
there was, I from memory, there's always like a reason for them existing.
Yeah. Whereas like Moffat and Chibnall, they just dedicate the whole story to the Kijang.
It always leads to like a story, as opposed to like whatever this
sort of thing. That... Yeah, it's like a glorified trailer for a story.
Okay. So we've had major parts of lore retconned, yes, but we still haven't had a story happen as a result of it.
No story that's been told.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, with we have 10 who has this whole build up a story of who he is as a person. And then we get the 4 Knocks, which just shows us more, like, especially in Waters of Mars, how complex he is as a person. It's really well built up. And that is told from series 2 to series 4.
That's 100%. Also another video that Harbo did I really like, is the Waters of Mars review. That's a very good video. That one and your God Complex reviews are some of my favorite videos you've done. I really like them.
I appreciate that.
I mean, to be fair, it is you just like kissing ass to my favorite stories, but there you go. But no, it was very good breakdown of why these things are good. That's what I like to see, rather than just.
I have seen you in the recommended occasionally, Harbo, but I've just never really clicked.
See,
I get that.
So what we've established is that you're on the algorithm that we can see you, but not that people click on you.
I mean, sometimes I'm on the algorithm, sometimes I'm very much not. It changes every week.
I think you got pretty decent views like when you were doing the Russell era, and I think it just dropped off a bit. Didn't it?
It was kind of Lockdown and Russell combined at like the perfect sweet spot to get really loads of views.
Yeah. Oh well. You can't beat the factory content, can you?
Nope. Need to do Who Culture videos more.
Yep.
As I said, under both RTD and Moffat, series were pretty solidly self-contained entities.
Apart from when Moffat did the things we described.
Yeah, Moffat did both. He made them self-contained, but also this clearly isn't over yet.
He did a thing where each year would have a different arc, but sometimes the arc would tie into it. Like the series 5, 6, and 7 arcs all lead one into each other.
Yeah.
And then Time of the Doctor sort of ties them all in a quote-unquote bow.
I don't really like the whole Silence arc and how it ends up, but it is there at least. Like, it builds up throughout the course of the era.
It's just having a setup that is pretty much wasted.
But it's like at least the setup is there. Like, it clearly shows you that there is stuff going on.
Well, the funniest thing I have with Series 6 is that you look at like the substance of what a wrap-up is with characters and story. You look at something like the God Complex that does that for those characters, and then you look at the Wedding of River Song, which is supposed to actually wrap up what was set up in the series, and it doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
Million voices. Oh.
He was a robot the whole time.
I feel so sorry for Alex feel so sorry for Alex Kingston in that moment because I think that's one of like the cringiest moments in.
Well, was it you and Hugh said that it reminded you of Attack of the Clones dialogue or something?
Yeah, it was something like that. Just the sky is full of a million voices, and the universe doesn't agree that you should go. I can't let you die.
See, that's why I immediately assumed. That's why I immediately assumed watching Twice Upon a Time that Moffat was insinuating the Doctor was responsible for all good in the universe.
Yeah,
this is really cringe.
SD Dylan is.
Because I'm used to hearing cringe from him.
I'm back.
Hi, Dylan.
SD Dylan.
Welcome back.
Dylan, you missed a whole thing we were talking about whether or not the Doctor still has a cock.
Schrodinger's dong.
Oh, me cock fell off. Come on, that was the first line of the 13th Doctor. That's indisputable fact.
No, we still think
No. What if Moffat comes in to write in a story in between her regenerating and saying, "Oh, my cock fell off."
We've been talking
Stephen Moffat. He just writes that one line. That's like,
do you think
like a whole 5-minute page?
Do you think it fell off when she fell from the TARDIS to the train?
No. It's literally the moment the face kind of had the feminine skull shape. It's just instantly just off.
I think it's still there. I think every regeneration, the old cock falls off and a new one grows in its place.
It's like shedding skin.
Oh my
god! Yeah, no, I agree.
Two more shall take its place.
Which Doctor has the biggest cock?
What was it? Was that line from School Reunion where Sarah's like, he replaces it with a new model? He does that.
Yeah, we've been
right. Let's rank the size of cocks of Doctors. Right, first Doctor. I think he has kind of a medium. I don't think he's not small. He's not big.
I think you said medium rare, like it's meat.
Well, it is.
It's a massive cock. It's a big sugar.
Above average.
The first Doctor exists in a period before cocks were really invented as a concept.
I think the third Doctor.
Actually, it's critical that the first Doctor has no prostate. That's actually in canon. You can look it up on Tom's wiki if you don't believe me.
Hello, broke canon. Enjoy it.
I think.
What if all time was their first genitals just the ones they always have, no matter what gender they are? Imagine
we make it even more.
That's very restricting. That's very regressive, Callum.
Shall we make this even more cursed and discuss how each Doctor styles their pubes?
Styles? What?
Because he's disgusted by them. So
I was just gonna say the third Doctor's personality just represents like a large penis as a man. It's just.
Yeah, and he also has like a big curly pubes, like a big Buffon pube.
He's gonna spend time now.
2 and 7 definitely do not like. 2 and 7 just let that bush grow. Just.
Peter Davison shaves it as he's like the kind of sub, so you know.
Yeah.
Well, you've Will called him the Twink Doctor once.
I think I did. Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah. What about Colin Baker? What does he do with his?
Oh, what is a massive bush? I mean, you see the picture of him like really with a hairy chest.
Yeah. What about Tom?
I don't think the Sixth Doctor shaved.
What about Tom Baker?
He has a massive bush.
He's on his head.
You know when Sarah refers to him as teeth and curls? Yeah. That
my god.
Yeah, that was describing kind of blowjobs.
Okay, I think that Paul McGann doesn't need to shave. He just doesn't have pubic hair. It just doesn't exist. He
also canonically has a swinging penis.
It's always swinging. It's never stopping.
It's pendulous.
Never stopping.
I mean, John...
Never stopping. Never stop.
Never swinging.
Never swinging. Never swinging.
I had canon that.
Are we suggesting that the Master has a totally static penis?
Yes.
It simply doesn't move.
Yeah.
I had canon to demonstrate how battle scarred he is that 9 has a circumcised penis.
It's in a constant state of stiff.
Well, I mean, I thought because I was gonna say John Hurt just doesn't have anything down there. It's just blown off, like it's just destroyed.
Yeah. He's got a prosthetic penis
from the wall.
He's got a strap on constantly. But like flaccid
and
strap
then
on.
obviously, as confirmed by Jackie Tyler, the 10th Doctor has 2 penises.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nine is not only circumcised; he also has erectile dysfunction because of
like the 11th Doctor.
Okay.
Manscapes is just to pretend that he's the same age as the people he's trying to be with.
The 9th Doctor has erectile dysfunction until the Doctor dances, and then it comes back to life.
It dances.
Truly brings
to the
everybody
music.
lives to a new level.
Yeah. That moment when he's like, Rose, I remember, I can dance. Like, that's when it comes back.
It dances
Rose,
with the music.
I can dance.
I remember, I can dance. Boing.
Peter Capaldi gels his pubes to be like all question marks.
Fucking hell!
He has a question about underwear after all.
Will, what does Matt Smith have? Tell us.
But nothing. He's fully shaved so he can pretend he's the same age as those that he courts.
I mean, you literally see it in the lodger. You literally see his dick.
I mean,
that's
Matt
right.
Smith's nudes actually exist online. So
Oh yeah, that's right. He was part of the Fappening, wasn't he?
yeah.
Of all doctors, of course, it's bloody Matt Smith that got nudes.
He's probably sent it a Moffat as like required for the job to send me your nudes.
I don't think William Hartnell's news would have been included in the Fappening.
They dig up
the thing is, Hartnell was a notorious shagger before he was like the Doctor.
There would be sex tapes, but it would be missing episodes. There'd be telesnap reconstructions of them. And you'd have like in Marco Polo, you have a narrator.
But you're fucking dear girl.
I think
it's narrated by Matt Lucas.
And when we went to cafe,
I think Matt Smith's.
He got a severe strain of STD in cafe.
I think the 11th Doctor's pubes.
What are we doing?
I think the 11th Doctor's pubes parallel what he does with the hair on his head. So, like in Series 5, when his hair is scruffy, it's like that.
No,
and then when
he's got
gone completely off the rails at this point.
Wait, so what about? So when he's bald,
we've been
bald in
talking
time
about
of the
penises for an
Doctor.
hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, he puts a wig. He puts a toupee on his.
Any semblance of structure has long gone.
It's a merkin. That's the name for a wig, a pube
It's
wig.
the word, I think.
Why is there a name?
Rare use of the word merkin.
So, the only reason I know that is because George Bush used to say, "I'm proud to be American," trying to say American, and everybody used to take the piss out of him for it.
And then it was Series 6.
wasn't it like after 9/11 he said some statement about it and he's like, now watch this drive.
I'm proud to be American.
And in Series 6, when Matt Smith has like the really weird styled hair, that's as well.
Weird side part and pubes.
Side parts and pubes.
So you're saying the hair would curl around his bits?
Yeah.
Are we saying he has a quiff in his pubes?
Just
His lower area.
What does Fugitive and 13 do?
I don't feel like I should talk about that.
I'm not an expert on the vaginal regions.
What? No, like Fugitive lets them grow. 13 like religiously shaves it, and literally the moment that any one hair grows, it's plucked out.
I imagine she has like this.
13 is very, very like well kempt. Like every part of her look is pretty like high maintenance.
I mean, given how how her kind of mannerisms, I can imagine she's the kind of person that has itchy like shaved pubes. That's like it hurts her, and that's why she has to move around so much because she's got chafing.
Yeah, let's go with that.
What has this conversation become?
I imagine she has like really weird habits as well. Like she doesn't even throw them away. She like keeps them in a jar or something. Just collects them.
What?
Pickled pubes.
A pube jar?
Pickled pubes.
And custard.
Pickled in time, like pubes in a jar.
And then when her and Yaz go their separate ways, she'll give it to Yaz as a present.
Are you saying
remember me?
Are you saying that in the Centenary we're gonna see her fermented pubes?
Yeah. Right. Shooty Gatway. What's his like? Is it the 14th Doctor?
Well, we've not. I don't think it's fair to call because we've not seen his characterization yet as a character. True. You know, we only know who he is as an actor.
Yeah, but we could guess by using.
I'm talking about fictional characters, not actors. You know.
Whatever it is, it will be fabulous. So we know that.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough.
So we're up to like 23 views something now that we've been talking about dicks for like an hour. We've increased viewers by talking about dicks.
I know. Nebula just said peak EDAR. This is true.
Yeah,
there's literally there was that picture yesterday on Twitter that was like kind of free books versus free cock, and there was just a massive line to it. It's just true.
It is true.
Yeah, it's Pride Month.
Is this the golden age of EDAR?
Yes,
it's the golden dick of EDAR.
We're not even halfway through this like Council of Geeks video. We're just talking about dicks.
From that series.
Wait, are you still on the Council of Geeks video?
Yeah, we're only 8 minutes in.
We're only 8 minutes in.
What?
We've been talking about penises.
I went to the pub and caught up with my mum for 2 hours, and you're still only 8 minutes. You were on 3 minutes in when I started.
Yeah,
so we've gone 5 minutes and 2 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I joined the call. We were talking about the James Corden series thing we did, and then we talked about.
Oh, that was beautiful. James Corden. James Corden, yes.
We talked about how the Of the Doctor trilogy is shit, and then we talked.
We somehow went from saying, "Oh yeah, Moffat and RTD did long form storytelling," to somehow just talking about dicks for half an hour.
I mean,
so
I knew this.
Who got Harry Preggers?
I knew as soon as Maddox joined this would happen, though. It was inevitable.
It's just the best video us three have done. Like, just generally, out of all of our channels, that's the best video we've done. The James Corden years.
It is pretty good, yeah. It is pretty good.
Should I be sad that that my legacy is just turning conversations into just fuck me?
No, you should be proud.
Proud of that legacy.
Like the last time last time me and Dylan met up at the BFI, Dylan was like, "Oh, I want to get you in for more like funny videos because that's what you're good for." And I was like, "Oh, okay."
It's true though.
I'm better at the.
Yeah, you've been typecast. You've been typecast now. You've been typecast.
You've been typecast by the controversial cum.
I'd like to thank all of chat for being here today. We couldn't have been here without you. Thank you so much for tuning in for this.
So
cheers.
Cringe.
What does chat up to?
Imagine being touchy-feely with your audience. Cringe.
Yeah, you shouldn't touch your audience, guys.
I've never touched my audience.
To the next. Very few major plot points carry over series to series to series. So to take a situation where like, okay, we're going to plant some ideas here. We're not even going to touch them until the next series. That was a new way of approaching it. And coming in with...
No. This was not a new way of approaching it. Moffat literally did this.
We're just on this. We're just on this. Let's keep...
That's just blatantly wrong.
Sorry, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, but how the way we were talking about how like don't touch your audience, and then you play that video and the Council of Geeks mentions touch.
I was thinking the exact same thing.
Anyway, back to let's stay focused on this shit, Jesus.
Back to the content.
Which I would also include things like we're going to do the first series with no returning major villains. It's going to be all self-contained. We're going to try it with 3 companions. These are all solid enough ideas.
Here's the thing: Series 11 did a setup. It did a setup with the Timeless Children. It was the most basic thing ever, but it was a setup for long-term storytelling.
It doesn't really make sense as a setup because, like, why did the fucking psychic talking rags that the Stenza made for some reason know about the Timeless Child when no one else did?
They just knew. They saw deeper into
think about this. The Timeless Children thing has always been true for the entire history of Doctor Who, and these dish rags are the first to mention it.
First one in
maybe there's
like 1,000 years of living.
Maybe they
if
just
you did a story that was set in like if you did a story that was set in like a place that was like I don't know, some facility designed to help you remember forgotten memories and all the, you know, I don't know, and it comes up there, that would make it like a logical place setting for this thing to be revealed that's never been
a bunch
revealed.
of papers knew. A bunch of papers just knew.
It was maybe it was just a floating telepathic papyrus or something. Maybe that's what it was.
Imagine if just a bunch of other scattered like shit villains from like throughout the show's history just casually mentioned like fucking Meglos and the Crotons. They're just like the timeless child.
Yeah, the Quarks come. You, the timeless child.
I think the first mention should have gone to Alpha Centauri.
Alpha Centauri mentions the timeless child.
Oh. You are the... Oh, I can't do it. We need Brian on here. Brian does the perfect Alpha Centauri impression.
Yeah.
I'm very happy about my life choices.
Everything that led you. Oh, and Khalid, like the Master's Disguise in Time Flight, he knows about the timeless child.
Oh no! Don't talk about Khalid.
The timeless children are here, Doctor.
K9 knows about the timeless child. He just doesn't say anything about it.
Chloe Webber.
You know most Twitter accounts.
Well, remember Calvinista. Calvinista knows about it. Bloody Calvinista knows about it, but he can't say it because some random bomb was put in his head.
Talk about it.
Chloe Webber knows about the timeless child. She just sketches the time.
Madame the Scribble Monster was an abstract art
in the Doctor's mind.
The
Monster
represented the timeless child.
The Scribble Monster is the visualization of the timeless children's script.
Oh, also, just a reminder that Clara actually is the one who made all the things during the fugitive, like, kind of pre-Hartnell Doctor's timelines go right, because she corrected it when the the Great Intelligence went in, and so she's responsible for all of that stuff as well. By the way, just if you're not kept up on all your lore.
Remember when she just randomly found his name in a book in his library, and it just happened to be written down on the page she opened.
Chapter 1.
I mean, that's not explicitly confirmed, so we can interpret that as anything, you know, anything we want. She just says, "Oh, so that's who."
Clara is literally responsible for every victory in the Doctor's life.
No,
that was confirmed in the name of the Doctor.
Victory. No, it just said she was there to like save him every now and then. Like, it doesn't say she's responsible for everything.
Well, no, but doesn't it say that the Great Intelligence just ruins everything the Doctor ever did? And
it's more like, it's like he's
him.
creeping up in the background, ready to kill the Doctor, and then she like stabs him in the back, and then it's like nothing. It doesn't actually impact the plots of each episode.
I would love to see that happening in the background of like.
She literally
in the background of like.
I like
in the background of a Troughton story, the Great Intelligence just sneaks up and then Clara stabs him, and it's never mentioned.
I like
him out of the way.
I like the interpretation that the people inside the Merca is Clara chasing the Great Intelligence. In the Boys the Deep.
Like, does in Name of the Doctor, like the Great Intelligence is explicitly like, oh, I will poison every friendship and I'll bring pain to your every breath. Or it's like,
you know, everything.
And was like every victory would be undone or something? I can't remember.
That is pretty hard. That is pretty hard.
So he'd basically just sneer at the Doctor. He'd just sneer at the Doctor in the background of every story, and then Clara would just.
Oh yeah, imagine how horny that plot point would have been if the Great Intelligence was a dominant woman, given written by Moffat.
Fuck knows how Clara. Fuck knows how Clara stopped him each time. I guess she just smacked the leaf in his face or something.
I love how I glance at chat and everyone's like, "What the fuck is EDAR?"
Subscribe, please.
We're cringe.
Are you not entertained?
You should be entertained.
I'm sorry, what? There's a Doctor Who spin-off of EFAP, says Corporal Struck.
Corporal Struck?
Yeah, Corporal Struck.
That's quite.
Sorry, Corporal Stuck.
Corporal Stuck. What?
Is he captain of the dishwashers or captain of the washing machines or whatever the fuck people get stuck in? Insta-pun.
Oh, okay.
Help me, step bro.
Wait, what was it?
Do you ever just like?
Are you saying that?
Do you ever just walk into a room? Do you ever just walk into a room?
Yeah.
See like a small
Yeah,
ladder
I've
and
done
then
that.
say, "Oh, step ladder, what are you doing?"
What was it? What if? What if in the centenary it's like the regeneration happens because the Doctor gets stuck in a washing machine and Yaz pulls her out of it, and then that's when
Honestly, that would be the perfect ending for her Doctor.
And that's when the sex gas happens, and then the Margaret Thatcher thing happens.
No,
What
she
Margaret Thatcher
regenerates
thing
while
happened?
she's
Oh my
inside
god,
the washing machine,
you
and
missed the
pulls her
whole.
out and it's like, what, you've changed?
Dylan, you missed an entire Margaret Thatcher thing we did.
Oh, shame. What did you do? Did you piss on her grave?
Well, I
Yeah.
established.
Yes.
I think.
The
I
problem with
established,
pissing on Margaret Thatcher's grave is eventually you run out of piss.
I think how it
That's where
started
you're
was
wrong, Bucko.
I think how it started was that I mentioned that 13 would totally go back in time and help Margaret Thatcher close the mines or something, and then
True.
from then on it spiraled into like
13 would accidentally say Margaret Thatcher's name during sex with Yaz.
Oh yeah, we said you said that she has sex with Yaz. Yaz sends into the set gas, and she calls Margaret Thatcher a poggers girl boss.
She regenerates.
Yeah.
That's just true. I believe this. This is headcanon now.
True.
So true.
No one believed the leaks when they came out and said that there was going to be a new cycle of Doctors, but that was true. And this is the new leak, and I honestly I
We
believe
got an
it.
exclusive from
Well,
our
the only
sources.
thing I'm leaking is on Thatcher's grave.
Well, we were wondering how does Jodie
Nice.
Whittaker take a leak earlier, but there you go.
I think leaking is going to be
Not the dick
13
talk
after,
again.
after Centenary.
I can't handle
Back-
more talking about
And it got back on track. Onto.
By the way, wait, can I just pause that for a second? Because it said more videos, and there's just like this thumbnail. It says, "Where's the consent?"
Oh my god!
I don't know if that's on there for you.
No.
No.
I can't.
Every time you pause it, it says more videos. It says, "Where's the consent?"
I think that might just be you, Dylan.
Okay, that's just me. Okay. Yeah, I've definitely not watched any videos, but no, it's actually counts Keith's video anyway.
Right, but are different ways of doing it that we haven't had in the modern era. Again, I don't think most of them worked, but I don't think there's anything wrong with these ideas inherently. And I think some of them are even good. I've said in the past, especially with series 11.
I have yet to see an example where jangling keys has done well, ever.
Never.
I mean,
it's always bad.
I think that's just self-fulfilling, right? Because if they do more with the thing that they're restoring, the thing that they're bringing back, then it becomes more than jangling keys.
The reason
No
we
Way
call
Home.
it jangling keys is because it's been done poorly.
Exactly.
Because it's
Well,
hollow
jangling
and shallow.
keys is inherently a criticism. It's inherently a criticism.
I guess
that you didn't fulfill on
like,
the promise.
I like the cameo of Alpha Centauri in Empress of Mars.
Yeah,
true. But is that key? Like there's no substance.
Well, it
to
wasn't
but
key jangling because it made sense in the Ice Warriors
it does make
history
sense.
and related to the theme.
I would just call that I would just call that general fan service. I wouldn't call it key jangling.
Yeah, it's just like a little fan service cameo. It's like it's not
But
like
it also makes sense.
expressly do it and like
Because
really
like the whole
draw
point of the
attention to it.
episode, the whole point of the episode was like the kind of the Ice Warriors, you know, kind of coming to terms, like you're trying to get them to be more peaceful and make peace
Yeah,
and all
exactly.
that. So it kind of made sense that at the end of the episode, it's like, right, this is how they actually reached that point where they were part of the Federation and were kind of a peaceful people.
Peloton,
for the
And
most
it's not
part.
like one of those things with like Han Solo's blaster where it's showing you everything that happened, not leaving up to the imagination. It's just saying, oh, we need somewhere to go. Oh, someone has communicated us, telling us we can go there. It's like it works on its own. You don't need any other context. It's like, okay, well, it works.
Yes,
so it's
it
not. I wouldn't
does.
say it's key jangling.
Plus, there's no promise of like stuff happening later. Like when you get that, when you see Alpha Centauri, it's like, yeah, I know that this is the full depth to which we're getting.
I guess
right?
you could say instead of key jangling for the rest of the show you're watching, it's key jangling for Buy the Curse of Peladon DVD.
Yeah, so the thing that's happening later is the thing that happened 50 years ago. Yeah, it's a setup for thing that for something 50
It's
years
just like
ago.
a little prequel, basically. Yeah.
I love the Curse of Peladon. Beautiful story.
It's
11 on paper. A lot of what Chibnall did is what I would have asked for. I would have asked for more self-contained stuff, less reliance on returning classic villains. This was stuff I myself might have even said we should do.
That was good. Good change in Series 11. Yeah, exactly.
Problem is
That's where
the execution.
I mean,
you know, where the talent goes into.
Yeah, the concept relies on you being creative. That's the issue.
Yeah. And the issue is it's Chris Chibnall.
Conceptually, Series 11 sounds really good. So long as
I'm absolutely fine with a series of Doctor Who that's more about just the events that take place rather than it being a big story. I'm fine with that as long as it's executed well. I can happily sit through that.
I believe outside of a couple of very small elements, Season 16 of Classico is almost all new everything. Apart from a very, very smidgen of the first and last story. It's almost all new everything, and that challenged them to be creative.
I love the Key to Time.
So do I.
We see it
very underrated
Key to Time. Beautiful.
Yeah, I think it's underrated too.
Most of Tom Baker's era is one and done villains that are original to him, though. Like,
yeah.
His first series sees the Daleks and the Cybermen come back.
The first series is a lot. The season 12 is a lot, yeah. But seasons
mostly new stuff for him.
Seasons 13 to 16 are very, very majority original stuff outside of maybe the Deadly Assassin, which has the Master in it, and Gallifrey.
And Invasion of Time that has the Sontarans. There's only 2 episodes.
Sure, I
forgot. That's like 18. No, sorry, that's like 24 stories, and only 2 of them have something returning in.
Yeah, true. And then like season 17, it's only Destiny, the Daleks, and Shada that have something.
And even in season 12, like I don't think Philip Hinchcliffe even like intrinsically wanted to do this. I think those were just commissioned.
And actually, in season 18, it's only the Master that comes back. I think, I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, well, season 18 isn't exactly the peak example of good Doctor Who, but
I would disagree. I think it's great.
Yeah, well, you're just pretentious.
I'm not pretentious. I'm actually...
JK. I'm actually way more pretentious than you. So,
well,
you should watch my.
So when you say you know all this shit about history, I should just not believe you, Dylan. Is that what you say?
Yes.
Am I pretentious for my argument about the Golden Age? Is that pretentious?
Yes, it is, and that's why I agree with you.
I mean, Connor's arguably convinced me to be more pretentious. So.
Well, I mean, I don't want you to be pretentious. I want you to be clever.
But I am clever.
So clever.
Because two years ago, Connor, I was a lot more Chibnall indifferent. I was like, oh, he does okay stuff, and now I'm. Like,
now we fixed you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you repaired me.
Yeah. Now I'm like, Chibnall bad, space pirates good. There we go.
No, there's a take. Post that on Twitter right now, just as a tweet.
Space Pirates is okay. It's unfairly hated. I feel like when it comes to animations, there's like the most they can do with it. Like they can do so
just
much
like regular pirates,
so it'll be good.
I mean,
it's got a lot of potential for animation, which is why I like it.
Best pirate story is the Pirate Planet, though. Love the Pirate Planet.
Yeah, Jacqueline Rayner and Douglas Adams are the only ones who can do pirates.
Does the Sea Devils count as a pirate? I guess it's a sword fight, right? Because it's got a sword fight.
This is an interesting comment.
They're all pirates in Legend of the Sea Devils.
Oh, sorry, you said Legend of the Sea Devils. I thought you meant the Sea Devils.
No, I was joking.
That's the Navian, the opposite of pirates. It's the Navy.
This is an interesting comment in the chat saying you're not clever if you say you're clever. So when 10 says he's clever in Midnight, does that mean he's not clever?
I think some clever people say that what you're confusing is being stupid with either having an ego or no tact and simply stating the ability to perceive yourself to have.
What was it? The Eve of the Daleks defenders that said that the Daleks being bad at aiming is good because they're stupid because evil people are stupid.
Not necessarily arrogance, though.
So
it's not necessarily arrogance to say you're clever. It's just a lack of humility.
So apparently, if you're a fascist, you can't aim a gun, is what they're saying.
I think
because
fascists
even
have
people have never
historically
won.
aimed a lot of guns.
Like, even people have never been clever enough to win anything. It's always been good people who've, like, managed to control society. I mean, it's just absolutely true, you know, that makes perfect sense.
That's why we're all doing so fucking great.
That's
exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Just like PogChamp girl boss Margaret Thatcher.
Like the great thing about the Daleks in 60s Who is that they were fucking clever. They were like they were manipulative
Because we like clever villains.
Well, that's one of the best things about the power of the Daleks is how clever that Dalek is.
Well, not just clever, but like understands the human psyche better than humans do, and is able to manipulate them as such.
Definitely not pretentious.
Because when the villain is clever, it prompts the Doctor to do more work to try and defeat them, so it makes it more rewarding.
Exactly.
Whereas if they're bumbling
It makes it
around
better viewing.
incompetently, the Doctor doesn't have to do anything. They're just like, oh, I'll easily beat you.
I'm pretty sure Power of the Daleks didn't open with the Daleks being like, "It's okay, we're fucking stupid because we're fascists," and then the Doctor
we can't aim.
Daleks do not have the concept of aim.
Plot armor allows the story to go longer than 5 minutes.
And then the Doctor turns around, to Polly. He's like, "You see, Polly, we're good. Therefore,
we're clever.
Therefore, we're clever."
Good people always win, Polly. That's why all the people who died in the Dalek purges, Polly, they deserve to die because they must have been evil for being stupid to getting in the way of the Dalek fire.
Oh my god.
Oh god.
Imagine if we actually gave into their logic. TV would be so bad.
So that's why John Pertwee says the Silurians because they're clever, but the Ogrons are stupid.
Exactly.
Yeah,
it's that's
come
true.
full circle.
Logic.
Like, does that mean the Master's the biggest dumbass then?
Yes.
Well, yeah, he loses every time.
Well, he isn't spiteful.
I mean, yeah, exactly.
But honestly, the Anthony Ainley and Sacha Dhawan Masters most definitely are.
Sacha Dhawan is like the most incompetent master.
No, but like Anthony Ainley Master and the King's Demons decides my plan is to get a robot that can transform into King John to then stop the Magna Carta being signed because well, I haven't got that far yet, but we'll do it anyway.
Well, Sacha Dhawan just leaves his TARDIS as the hut in the middle of Paris because, yay, yeah, easy,
unlocked, I guess.
Yeah, and also doesn't hear
the Doctor,
or doesn't notice the fact that the screwdriver is making a noise on top of the Eiffel Tower. Just doesn't.
In the King's Demons, this is an Iron Maiden in the torture chamber of this castle.
I want to know what their logic for Davros is in Genesis of the Daleks. Like, because Davros is that scary thing about Davros is that he is fucking clever and a fascist. It's not.
What?
That's
not true. That's impossible.
See, the best shot of Genesis of the Daleks is just when like all of the people are having their civil war and Davros has clearly come up with his plan, and he's just like tapping his board. And it's just like, you don't know what his plan is. You have no idea.
Yeah, Dylan, I thought you were going to say tapping his balls.
I heard
that. It's wheelchair.
To be fair.
Okay, well, I guess we've got to ask the question now. Given how
you have no idea
Davros is, what's his balls like?
Well, he's lost his balls. He's lost his balls from the explosion.
That's why he's a fascist. Because he lost his balls.
Yeah, like Hitler, he only had one ball.
In the Albert Hall.
Yeah, he's double the fascist that Hitler is, because that happened to him twice.
but yeah, no, because
the less balls you have, the more fascist you are. Hence why all women are fascists.
Double fascism.
So Davros.
So are we saying that Loki's not a fascist because he has huge balls?
Well, they CGI'd them out.
See,
they CGI'd him out, so he's more fascist then.
Yeah.
So they made him more fascist.
That's the thing, like.
Yes, fascism is a special effect.
Like that's not to say that every villain is like clever per se, but like if every villain was stupid because they're evil, then what
the bloody Zaroff from Underwater Menace is not clever at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like, if that was true, we'd never need to worry about evil. Like, they'd just be stupid and fail.
It's like, oh yeah, they're just stupid and they'll just defeat themselves. They'll
Just be good and you'll be fine.
That sounds like something the 13th Doctor would say unironically.
Yeah, what was like in Survivors of the Flux? In
Morality.
Yeah, Survivors of the Flux.
Morality is a strength.
Never a flaw.
Never a flaw.
You know.
What about
Connor,
bad morals?
You know, Connor, one of the only bits of Flux that I actually remember clearly is the hermit scene, and that's only because you reacted so strongly to it.
Yeah, I hated that scene with a burning passion.
It was a bad scene.
I hated it so much.
It was horrible in every way.
I mean, that's all a Flux.
It's funny, if they'd done it in exactly the same way in a 60s episode, people would be calling it racist, but just because it's been done now, everybody's like, oh, it was just funny, stop taking it so seriously.
Literally when they went to the Himalayas in the 60s in the Abominable Snowmen, they didn't do that shit. They actually,
it's more respectful of the culture.
Yeah.
We need to make jokes.
I think Hugh asked, when he saw that scene, I think Hugh's my partner, by the way. Hugh asked, why is this random ass...
Wait, Will, you're gay? I didn't know you were gay. No one knows that you were gay.
What a surprise.
Genuinely, a few months ago, Lily said to me, is Will gay? And I was like, no fucking shit.
Yeah, Lily had met me, at least 2 times by that point. She's like, wait, is he gay?
How do you not know that?
I've seen him squeal at his boyfriend when he walks in the room. Yes,
I have too.
Yeah,
I've seen that. What was it? If I could try and do an impression of it, it's really hard. It's like, it's like,
okay, it's like that.
It's exactly like that.
I'm eating at him now.
Someone just put a gay flag in the chat. There we go.
He'll be right in the room with him.
Right.
Trust me, I've seen how they live.
Oh yeah.
He's taken me to the tree enclosure that's shaped like a sperm, so I know all about.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. We looked on Google Earth, and it's a funny sperm thing.
Yeah,
there's it's shaped like sperm.
Yeah, there's a collection of trees.
Through nearly 10 minutes of this video in almost 3 hours.
Yep.
You're orphans.
Yeah, we just got a tangent about a collection of trees near my house that looks like a sperm.
Anyway.
And then he did those things, and again, but I think whatever strengths Chibnall has, I think most of them are in his broad stroke ideas. And most of the issues tend to come in execution. But let's talk about that execution a little bit. Because
everybody always talks about how he's ready to
stop here.
ideas.
There's nothing particularly special. There's nothing particularly special about the idea of, hey, what if we have a series that's kind of a bit more standalone with just 10 self-contained adventures, no returning villains. And what if we subtly set up stuff for the future in it, right? There's nothing really particularly special about that idea.
I'd call that the bare minimum.
Yeah, it's sort of it's just, that is one of many structures that you could have in the same way that someone
said,
the blueprint. Hey, what if every episode we brought back a previous villain, made it kind of introspective, and we did sort of a season where every episode is revisiting a previous villain and sort of examining them and what makes them tick, really get to the depths of Doctor Who and its staples, right? Is that gonna that's not a horrible idea, is it? And if a showrunner did that and created the best season of Doctor Who ever, the golden age of Doctor Who, I don't think I think people would be praising the idea, even though I think this isn't even a execution idea. This is a pre-idea idea. This is just approach.
Yeah, that's true. I assume they were talking about the Timeless Children.
It's as far removed from an idea as being if you see an artist like who's made a beautiful painting, right, and like you're not praising them for like the quality of the painting. It's like, no, that's not great. And you're not even praising them for like the content of the painting. You're like, no, that's not great either. But you're like, hey, you know what? It was a good idea of you to like do a painting of people. That was good. It's like we're too far removed from anything of quality here.
Yeah, it's like, congratulations, you did a painting. Yay. Yay.
You painted.
Yeah, like that's something you'd say to someone who's never painted before. As opposed to Chris Chibnall, who has written before. He's a professional TV writer. He's not a
You'd
newbie.
say like, well, for a first attempt,
somehow, but
good.
he is,
But for considering how much experience he has, you go, this should be better quality.
Like you're handing him a
participation
award.
way better than it is.
I don't think we can say that this approach is an inherently good idea. I don't think we can. I don't think we can particularly it's
just literally the first step.
It's just participation, really, isn't it?
Yeah. People tend to pamper Chris Chibnall for doing just the bare minimum, like for doing baby steps, basically.
These aren't revolutionary ideas within.
Like, well done, Chris. Well done.
Yeah, it's almost patronising in a way, isn't it?
Yeah, it's almost patronising, isn't it? In terms of like, if someone tried to praise my work with this, I'd be like, can you not? I would just prefer it if you didn't praise me. Thanks.
I've genuinely heard people say they've praised Chris Chibnall for not doing things the show used to do. Like, they don't talk about what he does, they talk about what he doesn't do. They say, they don't do the things that I disliked. He's removed those. It's but what does he get?
Characters.
I mean, that was my mentality back when Series 11 hit. I was like, well, he's not Moffat, therefore he's better. And it's like, no, he's just a different...
Yeah.
Well, he's just removed things. He's just stopped doing other things.
He's doing different things.
I guess that might be covered.
He's just doing different things.
Paused.
It
might be covered. I don't know.
Also, sorry to interrupt, but Game Troller Prime said, "Lord, I know how the gays live." Sla.
Do you know how the gays live, Dylan?
Dylan?
By silence, I'm gonna take that as a yes.
Yeah. I mean, he was here with me physically. So
that is true.
He knows how the gays live.
Are you trying to say he's no longer with us, Will?
Yeah, R.I.P. Killed by.
Chris made a historical episode that featured information from the Wikipedia page of a historical individual, but simplified them down. Good job, buddy. Keep it up. Yeah. Even then, he still misses out like crucial information about the partition of India, for example.
I looked up. I can't remember that. I can't even remember the pirate lady's name from like Legend of the Sea Devils.
Madam Ching.
Yeah, I looked up her actual like history and her Wikipedia page.
Yeah.
That alone.
It's one of the most interesting things.
Yeah.
And she's super generic.
Did you know that
she's good in the actual episode?
Did they actually? Wait, she was actually in that episode. The Pirate Queen of China.
Yeah. Madam Cheng.
And they did nothing. And they did nothing with her. Is that right?
She's
basically just pirate captain.
Especially avoided the whole
also, she has
situation.
children.
She's just a generic girl boss.
Yeah, she's like, I'm a pirate girl boss. Also, I'm a mother. That's it. Like.
She ties.
Replace her with any pirate captain.
She ties John Bishop upside down and threatens him.
They didn't go into the fact that like she had an incestuous.
Also, Dylan, you missed out on seeing John Bishop. I don't say Dan. I just say John Bishop. It sounds funnier. You missed out on seeing John Bishop killing lots of sea devils, and it never gets brought up by anyone.
He makes a joke about it.
Like,
I'm glad. I felt so much better since I stopped watching Chibnall. So I'm in rehab. You guys need to get in rehab.
It was unironically evil Dan moment.
I like suffering.
Also, that weapon, the weapon he was given to him by the other characters too, by the Doctor. So the Doctor gave John Bishop a weapon that killed lots of sea devils, and it's played for a joke.
And to be honest, that's worse than all the things the 10th Doctor did.
No, it's not as bad as,
it's only worse than
the moment that Dan kills the Sea Devil, because I will actually defend this point of criticism that a lot of people have against Legend of the Sea Devils, is that when Dan kills the Sea Devils, they're advancing on him, like, and they're hostile. That is self-defense.
But then that's why you have the other character do it. he's with another.
The guy that
he's
the guy that she scorns for killing sea devils was not doing it in self-defense.
Yeah, and it's like, why don't you just get him to do it again? Because it's clearly been established that he's fine with killing them.
Wouldn't Dan want to like bring that up to the Doctor though, that he killed a bunch of sea devils? Or is he just going to keep it a secret?
That's, you would want it to be recognized.
Yeah, that was like wouldn't you? Nice man Dan,
who's never brought up again.
Nice man
but
Dan.
It's not hypocritical as many people are trying to portray it.
I'm just thinking, like, a nice man Dan who wants to give soup to the poor, wouldn't he say to the Doctor, I feel really bad that I killed a bunch of sea devils today?
Why is Scottish?
No, because they're fascists, and that means they're stupid and evil.
They're not fascists, they're pirates.
But they're evil, so that makes them fascist.
They're evil, that makes them stupid.
Yeah.
Like researching Madame Ching and knowing that like she pretty much single-handedly brought like the Chinese.
I like this.
She single-handedly.
This comment that says, imagine showing Genghis Khan and portraying him as a loving father of two, only wanting the best for his small town.
Yeah,
I wouldn't put it past the Chibnall era. I genuinely would.
Yeah, she brought the Chinese state to its knees, like you said, Maddox.
Yeah, she single-handedly brought
empire in the world.
She's pretty much the most successful and like influential.
She's
pirate
the
in
most
history.
successful pirate of all time.
Yeah.
She single-handedly brought the Chinese government to her knees, got away with it scotch-free, and died in a gambling, like running a gambling house, just like.
She was granted like amnesty by then.
Like she sounds like a badass, but in the episode she's just like.
The episode basically treats her like just a random original character. They just
she's
slapped
really
her name on
like generic.
She would have been
pirate.
better as just random female pirate queen. Like why not? Why is she not just hey, I'm a pirate captain?
Like, if you're gonna do a celebrity
pirates,
you at least get it somewhat accurate to the personal.
Should have just got
like reputation.
It's not even that it's particularly inaccurate. Like they just don't do anything with her. If they did something with her like when she was really young, then they could have done something like introspective on like this is what she's going to become. Like if they did something with her older, then they could have really gone into what she was doing.
Just another one. She's just another character, part of the crew for the episode, and that's pretty much all she serves as a character.
She's characterized almost exactly at the same level as the actual like pirate they made up to be in the episode. Like
I think she actually gets less screen time than he does.
I think she does. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. I don't. Yeah, you'd have to get a stopwatch out for that one.
Here's a good. I know it's another tangent, but like here's a good like question: Curse of the Black Spot or Legend of the Sea Devils?
Better. What do you mean?
Black Spot easily.
Black Spot.
I rewatched it recently.
Easily.
It's actually perfectly.
It's honestly overhated.
Yeah.
It's like it's not even the worst thing.
I agree.
Here's
the thing. Will Legend of the Sea Devils is like terrible. Like it's really, really bad.
Yeah, it's kind of terrible.
It's probably one of the most conspicuously incompetent productions that Doctor Who has ever made.
Yeah, and here's the thing: pretty much everybody agreed that it was really badly made.
Not everyone, but
It's
most people. Most people.
Not everyone, but it was
so there are two camps on it.
A lot of recent stuff.
As far as I can tell, there are two camps on it, right? There are people who are like, it sucks, but like at least the scenes between the Doctor and Yaz are good. And then there are people who say, it sucks.
No.
And that seems to be like...
Because the scenes with the Doctor and Yaz aren't even any good.
Well, so that bloody...
They're painful.
The cliffhanger where
I hate the last scene as well.
Yeah, where she's like, I wish it would go on forever.
Don't you love how the episode
and then you get...
You know the funny thing? That's them basically copying Fear Her, which you should never copy, because at the end of that, there's like, storms come in. And it's like, never that. We're always going to travel forever.
Do you just love how the episode was just going on at the same frantic pace until the obligatory slow emotional scene?
The difference.
I wish it would go on forever. Yeah.
It's 10 minutes of the Chibnall era. They need to press the pause button to like.
I'm just gonna.
No,
I would just
have a really serious scene where we talk about our feelings, and we're not feeling very good, Doctor. And this is how we're feeling.
But how does that make you feel?
You can show stuff with facial emotions and physical acting, but no, you have to spell it out. You have to spell it out.
That's literally how it was, Dylan. Like the episode was like, oh, there's a massacre in a village, and then Dan goes away swimming, and then 13 and Yaz like go in the TARDIS to do something, and they land at the bottom.
Don't forget to mention the part with the rope trap.
Oh yeah, something with the rope trap. Yeah. And then they land at the bottom of the ocean, and then suddenly the pacing.
And don't forget about the Sea Devil doing a super jump. That was
remember how they literally they're just at the bottom of the ocean. Then the Doctor's like, "Not a bad date, am I?"
Yeah, the pacing is really slow.
It's so incompetently written. It's insane.
Yeah,
Like...
and then suddenly the pacing that was like really like frantic and like wouldn't even stop for a breath up to that point. Suddenly it's just dead. And it's like we have to have this emotional moment where we stare at each other.
Like it gives you so much like tonal whiplash in that episode because it's just so like breakneck. Then it hits a wall suddenly at like 200 miles per hour, and it's like right now emotions. And it's like, right, now we're going to shoot off again.
Sometimes I don't know where
these are the emotion
are.
scenes.
I don't know where characters are in relation to each other because there's too many close-ups.
Yeah.
Like you know how people complained about that in Resolution, but at least that has the excuse of that being like two different plot threads for different paces. This is the same plot thread. Very different. Oh yeah. This one is like it's the same plot and it just stops. Or like the obligatory 5-minute emotional.
I remember they did that in Revolution as well. They would just stop randomly to have a conversation, and other characters would just disappear and not be on screen, and then return after. Like I think there's a scene...
that was how bad the pacing was in Resolution, where it was just like, "Oh my god, the Daleks taking over the world," and then like the next they'd be like, "And Dad, I don't like the way you treated me." But it's like, there's a squid taking over the world. Is that not more important than this guy's relationship with his dad? It doesn't work when you pace it like that.
But Dylan, feelings.
The feelings are like we're meant to have are based in scenes that are so poorly written and so incompetent of
I don't
sort of
see how
characterizing.
anyone could get any feelings from Ryan and his dad. And
I get
that. Like, I don't see what
It's
there
so-
is. It's just so generic. It's the most cookie cutter dad issues stuff.
Yeah. Well, it's just you weren't there for me when I needed you, and like,
You
that's
weren't
like,
there.
there's nothing specific to Ryan as a character in it. It's just, as you said,
I
most.
love how we
generic.
also never see the dad again. That was literally the only appearance the dad ever had.
Imagine if, like, the episode Father's Day was Ryan and his dad, and they said the same dialogue. It's just like, you weren't there when you needed me. and then he sees his dad get run over by the car. He's like, oh no, I gotta stop it.
Oh no, he can never be there for me now.
My favorite is Ryan's character arc of, "Oh, I'll get it next time. Oh yes, right in the hoop.
I got it. I got it this time."
Even though
the best character.
Ryan's like an old man, according to you, that.
Even though it's easier to throw that bomb than it is to throw the basketball on the hoop.
There's no hole.
Yeah, just conquer dyspraxia just by being better. That's the moral.
He just got better. He just got better.
Exactly.
Got better. Get better, Scrum.
That's how you overcome disabilities.
Just
I'm surprised.
Just get good.
Been a great...
That's like the kind of thing of like, if you're not rich, just get a job. If you don't have a house, just buy one.
See,
just
work harder. Just basketball better.
Yeah.
See, Praxius would have been a great time to bring up Ryan's dyspraxia, because then they could have called it Dyspraxius.
Oh my god!
Characters
Dyspraxius.
Dyslexius is that'll be an episode about me. Dyslexius.
Well,
I just think about straws
because I've got fully dyspraxia, so I feel offended.
I'll always relate
one of
Praxius
the
to
things
straws.
This actually exposes a weakness on for
We've
something
made it
that
past
we're
10
about to
minutes.
get into is that when you make plans to plant something now that you're not even going to pay off until next series, that unfortunately opens up the possibility that something's going to go wrong that throws your entire thing out of whack. Hence, COVID. Now, the biggest impact of COVID was on Flux, Series 13.
Yeah, but it didn't impact Series 11 or 12,
He still had-
which is like 2/3 of the era.
Yeah, and he still had 9 episodes left. He could have done it. Like, if you have if you still have, so he got reduced from what? Sorry, hang on. A planned 13 episodes to a planned 9 episodes. And honestly, right, I would not be shocked if maybe half of the episodes that he was originally planning were just like more one and done stories. Like, you know what we definitely didn't fucking need? Legend of the Sea Devils or Eve of the Daleks. They were both just one and done stories.
Yeah, Legend of the Sea Devils was basically cut out from the original.
War of the Sun
He could have done everything else.
Special.
He could have done everything else he wanted to, everything he wanted to do easily, just cutting out some of the filler.
Halloween Apocalypse was a burner episode. Like, literally, all it was is just a glorified trailer for Flux. It didn't have anything specific to the beginning of Flux. It was just a trailer. You could have cut that and just, like, wrote normally. Like, just wrote a show normally, where things are introduced one at a time.
I've always thought it's a bit simplistic.
We're acting as if, like,
too tired to like, argue the points.
We're acting as if, like, he couldn't still have written just a fine story, even with these limitations. He still chose to do the things that he did.
Yeah. But like literally, like,
well, I don't know. That's not. She's not said that. She's not made the argument. She's not made the argument that he couldn't have pulled it off now with these restrictions. But her argument is that, it's a drawback of his approach. Is that with COVID?
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's fair enough.
Well, I'm not sure because I mean, thinking about it, do we even know? Like, would the series have been any better with 13 episodes? Is this a restriction for COVID,
it wasn't going to be 13.
Well, if it's more, and if it's more of Chibnall,
the series would be 13, but then they would have had specials afterwards, right?
No, I think the original plan was to have another 10 series episode, and they cut it down.
And then, well, okay, so there probably still have at least been the 10 episode series, then New Year's, then Centenary.
I can imagine a world where COVID doesn't exist and the series 13 is like 5% better. I can see that happening.
Yeah. It would probably have been, best guess, 10 episode series, then a New Year's special, then the Centenary, and then it's done. Which is a reduction of one episode less.
It would have just been it just would have been series 12 again, I think, just with more, like, lore baiting.
No, I think they would probably have still tried to do a more intense arc with Flux, is my guess.
Yeah.
Like, the arc of Flux is inherently, like, more involved with the rest of the series. It's harder to ignore. I imagine that episode 1 would probably have still set up this universe-destroying thing, and then there'd have been
I imagine
a separate episode finale.
Might just be the same as it is.
Well, it's actually
No. Episode 1 would be even more of a clusterfuck because he'd episode 1 he sets up every episode of Flux. So if there were 10 episodes, there's a chance that we'd be getting 10 episodes worth of setup in there.
Thing is, you say the arc would be harder to ignore, and then it is ignored.
That's true.
Also, War of the Sun Tyrant has fuck all to do with Flux as well.
Pretty overall, yeah.
And honestly, Village of the Angels barely has anything to do with it either. They kind of link it at the end with an angel, but you could have done that with any creature.
When it gets interrupted a lot by the Flux stuff in Village of the Angels, like just randomly.
Oh yeah, but
scenes with Belle and all that.
I'd forgotten them.
And then you get those scenes with the Doctor and that really overly color graded beach, that blue stuff, whatever that is. I can't even remember what it is.
When they reveal that Weeping Angels working for the Division or whatever, I just get mental images of like Weeping Angels working in a call center or some shit.
Working in an office.
Oh, hello, we got a rogue one. Oh, let's go out and get her then. And then they turn up.
It's like literally, they're the best call center workers because they literally can't talk while the other person's talking.
Oh.
It's the same Weeping Angels that carried the TARDIS across to Mr. Drumland.
They just have handyman Weeping Angels. They just come in and like
with like yellow hats. They got the whole get. You got the green jacket, the yellow hard hat. One's got a clipboard.
You trying to say Bob the Builder's a Weeping Angel?
Yes.
Well, we don't know that he's not.
Exactly.
Is he made of stone?
You think those trucks are real? You think those trucks are living?
Can we blink it?
Can we blink it?
Can we blink it? Fucking hell, this is so insular. I love it.
Were written so that they could be shot in a way as COVID compliant as possible. And it does really, there's a lot of indicators that make
that
it
is a
appear very
restriction. But ultimately, you could just have characters standing further apart. Like, it's not.
They all stand on.
Honestly,
it's not like Series 11. They all stand on a line anyway.
The biggest worry is like that it makes the series. It makes the series feel a lot clunkier and look a lot clunkier rather than changing the writing, because you could just
it's
as a production
how it's
it
presented
would look,
would
you
be
know,
the
a lot
most
more.
effective thing.
How it looks rather than you'd have a lot more shot reverse shot of these actors weren't actually in the same room,
Because,
you know,
like,
and maybe the performances
COVID
would suffer, but not the
restricts you
writing.
from, like,
Classic
writing.
Classic Who was made on much more extreme limitations than this. All I'm saying.
Especially budgetary.
Yeah, that was like 26 years of TV.
I've always kind of thought it's like you should work within your limitations with like something really ambitious.
Yeah.
You shouldn't overly because Classic Who knew it's like, okay, well, we can't feasibly do this or this, so we'll do what we can actually execute. Whereas Flux, I think a lot of it
work
was
within your limits.
they tried too much that they couldn't actually execute because of all the restrictions.
Why are you trying to say Chibnall's a tryhard? Because I agree.
I was more just saying they didn't know when to hold themselves back, really.
Yeah.
Because we're in the age of cinematic.
Well, I mean,
like,
Chibnall's a lot of the time, especially in like series 13 and 12, I'd say, he seems like more interested in the like a story feeling like it has energy rather than actually talking, like writing the actual meat of the substance of what's happening.
Oh, you said meat of the cock there.
Yeah, well, that's because the way that something like the Halloween apocalypse is structured, it just feels more like it's fast and lots of things happen, and that's the people that like the
Things
episode
are
say.
happening and will be happening. Stay tuned.
Like, I don't really see what the point of that is, other than
I got so much hate for not liking that episode, man.
Oh, I hate Halloween Apocalypse.
Oh yeah.
So do I.
As soon as I posted that it was shit, I got a load of people saying, you know, this is proof that it's not about whether or not the episode is good. It's proof that you know Jay just goes in wanting to hate it. It's like, bitch, look at this shit. This isn't even good for Chibnall. What do you mean?
No, it's not.
It's a
I had a
glorified
massive
trailer.
headache after. My reaction, along with like Ecom, is up there. You can watch
it's jangling keys.
But also once again,
these people had an emotional reaction to it because look, a weeping angel is in it.
But also,
look, fucking Sontaran shows up, and isn't that cool? Oh, you're not even impressed by things that you know showing up?
Even if it all paid off, it was still bad because there was no substance to it by itself. There's no point.
But also, there's the other symptom of they're not asking you questions about why you thought it was bad. They're just assuming that you're.
Well, it's not even that. It's even. It wasn't. I agree that does happen, but at this point, it wasn't even. Oh, you have bad criticisms of it. It was. Oh, you didn't like it. This proves that you are bad faith.
Exactly.
Why didn't you like the thing? The thing was there.
Remember when I mean Jay and Dylan specifically because they were there, but you know when we were at the Galaxy 4 BFI, with Matt and John. After that finished, we went back to the hotel room because I think that was the day War of the Sontarans came out, and I had not seen the Halloween. I had not seen the Halloween Apocalypse, so they just decided to play it for me, and I really didn't like it. And then Matt fucking lost his shit at me in the hotel room because I was criticizing it. I was like,
oh. How dare you?
Imagine staking that much of your emotional stability around whether or not Will Maddox likes an episode of TV.
Well, it had the things in
Couldn't be
it
me.
that you should know.
I was bringing up, like Matt was saying that I just wasn't giving it a chance, but like I think from what I remember, I was giving it a pretty good
a chance.
Like
Me too.
Like sure, I was criticizing it as I was watching it. But like, there's one specific moment where Yaz mentions being a former police officer or something, and I said something like, "Well, why didn't we see like the journey she went on, like where she?" Because obviously that was probably a response to like the Black Lives Matter protests. So like, why didn't we get a story where like Yaz conflates her political ambitions with her like identity and come to the conclusion?
Fair, I understand why that. Of all the things, that's not something I want to see Chibnall tackle. Of all of the.
Chibnall would treat it like utter shit, but like that would be an interesting character thing.
I fucking read the episode about Yaz reflecting on the fact that she's a cop.
But like when I brought that up, Matt was like, "Well, it doesn't need to be that deep." And So do we need an episode exploring every little aspect of these characters' lives? And like,
but that's one thing I've
they expect competent in their character
it's not
writing.
that deep. They'll say it's not that deep, and something about it that they like. Then they'll say, "Oh, it's the most genius thing ever." It's like
it's so well done. Right.
So in my head, I was contrasting how we literally had a whole episode devoted to the fact that Rose's dad was. Like, if we had that, why can't we have an episode like devoted to why Yaz decides not to be a police officer anymore, outside of just some casual reference? Like, it's bollocks.
Because it would be cinematic enough for the BBC.
Because energy. That's why.
Energy.
The intention was to have more episodes than this, but just things fell apart. Ed Heim, who wrote episodes both for Series 11 and Series 12, one of my favorite episodes in Series 11 and one of the worst episodes of Series 12.
I know, Jay, you think It Takes Two as a bottom tier, right?
Well, not bottom tier for Chibnall. It's got some of Graham's best characterization of Series 11, I think.
Yeah.
It has, particularly in the first half, there's a really good thing where Graham. It sounds really small, and it is small, but like Graham keeps sandwiches with him now, and it's like he takes them with him in case he gets peckish on a trip, and it's like it's a really natural way to show how used he's getting to his new life on the TARDIS. Is how he's just like he's now got into his own little routines of preparing stuff, and you really you should see that naturally because it comes up, and it's good stuff. But then the episode itself. Is like a garbled mess. It's like its structure is fucking nonsense. There's about a 10-minute bit in the middle where they run through a maze that literally remove it from the story and you change nothing. The anti-zone stuff could all be removed, and the characterization when he actually confronts Grace, I think, is pretty shallow.
I'm pretty sure the weekend that episode came out, there were like moth memes, completely unrelated from the episode, but it was just kind of like.
Well, there were moths in the episode.
Yeah, there were moths in the episode, but like coincidentally at the same time, there was this moth meme going around. So I think that was like.
Is this thing meme?
May have been.
Is that what we were talking about? Yeah.
Maybe let me look it up.
Anyway, I probably should head off. I need to go eat.
All right then.
It's been fun.
Thanks for joining, Herbert.
Of course, it's been fun. Yeah, it was a good
time.
Right.
You're right. I think it was a thing. And
yeah, see you all.
Nice to meet you.
Bye bye.
No, he left before I finished the sentence. Yeah, right. It was that meme. Is this heaven?
Yeah.
Anyway,
talk about a roller coaster with this guy. I don't think he said he'd finished the script, but he definitely had a full pitch for a story and was working on a full script for Series 13, but it was scrapped because with the way they were going to have to shoot and the number of episodes they were actually going to get, that episode simply didn't happen. And looking at Flux itself, it is very clear that some of those episodes were more or less intended to be self-contained. The big giveaways being the Sontaran episode and the one with the Weeping Angels, which are also the two strongest of that series. Although I didn't like the Weeping Angels one, but I still think it's more solid than a lot of what else is there. But it's very clear that those were probably meant to be standalone pieces that had the Flux overarching narrative grafted onto them. And the fact that it was grafted onto them, so it means that this was scrambling probably pretty late in the game. Now, I have criticized in the past that even knowing those restrictions, I still feel like this is sloppily put together. And I do stand by that. However, it is worth acknowledging these are massive complications, not only of changing what it is you think you can do with the series, but taking you from a position of thinking you're going to have more time, more episodes, and just a more relaxed shooting environment as an opportunity to tell your story, and having pretty much all of that scrapped on you. The fact that Flux was made at all is kind of a miracle. Again, the actual...
It's a bit hyperbolic. I wouldn't say I wouldn't say miracle.
Loads of other shows like worked around the COVID stuff. Like look at the lockdown inside Number 9, like lockdown filmed inside Number 9.
Yeah.
That was brilliant.
Imagine they just like held off on the big climactic reveals for a season. You know, Chibnall decided, oh, I'll stay for an extra season and I'll do all of my big stuff when this COVID stuff is over. And for this year, we'll just make some standalone stories. That'd be cool.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe he was. We don't know. He wasn't pushed out by the BBC. I suspect he was, and we also, we don't know when he found that out. So he could have been making Flux with the knowledge it was his last series, but it's also possible that he wasn't.
Yeah. Hard to say. I wouldn't call it a miracle, though. I'd say it was. I wouldn't. Like strained is the word I'd use.
Results aren't great. It would be an amazing story if Flux was good. Like if Flux actually worked.
I'd love it if it was good.
Well, that's just that's just the thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it would be good if it was good.
Yeah, it would be really nice. It'd be nice with a lot of things nowadays.
Yeah, this is kind of going back to the don't congratulate someone just because they painted a picture. It's like it would be good if the painting was good.
You know, you can congratulate someone for trying.
You did. Well done. You did it.
So the thing is, if someone had never painted a picture before, I would congratulate them for doing it, like a kid especially. But we're talking about like a professional writer that's very experienced. Exactly. That's the issue.
There's at some point there is like maybe painting's not for you.
Maybe telling stories isn't for you, Chibnall. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
For some people, it did. For me, it really didn't. But if it like really nailed it, this would be a story of absolute creative triumph under all these restrictions. And sometimes that happens. Sometimes the way things go wrong forces really innovative and unique creative solutions that make something better.
Okay, so where was that in
Flux? More commonly, when things go wrong, you can tell that something went wrong, and I think that's very much the case with Flux. But I bring it up because he made that series especially, and also the specials, lest we forget, under way less than ideal circumstances.
All I'm going to say is that, production aside, just looking at the writing, is Flux really that much worse than Series 12? I don't think so.
It has new problems that Series 12 doesn't, but I don't think that you can chalk them down to COVID, because I don't feel that they're mistakes that you have to make because of COVID, right?
Yeah,
exactly. The main new problems being brought is stuff like the structure. I guess the structure is likely a result of COVID, but I don't know. I guess at the very best, he dealt with the restrictions incredibly poorly, because someone could have handled this situation quite effectively, I imagine. But he's created a massive problem with the structure of these stories. There's like subplots that last 20 minutes that literally don't fucking matter at all.
I mean, the fundamental flaws with his writing in Series 11 and 12 haven't gone away in this series.
So he has the same issues every
I don't think you can blame COVID for it being badly written. Always going to be badly written.
Those same issues have just been compacted into microwave dinners now. That's basically
made in 4 minutes.
That's something that I failed to acknowledge. Even when I did my full breakdown on Flux and how did it end up this way, I mostly focused on how the apparent compacting of the series really did the story no favors at all. And I think I really only did kind of a token acknowledgement of how difficult and how restrictive and how much of a moving target figuring that stuff out was. I still stand by every single criticism that I made, but I could have been a heck of a lot more fair in acknowledging exactly what the constraints were like, what kind of pressure this thing was under. And it's probably been a similar case for the specials. Like, the Legend of the Sea Devils
Legend of the Sea
barely
Devils
longer than a standard episode.
Like,
and there is
shorter
that like
steroid.
nearly 15 minutes were cut from it. Why? And at what point in the process? I don't know. I don't know if
hang on. I wanted to. I've heard that. I'm pretty sure that the rumors that there were 15 minutes cut from it are only just because of like how it feels to watch. Like, there's nothing, as far as I'm aware, from the BBC or from like behind the scenes leaks.
I think rumors about that
from interviews. I think it is just people saw it and was like, well, like this feels like it's had like 15 minutes cut from it.
Well, wasn't there that somebody who said that there was a bunch of it cut because it was actually really offensive or something? I remember hearing something like that. I don't know if it's true.
Where was that heard from? Where did you hear that from?
Just like there's a bunch of people on Twitter posting it. I don't know if it was true or not, but I just remember hearing it. It wasn't like NMDs or anything posting it. This was like kind of usually quite supportive of Chibnall accounts.
I saw someone say that they said that Legend of the Sea Devils was supposed to be the regeneration story, and then they cut 15 minutes from it because of that.
Honestly, it just sounds like just an excuse people try out. All the like, I remember people saying,
"Oh, regenerated."
I
don't even know. Maybe drowned.
I remember people saying they cut 15 minutes from the Doctor's wife, so maybe this is just like an excuse people just keep trotting out. Like...
Well, we know they did cut things from Neil Gaiman's Cyberman story, Nightmare in Silver.
Yeah, that was meant to be
two
parts.
It was going to be a two-part, right?
Yeah, it was meant to be 2 parts. I mean, Moffat rewrote a lot of that too, as well.
And look at what we got.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's so clever.
And has Neil Gaiman ever written for the show again? No.
Sadly.
Well, I mean, could you imagine Neil Gaiman trying to work in the Chibnall era? What the fuck would that look like?
That'd be so weird.
I think he's since mentioned how he didn't like. He's since mentioned how he didn't like the sacrifices that had to be made for Nightmare in Silver, so he didn't want anything to do with the show again.
He can work in my era.
I think they should have just sacrificed Nightmare in Silver altogether.
I want the Alan Rickman era so badly, Jay.
Oh, thank you very much.
The least favorite episode ever, so even with all the Chibnall ones, Nightmare in Silver is still my least favorite.
Does have very annoying children in it. That's a call for buyers if there ever was one.
I hate children.
I do hate children a lot.
That they were told before they even started shooting, but after they had a script, if it was something they were told while they were in the middle of editing the dang thing, who knows? But like, stuff really seems to keep going wrong. And one of the most frustrating things that I'll see.
I would just say it's not, but just because of COVID. There's many reasons why it goes wrong.
It's like COVID's such a bad excuse because Chibnall was bad and had the same problems pretty much beforehand.
Poor writing that informs poor direction that informs poor performances.
A lot of Flux is also like just sort of testing, I suppose, Chibnall's ability to write at the 11th hour, like because he definitely did have to replan some stuff and shuffle some stuff around. But I mean, Midnight was a last-minute addition to Series 4. Like,
and look at that.
It's just proof that it's another skill that this team doesn't have is working at the 11th hour.
Malcolm Hulk and Terrence Dix wrote the War Games, one of the best Doctor Who episodes of all time, in like 2 weeks, and it's a 10-part story.
Yeah, that's a huge
it's one of the best
story.
Paced stories in the whole show.
It's very, very, very long, and they had hardly any time to make it. And it completely stomps over anything Chibnall's done. Like by miles.
Wasn't City of Death written over a weekend?
Probably.
Yeah.
Douglas Adams had no time to do anything.
To be fair, I'm gonna say it. The main qualities of City of Death are that it's funny and that it has good characters. I don't think that other praise can be extended to it. I mean, the plot is it's it's fun and it explores stuff that's interesting, but the plot is really poorly constructed in my opinion.
Are we getting another Blink scenario here?
Yeah, it's another Blink where like, oh, that doesn't like flow together, and that's sort of, oh, if you think about that, that doesn't really make sense, and it's like, it's one of those things that's like, yeah, I understand why it's a classic, and it's one of those things that it's very easy to overlook. And I mean that positively. It's like, yeah, it's really enjoyable. It's like one of my favorite Doctor Who serials of all time. I just don't think the plot works at all.
Interesting.
It's just because of the time travel stuff.
It's
I
not
agree
because of the
with
time travel stuff.
everybody.
There's like just loads of stuff where it just doesn't flow from A to B particularly effectively. Off the top of my head, there's like a scene where they're in the Louvre, and the alarms go off, and Duggan and Romana are in the Louvre, and the alarms go off. And the way that they escape is Duggan goes, "Hey, we can jump out of that window over there," and then he runs and jumps out of a window, and it cuts, and you don't see how they escape the Louvre, and it's like, I don't buy that for a second.
To be fair, just laugh at that because it's quite funny.
It is a bit funny.
Well, wouldn't that be lampshading though? If if it's played it for laughs.
Well, yeah. That's
Well, I mean, Duggan has been set up as a man who will die through a window.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I do see what you mean there about it. Whatever potential plot issues it has is often overshadowed by the fact that literally every line of dialogue is Douglas Adams just being funny.
Yeah, something you have fucking like. I will never forget one of my favorite interactions in Doctor Who, which is just like, oh fuck, what? Hang on. I guess I just said I'd never forget it.
Wait, is this I love your butler. He's so violent.
Not I love your butler. He's so violent. It's I like concise answers. Hang on. I'm just gonna find a transcript.
Oh yeah, I know which bit you're talking about. Just like you have seven. If something like, oh, you have 7 Mona Lisas down here. Yes. Are you gonna tell us what they're for? No. I like concise answers. Something like that.
Yeah. Hang on. Oh, I've got it. So he sees all the Mona Lisas and he says, "Can I ask where you got these?" No. Right. Or how you knew how they were here? No. They've been bricked up a long time. Yes. I like concise answers. Good.
It's like...
Have you ever seen Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, Jay?
Yes.
Yo, I was about to say, you'd need to watch that if you hadn't. It's Douglas Adams just through and through.
Cool.
I love Hitchhikers.
I love concise answers.
Here's the thing, right? If Chris Chibnall could write dialogue like Douglas Adams, a lot of this would be a lot more tolerable.
Yeah. But you need solid characters at the core of good dialogue as well.
True.
Like you can have dialogue that flows naturally and is even pretty funny, but I don't think it would hit as well if in this story if we didn't know who the Doctor and Scarlioni were, if they didn't have depth to them. And
yeah, let's say if bloody Tosin Cole had to read the lines that Tom Baker read, it would not come off the same way. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, it would be weird.
Yeah. Like imagine Tosin Cole being like, "Oh, I say you have such a wonderful butler. He's so violent." Like it wouldn't be as funny.
I'd find that cringe.
Like even
a lot of the Douglas Adams stuff only Tom Baker could pull off. Let's be honest, and even then he doesn't
depend
manage
on
every
the
time.
delivery as well.
even to like show that this isn't just purely a Chibnall bashing thing. Let's say I don't know, Nyssa said like a line from City of Death. It would not.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing, right? Is that I think that Moffat struggles with this quite a lot. Is that the dialogue is witty, but it doesn't suit the characters that he's written a lot. That's one of my main problems with this era. It is consistent in basically every episode he pens. Here's some witty dialogue that would work for other characters.
Yeah, he has an obsession with like trying to make everything sound like Tom Baker, Douglas Adams dialogue. But when you've got other actors doing it, it's just weird.
He wants every line to be like a GIF on Tumblr.
Yeah, when you watch one of his previous, has anyone here seen Coupling?
No. I haven't, but I know of it. So.
It makes so much sense watching it and thinking this is one of like Stephen Moffat's defining writing experiences, right? Because it's like the entire show is it's a sitcom where where situations are engineered to deliver this kind of incredibly witty dialogue. Like the whole point of it is that like for example, like you've got a character who you've already established is he's been thinking about legs a lot, and then he's like really nervous, and he's like his whole thing he's kind of nervous and awkward and but also very imaginative and very spontaneous. And you fully believe that he would do this in the moment. There is a scene where he's trying to flirt with a woman and he says something awkward, and he's like, "Oh, sorry, it's just, I'm a bit distracted." And she says, "Oh, what's on your mind?" And he lies that he only has one leg. And then the rest of the episode is situations based off on the fact that he wants to sleep with this woman, but if he takes off his trousers, she'll see he's got both his legs. And it's entirely like witty dialogue. It's all great. But the problem is when you're writing in scenarios that aren't designed to produce that same kind of dialogue, but trying to fit it in desperately anyway, it doesn't work anywhere near as well. And a lot of that dialogue feels really forced in Doctor Who. Watch coupling.
Very well said.
I'll see people who have a conspiratorial bent to their content accuse Chibnall of trying to purposefully sabotage the show. If anyone is purposefully sabotaging the show, it's the BBC as a whole, not Chris Chibnall in specific. And I'm not saying the BBC.
It's something I see, like some defenders are being like, "Well, he doesn't mean to make a bad show." It's like, well, I'm sure
no one.
No good.
Well,
there are people arguing.
It's literally one NMD said this once, and now all of a sudden it's like every criticism is suggesting this.
Oh no, I do see it. I do see it relatively often. Chris Chibnall is sabotaging the show on purpose. It comes up in my comments a lot.
Okay, fair enough then. I'm wrong on that one.
This is what I've heard.
Yeah, I don't believe that. I don't think he's having a meltdown.
I just don't think he's very
insane.
good.
It's fucking. If people who believe this are fucking insane, it's crazy.
I don't think.
I think he is trying his best. I just don't think he's very good.
Maybe they're they're having a conspiracy theory to the point where they believe that this could only be on purpose. That's what they probably believe.
I wouldn't have. Well, yeah, they also think that he's like trying to, do cultural Marxism or whatever, right? But like, I wouldn't go so far as to be sure that he's trying his best. It would strike me as entirely possible that this is a job that he was sort of given and he just sort of reluctantly agreed to, and the passion isn't in it for him. I would believe that in a heartbeat.
Yeah,
That's what Stephen Moffat.
I mean, I do believe he loves Doctor Who as a fan, but I don't know if he loves Doctor Who as a job.
Yeah.
Stephen Moffat flat out said that in an interview. It's like, oh, I had to convince Chris with like a couple of.
And actually, that makes sense because when you see Chris Chibnall most passionate in the show, it's when he's being a fan and not when he's doing it as a job.
But that we don't know if that means he's trying his best or not. It could be that he's going, well, this is my job, so I guess I'll really give it my all.
Yeah, trying his best at what, I suppose.
And also, when the passion just isn't there as well.
Yeah, like when these people think, oh, he's deliberately sabotaging the show, and then when like these defenders think that that's what critics are implying, like they have this mental image of Chris Chibnall just sitting in his office, like rubbing his hands together, like tee hee hee, I am deliberately making a bad show. It's like that's obviously not what it is.
I am trying to sabotage white culture. They actually believe that.
How about that? There are people who believe that.
And that's what Chibnall defenders think people like Jay is saying. They're like they think that Jay's saying, oh.
Yeah, because they don't have it in them to actually investigate the reasons people dislike something. That would
put in
so
effort,
lazy,
Connor.
It's like I say to them, I say, you don't have to watch the videos that we make. but you don't also have to tell us what's in them. Because that's what they're doing. They're telling us what's in our videos without watching them. I don't like that.
That was something that I got a lot. It's like some people will be like, "Wow, this video is sad and pathetic." I'm like, "Well, have you seen it?" I'm like, I don't have to watch it. I'm like,
No.
If you say that, you do.
I didn't expect
You can either not watch it or criticize it.
Jay, you
Those are
should
your
just
options.
touch grass. You should just touch some grass.
I didn't expect watching that video that there'd be
I'll
a
try to
segment.
find some, but I'm in the middle of a city. There's not much around.
I didn't expect watching that video for there to be a segment about the two doctors and how dodgy the second doctor's characterization is in that, and I appreciate that because I think
I always try to surprise people. Who knows what segments there'll be in the next one? There might actually be a section on next time I do a Doctor Who video. I'm considering quite strongly. Well, if I decide that it's relevant and it needs to come up, a section on the Big Finish audio where River meets Missy.
Oh yeah, I heard a clip
because there's some interesting stuff in that to talk about. It's just as an example of something and particular things.
I have a video idea on the Universals. It's the channel I'm a part of. I have a video idea at some point where I talk about the second Doctor and multi-Doctor stories, and I'm thinking of like referencing you at one point, Jay. I might just be like when I talk about the two Doctors, and I might say the second Doctor's characterization is a bit dodgy in this, as JXE talks about in the 5-hour video.
In the monolith.
In the 5.
Yeah, I'm sure there's plenty of people out there that judge the video that have no idea that you did a breakdown of the two Doctors within it.
Yeah.
No, it's just a 5-hour screed where you just like scream and paint shit on the walls about how you hate Chibnall.
Well, it's funny how there's when me and Callum reviewed X-Men Apocalypse, he went on a rant about Doctor Who Series 7 for some reason.
I did do that.
So there you go.
What did I say? What was the thing that you repeated to me on a previous stream?
I can't remember what you said. There was a lot of it.
It is something. It is something else. I don't remember. But I remember doing it.
But it is bland, over the top, cheesy, silly shit. That was the big catch line you said.
That is what I said.
Yeah. And you did the big elaborate I can't stand Series 7. Yeah.
That does sound like me.
And what was it you said? If Series 7 was a person, you would punch it in the face or something?
Oh god. Did I say that? Jesus.
Yeah, you did say that. Yeah. Violent person you are.
Honestly, looking like and that was like before like we did all this stuff on the Chibnall era. So now I'm like, I look at Series 7 as like, perhaps I treated you too harshly.
No, I think the bar's just been lowered.
It has been lowered by a significant amount.
Chibnall, you'd punch in the face. Series 7, you just slap.
Anyway.
He is purposely sabotaging Doctor Who. But I am saying that the decisions being made at a higher level than Chris Chibnall had control over by the BBC were detrimental to this show. That, I think, is kind of indisputable. And the other thing is, for as much as I have and will continue to criticize this era of Doctor Who, it's gotten us some good stuff. Some good characters.
Can I have an example, please? I would like an example.
Citation needed.
I would like some examples.
Like an example.
Yeah.
I think it's peaked at like 5 out of 10.
It gave us a nice looking police box prop.
It really did. And you know what? I like the visuals of the intro, although I don't like the text, but I like the purple stuff that flames everywhere.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Honestly, that was actually one thing I was very happy with from the start of the Chibnall era, because, like, I don't know, aside from the Capaldi one, I really didn't like the Moffat intros. I didn't think the Capaldi one was that good. It was just, like, better than the Series 7 one.
I don't particularly like any of the Moffat intros. They're very gimmicky and cheesy.
Yeah.
I mean, like, the Series 7 one has a wolf drinking a cup of tea.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Yeah. And then you got the Series 7A ones with like the Instagram filters on it as well.
Yes, it does.
What else did Chibnall Who give? It gave us memes.
I find that the weirdest thing.
It gave us.
They said there was good characters. Like what? in Chibnall who? I don't really.
Which character?
Name
Shad.
the one.
Shad was all right, and the characters of Villa Diodati were all pretty good.
I guess.
Oh yeah, Shad was good.
What?
But then he was ruined in the next 2 episodes. Is the problem?
Yeah, he was. Well, he wasn't. He wasn't exactly.
You're
I mean,
right.
He was just poorly. Like he wasn't ruined in the same way that nothing contradicted what we'd learned about him before. It wasn't like he suddenly became all. You know, like a loving guy who just wants to help people or whatever. But he was just written the same but shallow.
It was more like he was wasted. He was wasted.
He just
correct
character. He
was
stopped being the same character.
I remember Nikola Tesla being good.
He was also stupid in the final episode.
I still give that honestly that's like peak, but with the Chibnall problem still existing in terms of like.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean as a character? Do you mean as a character or as the episode?
I mean the character. I mean not the episode. I mean the character.
Because I love him.
Oh right.
I was talking literally
really like
hours. I was talking a few hours earlier about we had that scene where the doctor's talking about the laying waste and all that. The spider.
I remember doing as a thought experiment, if we were to try to fix the 13th Doctor's era exclusively using elements of write series 13. This was before Flux had been announced. You can only use elements of the 13th Doctor's established era. What do you bring back? And obviously, right, you'll probably try to write the characters with more depth than they previously had. But and my go-to was okay, Nikola Tesla, he's a recurring character, if not companion.
I mean, he'd be better than the ones we had.
Yeah, we'll have Zelin as a villain. We'll have a sequel story to Villa Diodati so that we can have those characters back.
I do a you know how in the Impossible the Impossible Planet where the Uda slaves and the Doctor doesn't really seem to acknowledge that, and then in Planet of the Ood he goes back and he's like, "Oh, I should have. I was too busy to pay attention."
I was busy. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
I was too busy fucking Rose.
I was wondering, and people have brought this up. People have said, why don't they do something like that with Kablam, where 13 is I had a flawed.
Because they weren't aware of it. They weren't aware of it. That's why.
They didn't realize. They didn't realize they made a mistake.
Yeah, because him not acknowledging the Ood was actually not. It wasn't not self-aware like Kablam is.
Yeah.
Well, even in that episode at the end, the Doctor even says I couldn't save the Ood. There's an acknowledgement of him not being able to save them, which is actually neat. That's more nuanced than most of the Chibnall era.
Kablam, if Kablam being treated like the Satan Pit would be, you have Kablam operating, but there's another problem going on, and the Doctor solves that problem, and then voices worries for Kablam itself, right? Kablam, she actively goes against what I would want her to do. She very much interacts with the systems, and she says stuff that it wouldn't just be hey, let's go back and explore this more deeply like Planet of the Ood is. It's hey, we need to go back on the things that I did and said in Kablam.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd love for them to do something like that. That'd be actually interesting, where she would self-reflect.
Fucking told.
Also, you could also do a thing of consequence of that too. You know how in Bad Wolf they show a consequence of what he did in the long game. You have something like that where her being ignorant in Kablam leads to something happening in another story. It was her mistakes has consequences, but the show wasn't aware of that.
The vibrator that Yaz ordered through Kablam didn't turn up, and then she's like, "Oh no." This is what I get for being a shill. This is what I get for being a shill and supporting a company to just deliver Yaz's vibrator.
This bad corporation.
Oh my god.
As cheesy as that sounds, that actually would at least be fucking something.
Do you think Yasmin Khan knows what a sex toy is?
That's
What's that, Doctor?
Yeah, you reckon, Jay?
Of course she does. Yeah.
It's the sonic screwdriver.
Well,
I think that basically every time the camera isn't on her, she is going at it.
Well, I mean,
I think that in the middle of the Timeless Children, she had a cheeky wank.
Well, she definitely in those 2 years she was alone with Dan. Anytime she got any free time, you know.
Well, what if someone
just played
from
that message from the doctor?
What if someone from that period of time is like, "What the fuck is that?"
He killed them and disposed of their body effectively.
Also, you think about that, right? She's a woman, person of color, traveling the world in those times with a vibrator. Like, for what?
That's the crucial detail.
Yes,
the vibrator.
I just came back from the toilet and I pressed the unmute button and said, "In this world with a vibrator."
Well, honestly, it was better in context.
Okay, Dylan.
With a vibrator.
Dylan, we were talking about how like there could be there'd be a cool idea for a Kablam sequel where Yaz orders a vibrator through Kablam, but it doesn't turn up, and then 13 is forced to consider the shitty company she's shilling for. Just like, damn you!
Well, it's like, this has still left the sonic vibrator in the TARDIS.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you saying Yaz gonna use Nissa's vibrator?
Yeah, this is sonic vibrator. They should destroy the robot with.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's like got 40-year-olds like it's juice on it.
I mean, is that the one from the Visitation?
Yeah.
Oh my, that's a pretty intense vibrator, Dylan. It's like a whole body vibrator.
It's like a Sibian.
She literally needs to wear headphones for it.
It's like
literally.
It's like
I've got one of those.
It's like you're getting a bloody
it's
MRI.
A cum challenge. It's trying out a cum challenge.
It's a vibrator, but it's also an MRI scanner. Like it's like that level.
It's a vibrator, but it's also a jackhammer.
That's what it's just called.
A jack-off hammer.
The jack.
Nice.
Nice.
Anyway.
In defense of Chris Chibnall, I should probably cite some specific things that I really enjoy. There are specific characters and casting decisions that I think work really well. Graham was great. Dan.
No, Graham and Dan weren't great.
Great is a
John
strong
Bishop
word.
And
I think that Dan is actually one of the worst.
Bradley Walsh.
I think Dan is terrible.
They were good actors. They were charismatic actors.
I don't agree. I don't think that John Bishop is
is
rescuing the script at all. Like any scene where he has to react to something significant, he just does the same monotone voice. It's like he delivers every line in the same tone.
Honestly, I think he's one of the worst actors the show's had.
Yeah, I agree.
I generally think he's one of the worst. No, he's not.
He delivers
not in the show.
One line that he delivers with deeper emotion, or like not one line that he delivers. It's not in a like that tone.
What was on the chatting?
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you on that.
What's the point of being an aide?
Like, I'm thinking about some of the most like two-dimensional wooden companions like Dodo or Mel or Nissa or like stuff. But
I think they're all better than Dan.
I will not stand for Nissa slander here.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm thinking of all of them.
I generally think he's one of the worst actors the show's had. Generally, I'm not kidding.
I was thinking, and despite all of those, I still think Dan leaves the least impression on me out of any companion ever.
Because
I think he actually takes being poorly written further to a point where it means that he does have a character. Because like with his lack of reaction to things are so intense. Well, like if Carvanista like battered down Ryan's door with an axe, right? Ryan would do this sort of like not quite there, but like sort of a bit of a reaction to it, whereas Dan's just sort of like, oh, that's a weird Halloween costume. He like,
I hated it so much. Like, Dad, why aren't you calling the police? Someone just broke into your house.
He always does that, and it takes him further than Ryan went. Of like Ryan and Graham and Yaz wouldn't really react to stuff that
probably the worst. But out of all the companions,
he takes it further to a point where it's actually a character trait now that he doesn't react to stuff. He's just sort of he goes with the flow. And it's like, oh, a guy broke into my house. I'll just strike up a conversation
I'm
with him.
gonna make fun of him instead of calling the police.
I mean, literally, the character in the script of Dan is literally just a scouser who goes into rooms looking confused.
Yeah.
Is
like,
he high?
Like, if I, he would be a really fun character to write on purpose. Like, you realize that he's like that, so you write him to be this like sort of guy who's not quite all there.
And you have the story acknowledge that. You have the story
and he doesn't seem
acknowledge
to he doesn't seem to have a grasp of his own mortality.
I mean,
he doesn't seem to have even a capacity for anger or fear. Like, that's great. That's great stuff. Write that character.
Almost like Dan and Graham and stuff. Like, they're like just extensions of who Chibnall is. They just feel so similar to his own personality. And
do you think Dan is just high? He's just high.
He might as well be. He might as well be.
What is his drug of choice? Is it ketamine?
I don't know. What Sky? What drug do you think Dan is on?
See, that's a good question. I think personally Dan is a fan of heroin, but he only uses it in between episodes, so he's always like on withdrawal during episodes, and that's why he always sounds so off.
You sound so heartbroken describing this heroin addiction.
Hey man, I don't want to see another person succumbing to drug addiction. I'm sorry.
I think he's a cathead. I think he loves ketamine.
He's like, oh, I want to get high like Michael Jackson.
I think I would say though, I think we can agree that would we say that Graham is the best written Chibnall character?
He's still overrated.
At
least her companions.
He's not.
It might not be the writing. I think it might be.
Callum, he's not.
I think it might be Bradley Walsh.
Bradley Walsh. Yeah.
Callum, he's not.
He's not.
He's not the golden age. He's very, very overrated.
He's old. He's just old. He's just aged.
I do think he is the best Chibnall comparison. He's still the best Chibnall companion, but like he's still like in the grand scheme of the show, like very below mid tier.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I don't think he's good.
I think he's
really but I think out of all the
overrated.
companions, he is probably the best.
I think he would be a good like one and done character in like a Russell era, right? Like story.
Yeah.
He would be great as like he's in like 2 episodes.
Think like Mr. Copper or something. You know.
Yeah.
I could picture him slotting into like the Linda situation in Love and Monsters. I could picture him like in that sort of environment. But, like,
that kind of awkward thing. Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah.
Bradley Walsh is like he's pretty charismatic. Very, you know. He carries a presence, but the character is so dry and so.
It just doesn't. It doesn't help with like Dan. Like I mentioned, just John Bishop just doesn't. He really just doesn't know how to act. John shit.
It actually kind of surprises me how many people think that Dan is a good character. Like that really surprises me.
Wait, how often do people say that? Because I don't really see that.
All the time.
When Flux was coming out, especially, they were saying that Dan was like one of their favorite companions. I'm like, why?
Well, the most I saw was all the Evil Dan memes. That's all I saw.
Yeah, that's because
was funny.
I think the day after War of Sontarans aired, I saw someone put a poll on Twitter of like who's your favorite Chibnall companion, and Dan fucking mopped it up. He had like 75% of the vote or something between 4 people.
Do you think it was? I think some of the mentality was that because in like Moffat's last season he went out with Bill and everyone loves Bill. I think some people were sort of approaching the same thing with Chibnall.
Well, Bill's an actual character though.
Well, Bill's a good character.
Yeah,
Bill's an actual character.
Yeah, I think some people were approaching...
We mentioned this scene like hours ago, but the scene between Bill and 12 in Thin Ice has more character than the entirety of the Chibnall era.
You know, she says like, you know, have you killed anyone? Would you compare that to bloody Dan and Vanquish just saying, Yaz was amazing, you were amazing.
I was good at this. I'm good at this.
But yeah, like, I think some people were sort of approaching it with the same mindset. Like, well, Moffat went out on his last season introducing a great companion. Well, Chibnall might do the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, you can speculate. You can speculate about anything. It doesn't mean it's going to happen.
I remember Matt telling me, "Oh, you'll love Dan," and then when I watched it, I was like,
"I hate Dan."
Well, I mean, I think
to be honest, I do love Dan. I really enjoy watching Dan, but like not as a I really enjoy watching the man who will see him, who will see a sea monster like coming towards him and go, "Oh no!" Like.
Oh no!
Just sort of, oh yeah,
I think that is hilarious. Watching Sea Devil is the best part.
Treat like a sea monster coming towards him with the same energy that you would treat like a runaway shopping cart in Morrison's.
Yeah.
Like.
yeah. I've always seen Dan as like a funny bad kind of thing. That's how I've always.
Oh,
seen
he's funny bad. He's funny bad.
Very
but I also
funny
find
bad.
him I also find him really frustrating because it's so like. He's so out of it to the point of like.
Well, whenever they try and get him to do something like actually dramatic, it's just so weird.
Well, what
would
he? If it was revealed that he'd been lobotomized, it would make sense.
In
this picture,
best scene.
In this picture on that scene in Village of the Angels, I think, where he and Yaz are talking
with
to
the kid.
Yeah, it's the one scene where he delivers a line with the correct way he should have done.
Actually, there is one thing. There's one thing he did in Eve of the Daleks that I actually hated. Was when he spilled the beans about Yaz fancying the Doctor. I thought that was really weird how he did that. He just told her. He just told the Doctor straight up what Yaz said. It's without her consent.
It seems a bit personal thing to share, right? I always thought it was weird.
What I do think is that Dan performed the scenes. I hate all of the scenes between Dan, Yaz, and the Doctor where he tries to love coach them.
New shit.
Yeah,
he's a shit.
Well, he's acting as this knowing presence who's trying to get both of these characters who like each other to get together. I think the scenes are all horrible, but I think John Bishop performs them pretty well, at least by the standards of this character. He has this really good knowing smile. He does that quite well.
He does have a charming smile, I'll say that.
That is the best part about John Bishop is his smile.
Yeah.
I love
this picture.
Connor, you
in this picture on the
size.
This traffic jam. Yeah.
Okay, Dylan, you go first.
No, you go first.
Okay, I was just gonna say something mocking but Connor, you can't mock Dan doing something dodgy because you're a 10th Doctor fan and 10 did dodgy things all the time.
He did 10 dodgy things. The 7th worst of them was not inviting someone into his house.
Yes, he didn't have a communist TARDIS. Yeah, that's the dodgiest.
We ever had.
Not dodgier than genocide. Apparently.
Not inviting someone into your house.
You missed a funny video, Sky. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it sounds like, and I'm gonna watch it back later.
Enjoy that.
Yeah, they put they did a top 10 of the worst things the 10th Doctor's done. They had him drowning the Rachnos babies, and then just above it they had the Martha situation where he didn't invite her onto the TARDIS. I was like, what?
Wait, above it?
Where he where he said that she should only have one trip. He invites her for one trip and that's it.
Yeah,
it's man has boundaries.
And that's a bad thing.
That's the 7th worst thing he's ever done. 7th worst. After genocide.
Yeah.
Guys, that was 5.5 hours ago. What are we doing?
Yeah, I'm glad I went for a break. You should all go for a pub break in Genesis Van Drazani Street.
Break?
Yeah, Connor, go for a pub break at 4 a.m.
Anyway, you've made a nightclub open.
So I'm just people like Dan because they think he's a nice person. I think that's it. They just think he's a nice person.
Yeah, and if characters...
I believe that he is. I would be friends with Dan.
I would be friends with Dan. I would just think he's a bit boring to hang out with.
Yes, people have this attitude.
It depends on what you're doing with him.
Yeah, it depends on the situation. Because his reactions can be so absurd considering.
I'd like to see what Dan's
imagine if you were being mugged.
What
would Dan's reaction be if you got mugged?
What would happen? What would happen?
No,
if
we're
Dan...
getting mugged.
Be interested to see what Dan's like when he's drinking.
Realize it was happening.
You are, man. Oh, that's a nice tall gun you have.
Wait, why is he Jamaican all of a sudden?
I can't do a Scouse accent, okay?
Yeah, he's
just man, you got big gun there. You got a big
Why
gun
did you
there,
go
man.
for Jamaican instead of Scouse?
Because Callum's
I'm
just too
bad.
southern.
I'm bad at voices, okay? I'm
'Cause he's-
bad. I can't do it.
He's too
How would
southern.
Dan react? How would Dan
Too.
react?
I am
when
actually too southern.
How would Dan react when he's? How would Dan react when he's dying? Just like, oh, I'm dying, and then he.
What's the point? That's a funny feeling.
I'm dying, doctor.
Oh, no. What's the point of being alive?
You know,
what's the point of being alive?
Yeah.
What's the point of being alive?
I'm good at this.
Callum's so southern that he's closer.
Being alive.
Callum's so southern. He's closer to France than he is to Scotland.
Yes.
Ew. I'm in Scotland. That's disgusting.
Gross.
Yeah, and I'm barely below Scotland where I live.
Well, we got Northumberland between us and Scotland. It's all right.
Well, I live like right near Newcastle.
That's a great
so
grunt.
Pity me.
Well, I live in Newcastle as well.
Oh.
And then
You
Maddox,
poor bastard.
Maddox lives in like a Tory sperm cell somewhere.
Yeah, there's a Princess Riseborough. Oh, sorry, did I just dox you? Shit.
Yeah, don't dox me. You...
Jesus Christ! Don't.
Well, it's a town.
Doxing
Like,
that,
there's at least like 10,000 people living there, so they're not gonna find you.
yeah.
Yo,
Where does everyone on the stream live?
I live in New Zealand.
In my
What's
bed.
your address?
What's the special 3-letter number on the back of your mum's credit card?
I live near Rangitoto volcano. There you go.
Oh, is that the volcano where? Oh wait, no, I don't know if you want me sharing that.
No, it's not. It's not that one. It's not that one.
Oh, okay.
So Jay, we've you know how at the Galaxy
certainly not.
BFI,
Oh, maybe.
at the Galaxy 4 BFI when like Matt and John were with me. Matt lives. I think he's in the same town as you. I think, and he really
Aberdeen.
like repeat. Yeah, I think Matt lives in Aberdeenshire and I know that's where Jay lives as well. But Matt
How
kept
do you
saying,
know
"Oh,
that?
Stalker.
He's looking.
Casual doctor.
Stalking you right now.
I'll tell you how I know that, because Matt kept telling me, because Matt kept being like, I want to bring it up to Jay that we live in the same area. It's like, okay, Matt, why?
Tell Jay we live where. Tell her.
I just want to live with you, Jay.
And it's weird though, because he gets really uppity about like Chibnall or criticism, but he still wanted you to know that you live close. Like, what
is that a
The
threat?
lady
That's
thing
suddenly
tested
become
him.
threatening.
What is the implication there?
I don't know. Does he
Suddenly
want to
become
collab?
I think he wants to hunt me.
He wants to collab, but violently. Violently collab.
Like violent collab.
Waving. Just
I think he
slowly
said he
waving,
saw.
just turn his head.
I think I talked to him the other day. I think he said he saw you in the street or something. So.
Oh my god.
And he
that's-
just wanted to beat you to a pulp the moment he saw you.
What was I wearing?
I don't know. All he said was that he saw you
I
in the street.
thought that would be a funny question.
He's probably gonna kill me now that I told you that, but screw it. Life short.
Well, you karma because you just
Life
got
is-
doxxed.
well, it's gonna be shorter for you.
You just you got doxxed.
Just tell him if he sees me in the street again, he should follow me home to my address.
No, just shout out
you see-
Margaret Thatcher.
Inviting someone back to your house is the moral thing to do. If you don't do that, it's in the top 10
Exactly.
worst things you've
Yes,
ever
exactly.
And
Yes.
It's not as bad as number 2.
I've never even
Not as bad
committed
as number
genocide, so it might be higher up the list.
Oh dear.
I ended up liking a heck of a lot more than I thought, considering I really desperately did not want another modern time companion to be joining, and I especially didn't want another one joining in on Yaz and the Doctor when I wanted to see that.
Right, that's a good point, actually. Have all of the New Who companions still been modern era England? Or
Apart from,
Yes.
like,
apart from Jack.
apart from like Captain Jack and Nardole and like
Yeah.
River
And they
Song.
they're only really
They don't really
secondary,
count.
right? Like,
Yeah.
I guess
come in and out.
Like,
I
how
would
many
count
episodes
Jack.
was Jack actually a TARDIS crew member?
And Nardole was
Like the
very
latter half of
and
series 1.
Isn't
Nardole was
Amy Pond from a
very
town that's not actually real?
yeah, Ledworth isn't real.
Well, yeah, but it's just still
There you
from
go.
like modern day like Britain.
Yes.
Yeah.
But either way, Nardole was still like obviously a last minute.
So some of the Claras aren't from modern day.
Well, yeah, Nardole isn't a
Wow,
traditional
that's
companion,
true.
right? Nardole isn't like
Clara
a
is
traditional
just-
companion where he doesn't have his introductory story where we meet him and then bring him on board the TARDIS. Instead, he's just sort of like he's around before the Doctor is like before he's a traveling companion. And even when he is a traveling companion, he's clearly secondary to Bill.
Yeah, he like only comes in and out of episodes whenever they had the time to write him in.
Yeah.
Like literally,
Yeah.
that was pretty much just Matt Lucas text. Moffat saying, "Pretty please, can I be in the next series?"
Yeah, but primary companions. Yeah, you're right. Modern day Earth, all of them. The one that was the most obvious one to not do that with was Clara. You had the opportunity to not do that, and they still chose to do that.
Last full-time companion who wasn't from modern day Earth was Turlo back in 1983.
Jesus Christ!
Jesus.
Some people were speculating that Bill would be from the 80s when she.
That would be neat. That would be because we've never had like a companion who's just from a little while ago, who's like going to be who you can take to the future and have like them react to modern day stuff, which could be really interesting and fun to see.
It would have been cool, especially with her as a lesbian, like in the 80s. That would be interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the most interesting things about one of the second Doctor TARDIS teams, you have Jamie from the past and Zoe from the future. You got two different dynamics working there.
That was a great duo.
And that's actually there's a joke somewhere. I can't remember which story it is, but about how
it's from the past and the boys from the past and the girl from the future.
So like there's a lot of things that Zoe knows that Jamie doesn't because he's from the past, but there's one thing that he knows that she doesn't, and that's that he knows what a train is. She doesn't know what a train is because they don't exist where she's from.
That's great.
Even something like Jamie and Victoria, like they're both from the past, but like from different elements of the past, and they both still have like different attitudes. Like Victoria's very like prim and proper, and Jamie's a lot more like loose and cheeky.
I do like that because like Nardole, his attitude as a person from space is clearly apparent in how he's written. Right, it's pretty clear watching his episodes that he's not from Earth. Or at least, if he were from Earth, you would have assumed that he'd known the Doctor for fucking years, right?
Oh yeah.
Keep going. He's used to all this stuff very much so.
Oh yeah.
And actually, we mentioned earlier in the stream about season 16 having all those new like villains and concepts and everything. Also, that's the season that Romana is introduced. She's another Time Lord. It's like you got a whole another companion who's a completely different thing we haven't had before. It's just really interesting when you do that sort of thing. Go outside the box.
Yeah. I like companions who are not.
Well, I think your favorite companion is Leela, right? And she's very outside the box from the norm.
Oh yeah, Leela's
another Leela appreciator.
Yeah,
because when you think about it, Leela is as different from Liz, Jo, and Sarah as possible, right? As is Romana.
I would love to see,
and actually to an extent, Adric too.
I would love to see a like 1940s, 1930s New York noir detective join the TARDIS.
That sounds cool.
That'd be cool.
Leela and Jamie are both kind
of... Wait, that's literally just Frobisher.
That's true. I just made Frobisher less cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, but both Leela and Jamie are sort of like not the same ilk, so to speak, but they both have that same like they are primitive but want to learn more kind of thing. And coincidentally, they're both my favorite companions.
I would love to see Frobisher on TV, but it's probably just physically not possible. It's just too expensive.
Could you train an actual penguin? Like, yeah, just put a penguin in the shot.
I mean, would it just be really awkward if you had a real penguin?
What they do with animals to make them look like they're talking in in movies is they've given them like they put I think peanut butter and like they give them peanut butter. Maybe it gives a penguin something different, but something they can chew on for a long time, and it makes them look like they're talking, and you can sync words to their mouth movements. I've seen that used in actual films where it looks pretty good. But like,
the only problem is penguins.
I wouldn't want to see like emotional range demanded from this real penguin, but for like a cameo or just like a short comedy piece, that would be really fun.
Yeah, the thing is,
you don't know. There's a penguin out there that might have the emotional range. You don't know.
Well, literally, you just need to have him be the penguin at like the start of the episode, because then he can just shapeshift into something else for most of the story.
That's true, actually.
Yeah, they can do that thing that they should have done with Chameleon and never did. So.
Rubbish is great.
I'm gonna fuck him.
Nobody wrote him better than Sherman.
Nobody wrote most of the characters. Okay, name any character that Sherman has written for. Nobody wrote them better than Sherman.
Pretty much.
Ooh, that's a hot take. Do you prefer Sherman or do you prefer Russell writing for like? I
prefer Sherman.
Well, I mean, Sherman writes.
Rose.
Sherman writes everyone better than everyone, really. When you think about it.
It's so sad how he's not writing any more Doctor Who, man. Please come back, Rob.
Because Connor is painted.
I mean, like, think about, no, but listen, Dylan. Not Dylan, bloody Maddox. Fucking my favorite 8th Doctor stories, Scherzo and the Chimes of Midnight, are written by Robert Sherman. My favorite 9th Doctor story is Dalek. My favorite 6th Doctor story is The Holy Terror. Like, they're all written by Sherman. So there you go. And part of the reason is because he writes all the characters the best.
Use that to combat certain people who call you an RTD elitist.
Well, people just
I'm the real one.
Actually,
they can't handle the fact that RTD is just a good writer on the whole. They just can't handle it. Apparently, if I praise him and criticize Chris Chibnall, that means I'm biased. That's what they say, but they don't ask the reasons.
Wait, Connor, are you telling me that a human being is biased and has preferences?
I'm gonna tell. I'm not gonna say who it was, but someone who I know criticized. Well, a lot of people I know criticize Connor, but like someone in particular was like, "See, Connor's like a big RTD bias. Like he's really biased towards RTD, and he hates everything after RTD because it's not RTD. But he likes everything before RTD because it's building up to RTD."
It's a load of wank. It's a load of wank.
Purposely building up to Russell.
Yes, yeah, that's a little wank.
When David Whittaker started script editing, he took like a seance. Like there is a writer as yet unborn that will one day take over. You must begin the build-up to it.
I specifically stand the Space Pirates because it's building up to RTD. That's the only reason.
Yeah. When Verity Lambert took the job, she was like, "This is for you, Russell."
Was he even born yet?
As yet,
Russell was a baby.
Russell. He was born 1964, I think.
Yeah,
so it's really as yet unborn Russell.
It's really ass backwards logic because, like, surely if Connor were biased, he would love everything after RTD because it builds on, quote unquote, it builds on the stuff that RTD set
and it's building up to RTD too, right? So there you go.
Yeah,
it's building
exactly.
It's building to
now.
RTD2.
He loves it now because it's building up to RTD2.
You know, it's
in retrospect.
It's whether they call Connor the elitist when I'm the real
RTD.
Oh,
I don't know. Maybe I just have justified reasons why I like his writing. Maybe that's just it. You know, maybe it's just
could be that he's really good. That might be the thing.
He's
it can't be that.
Individual plots and he's good at plots and characters and themes.
Yes.
The world building could use some work, but he's better at it than like most Doctor Who writers, so I'll forgive him.
I mean, would these same people say that I'm biased towards Robert Sherman because I think literally everything he touches is gold?
I don't think
that does sound like a bias.
I'm biased towards eating food because if I don't eat food, I'll die.
Like, surely that sounds more like a bias, right?
I'm biased towards water because I require it to survive. I don't drink enough. I'm biased against like sulfuric acid because I can't drink it.
I think they see that.
I'm pretty biased towards cookies.
They see you as biased, Connor, because they have a completely different worldview of what the flaws in Chip. Because they see you criticizing Chibnall, and they're like, "Well, you're fine with that with Russell." It's like,
how do you know that? It's like, how do you know that? Surely I would criticize those flaws the same, right? Wouldn't I?
And also, it's not even a case. It could be same sort of idea, but done differently.
But the funny part is that they say, but you don't criticize these things. And I'm like, yeah, because those things aren't actually flaws, and what you're presented is wrong. So I disagree with what you're saying. Yeah.
And your worldview of that flaw is different from my worldview.
What do you mean you care about plot armor? Here's a clip from the second Doctor of him jumping. You must care about this too,
oh my god,
right?
I love that clip. He dodges.
I do too. He dodges.
Yeah, he dodges.
And it's not. It's just.
It's already a far superior scene.
Yes.
But my
He's
favorite one was like
moving really fast.
When they bring up fucking Remembrance of the Daleks, and I'm like, yes, it's really embarrassing in Remembrance of the Daleks. Remembrance of the Daleks has fucking embarrassing scenes in it, and it would be wildly improved if they were re-choreographed.
Oh, but it's silly, and that's what makes the show fun, right? That's what makes the show fun.
I think it's really
imagine the Renegade Imperial. Imagine like the conflict between the Renegade Daleks and the Imperial Daleks when they first clash. If it was like this really quick exchange of fire, where like maybe their shields hold for like a couple of shots, but then they get hit and like obliterated very quickly. Like, surely that makes it more impactful.
Yeah.
Or like Revelation of the Daleks suffers from that as well, where Daleks are like facing each other and somehow miss.
He's biased. He's biased.
It's a problem with
it's the only explanation. It's the only explanation. You have to be biased.
Like, isn't one of the biggest criticisms of Warriors of the Deep the fact that it has like terrible choreography? And
yeah, it really does. It really does have terrible choreography.
Face it, he's drowned.
Yeah, like literally 2 seconds, touches the waters. Fucking dead.
God, when I was going through the Fifth Doctor era, I was just when I got to that, I was like, oh man, this is.
The kung fu scene is the funniest one. That's hilarious.
Oh, it's hilarious.
As an EFAP sister podcast, I'm sure you'll be happy to learn that I showed MauLer the he's drowned cliffhanger. And
yeah, I think
he laughed his ass off for ages.
Up recently, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's so funny.
Tegan, he's drowned.
And then
face it, Tegan. He's drowned.
Oh, that was a good Turlo.
And then we get
that was a good Turlo.
Yeah, you can do that, voice, Callum.
And then we get shots of Sea Devil.
Found your calling.
I'm Turlo. That makes a lot of sense, actually.
What about when Tegan says Turlo?
Turlo.
That's racism.
Racism towards Australian people.
Yes.
Yeah. So you're racist towards me,
Has
Connor.
anyone here heard Cold Fusion? Because in that there is an arc about Tegan getting offended by someone's what she calls racist
Quedge.
Australian impression. Yeah.
Chris Quedge's racist Australian impression.
I fucking adore Cold Fusion. It's one of my favorite of the novels.
There's Lance Parkin. Lance Parkin's one of the best expanded universe writers.
Lance Parkin did Davros.
Davros is so good. Primeval's good too. Cold Fusion didn't write that much more than that, to be honest. I'm trying to remember what else he wrote. He unfortunately didn't write a whole lot, but what he did write was excellent.
He did a bunch of like stuff that I haven't read because I don't read.
Well, I think I've read one of those books, but I forgot what it was. Oh yeah, Just War was a really good VNA. I haven't read many of the VNAs. I read that one because it was Lance Parkin.
You haven't read any
I think has that one been adapted for Big Finish?
No. Oh, actually, yes, it was, but as a Benny Summerfield audio rather than the Doctor Who audio, so they cut the bits with the Seventh Doctor in.
Swedish Llama says, I'm pretty sure you've been on this one video for 5+ hours. There seems to be a trend.
Oh yeah, obviously.
Well, I mean, it says in the bottom right corner that it's approaching 9 hours. So there you go. It's the longest video on the
Alright,
channel.
Should we finish this video that we're allegedly supposed to be criticizing?
Yeah, we got 5 minutes of it left to go. Here we go.
Relationship built up more, but I like Dan. He won me over. I really like Sasha Dewan.
Okay, but why?
No, I like Sasha Dewan. I like Sasha
Dewan.
Dewan, even though
I
he's
like
blocked me
Sasha
on
Dewan. I
Twitter.
don't like him as the master.
I fucking hate his master so fucking much. I hate his master so much.
Him as always kind of alright.
Re-envision
when
the
he
master
when he's revealed to be the master, that's when he becomes cringe.
Always good.
Yeah.
Yes.
His masters might as well just have like the word like #damaged tattooed on his head.
He is Jared Leto.
He does kind of fit that stereotype, yeah.
Well, mate, thankfully Sasha Dewan's not a cunt like Jared Leto, though. He seems like a
Imagine
nice
Jared Leto
really
playing the master, though. I would watch that.
Well, didn't he block you, Jay?
He did. Sasha Dewan has me blocked on Twitter.
Cringe.
I will never recover.
I
am bummed about it. I really like a lot of his work.
Coping.
I am
you like him
I
in
really
Iron
like
Fist,
him.
Jay?
Like,
he said,
literally, like
ratio.
You made the 5-hour video just because you were so sad that you were rejected by Sasha Dewan.
Oh, this was actually a 5-hour video.
The only way of coping.
Oh, he did it in response to it.
Like, I've never interacted with him. I suspect maybe.
Someone's
I don't know why else I would be blocked by him.
Well,
unless
that just means that most people at the BBC are aware of it, which is quite funny.
Well, it depends. Like the two most likely reasons I could be blocked by him, I think, are either he's aware of the video and doesn't like that, or he was like scrolling through the replies to like a BBC Doctor Who tweet and like blocked me because he saw a tweet that he didn't like. But I'm curious, right? Is that if it was the second one, he would almost certainly have like loads and loads of people who are negative about the Chibnall era blocked.
Yeah, I'm just searching it out. I'm not blocked.
So, like, anyone listening who shits on the Chibnall era, let me know if you're blocked by Sasha Dewan. And every no makes me suspect more strongly that he's seen the video.
Good. I wouldn't have expected him to just see the video more so, just have heard about it.
Or just be aware of it.
I think you'd be
I-
surprised how many people would have seen the video that haven't said they have.
Well, how many views is it on now?
I mean, not necessarily
It's
watched
on,
all of
like,
that, but I mean,
2.5 million?
I'm not inherently seen the video in full, but like as I've looked at it.
Well, yeah, it's
either seen it or just know
well,
it
I know that I can tell you in my analytics, I think it has 88 million impressions, which means that many people have seen the title and thumbnail on YouTube exclusively. And people do say this as well. Don't underestimate that. Like, you are probably like a lot of stuff that happens online probably is on the radar of people who work on TV.
Did you say
you get contacted by them, and sometimes
Did you say 88 million impressions?
I believe I did.
Oh my word! That's an.
Hang on, let me
algorithm
have a
right there.
look. The algorithm does like that video.
It does. Even though I watched it, it comes up my recommendations still. Like I watched it once, and it keeps on trying to get.
Are you gonna watch it again, Dylan?
That's because most people watch it in like multiple sittings, and YouTube realizes that people who've seen the video click it again. So what does it say? Impressions.
It took me 3 sittings, which I think was pretty impressive.
I did it all.
Oh, it just hit 89
I
million.
listened to it. I listened to it in one whole sitting at work.
I listened to it with like a couple of walks across a field.
Well, I mean, to be fair, keeping
Not
your
in
eyes
Sperm
on
Forest.
it for all of it is a challenge, but listening to it, you can. Did you listen to Jay's video while you're walking through the sperm cell?
Yes.
That would have been an idea.
It was a long walk.
I think I was like working on an animation or just a video or something, and then when I was getting a bit like too cramped, I just paused it and went for a walk around the block, and I came back and then resumed.
Yeah. But you know, I do like Sasha Dewan outside of the show, and sometimes even in the show. But his master is just the worst.
Bad. I would say he's the worst master.
I have
The ones I've
had
seen
an Eric Roberts awakening recently, so I agree.
Yeah, Eric Roberts
out of all the TV ones, I've only mostly seen the TV ones, and the ones that I've seen, he is by far easily the worst for me.
Eric Roberts or Sacha Dhawan?
Sacha Dhawan.
Pretty sus there that the worst one is the non-white one. Do you have any bias? Okay.
That's something that's actually interesting, though, because I was watching a Mr. TARDIS video
isn't
recently.
white.
But I was watching a
He
Mr.
is- he's
TARDIS
from
video
he's
recently.
from Portugal, isn't he?
Anyway,
But that's still not culturally considered.
Sorry.
You know?
Let's continue.
Oh yeah. So I was watching a Mr. TARDIS video recently, and he was talking about how I think he was covering Nerdrotic or something like that, and he said it isn't a coincidence that the moment a woman was cast, and the show started to get more diverse in that sense with having Yaz as well as a non-white woman and shit, that people like Nerdrotic and everything, they started saying oh, this is shit, as showing their reaction to Ncuti Gatwa and Yasmin Finney being cast as well. And I was like, I do get what you mean, that it's these people obviously wouldn't like the show when it's this, but it's for us anyway, at least for me, I dislike this era because I think the writing is bad and it feels kind of weird to bunch up these people, where it's you're just putting everyone who doesn't like this era as part of that group. Because I like Mr. TARDIS's videos, but that felt kind of strange, and that's where you reminded me of by saying oh, you don't like the non-white master, because it's no, I just think the writing is shit. I think his performance is bad, but it's
I think the character writing for this master is absolute dog shit. I think it's laughably incompetent on almost every level.
But Callum, Connor, it's just like when you're sitting in the cinema and then you turn to look at the wall and then you say, "Where's the
and then you
movie
see
gone?"
it's a wall.
My immersion is broken.
I'm
just what? This is just a stupid argument. It's it's not the film's fault that I looked away.
We lost our minds when we covered that quote. God, I was in awe of just how
he lost his mind. That I like Mr. TARDIS, but man, he just I don't know what was wrong with him.
Mr. TARDIS is good when talking
discourse.
about how ratings and talking about the reception of Doctor Who and casting and that kind of shit. When he's probably to Bowles track and shit like that, that's pretty good. When he's talking about
well, it's not exactly hard to explain why.
Yeah, bloody hell, we did it, and we did it pretty easily.
Jay did it too. It's not hard to explain why Bolstrake's very not good at arguing.
Yeah, remember?
Oh yeah.
I still stand by my claim I made on this podcast that video that Bolstrake did is the worst video on YouTube. Worst Doctor Who video on YouTube.
We covered 3.
The Professor
Dinkles
one.
He's made many videos that I would put as...
Is this the worst video?
Have you guys seen his Demons of the Punjab one that he took down?
No, I think I saw it when it came out.
That was pretty bad.
I think I was watching
was
at
it
that
the
time.
one
That one is pretty bad.
The one where
that one's literally white genocide talking points, which is a Nazi talking point that he basically
that's what he was going through.
So the one that we were talking about was the one where it was Jodie Whittaker's birthday and she dressed up as a fairy.
Yeah. And then he just started talking about cake privilege and shit. And it's this woman's having a birthday. Why are you making this about you?
And so Bolstrake put on a voice modulator and pretended to be a goat.
Oh yeah,
he also suggested
he stopped doing that. I think, but that was a recurring bit in his videos.
Yeah, now technically, I'm the reason for it existing.
Oh really? Oh, it's that video, Tin.
Yep. I tweeted him saying out loud. It was during my anti-SJW phase, and I was like, "Oh, isn't this silly?" And he made the video in response to that. So
that's hilarious.
It exists because of me.
Congrats, Tim.
That's kind of
you got the worst video on YouTube made. Well done.
Yeah, you got that made. Well, not worst video on YouTube. Worst Doctor Who video. That's definitely worse on YouTube.
Yeah, say why I had to make up for myself.
Isn't Bolstrake an Elon Musk stan now?
Of course he is. He's a on the right conservative crypto Nazi. So yeah.
What if instead of Bitcoin it was Balcoin?
Strict coin.
For him it'd be shitcoin.
And the font on the coin, the font on the coin is that yellow show card Gothic he uses in every thumbnail.
Dinkles coin.
And it's in yellow. It's yellow on the coin.
Yes. It looks like and it looks like a really cheap chocolate wrapper.
And like the value isn't measured in like numbers; it's measured in like what expletive you get on the cover. It's like awful, flop, dreadful, like dreadful. Worth the most.
Yeah. Anyway, Will, what were you gonna say?
I was just gonna say, would I be remiss in saying that, like, going back to Mr. TARDIS, would I be remiss in saying that he just seems like back when the Matt Smith era was on, he seemed like more interested in like reviewing like the episodes themselves, and like I know he said he created his channel in response to like the backlash the Paradigm Daleks were getting or something. But I don't know, ever since the Chibnall era started, I feel like he's been more interested in tackling the response the show gets than he is in actually analysing the show. Like, he's not really interested in the show itself anymore. He's more interested
in the people that watch it, I guess.
Yeah, and the response it gets and his intellectual, like...
Yeah, I think he wants to kind of like, he seems to really want it to be about defending the, like, kind of politics of, diversity and all that with the Chibnall. But it's like, there's much better vantage points to do that from than a really badly written show.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's what ultimately turned me off, and I was just.
I don't know his motivations. I can't assume them either.
Me either. I can only respond with how he's responded to me with any of my tweets I've sent, but then that's not I've really forgotten.
Anyway,
so yeah.
I think Sacha Dhawan's master is cringe. That's my thoughts.
I agree.
Locked and reported.
Wow, stunning and brave.
Ratio, you fell off.
Cyber Masters.
As the master,
what was it? The bloody I don't want to conversion shame you or something in the Timeless Children.
Yeah, that was a line.
That's exactly the line.
Yeah,
I remember that.
Bring it back.
My favorite to go for is always it's red because it's draped in the blood of our people. It's drenched in the blood of our people.
Oh god, Timeless Children is so fucking crap.
Wasn't that line copy and pasted from Cold War as well? Because Skaldak is like, there'll be a new red planet, red with the blood of humanity. And it's like, oh, that's cringe. Cringe.
But the Timeless Children one is even cringer, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, because
he says
like Sacha Dhawan, because Skaldak is in the middle of delivering threats anyway, right? And like he's trying to like wax lyrical within his threatening, and he's saying it very stoically. Whereas the master just is just talking about something else. Goes, by the way, I'm edgy. Like
I'm edgy the hedgy.
He says it like it's like the cleverest thing he's ever said. Like.
The master
laughs at his own
jokes.
joke.
There's also quite a big difference between a Cold War ice warrior than Sacha Dhawan's master.
Oh yeah,
yeah. He's trying to be edgy, but also trying to be clever.
Like
the cleverest thing ever.
Imagine the same context being with Skaldak's line, right? Is that he's just spotted something red, and then he goes, "It's red because of all the people I murdered." By the way, and then he laughs.
Oh yeah, when the Doctor makes his sonic screwdriver red, because he does that at the end of the story. Like
the blood of my victims.
Oh my god.
Sounds like Zack Snyder's the master.
Rest in peace to dialogue.
Well,
Thanks,
yeah,
Chibnall.
I feel like thanks. That's a whole another can of worms.
As in the Doctor, when I wanted to see that relationship be built up more, but I like Dan. He won me over. I really like Sacha Dhawan as the master. I love Joe Martin as the fugitive Doctor, which is
a good actor.
Are you going to talk about
character? Like she exists. I don't have any strong feelings about the character.
I mean, she's
not been given much material.
She's just like so.
I would say none.
Everything about her.
And
is
I hate the fact
off-screen.
that she exists.
Yeah,
I hate the fact that she.
Yeah, her existence is what annoys me more than like the character itself, because the character doesn't have any character. So
it's just weird that I find it weird. Just finish what you were saying, Connor.
I was just gonna say, like, her entire character is just off screen. That's the majority of it.
It's the
off
most
screen.
Which
off-screen
annoys me
Doctor.
because, like, in series 13, she's just like she shows up a few times, and everyone's like, "Oh my god, the Ruth Doctor!"
But everything
like,
she's doing is off screen, and for the most part, we have Jodie Whittaker playing the fugitive Doctor in that episode. It's
Yeah, which was
bizarre.
stupid, by the way. I have no idea what the fuck they were thinking with that episode. It's so bad.
It was weird.
It's what I find it so weird. Like in all these media posts of like you know whenever they show like a full picture of all the Doctors, I find it weird that she's in that because I don't really see her as like a main
They want to promote
Doctor.
her.
Yeah, they do.
They
I
want
just
her
find
to
it
be like a
weird.
major player, but
Well,
the thing is,
you
she isn't.
you say
She's
that
barely-
they want to promote it, but they did fuck all with her in the TV show. She's barely in it.
But outside of the show is what I mean. It's like it's billed as if she's she's a Doctor, but it's so weird because the story is like I just find it so strange.
She's in the show less than bloody Jackson Lake's fake Doctor.
She literally isn't allowed to be the Doctor in her own story.
And you know what? Jackson Lake's Doctor is better than her.
Her character is
100%.
literally. Her character is literally.
Jackson
being
Lake's
tossed
Doctor
off.
is unironically so well characterized in comparison.
Well, Jackson Lake's Doctor is fucking great. Like that's not like a diss on her. That's like she's not as good as this really great character.
Her character is literally being tossed off for big fish to do something.
I mean, it's not
literally being tossed off.
Literally,
Yeah, well, that's-
once upon time,
yes.
she doesn't even get to play her own Doctor.
No.
Like, think about it. They get someone else to play her story for her Doctor.
She's not a Doctor. She's like the most plot device Doctor ever, or whatever term you want to use.
And I like her. I wanted her to be in that story, and it was very annoying.
I just don't care because I got nothing to work
Well,
with.
there's just like what could we actually get a story with her? Like that's what I was like. I don't know what to say about her because she's just not in the show.
Yeah, that's true.
It's just so weird.
She gets to be a mirror. She gets to be in a mirror and then flicker in a couple of times. And that's
Oh wow.
I also like.
It also
I
doesn't help
hate-
that her
I
origin
hate-
doesn't make any sense.
I
either.
really hate the scene she's in The Timeless Children as well, when she's in the Matrix.
Oh yeah, it's the scene where she's like, but you're the Doctor, so
fucking
who
nothing
cares?
burger.
Yeah.
Ultimate nothing burger scene.
Yeah.
And for the conflict should be
It's
brought
like
back
all
in the next
this
episode.
stuff you
and
just
everything.
learned is not gonna affect you or whatever she said.
and then it still does anyway. But then not really.
Well, it
she
didn't
goes
in
to the
that
same
moment,
arc.
Well, no,
apparently.
they just do the same arc again next episode
Yeah.
where she forgets that happened.
Ugh.
Angry.
I sure love writing.
I learned all this information. The information doesn't matter. You're right. Oh shit! I learned all that
It was like, oh, it's like,
information. Doesn't matter.
you know that scene where she escapes the Matrix and the Timeless Children. It's like that's what happens when you unlock a zip folder. That's what happens. Because you extract a zip folder in WinRAR. That's what it was.
How does that make you feel, Doctor?
Is another thing that I think
Angry.
kind of suffered under the changing in shooting, how many episodes they were going to get, the way they had to shoot, etc. I have little doubt that there was an original plan to do a lot more with the Fugitive Doctor than we got, and I want.
Honestly, I don't.
Honestly,
I'm not sure that's even true.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
If that was true, surely she would have been in Once Upon Time.
Yeah,
Or like surely if she is much more important to do stuff with than like the Sontarans, who are just a new thing. Like I don't see any reason not to involve her more if you're gonna, because Flux seemed like the plans with her and Flux have been executed. We saw them. There's like a scene of her facing these villains from a long time ago, right? And
that's kind of important.
Like that's clearly, I think that's pretty clearly her original intended involvement.
Yeah.
Unless there was an
I
entire
think the
other
issue
arc in
is
Flux
that
that was cut where she shows up.
Yeah, I think the issue is that Flux just seems like so disconnected that even the people who like it are like, surely there's something that was cut because it's just so like insane.
The stuff that should have been cut is still fucking there. There's arcs that
Yeah.
literally mean, so like the unit invasion arc, which you could literally just replace with a one-liner of "I've infiltrated unit." It was difficult. Like you don't need that. You don't need to see it for an entire episode. You don't
Yeah.
need to see Yaz fucking Professor Jericho run to the Great Wall of China to write a message to Carvanista.
Oh yeah, that entire
he sees
episode
in the
was...
future that Carvanista then sees the message, goes, "Oh, that was a long time ago, and I don't have time travel, so fuck it, I can't do anything about that." And then they solve the problem by doing something unrelated.
Well, then you wouldn't get banger
they could have cut episode
Riaz's tips of what to do with a dead body.
Yeah, we would have missed out on that.
Or which version of history do you prefer?
History do you prefer?
Yeah.
Oh, that was a thing too.
Yeah. Do you prefer Russia or Sontar?
But what's the gossip?
Sontar.
I'm just teasing you and all that funny line. That's not funny.
Here's the motherfucking tea.
Ugh.
Yeah, that was episode 5, right? It was Vanquishers? Or no, Survivors of the Flux.
Survivors of the Flux.
Survivors of the Flux.
Yeah.
I was confused those two names, but yeah, that episode just like entirely just did not need to exist.
Think about that. Survivors of the Flux, the Vanquishers, Eve of the Daleks, Legend of the Sea Devils, all back to back. That's
oh my
rough.
God, yeah, that's true.
Rough. That is rough.
A rough run.
And the Centenary is probably going to be in that same camp, if I had to predict.
It's not. Well, it's certainly not going to be good, is it?
It reminds me of that run where it was Closing Time, Winning a River Song, Doctor Wit in the Wardrobe, Pond Life, Asylum of the Daleks, Dinosaurs in a Spaceship, all in a row.
Remember when Doctor Who used to be like a consistently solid show?
I do remember that.
Yeah.
Oh, but then people on Twitter will say, "But it's always been bad." It's like...
Fuck those takes.
That's why I watch it, because it's always been bad.
Fuck those takes. They're so stupid.
Just admit that you like a bad show and stop complaining.
No. I like the good parts.
Enjoy the
I've never
product.
heard anyone more
like
convincingly say no as if they were the Chad meme before.
Just no.
No.
And I still want so much more from her. But, you know, after Series 12 introduced her, if she was supposed to show...
I just, again, like I mentioned this earlier, Vinay Patel wrote that story with that tour guide character, and Chibnall just randomly said, "But what if she was the Doctor?" So it wasn't like it was an early plan. He just came up with that idea.
Well,
off the cuff.
it could have been that the plan was that Chibnall planned to introduce another Doctor, and then he saw this as an opportunity.
Maybe
that is certainly possible.
Yeah, maybe that's why. Maybe it's fine.
But also, what strikes me as more likely is that he was doing the Timeless Child stuff, and then this gave him the idea of, oh, what if we actually introduce a pre-Hartnell Doctor? Or maybe. I don't know. It could be either.
Probably trying to think of ways to tie it all together into the series arc.
I still find it hilarious that his idea of introducing a pre-Hartnell Doctor is to introduce them by showing a TARDIS that was gotten by Hartnell's Doctor.
What? No, shush. Sure.
Do you generally
also
think
her characterization is post Hartnell as well? Like she's doing the modern Doctor
think
hero
about it.
stuff. Hartnell was like
he
was like a selfish Yoda imp. He tried to fucking murder a guy in his first episode.
Yeah. It seems.
It's almost if he had an arc. I don't know.
Yeah,
that might be a hot take there.
Doctor Who doesn't have an arc. Characters are meant to.
Also, and that makes you think like all of those Doctors that came before Hartnell, they just didn't have an arc. They were just these figures of people that existed.
Yeah, they were just static. The Doctor should be a character who one episode says she loves a conspiracy, and then 2 episodes later she says she doesn't like conspiracy.
Also, that's kind of sad. Like,
that's
you
one of
think
my favorite things.
The Doctor should just do whatever she needs to further the plot.
Yeah, because Doctor Who is all about the plot. It's definitely not about the characters. So who cares what the characters do?
Who gives a fuck about characters?
Yes, I don't relate to characters. I relate to the plot because I am a plot.
I mean, I'm not a Time Lord, so why do I can't relate to her?
I have like the opposite opinions on this. I don't think there's been enough plot. Like we haven't had a fully fleshed out plot for like very long time at this point.
Well, we hadn't had a well-realized, fleshed out, consistent plot.
Well, we haven't had a well-fleshed out character in a long time as well. So it's like
exactly.
We haven't had well-fleshed out world building or themes.
That's the thing, right? If we had at least good characters, I would take that. I'd rather have good characters.
If the characters were good, but the plot is bad, I really wouldn't be as bad. Like,
I want the plot. I want the plot.
I want good characters. No, I want good characters.
Yeah, I'd take characters over plot any day.
That's why I like the Suicide Squad, because the plot is garbage, but I like the characters. Oh, I'm sorry, Sky. Okay, I'm sorry.
Fuck you. I hate you.
I mean, I knew that.
See, Dylan prioritizes plot and Connor prioritizes methanes.
You don't have any proof for that. You don't have any proof for that.
You don't have any proof that I prefer the themes.
It's just become your meme. So you like methane.
People make memes about me based on things that aren't true, though.
That's a theme of my interactions with other people.
You make me sound more Australian than I am. I'm not Australian. I'm from New Zealand.
You see,
I'm from New Zealand, not Australia. You understand?
Never a weakness.
you understand is what you sound like you're saying. You understand.
Show up more in Flux, or after that, well, everything I've already talked about with the shooting of Flux. We've even had some good villains. I really like Ashad.
For that one episode,
he cited the one good villain
for one episode.
Yeah,
Zelen is also okay. If she says Zelen, I'm happy enough with that. That's fine.
From Can You Hear
Zelen
Me?
is the one from Can You Hear Me?
Yeah,
he's a dumbass.
He's a good first half,
but
yeah, the
his
ending
performance
is really stupid.
also great.
Oh yeah, the actor's really good.
He plays Kevin Lannister. Fun fact.
Good for him.
Yeah. Kevin Lannister was a bit bland, anyway.
Oh yeah, I remember the actor.
Imagine him playing a bland character.
Well, he played. Well, because the thing is, I think it may be just because he's so overshadowed by his brother, being Tywin Lannister, who's the opposite of bland.
You know, who's Charles Dance?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
No,
Charles Dance is the master.
You say you're the king, you're no one true king. I've arranged to have you carried.
Charles Dance there.
Oh, what a good line.
We're arranged to have you carried. And even better, he does it after he slowly walks up the steps as well.
I've just realised how dripping with threat that dialogue is.
Charles Dance is dripping with threat in every scene.
But I've just realised the kind of morbid threat that is. Like you have you carried and carried off as a body because I'll kill you and get a more compliant king in.
I don't know about you, but Charles Dance gets me dripping.
Oh, me too.
Same. That's a bit of burden now. Shit.
You are my son.
No, I'm not.
Amazing performance. He's a really good villain, and I'm kind of excited that we're going to see him again in the final episode. Now,
I'm not.
Is
I'm
it
really
necessary?
worried.
Oh, Ashad. Yeah, what the fuck is he doing there? He's dead.
He's in the Do you remember how he died? How fucking stupid that was.
Anticlimactic it was. It was anticlimactic. It's like, right, you've been a serviceable villain for 2 episodes now. Piss off, and then he's gone.
Sasha says, "Don't want to conversion shame you." Then he shrinks him into an action figure, and then he does a little swervy dance.
I was gonna say that's what he did, didn't he? He shrank Ashad, and that was it.
Yeah, and then he absorbs the Siberian. He does a little like weird dance with his arms and legs.
He does a really cringe. Yeah,
he does a TikTok dance
thing,
and he does a Daffy Duck thing where he goes. He does the Daffy Duck thing where he goes.
Yeah, he does that.
Do you think Chibnall brought Ashad back because like he saw the weird of anything in the Timeless Children? He saw the response people had to like how disappointed they were that Ashad
always a possibility.
Kicked off.
Yeah,
it's just like fine.
That would be a very Chibnall thing to do. It's just like they didn't like that he was gone, so I'll bring him back. That'll fix the problem.
Yeah, what the fuck is he gonna do with him?
It's also very Chibnall to ignore so everyone hated like the retcon.
So
let's instead focus on the villain.
I have a genuine guess though of what is going to happen that might actually make sense, or at least maybe not an execution, but at least where. My guess is that because we see like the beardless Sacha Dhawan, is that that's a younger master, and that this is a younger Ashad, and we're seeing villains from their past, and that's going to be like a recurring thing.
That would make more sense than what was.
But it looks like Ashad is attacking Unit anyway, which is weird. I don't believe that Ashad did that in his history.
I like how we're going to get like clean shave master, but also hermit master.
Jared Leto master.
Yeah, Jared Leto
master.
Schneider cut master.
Oh
God.
Oh, dearie me.
I'm dreading the day.
If I'm being honest, most of my favorite episodes of this era weren't written by Chibnall, at least not on his own. They were either written by other people or were co-written by Chibnall. But that having been said, they were still made under his tenure as showrunner. He fostered these stories. He helped them come about. So he deserves at least some credit for the.
Well, he also did a lot of the issues in the quote unquote better episodes are because of him and his showrunning. So I would actually say
that counts against him.
I would say there are episodes in his era that would be better if they were in different under different showrunners.
Yeah, Village of the Angels. If it was under RTD, I think it could have been fantastic.
Exactly. How do we know he's not responsible for the problems in all of these stories?
Yeah.
Because none of them are flawless.
Yeah,
this
like
is
imagine
very big best faith.
You know the ideas. I say ideas very loosely, and can you hear me? If they were applied to actual built-up characters and that fit the ideas and that was developed and followed up on.
Amy's choice.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, a great episode. Love it.
Like most of the episodes, I think, would probably be doing a lot better. Like, genuinely, everyone, what's your favorite Chibnall episode?
Haunting of Villa Diodati.
Villa
Diodati.
All right, would it be better in a Russell series?
Probably.
Yes.
100%.
Definitely.
Yeah, actually.
Yeah.
Why am I even hesitating? Of course it would be better in Russell.
It would be.
Yeah,
but
you
I don't think it would
your
be one of
first
the
second.
better ones. It'd be one of those solid ones, I'd imagine.
It's funny how we all gave the same answers. I don't think if we asked any other era, we would get even close to a consensus like that.
Oh yeah.
That's actually pretty
All right,
true.
let's try it. What's everyone's favorite Moffat era story?
Probably Heaven Sent.
Heaven Sent.
Heaven Sent.
I think.
Oh,
Heaven
okay,
Sent.
actually.
We're all giving the same answers.
Okay. Let's try something else. Let's try like Tom Baker, Seeds of Doom.
Okay, everyone's
Genesis of the
Daleks.
Genesis
Yeah,
of the Daleks,
Genesis
yeah.
of the Daleks. The ones I've seen, Genesis of the Daleks.
Really?
I hate being Ori, but
Why is everyone agreeing on everything?
Okay. So let's try Trout
right.
instead.
The
Two
War
of the
Games.
Cybermen.
The War Games.
Oh,
the War Games.
what ones have I seen? I've seen like
Team
I've
of the
only. I
Cybermen.
don't remember what I've seen.
You've seen the Enemy of the World.
Enemy of the
Callum.
World. I like Enemy of the World a lot actually.
Yeah, I do too.
I guess
no,
that
no,
one by
wait.
default.
All right, then. So that's diverse enough. Let's roll with
Yeah.
But
We
that's
did.
because I haven't seen a lot
Power
of
of the
Trout. I've seen
Daleks.
very little.
Oh, great choice.
Ooh, delicious choice.
Yeah, Power of the Daleks is like literally a gnat's hair behind
Well,
War Games. for me.
that's kind of great. How it's like the opening and closing of an era is like that highly regarded.
Yeah.
You know?
It's kind of basically, you know how much I go on about how much I just absolutely adore Power of the Daleks and go on about it all of the time, and yet it's still not my favorite from that era. Is quite an amazing thing, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I think I think there's a sentiment behind the War Games that's different to Power because it's obviously at the end rather than a beginning. So it's a different kind of sentiment. Whereas
I think
like War Games is like it's so emotionally connected to like people like you and me, whereas the Power of the Daleks is just like a beautifully crafted piece of storytelling. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Yeah, it is really beautifully crafted is the right word. It's like everything is just so good about it. Like just everything from like the kind of the thought behind it, the thought behind the villains, the thought behind how they're going to introduce a new Doctor for the first time, and just the pacing is absolutely outstanding. Like 6 episodes that flies by and just is such a great build up to the chaos of part 6 that
the only thing that's missing is I wish we had the original footage because it was directed by Chris Barry.
It would have looked great.
And some of it was on film, and it's like Patrick Troughton's like one of his like really subtle performances that animation can't capture.
Maybe one day it'll be found.
It's
not
no,
impossible.
there was only 2 copies of it made, and both of those are pretty much well accounted for.
Maybe not then.
Yeah, it's sad.
Is the Troughton era the only era in the whole show where like both the opening and closing story are pretty much beloved by everyone?
Well, Samuel Davis isn't like the War Games, so there you go.
Yeah, well, he's a dumbass, but like
Yeah, we went
that
people,
matters,
like not subhumans.
Jesus
yeah,
Christ.
everyone that beloved by everyone that matters, basically.
Oh my god, Mel.
Oh god.
I don't know. I'd probably.
But I can't think of one that's more universal than that.
Because I'm thinking about the eras like.
I guess both. Oh yeah, Anarchy Child and the 10th Planet. I think.
No, but they're very mixed stories. I think
they're pretty
both
mixed.
of those. I love the Hartnell era. But
I think
those are two
I
mixed
could be wrong
stories.
about this, but I'm pretty sure most people like both Rose and the Parting of the Ways two-parter.
Yeah,
I don't feel that Rose is beloved in the same way. I feel like Rose is perceived as it gets the boat rolling.
Not on an equal level of that. Yeah, no, not on an equal level to the finale.
I'm thinking.
Is there anybody who thinks that Rose is like a masterpiece? I think everybody just thinks Rose is serviceable as an introduction.
Rose is functional. It introduces us to the characters.
Yeah.
It's got issues, but I think overall it's good.
I'm thinking
Yeah,
about
exactly.
the eras,
It's just kind of good. It works.
Think about the eras like Robot and Logopolis. Like neither of those are really
both of them are very divisive. Both of them.
I really like Logopolis. I don't mind Robot.
And then something like the 10th Doctor era, where like people seem to like the Christmas Invasion.
Well, both Christmas Invasion and End of Time are very, very divisive. Both of them these days.
Yes.
I hate
Paul
End of Time
McGann.
stuff. Never backing off that.
Paul McGann,
the movie,
TV movie, and the Night of the Doctor.
TV movie and the Night of the
Doctor. I don't particularly like the TV movie, so that's not a good example.
Or at best you get like other eras where like the opener is. Really
I suppose. It is because Spearhead from Space is well liked, but Planet of the Spiders is quite divisive.
Yeah, lots of people don't like Planet of the Spiders. I like Planet of the Spiders, but I still don't think it's like. I don't know. I feel for the end of the Pertwee era, I feel they could I still love Planet of the Spiders, but they could have done so much more for the end of such an era.
It was supposed to be the final game originally, right? Before Roger Delgado died, it was a completely different plan.
The final game would have been brilliant.
I mean, what a fucking like. We're talking about limitations, by the way. Imagine that, I think one of your main actors dying tragically midway through production of a series is much more significant than COVID as a restriction.
There you go.
Roger Delgado be really the perfect tie-off to the end of the era.
Roger Delgado was more significant than COVID. We've just made that very clear.
Then you get other eras like Caves of Androzani is beloved, but Castrovalva
is quite divisive.
Quite
divisive.
It's okay.
I like
it's just okay episode.
And then the 11th Hour is beloved, but like Time of the Doctor is like very divisive.
Very divisive.
Are there any Doctors where their first and last stories are universally disliked?
Colin.
No, because the Ultimate Foe isn't hated; it's just not liked particularly.
I suppose Colin would be the closest, right?
How well received is Deep Breath? How well?
It's divisive.
Yeah, how
very,
well
very,
Deep Breath?
very divisive.
I have seen a lot of people recently say that.
I mean, almost every episode of Peter Capaldi's era is divisive, really.
In a way.
Oh yeah, I mean, I don't like Peter Capaldi's first or last episode. I actually strongly dislike both. So,
I would say I agree. Actually, I agree. We agree on something, Dylan.
Anyway, so
yes, finally we found the agreement.
What we've established is that Patrick Troughton has universally beloved beginning and end. There you go.
There you go.
Daddy, the Daddy Doctor.
Yeah,
that's why he is the best.
Like, it takes you away. Can you hear me? War of the Sontarans. Honestly, even Eve of the Daleks.
No.
4 of them are bad.
No.
Eve is so bad. Can we not?
Eve is fucking bad.
Is that guy who keeps a shoe collection of his exes?
I
don't gets the girl by the end
from
because
Eve.
that's charming.
That's really.
I remember because I had you edit our
Guy,
reaction, so every time it's
I
just,
remember
there's just
when I
a thing.
said that the opening scene was like a YouTube skit because of the sound
Yeah,
effects.
I think Tin said it felt like a Tom Scott skit, which
Yeah,
it definitely
did, but Tom
does.
Scott's actually good.
Oh yeah, the thing is, it would be a skit. It would be purposely shot.
Well, the
that way.
difference is that Tom Scar is self-aware of what they're doing.
Yeah, it's that was such a weird scene.
What would you say is the best of the Chibnall Daleks stories?
Is it
Resolution?
That's like
easily.
That's like
easy.
picking from your. That's like
I
picking
know
from,
Resolution
like,
fucking
what is your
sucked.
best animal shit?
Yeah, but
Well,
the
all
thing is,
three suck,
the thing
Jay.
is, though, Revolution and Eve also suck a lot.
Yeah, it's like
yeah, I don't know. I think it's between Resolution. I think Revolution is easily the worst.
Yeah,
I mean, I've seen Eve, so
I think I'd agree.
I think Resolution's the best, but it's still bad.
Yeah,
I mean, because Revolution is literally like 3 Dalek plots that have been done better before, done badly in one story.
We did cover
Among other
Revolution of the
things.
Daleks on this very podcast, and it took us what 5 hours to completely break it down.
So half the time of this,
Terrible.
so half the time of this live stream.
We did do that.
I
Resolution
remember that.
might be. Resolution is probably my pick for the best, but even then,
Well, I
the
think.
ending.
Well, again, we go back to why are we picking the best of the shit ones? It's not
It's the golden age. It's the golden age of Chibnall Dalek stories.
I feel like MCU Phase 1 I was like a little bit disagreed. I feel disgusted saying golden age with Resolution. That's just criminal.
Yeah,
remember when people were saying that Resolution was a return to form because the Daleks were like killing people again? They had a
I actually think Resolution's alright. I like. Okay, the bits with Ryan and his dad are terrible, but the bits with the Dalek until the end, I think are alright.
No,
it's good enough.
The dialogue is all really cringe. Like you've got, like
really
what Chibnall did to Dewan's master, he also does to the Dalek dialogue, where you've got the Dalek going, "You are my."
I would suggest
Daleks.
maybe giving it a rewatch at some point, Dylan.
Yeah, maybe it was just because Moffat had treated the Daleks so badly. I was just ready for.
Because
anything.
I remember when I first watched it, I was like, "This isn't bad," but now I don't. I think it's terrible now.
But yeah, like
I mean, it's the episode that broke me. It's the episode that's made me go from, "Oh, Chibnall's era, like it's got some problems, but like I'm still enjoying it," to "Nah, fuck this."
Really, it was that episode out of all of them.
That was the one that made you make the video,
people are always
right?
surprised.
It was the one that made you make the video, right? It was Resolution.
Yeah. I knew I was going to make the video when Resolution was out.
So that the weirdest thing with Resolution is that the mutant gains these powers that makes it like weird that it wants to have a casing. Because
it's stronger outside of the casing, to be honest.
Yeah,
it is. I mean,
like,
it can
it's
literally
an immortal
control a human.
teleporting. It can fucking teleport halfway across the world.
Oh god, it can do
it's
that.
immortal. If you,
it can,
if you separate it into
maybe
3 pieces, it will just come back.
Yeah. There's a lot of issues delivered.
But
in this story.
I think a lot of people, like the service level viewers, they really liked that it shot a big missile at people and blew them up.
It killed a lot of people.
Well, I remember Into the Daleks being praised for exactly the same reason of like, hey, the Daleks, they kill people, that's good.
Yeah, this is the Stockholm Syndrome gaslighting of Moffat. Because he did the Daleks so dirty in his era, it makes anything moderately okay with them seem great.
Well, because it was kind of, I think the thing is with Dylan, like to kind of break it down, why I think you say these things is because the manner in which Moffat did it was different to the way Chibnall did it. Wrong, because with Chibnall, it's like as we described, whereas when you get to Stephen Moffat's Dalek stories, like in The Witch is Familiar, you're having the Daleks translate them saying that they love you to exterminate, which is a different kind of bad. It's red
horror.
It's retconning like really mawkish sentiments.
Every Dalek story.
It's
every Dalek story is different. Should be understood differently now, and it's horrible.
Yeah. So Moffat ruined the casings, and Chibnall ruined the mutants.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. We can go with that.
Yeah.
Isn't it interesting how everyone was like, wow, Resolution returned the Daleks to form, they killed a bunch of people, and now I'm thinking of Revolution and Eve, and did they really kill anyone, like, permanently in either of those stories?
Yeah, because they miss a lot.
No.
Like in Eve,
what do you mean? Their aim is great in Eve. There's no plot armor.
Don't lie to me.
I mean, in Eve, they obviously quote unquote
they literally do a gag where that guy is standing. The shoe collector is standing in the middle of two of them, and he just ducks, and
then
they
he
shoot each other.
and the Daleks shoot each other. It's fucking I can't.
That's the kind of shit that I'd see in that's the kind of shit I'd see in like in Doctor Who comics.
That's something I'm pretty sure I wrote into my fan fiction when I was 5.
Did people steal your script?
I just to be clear, I have a really solid memory of this fan fiction. I don't know why. Like my brain has decided this is what we need to catalog. But I can tell you right now, the plot of this was David Tennant's Doctor at the time was in the seat. So I probably was like 6 actually, but it was so he's in the TARDIS, and then an alarm goes off in the TARDIS, and he's like, "Oh no, a magnetic pull is drawing us somewhere." And he gets out of the TARDIS and he needs to use a jetpack because now the TARDIS is upside down, and he realizes that the TARDIS is stuck to the bottom of a spaceship which is hovering over London. And the Cybermen are attacking this spaceship, and Davros is in it, and the Cybermen want to attack Davros, and that's as far as I got. The idea behind it was, wouldn't it be cool if the Cybermen met Davros?
Okay, Jay, allow me to partially bring your idea to life. Just, oh no, a magnetic field is drawing us towards it. There we go.
Thank you.
Well,
my whole life has been leading to this moment.
Doesn't Sea Devil start with a fucking magnetic pull pulling the TARDIS towards there instead of the beach?
No, the web planet starts with that. The web planet.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
The bloody say, oh, it's on the tip of my tongue, but it's 6 a.m.
Oh.
Have you actually stayed up all night on this?
Yeah, this is so much fun, Dylan.
This is insomnia incarnate.
This is captivating.
This is fun. This is so much fun, guys. I love talking about Chibnall.
I spent the last 5 hours.
Oh, actually, I remember now. I remember that, bloody in Legend of the Sea Devils, where the Sea Devil jumps like does a super Jedi jump onto the ship.
Yeah, I mentioned this earlier. The super jump.
It looks like Mario 64. Somebody showed me a GIF of it.
That's funny.
I put the Mario sound in our reaction.
And you put it very loudly, by the way. It really hurt.
Yeah, that was the point. Yeah.
I hate you.
Yeah, right.
Blame Tin. She asked me to do it.
Anyway,
it was obvious.
Yeah.
The best one that he himself wrote. It was fun and energetic and a neat use of a time loop, which is something that Doctor Who has not done very much.
No, it did it really badly.
So what we're going off is that it's got a concept,
the time loop,
and it's quote unquote fun and energetic, which apparently
it's got fun. It's got time loop.
Because I think the concept behind Eve of the Daleks could be made as something great.
It could work. It absolutely could work.
So I think that Eve of the Daleks and Legends of the Sea Devils are two of the most frustrating stories because they have two of the best concepts wasted more than they ever could be.
Absolutely.
Agreed.
And I think the Centenary might do the same.
I think Stu Bagful's review of Eve of the Daleks just hits a nail on the head on why the premise just was not just extrapolated on all.
There's also the fact that Chibnall just forgets all of the details about his previous loops during that episode, right? Because every time the loop resets, it's just like everything is different. It's like there's the loop where What's-Her-Face runs into the elevator and they shoot the elevator so it can't go up, and then they kill her. But then there's the other loop where she goes inside and they just don't shoot it, and then she just goes up and she survives because of that.
Exit the Ascension device. That's what they scream at her.
Yeah, because Daleks don't know what an elevator is. It's such a stupid fucking episode. I do not understand how you can miss the mark so hard.
I saw someone on Twitter give it a 9 out of 10. And they said it was exciting and the characters and the actors were iconic.
Iconic is one of those words that Twitter has ruined. Like literally, people call anything iconic these days.
I would like to challenge that person to give
but
me
you
one
just said
single
that.
character trait. One single character trait about the characters introduced in that episode, other than he collects shoes.
Because
Maybe shoe stalker, so iconic.
What was the dialogue?
He's weird and stalkery.
That stalker guy. What did they say about him? He's like
What,
He has a good heart.
Charming weirdos are the keepers.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah. And then they show fucking Yaz looking awkward. It's like, oh.
Was this like Chibnall's self-insert here? Long-time collector of women's shoes, Chris Chibnall.
Right.
Why don't you put a self-insert to see if the reception would be good, so he could come out with his own collection.
Right.
Yeah.
I've been on this call for like 5 hours and I've done nothing else today, so I should.
Pussy shit! I've been doing it for like 7 hours,
including a trip to the pub.
Yeah.
I'm probably now going to take this moment to flee. If you're still somehow on in like 3 hours' time, then
No, we won't. We'll probably be done by then.
At some point, I'm going to eat. Like today, I've had my breakfast and then a packet of peanuts.
Well, here's the thing: if a couple of you are leaving, that will mean there's less interruption, which means we'll get through this video quicker. And there's only like 4 minutes left.
Yeah, that's true.
Because after this finishes, video
it's 2 hours to get through.
After this video finishes, that's when I'll end the stream.
Yeah. Well, it's been nice hanging out. It's been great to finally speak.
Holy
to
shit!
you,
We've gotten more views as the stream's got up. We've got like 35 viewers. This is more than it was when it started.
Well, it's because the Yanks have woken up. That's why.
Oh, okay, sure.
Yes, it was nice to finally speak to you, Callum. It's great. It's great to speak to you again, Jay. Hi, Dylan, bestie, and
hello,
everyone else.
bestie.
And I'll see you around. See you around, Connor, for whatever collab we do next. Was it Time Lash or something?
I think it's Time Lash. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Toodles.
All right. Bye.
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 Oh, what a lovely man.
I may be summoned away.
He really squeezes my lemons.
Sorry, what?
I could be summoned away at any moment.
Summoned.
Summoned.
Summoned. Well, we're recording something for EFAP, and we're just waiting for Fringy to arrive.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
oh my god, back-to-back podcast. Jesus Christ.
Back-to-back.
Literally a full day of podcasting, non-stop podcasting.
Yeah. All right. Well, we better get on with it then.
It would have been a time travel show,
go.
but that was good. War of the Sontarans might honestly be my favorite Sontaran specific story of the modern era.
All of them. Okay, why don't we carry on?
Well, to be fair, there are only 2.
Yeah, I don't care.
Series 4 is way better.
Yeah, but I don't care enough about that episode to really defend it.
I honestly think it's great. I think that 2-part is really, really solid.
No, the 2-parter is great, and War of the Sontarans is fucking inept. Like,
yes.
The characters are awful, and the plot is nonsense. Remember how she defeats the Sontarans because they all take a nap at the same time?
What great tactics.
I watched both stories in the last 6 months and rewatched the Series 4 one, and the difference is leaps and bounds.
In quality is amazing. It's like insane.
It was actually more than I remembered. I didn't think the difference
that's what
was
we
that
said
much.
during when we watched it.
Because I remember
when we watched it, we were like,
yeah, I thought it was going to be like a difference, but I watched both of them and I was like, holy shit, the difference is
every
monumental.
scene.
It is monumental.
Going from scene to scene and that 2-parter was like, it was incredibly amount of actual like really talented writing that was put into it. With all the characters, the really good transitions from scene to scene. Well, because really creative.
When you get
cinematography was really good.
When you get so desensitized to the Chibnall era stuff, you forget what's in actual TV that you watch usually.
It might be one of the most underrated stories out of New Who for sure. It's really good.
I don't know if I go that far, but
I think it's really good.
I think you can make an argument for it, but
I would make an argument for it.
I think there's other stories that I would defend first.
Oh, I think there's stories that are doing better than it, but yes, I agree. It is very underrated. The Sontarans are really funny and really actually like competent.
Well, one of the reasons why is because
I love it when the villain's a continent. Continent? I was reading the word continent as
you made me think
Sontarans, they need to go for a piss all the time. Yeah, that's why they haven't. They were all away at that time at the camp. They're incontinents. They're all going for a piss.
Yeah, Series 4 Sontarans are incredibly based.
Not as good as Link's. Not even close.
Well, he hasn't seen the Time Warrior.
Pretty great.
He hasn't seen the Time Warrior, Callum. And also you have to remember that Lynx is a solo character versus a squad of Sontarans in Series 4. There is a difference there.
It's a squad of Chads, I would say.
But I will. Lynx gets into a fight with John Pertwee, and that's pretty based. That's what
they fucking no scopes like a scarecrow from like 12,000 feet away, well, and then people are like, "Oh, the Sontarans have always had bad aim."
Well, like, imagine this, right? Imagine someone was like, "Oh my god, we don't see the Daleks kill anyone on screen, and it's like they're not threatening anymore." And someone goes, "The Daleks have never been threatening in New Who. Why are you complaining?"
About the Moffat era, though.
It's gonna get. Here's the thing, though. It's gonna get to that point. If they are like really badly done in this last Chibnall episode, we could get that. It might be possible.
Daleks have never been threatening.
Your Daleks have always been advocates of peace and love. Have you not been
the
watching?
point of Daleks is ever to be the deadliest weapon in the universe.
Daleks just want peace, justice, and serenity.
It's just like all of that heavy lifting that Robert Sherman did in Dalek is just all gone.
We've fallen so far.
He needs to do another one.
He needs to do another one.
Dalek 2.
We need you.
Dalek 2.
But make it like a really
Dalek 2 Furious.
But like do it with Shooty Gatler's Doctor and make it like really fabulous.
2 Dalek 2 Furious.
Or just Daleks.
Forget
like
about it.
No. It's just like the Alien and Aliens. It's Dalek and Daleks.
Daleks, yeah.
Dalek. Oh, that makes
genius.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Using the historical settings to put more of a focus on eras and the things going on a bigger scale, and
there's other parts of Who that do this way better. Especially the 60s, there's historicals in that run that are just leaps and bounds better than Chibnall Who, and because they actually tell a story.
To even compare the two of them, to be perfectly honest, like comparing like Marco Polo or the Aztecs or the Massacre to a Chibnall era historical is insulting, in my opinion.
Yeah,
I'm kind of confused. What can she be citing here as like something that does that well in Chibnall era, or does that at all in Chibnall era? Because I can't come up with
I think she just meant the historicals in general.
Demons of the Punjab.
Rose.
Oh yeah, Demons of the Punjab has that.
Witchfinders, I guess.
Witchfinders is so bad as a historical.
Nikola Tesla.
I forgot it existed.
Oh yeah, Nikola Tesla
is
the
best
one
example, to be honest.
Yeah,
even though it's not that great, it's really shallow.
Yes,
and it treats you like you're a fucking moron.
Well, there's a lot of chapters that treats you like you're a moron.
Edison shit.
Like I think every episode treats you like you're a moron, except maybe Villa Diodati.
Yeah.
As a non-moron, allegedly. That is something I appreciate.
I'm gonna
as someone who's pro-moron, I find this offensive.
On individuals, even though a lot of times they were still there. I think that's the case with Rosa. That's definitely the case with Demons of the Punjab. And look, don't get me wrong. I'm not sad he's leaving. That
me either.
Cards.
I'm actually really happy.
The fact that I've spent the last 3 or 4 years.
I mean, obviously, it's hard for me to put myself in the shoes of someone that's so different-minded, but I find it weird to think someone will be sad about Chris Chibnall leaving. That's just... I don't see how you can be so invested in his writing. I just find that strange.
Well, I think it might even be more that the... I wonder if we were getting, like, another writer arriving and saying, yeah, I'm going to try my best to continue what Chibnall did, and Jodie Whittaker was staying, and maybe, like, Mandip Gill or fucking whatever. Jodie Whittaker was staying, maybe Mandip Gill, and I'm forgetting John Bishop's name. That's the one. Maybe one or two of them were staying. Then I feel like you would have far fewer people sad that Chibnall is leaving. People would be like, yay, it's going to carry on. Woohoo! The characters I stand will continue.
I was going to say that because I think people who like actually care about like Chibnall leaving are only caring about it because of Jodie. Because like Jodie's she's the thing that they stand. They don't really like care that much about the
We
writing.
stand
I think.
our queen.
When something is this shallow, you have to stand it for shallow reasons, or I guess project something deeply personal to it that you yourself are bringing to the table. So by that measure, like you can't lose the substance because there isn't any. You have to lose just the aesthetics and the surface level details.
Me and Dylan know someone called Marcus Cotton, who's a big fan of Chibnall Who, and a lot of the reasons I've seen them say about it is, firstly, it doesn't do things that other eras do wrong, and also he says that it embraces classic Who or something.
That's not true.
Which is just I don't see that.
No.
I don't see how Chibnall Who
literally
is anything like classic Who, to be honest.
Nothing.
No, not even close.
I mean, it likes classic Who's intellectual property, but I don't see how it embraces.
It loves that
era for that. I love that era.
I think it I think it likes new Who intellectual property more than it likes classic Who.
Yeah.
It's resurrected one,
especially
it's resurrected one villain from classic Who that hasn't appeared in the new series, and it's resurrected what, like all of the new Who villains?
It's specifically really like Series 3, especially in Series 12. Like, a lot of Series 3 stuff is in there.
I mean, they brought back the rhinos in suits.
Well. Think about cameos as well. Think about the cameos we got in like
we got like Captain Jack and all
Revolution
that.
of the Daleks as well. We got not just Captain Jack.
Like a phone call
we got a Silent and a Rose Tyler name drop. A Weeping Angel was in the prison. An Ood was in the prison. A fucking Sycorax was in the prison. You know what would have been? I don't know. Like, it's such just a. I like seeing a Sycorax there. It's like, that's neat. But wouldn't it have been fun to see like something from classic Who as well?
Was Meglos in there? I think. Or was that just a big cactus thing?
Was there just? Oh my god! I would love it if there was just a fucking cactus in the adjacent cell.
That would be funny. That would be really funny.
That would be great. That would be awesome.
Apparently, Meglos was originally going to be the villain in the Lodger. It was going to be.
Oh my god! I would have loved that.
Why do you want to bring back Meglos? Like, it's one of the least. I think that must be one of the least memorable episodes of all of classic.
Because it's a big fucking cactus, man. Why wouldn't you want that?
It's literally just a cactus. I want the scene where Jodie is in her prison cell, sitting across it and looking at her, looking at the person in the cell opposite her, and it's just a potted cactus. I want that desperately.
That'd be fucking brilliant.
I enjoy it even more on the level that like New Who
before the words.
I like it. I like it on the level that only the deep fans will understand what it even is, and to most people, it will just be a cactus.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do like an evil laugh as well, so it just comes off as extra odd to people.
See now that's what you call like dog whistling, jangling keys, where only some people understand what it is.
Well, yeah, like. When you bring back the stuff that people don't actually like that much, I fucking adore that. It's really fun and it feels really good-natured. Like it's like why
it doesn't feel like you're only doing it because you want people to like it, right? You're doing it because you actually like care about what you're doing. You're kind of like having fun with what you're making.
The thing I've been desperate for Disney Star Wars to do. The thing I've been desperate for Disney Star Wars to do for years now is just have a Jar Jar scene. Have him in there somewhere.
Yes.
I don't bring him back for something. Jar Jar, please give him to me.
Have him face off against Vader.
What you see, that's what we might have had with the George Lucas Chibnall collaboration. Is a full series of Jar Jar written by Chris.
This is why we want the sex gas back, because it's so unpopular.
Yes.
And bring back the cyber woman.
Sex gas hasn't really reached that kind of status though. It's like I don't know. I guess it would be funny.
Oh, if you've seen Torchwood, it's reached that status.
I mean, if you remember our conversation about it like 5 hours ago, you know, we'd find it really funny if they brought back the sex gas.
Yeah, and also that's a Chibnall creation, so it actually is not him stealing.
Exactly, yeah.
That's a good point.
Here's largely bashing on the guy. I think it would be unfair for me not to acknowledge there's been some good here. And that some of the things he tried.
I do think it's really telling how we do how I think we've pretty reasonably disagreed with most of these points. And it's like, it's not like any of us would be against saying, oh yeah, he did that thing great, right? Like, I don't think any of us would have a knee-jerk reaction to like Because obviously, if this was just like praising the characters in Villa Diodati, all of us would have gone, "Yeah, that's great, great stuff."
Yeah, I would have been fully on board with that.
Well, I even agreed earlier about like I like the kind of cultural reset Series 11 did. I agreed on that.
Oh yeah, we did agree with some of the stuff, but like, even then, it's like it's such basic praise of.
It's the most basic praise you probably get.
Yeah, this isn't something that takes a lot of effort to get right. It's just something that you creatively chose to do.
So I'll happily praise series 11 and 12 for not having the weird fucking stupid nonsense plot structuring that Flux has, where you cut to something irrelevant for 20 minutes. Like, it's great that in the middle of fucking Witchfinders we don't get 20 minutes of, hey, here's what this random guy is doing. This will never come up again.
It's so like just funny when it happens.
This guy is digging tunnels.
Like it just feels like parody when you're watching it. It's just it's like it has the obscene nature that like this Family Guy cutaway gags have, except that's self-aware and this isn't.
Imagine praising Family Guy cutaway gags.
It was as strange as that they were sus.
Yeah, it's like randomly in the middle of Village of the Angels, we just cut to Belle doing something completely irrelevant.
Oh yeah, the Belle shit in that episode annoyed me so much because the rest of the episode wasn't awful, and then we always cut to fucking Belle. I'm like, I don't care.
Well, I
just
like suddenly all the dialogue changed. I was like, "Yep, this is written by Chris Chibnall. I can tell."
Yeah. And it's also it's just like tonally, this is so conflicting. I'm seeing like a horror story kinda, and you're just cutting away to Belle doing random shit. Like, can we please just focus on one thing at a time?
I have to say, I was convinced when Flux was airing that it was going to be revealed that Belle and Vinda were the Doctor's mother and father. I'm so happy that wasn't true.
Well,
I was so happy that wasn't true.
To be fair, Dylan, it still could be revealed in the next episode.
I don't want it to happen, but I don't know. I think it's possible. I don't want it to happen though. It'd be so terrible. Please, no. Please save me.
Things I probably would have tried and or support in theory, even if the execution wasn't there. I don't think that about every decision he made, but it's important to be fair. So I call this a defense of Chris Chibnall.
The sentiment.
I mean, maybe it's not really. Maybe
it is important to be fair, but
let's be fair to Chris Chibnall.
Yes,
that's not a nice clickbaity title, so couldn't go with that. But yeah,
it's like even with I'm thinking about the stuff with restrictions and like they handled it a lot better in the 70s when one of their main cast members died than they handled some filming restrictions that mean your actors can't stand near each other in 2021.
I mean, season 15 is a classic season which really suffered from filming restrictions because what happened in that series is they were suffering in the UK at the time from hyperinflation, which meant the value of the pound was worth much less by the end of the season, and they still have the same budget left from the beginning of the season.
That's why Horror of Fang Rock looks amazing and the Invasion of Time looks like ass.
Yeah. But like the Sunmakers, even though it looks terrible, it's still a good, well-written story. Is all I'm going to say.
Well, to be fair, I think the tone of that story doesn't even need to look anything different from it anyway, because it's meant to be.
But because the thing is,
corporate environment.
Nah, the visuals definitely ruin it because when I read the Target novel, because I read the Target novel before I saw it, I was like, "Wow, this story is brilliant." And I watched it on TV, it's like, "Oh my god, they fluffed it," but because of how bad the film is.
Because it looks so clinical.
But it's still a well-written script. Still well-written script.
Well, it's a great Robert Holmes script. Yeah. Anyway,
I bitch.
It's not really the best example he's put
on this channel. I know that, especially when it comes to Doctor Who. I can be real picky, but I don't want anyone to ever forget that I love this show. And there have been moments within even Chibnall's time.
I'm gonna stem off that and say that I think it's weird that people think that you don't love the show if you're critical of it. I think that's actually the antithesis of what I would say. I say that people tend to be...
Oh, it's the kind of thing where you see a lot during like TLJ era where people will be like, "Oh, no one
hates Star Wars like Star Wars fans."
Yeah, and it's like,
it's like
oh,
the
that's
reason,
obviously why Star Wars
it's
fans are
like,
more invested.
It's like
so
the
they're gonna
reason why I
like
want
it
to
less
be
when it's bad.
like what the reason why I want to be critical is because I like it.
Yeah, because I want it to be what I
it should be good.
perceive it to
Yeah.
be, like good.
Yeah.
That I have.
It's like, and there's also the fact that.
So, in the spirit of positivity, what is your favorite thing about Chibnall's era? It can be a bit of casting, specific episode, specific general idea.
Let's do it.
Characters in Villa Diodati and
Villa Diodati.
Zellen's casting. I forgot who that was. We were talking about him earlier.
Oh, the Kevin Lannister.
I think he does great. Yeah.
Oh, what is my favorite thing? I don't even know. I guess Villa Diodati's the easy answer, but it's also I also have issues with that episode as well.
Well, yeah,
I like the charm of Villa Diodati, to be more specific. I really like it, especially like the historical characters.
I think the characters are really well introduced, considering that it's only 50 minutes and there are so many of them. I don't like the Doctor's justification for saving I forget his name.
It's like the
guy.
Was it Important Man Syndrome or something? What's it called?
It was important. It was like he's a writer. He's important. He's gonna like inspire people in the future with his words. When it should have just been, I think we can strive to save both. We're not going to sacrifice this guy for the future. I think we should be able to do both. We can save his life and defeat the Cyberman.
Yeah, because it's totally
important.
Totally in character for the Doctor to take a gamble like that. They've done that many times before.
And it's out of character for the Doctor to say, "Oh, this person is really important compared to other people." Like,
not like the little people.
Yeah, like that's supposed to be a perversion of the Doctor's character in
Waters of Mars. Yeah,
Waters of Mars.
And
whereas in stuff like Christmas Carol, you have the Doctor saying, "Oh, I've never really met anyone who wasn't important."
Yeah, great line.
Great line.
But then of course, that sentiment of Villa Diodati sours it a bit.
You know, I mean, that episode's like what, a 5 or 4?
I don't.
Maybe he's
just
like the best.
I don't.
Maybe he's
know,
just really important.
I don't really know what my favorite thing about Chibnall is. To be honest,
the ghost stuff makes no fucking sense. Like, why does a hand crawl out of a painting and start like creeping up the walls? That's not explained by the Cyberman's presence.
That was dumb.
The two, like the maid and the little girl that Graham keeps seeing, is like, oh, they do a joke with it at the end. It's like, oh, actually, maybe he was seeing ghosts. That's very funny, but like,
I forgot.
Yeah, it's just
no fucking sense.
It was just wasted on like the brandy he was drinking. Just started hallucinating.
Is that actually the explanation? Because that's
no
piss.
Oh, okay. I know something that I wholly like about Chibnall Who. It's a very specific thing. There's this one track from Fugitive called "The Lighthouse" that Sega Nakanola made that I really like.
Oh, his title sequence.
That is very niche.
Oh yeah, I do like the title sequence. Yeah, but there you
go. The opening sequence.
There's a specific.
I don't like the music though.
Well, the whole bass, the bass drop and everything.
Yeah, like the massive the ooh.
I don't like that.
Too much.
It's trying too hard to be modern.
It's got the whole thing of like, it's like if you took the William Hartnell theme and you made it like a fucking trap remix or something. Like that's what it's trying to be. But no, there's this one piece of music from that Sagan made called "The Lighthouse" that sounds really cool. It's kind of got the same like swelling, increasing, progressive orchestral sound that something like the Shepherd's Boy has.
I don't mind 13's like main theme. I don't mind it.
Really well composed, but like
as
in, I like all the notes in it, but I prefer any cover of it that I hear.
Honestly, it makes me think of like pretentious travel ads when I hear that song. It's like go to this exotic country. It makes me think of exotic locations, not the character.
I implore people to look up. Hang on, let me find it. Let's see. Regeneration Medley 13/the 13th Doctor's theme Doctor Who cover by Borner Music.
I've seen
which
that,
makes it
yeah.
absolutely fucking pop.
Yeah, I have heard that one.
I'll give that a listen then.
Is there anything else?
Something that you love that I hate.
Not in terms
It's
of
all on the table.
favourite.
Whatever you think was
Not in terms of the golden age of Chibnall, no.
The golden age.
good.
That new golden
About
age.
his time as showrunner, drop something down in the comments. Let's talk about it. Oh, and please don't be the needless contrarian who's just going to go, there was nothing good. Like,
There was
me in the
nothing
spirit of
good.
this, okay? If that's all you've got to say, just
nothing good.
But
we agree that there were some
I do
good
wanna hear your
things.
thoughts.
There were
Yeah.
seconds
It was
of
very
good.
painful.
Whether
to
it's
do,
what
but
I
yeah.
liked or not.
Yeah, it's like 3 years of TV. Obviously, there's going to be some good
you could-
stuff. Right?
I think you
It's
could
like
argue.
there's
I
so
don't know.
little good that it feels almost insulting to have to point out the
like-
good stuff.
Yeah.
It's like
It felt
Yeah.
painful.
it's like 10 to 20% of it is like competent, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Well, like like the camera is always in focus. Like,
Well, not always.
No way.
there's this shot.
Of flux,
There's
actually.
this shot in the Ghost Monument where the actors are like not framed properly.
well, no, that's not.
Isn't there a problem in War of the
fucking,
Centaurs as well with the?
They did it a lot
focus?
in Series 11 where they would do these really weird close-ups on the characters instead
Well,
of
they
you
do
really.
it.
Yeah.
They do a lot of
Rosa did this a lot.
They did a lot of they do a lot of shots throughout the era where they have dead space behind their head, and opposed to in front of their
Yeah.
head.
Oh yeah,
I
you
don't know
complained
why they
about
did that. It
Connor,
just
when
looks
we were
ugly.
watching Sea
Like,
Devils. Yeah.
and not like as well. Like when they tell us seen exclusively through obnoxiously close-ups. You lose any sense of space within the scene. You don't get
Also-
where the characters are in relation to each other.
Also
or the
from-
That was
environment
one of my
and
biggest complaints with the last episode of Flux. I forgot the
Also,
Vanquishers.
The majority of the color grading in the era is awful.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've noticed that.
It looks trash. Like, especially
the effects in Series 11 particularly. Sorry.
the especially like the TARDIS scenes in Series 12, they're all just so pink and like very fake looking.
Yeah.
And like the lens flares are just especially in Ascension of the Cybermen, the lens flares are just nauseating to look at. Go ahead, Jay. What was that?
Oh fuck.
The effects in Series 11 or something?
No idea. Oh yeah, the effects in Series 11 are pretty good. Like the Ghost Monument, other than the color grading and the actual choices of cinematography, everything that's like the effects look great. And to be fair, Mr. TARDIS did a video pointing this out pretty effectively. The long take at the beginning of Ghost Monument is really effectively well done. In everything in Epso's ship, where Yaz and the Doctor wake up, and it's really stressful. It's done in one long take, and it looks fucking glorious. And it's not just like a gimmick long take. It really effectively conveys the tone of the scene.
Mm-hmm.
You know what's weird is there was a bunch of directors during Series that were there in Series 11. They just never came back. Very strange.
Maybe there'll be an RTD2.
Maybe they will.
Maybe.
If you want to support what I can do, Patreon is how I make my living, and I'm able to do this full time as my job. Any amount you can contribute helps, but there are other things you can do as well. Like, share, subscribe, help out this channel quite a bit. The algorithm is very up and down on me lately.
The algorithm.
It hasn't been consistent for me in a while.
Oh, the algorithm.
But also, there's other things you can check me out on. I'm on Twitch, TikTok, Instagram.
Zoe,
I have
speaking
books
Al
for
Gore
sale,
to it.
fictional and nonfiction. But
What do you mean, like the
you don't have to worry
politician
too much
Al Gore? That's what I
about
thought
any
you
of
said, Dylan.
No,
because what I really want.
no. You know, in the Invasion, when she speaks Al Gore to the IE reception machine,
Oh yeah,
makes it explode.
Oh yes, I do know that. And the women laugh.
Yeah, so the women do laugh.
In the spirit of
They
positivity,
literally do the meme.
is that you are beautiful, you are valid,
Oh, thanks.
you are loved,
Ah,
you are the council. I'm just running the meetings, and until next time, this council is adjourned.
yeah, that's exactly what a puppet dictator would say.
Oh, gee. I think the thing is, though, I think they're actually genuinely being nice. That's.
I was talking about like that. You're the council. I'm just the person running the meetings.
Oh, yeah.
Oh god. Well, that took us nearly 6 hours.
To do that one video.
Literally, so people have went to work and finished their shift in the time it's taken us to review this video.
Well, we've been here now. We've been here now for 10 hours, which is the longest thing we've ever done.
Yeah, this is like
proper. I was exhausted because we did 4 hours doing the 10th Doctor debate. That was like pussy shit, man.
That was nothing compared to this.
It was
nothing compared
nothing,
to this. Yeah. Wow.
Man, I've got to go to work tomorrow. It's just like this day's just like gone.
I don't have work tomorrow.
I don't either. Thank
I have sleep tomorrow. That's what I have.
I'm sure you do.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck's gonna happen to my body clock now. Very awkward. Oh.
See the sacrifices he makes for you, viewers. Go and give him money on the Patreon.
Yeah, do it. Now.
The money may help repair his sleep schedule.
It may.
It's a possibility. It might happen.
Yeah. Do we just like end the stream?
Yeah.
Yeah, but somebody needs to like do something funny first before we end it.
Callum, you're cringe to say something funny.
Come.
Hey.
You did it. Woo.
I did it. I did it.
Also, I just wanted to say, I at one point in time I was like very surprised that Jay would ever be interested in being in our stream, and the fact that we got her for like 10 hours is fucking incredible.
That is amazing.
I know you're muted right now, but thank you, Jay.
I'm unmuted. What's happening?
I'm just saying. I think it's not only like what was I like? God, I'm nearly falling asleep.
Are you going?
Kelly, can you repeat what I said? I can't get the words out.
It's we find it. I think basically like we're very thankful that not only you decided to come on to our little podcast, but the fact that you also stayed for almost 10 hours.
I didn't intend to stay this long. I was just having a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Well, I'd argue that's
honestly,
even better.
Yeah. Like speaking just personally, because I've been watching your channel for like a long while, like since the Cinema Sins days. I remember the first video I think I watched was I think it was the video you did on a video on Angels. What was it called? The fucking two-parter from Series 5.
Oh, Time of Angels.
Oh god, that's taking me back.
Yeah, I remember commenting on that video when it just came out. I've been watching your channel for that long, and
yeah,
generally,
I
you
remember
and
Sins, yeah.
You, MauLer, Fringy, just all you guys, really like have really inspired me over the years, and especially with like meeting Connor as well, starting up this podcast and really talking to a bunch of people about a show.
Yeah, because
we really
started
adore.
listening to EFAP around the time we met, in like 2018 or whenever it was, 2019.
We talked about the MCU, and then we started watching.
Because I remember it was
obviously
when Game of Thrones season 8 was coming out that I saw most.
Yes,
like that was like really good. And then I saw the Rhino Milk Black Panther one that you entered.
Yes,
and that
just like I'm really thankful that I've gotten to spend a long time talking to someone who's you and MauLer are probably the two top inspirations for me in terms of people on YouTube that helped me make videos. Like the Spyful video I made very much was influenced by both you and MauLer, and I'm very thankful that I got to spend time with you and talk about Doctor Who and have a really good time. So I'm really thankful that you came on and had a good time, it seems. So I thank you, Jay.
I'll hopefully we can do it again sometime.
Oh yes, we would love to have you on again.
Yeah. I mean, not to toot my own horn, but I had a feeling it was going to be really good, and it was. Because I just sometimes
I was saying like
sometimes you just get that feeling. You just get that feeling that you're going to have good energy with someone.
And here's the thing, I've had a really bad few days at work. Just I've been so stressed out and so tired, and I was really looking forward to today. And I'm very thankful that everyone that came on and anybody who watched similarly had a lovely time, and I had a lot of fun. So thank you everybody for coming on. It generally means a lot to me, and I'm assuming it means a lot to Connor as well. So thank you.
Yeah. I mean, we've been doing this for like 3 years now. It's like 20 of these, I think we've done.
Yeah, though we slack though.
Oh yeah, we do slack. We do slack.
Imagine me number 20 after
The
3
run
years.
time of these together, it is about a year.
Yeah. But it's been great. A lot of fun and
Yeah, no, a great way to spend a Sunday. So congrats, Connor and Callum, on your milestone reaching this far. Had a lovely Sunday. Yeah, good to chat to you, Jay, again, and good to meet you, Sky and Tin. I mean, I've probably seen you on Twitter, but first time actually speaking to you. And everybody have a good one, because I need to go get food now before I die.
All right, Slug, slither away.
I shall.
Slither away.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Boy.
And I suppose, Jay, you're going to be on like a long EFAP now, right? Is that what you're doing?
It's gonna be a short. I'm not sure if I should say what it is, although it probably would be fine, but I'm not going to anyway.
Well, I mean, short EFAP is like 4 hours.
That's true.
That is
hey, some of the minis are only 1 hour.
So the minis are.
It takes
true.
1 hour EFAP mini must be like checking the clock. That's what it takes that long. Check the clock. Anyway, no, it's I can't really get the words out because it's like nearly 7 a.m. where I am, so I'm just fucked in the head right now. but no, this has been great. This has been great, and I like Callum said, learnt a lot watching people like you and people like MauLer talk about media just over the years, and meeting new friends, and everything. There's just a lot. There's a lot, and I think
We've corrupted another one.
Yeah, and I think I just thanks for coming on. I've been looking forward to this for a long time.
Seriously.
I'm always happy to come.
Of course you are, Jay.
Yeah.
I've had Discord selected throughout the entire stream, so every time Jay talks, she is indeed coming. So
yeah. Hopefully the next time we do this sort of thing, we can have Jeb here, because I feel like Jeb and Jay would have good chemistry having conversation, because Jeb's very loaded with information. He's very intelligent.
Or he would like you to believe. Yeah, presidential candidate Jeb Bush is our friend, Jay. If you didn't know that, so you could have a lot of fun talking
very
to him.
personally.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have a lot of fun with this.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna end the stream now because I need to sleep. So thanks
Understandable.
Thanks everyone for watching. Good night.
Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Bye.
Come. How to get in?